Chapter 1901, Terrifying Defense. Inside the crystal-filled cavern, after Shi Feng gave the command to attack, the first MT party, led by Cola, charged straight at the Void Serpent. The other groups fanned out to set up an encirclement. As the Void Serpent was gigantic, even if they didn't fully understand the boss's attack range, it was common sense to stand apart from each other. If they stood too close to each other, they would present the world boss with a target-rich environment, which would easily result in a team wipe. When Cola's party got within 500 yards of the Void Serpent suddenly opened its amber eyes. An unprecedented killing intent immediately washed over everyone, causing their hearts to skip a beat. At this moment, it felt as if countless threads bound their bodies, impeding their movements. Dirty and pitiful mortals, you dare step into my territory? I'll have you join the dust that fills this space. Following which, the Void Serpent let loose an angry roar. A silver ripple spread across the entire cavern, with the Void Serpent as the center, the ground cracking as it came in contact with this ripple. In the next moment, a mud wave swept into the surroundings, taking only a brief moment to reach Cola's party. "Defend!" Cola shouted hurriedly when he saw the approaching 4-meter-tall mud wave. The other 5 MTs in Cola's party were level 57 and level 58 MTs from Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor. With Cola as the core, they quickly fell into a defensive formation. Following which, Cola activated the Tier 2 Skill Guardian Wall, which increased the defense of himself and players within a 10-yard radius of himself by 30% when blocking frontal attacks. In the next moment, a wall of light formed by 6 shields appeared before the healer party positioned behind Cola's party. Boom! When the mud wave crashed into the wall of light, the powerful impact sent Cola's MT party stumbling backward, the HP of the 6 MTs decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Only after the 6 MTs had retreated by 8 yards did they manage to stabilize their footing. After suffering the Void Serpent's AoE attack, the MTs of Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor had lost at least 50,000 HP each. Each of them had a maximum HP below 80,000. Hence, that one AoE attack had instantly taken more than half of their HPs. This outcome caused everyone in the team to gasp involuntarily. Illusory Words, who was part of the healer party standing behind Cola's party, was stunned as she looked at the Void Serpent, which had already lowered itself to the ground. With just one roar, the Void Serpent had inflicted over 50,000 damage each on the frontline MTs, who could be considered among the best MTs in God's domain right now. If that AoE attack had been a powerful melee attack instead, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this point, she truly wondered how Zero Wing planned to raid the Void Serpent. Did they even have a chance at victory? However, although Illusory Words doubted Zero Wing's success, that did not affect her healing speed in the slightest. Right after seeing the MTs receiving damage, she started double casting 1 Tier 2 Healing Light and 1 Tier 1 Recover on Cola, fully displaying her abilities as one of the 10 great clerics in God's domain. Huh? Why is his HP? After Illusory Words finished casting her healing spells, she suddenly noticed that Cola still had close to 80% of his HP remaining. Meanwhile, thanks to her healing, his HP instantly recovered to full. However, before Illusory Words could figure out what was going on, the Void Serpent several hundred yards from the team's front line launched another attack. After the boss let out a hiss, countless Void Spears appeared around it. The Void Spears then shot toward Cola's MT party in a blur, a series of sonic booms echoing throughout the cavern. "Everyone, stand behind me," Cola shouted urgently when he noticed the frightening power contained in those Void Spears. Although the 5 other MTs had been healed back to 70% or so, if they were to receive this terrible attack without activating their life-saving skills, they were likely to get killed. After hearing Cola's command, the 5 MTs and 6 healers promptly lined up behind the Guardian Knight. In the next moment, the Void Spears crashed into Cola's shield one after another. However, not every Void Spear landed on the shield. Some brushed past his body and tore holes into his black cloak. Meanwhile, due to the Void Spear's strong destructive power, the black cloak's durability zeroed out instantly, the black cloak itself disintegrating into nothingness. The black cloak's disappearance exposed the silver suit of armor Cola wore, which shone with the glow unique to fine gold equipment. Crimson runes could be seen engraved all over the silver armor, and judging from how the runes matched perfectly, it was obvious that the suit of silver armor was fine gold set equipment. Meanwhile, with the black cloak gone, Cola's attributes were also on display for all to see. His maximum HP of 118,600 revealed to everyone. Moreover, as the black cloak was no longer present to suppress Cola's aura, the Tier 2 MTs standing behind him suddenly felt a powerful pressure bearing down on their bodies. How is this possible? Illusory Words fell into a daze when she saw Cola's HP bar. Even the strongest MT in Crimson Emperor had only a little over 80,000 HP after including team buffs, yet Cola had close to 120,000 HP. Moreover, Cola's defense was also as unbelievably high as his HP was. Despite not having activated any life-saving skills, Cola had lost less than 40,000 HP after receiving all those Void Spears. If it were any other Tier 2 MT standing in Cola's place just now, they would have been killed instantly by those Void Spears. After all, the Void Spears were a completely different attack from the Mud Wave before. The Mud Wave had simply been a casual greeting from the Void Serpent. Meanwhile, the Void Spears were the result of a spell. Those Void Spears should be much more powerful than the Mud Wave. At this moment, Illusory Words wasn't the only one surprised by this revelation. The other Tier 2 MTs in Cola's party were similarly stupefied. As they were also MTs, nobody understood more clearly than they did just how frightening a Tier 2 MT with close to 120,000 HP was. What kind of set equipment is he wearing? It's actually capable of forming a protective barrier around his body. I've seen every level 50 fine gold set equipment for MTs available in the game, and this is definitely not one of them. He's most likely wearing level 55 fine gold set equipment. Zero Wing is amazing. It actually managed to get its hands on this sort of set equipment. As the other Tier 2 MTs were very close to Cola, they could see that a faint layer of mana covered Cola's silver armor, forming a protective barrier that mitigated the Void Spear's damage tremendously. This situation was simply unbelievable. They had never seen fine gold set equipment like this before. Is this the reason why Black Flame is confident of defeating the Void Serpent? When Illusory Words looked at Cola's bear-like figure, she more or less understood why Zero Wing dared to challenge a world boss. The most important requirement when raiding a boss was a powerful MT. As long as a team had an MT capable of tanking the boss, then the raid definitely had a chance of succeeding. While everyone was still in shock, Cola took the initiative to charge at the Void Serpent. He wanted to get within attacking range of the Void Serpent as quickly as possible. However, the Void Serpent showed no signs of relenting as it continuously launched Void Spears at Cola from a distance. Meanwhile, the healer party led by Illusory Words kept healing him. Although each wave of Void Spears dealt close to 40,000 damage to Cola, the healers were still able to keep him alive and healthy without much effort. After all, Cola's massive HP granted Illusory Words and the others a lot of leeway when healing. They could afford to cast powerful healing spells, which had long cast times. After running for a short moment, Cola arrived before the Void Serpent. Foolish mortals, all your efforts are futile. Upon seeing Cola closing in on itself, the Void Serpent sent its tail whipping at the Guardian Knight. Despite its gigantic size, the Void Serpent's tail moved with lightning speed, so fast that it even tore space. The strong air pressure the tail created impeded the movements of the other Tier 2 MTs, which turned sluggish. They couldn't help Cola block the attack in time. However, unlike the other MTs in his party, Cola remained completely unaffected by the powerful air pressure, swiftly raising the Titan Guard to block the attack. Boom! The ground beneath Cola shattered. The impact was so powerful that even the players standing over 100 yards away could feel the ground underfoot shaking. When everyone present saw the devastated terrain before the Void Serpent, they stared in stupefaction despite themselves. The Void Serpent's frightening destructive power woke a sense of hopelessness in everyone. As the dust settled, everyone quickly noticed a figure standing amid the dirt and rubble. This figure was none other than Cola. Meanwhile, beside Cola's body lay the Void Serpent's tail. He managed to block even that? When everyone saw that Cola still retained over half of his HP, they could not help gaping in shock. 1902 Overwhelming DPS. Chapter 1902 Overwhelming DPS. Crap. Just how high is his strength attribute? Hunting Blade, who was currently prepared to close in on the Void Serpent, could not help his surprise when he looked at Cola. He could not bring himself to believe that Cola had actually managed to offset the power of the Void Serpent's tail strike. Although he was currently equipped in the Dark Corrosion set, he wouldn't have had the strength to offset the Void Serpent's attack without activating a Berserk skill. He would only have been able to receive the attack head-on. The Void Snake's simple physical attack had deformed its surroundings to such an extent. Its strength was so great that the resulting shockwave had sent the 5 Tier 2 MTs near Cola flying back over a dozen yards. The party of healers, who stood roughly 30 yards away from Cola, also nearly lost their footing. While offsetting a monster's attack was easy for expert players, the precondition for doing so was for the strength of both sides to be roughly equal. If a player tried to defend against an attack that carried strength far superior to their own, they would either go flying or get crushed on the spot. Yet, despite Cola not having activated a Berserk skill, he had managed to offset the Void Snake's attack. Cola's strength was simply extraordinary. Meanwhile, Unyielding Heart, who stood a short distance away from the Void Serpent, was similarly shocked by this outcome. Although he had known that Cola possessed frightening attributes since the Eclipse Throne raid, Cola was like a completely different person compared to back then. If Cola went to raid the Eclipse Throne right now, the dungeon raid would definitely be a piece of cake. Heal Cola. Everyone else, move according to the plan once Cola stabilizes his aggro. Shi Feng instructed through the team chat after seeing Cola arrive before the Void Serpent. Shi Feng did not find Cola's performance surprising even in the slightest. After all, Cola was equipped with not only a fragmented legendary shield, but also a 6-piece level 70 fine gold set equipment. For him to be able to tank a level 60 world boss was very normal. Of course, Cola was still far from capable of dealing with the normal level 80 Flame Demon King. He would be able to tank the level 80 world boss all by himself only if he activated a berserk skill. After hearing Shi Feng's reminder, the healer party promptly snapped out of their daze and started healing Cola and the others. In the meantime, the 9-tended man DPS team slowly closed in on the Void Serpent from all sides. The Void Serpent was a world boss known for its single-target offensive capabilities. Only with an extremely powerful MT would players have a chance when raiding it. After Cola stabilized his aggro on the Void Serpent, the majority of the team started launching attacks at the world boss. The melee players struck at the Void Serpent's sides, while the ranged players mercilessly bombarded the Void Serpent's head with spells and arrows, using their attacks to disrupt the boss's vision. With several hundred players attacking the Void Serpent simultaneously, a series of damages rapidly appeared above the boss's head. 6,064, 7,348, 5,041. Practically everyone's attacks dealt damage in the thousands, an outcome that rendered many people speechless. Why is this boss's defense so high? Unyielding Heart frowned involuntarily upon seeing everyone's damage. Even he had barely dealt over 10,000 damage after using a tier 2 skill. Compared to other mythic bosses he had fought against before, the Void Serpent's defense was significantly superior. As a tier 2 berserker, when he fought against an ordinary mythic boss, his tier 2 skills could easily deal around 30,000 damage. With their team's overall DPS, they would most likely take a very long time to kill the Void Serpent. After attacking for 5 seconds, they had barely managed to chip away a little over 1% of the Void Serpent's HP. However, when the world boss's battle recovery kicked in, its HP actually reverted to full. What? Illusory Words could not help but be surprised when she saw this situation, wondering what the Void Serpent had just done to recover so much HP. While everyone in the team was puzzled by this situation, Shi Feng knew exactly what was going on. This was the effect of the Void Serpent's self-healing passive skill, which doubled its battle recovery. In other words, the Void Serpent regenerated 2% of its HP every 5 seconds. This boss also had another passive skill, called Void Body, which halved the damage it received and reduced chances of critical hits occurring by 70%. These two passive skills made the Void Serpent extremely difficult to deal with. If a team lacked DPS, it would only be slowly whittled to death. Aqua, you guys can start attacking now, Shi Feng said to Zero Wing's main force members who had arrived behind the Void Serpent. Understood. Aqua Rose promptly commanded Zero Wing's main force to attack. At this moment, the advantage and attributes Zero Wing's main force members possessed revealed itself. Every one of them dealt at least 8,000 damage with their attacks. In the case of Aqua Rose, Flying Shadow, Shadow Sword, and Blackie, their attacks delivered at least 15,000 damage. Occasionally, Aqua Rose would use a powerful water-type spell and inflict over 20,000 damage on the world boss. As for Gentle Snow, Fire Dance, Zhao Yuaru, and Alluring Summer, every one of their attacks reaped a minimum of 20,000 from the boss's HP. Occasionally, they would use a powerful skill that wreaked around 40,000 damage. Moreover, none of these damages were due to critical hits. How are they dealing so much damage? Even when I used a tier 2 curse, I only managed to deal around 13,000 damage. How are they dealing over 40,000 damage with normal tier 2 spells? Crap. Just what kind of equipment are they using? The members of the 2 super first-rate guilds found this situation unbelievable. They were all experts of super first-rate guilds. Quite a few of them were even refinement realm experts. Although they were not the strongest in their respective guilds, they were still in the upper ranks. If placed in a first-rate guild, they would undoubtedly rank at the very top. Due to Zero Wing's main force taking action, 3 distinct tiers immediately formed in the team's DPS counter. The first tier was occupied by humanoid monsters like Gentle Snow. The second tier was occupied by Aqua Rose, Shadow Sword, Flying Shadow, Unyielding Heart, Long Soul, Dawnmaster, and other peak experts. Finally, the third tier would consist of players like themselves. Moreover, the gaps between each tier were so massive that there was simply no comparison between them. Meanwhile, due to Zero Wing's main force members joining in on the attack, the Void Serpent's HP finally started decreasing. Even so, the decline was still extremely slow. 99%, 98%, 97%. After several minutes of battle, the Void Serpent's HP finally fell to 85%. Its first HP bar emptied. Suddenly, the Void Serpent let loose an angry roar. Irritating ants, turn to dust. In the next moment, the Void Serpent incanted, Children of the Void, Breath of the Wild Wind, Sword of the Sharp Blade. Turn into my hands and rend everything apart. Everyone, pay attention to dodging. Do not try to receive the attack no matter what. Shi Feng shouted hurriedly when he saw the Void Serpent starting to cast a spell. After the Void Serpent spent 3 seconds chanting, Void Blades suddenly appeared in the sky and rained down on the ground, covering a 200-yard radius around the boss. For a time, countless Void Blades bombarded the vicinity of the Void Serpent. In addition, the attacks of the Void Blades did not follow any pattern whatsoever. Tier 4 domain skill, Void Storm. The descending void blades forced everyone to focus entirely on evasion. Now, players had to move constantly to dodge the void blades. This situation increased the raid difficulty by a large margin. Moreover, after using Void Storm, the Void Serpent still showed no signs of letting up on its offensive. Suddenly, its body started radiating a silver glow. A moment later, its gigantic body split into two smaller versions of itself, its real body and a doppelganger. A doppelganger skill? Illusory Words' complexion darkened immediately. Among the multitude of skills boss monsters could possess, doppelganger skills were the most troublesome. Although doppelganger skills would reduce the overall attributes of the boss, the reduction would not be significant. With how powerful the Void Serpent was, MTs other than Cola still wouldn't be able to tank its doppelganger easily. Just as the doppelganger was about to strike at a nearby team, a figure suddenly appeared above it. In the next moment, a blue lightning bolt struck down on the serpent doppelganger's head, the blow forcing a cry from the doppelganger as its body crashed straight into the ground. The impact formed a massive crater with web-like cracks spreading out into the surroundings. 1903 Combat Power Unleashed, Chapter 1903, Combat Power Unleashed. As the team watched the serpent doppelganger smash into the ground, they gaped in shock before turning to Shi Feng and the glowing blue longsword in his hand. Although the Void Serpent's doppelganger was not as strong as the main boss, it rivaled ordinary mythic monsters, yet Shi Feng had slammed it into the ground with brute force. The scene was on par with watching an ant topple a lion. It was hard to believe. Moreover, Shi Feng's attack had dealt over 60,000 damage to the Void Serpent's doppelganger. Seeing this, the Tier 2 berserkers broke out in a cold sweat. Before his teammates could recover from their shock of seeing such a formidable performance, Shi Feng brandished the Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray against the doppelganger once again. Purgatory, Pentaslash, Shadow Blade. Sword lights glittered around Shi Feng, and the watching players were overwhelmed as they watched his rapid attacks. Damages of over 20,000 appeared above the doppelganger's head, one after another. In the blink of an eye, Shi Feng had landed over a dozen attacks on the doppelganger. In terms of DPS, not even Fire Dance and her companions, members of the first tier, were no match for Shi Feng. Everyone, focus your fire on the doppelganger, Shi Feng shouted after launching a series of attacks. Be careful to dodge the void blades. All MTs except Cola protect the healers. Don't get greedy when attacking, and do not look into the doppelganger's magic eyes. Range DPS, use your strongest moves on the doppelganger's eyes on my command. The serpent doppelganger was a part of the Void Serpent. If they killed the doppelganger, the real Void Serpent would take a corresponding amount of damage. However, if they did not kill the doppelganger within a set time, the doppelganger would automatically disappear and heal the Void Serpent for a considerable amount of HP. They needed to kill the doppelganger immediately, or the Void Serpent would chip away at the team until they were all dead. Meanwhile, the serpent doppelganger's power wasn't its strength, but its passive skill, Void Magic Eyes. Players would be briefly paralyzed if they looked directly into the doppelganger's eyes. In addition, the doppelganger could use the Tier 4 spell, Void Freeze, through its gaze. When cast, the spell would prevent all players within 150 yards of the doppelganger from using any skills and spells for 30 seconds. While players faced both the Void Serpent and its doppelganger, they'd team wipe if they couldn't use skills or spells for so long. Fortunately, there was a simple method of avoiding that outcome. They just had to destroy the doppelganger's eyes. All of these players were experts, and as Shi Feng gave the command, the team redirected their attacks to the doppelganger. Every member of the team fully displayed the technique standards of guild experts. They easily avoided 2 or 3 void blades as they flew towards them while maintaining their attacks against the serpent doppelganger. If ordinary experts attempted to challenge this boss, they'd be at their limit just trying to dodge the void blades. They would have no energy for anything else. With Cola tanking the real Void Serpent and Shi Feng, who had activated Heavenly Dragon's Breath, keeping the serpent doppelganger, which couldn't be aggroed, busy, the rest of the team was free to attack without worry. Whenever the doppelganger was about to cast Void Freeze, Shi Feng instructed the team's ranged players to bombard the monster's eyes. Not only did the serpent doppelganger rapidly lose HP as a result, but the monster was also unable to deal any damage. So, this is the Sword King's strength? Illusory Words felt her admiration for Shi Feng grow as she watched the man assault the monster, dodge void blades, and command the battle effortlessly. Despite such an intense fight against a mythic boss, Shi Feng issued accurate and efficient commands for the team, effectively preventing one crisis after another. This ability was far more impressive than individual strength. When challenging a boss, there was a limit to how much an individual could achieve with their own strength. Only a cohesive team could effectively defeat boss monsters. Hence, leadership in a team was very important. With good leadership, a team could avoid unnecessary losses. This was also why the various large guilds and adventurer teams valued players with leadership skills. While an adventurer team's commander didn't need to be the strongest player on the team, they had to be able to command it. Not only was Shi Feng ridiculously powerful as an individual, but he was also capable of commanding a 1,000-man team so precisely, after about 2 minutes, the serpent doppelganger, which had 40 million thousand HP, fell, transforming into a gray smoke before flowing back into the Void Serpent. As the doppelganger died, the Void Sparent instantly lost 40 million HP, while the team hadn't lost a single player. After dealing with the doppelganger, the various guild experts refocused on the Void Serpent. 75%, 60%, 50%. When the Void Serpent's HP fell to 50%, it only had 4 HP bars remaining. At the same time, magic arrays began to manifest around the fight, and after a short moment, they merged to form a massive blue magic array. Suddenly, translucent creatures began to pull themselves out of the blue array, and in seconds, hundreds and thousands of them joined the battlefield. The weakest of these monsters was a level 55 lord, while the stronger creatures were level 60 great lords. Everyone felt their scalps tingle when they saw the army of translucent creatures. It was as if the Void Serpent had opened a gate to another world, and the world's monsters poured out of the gate. Everyone, activate your berserk skills and attack the boss with everything you've got. Shi Feng gave the blue magic array a serious look. This spell was one of the Void Serpent's team wipe moves, Void's Descent. If players did not reduce the Void Serpent's HP to 30%, the boss would continue to channel Void's Descent and summon more Void creatures to the battle. There was no limit to the number of Void creatures this ability could summon either. In the past, the first players to raid the Void Serpent had been very high-leveled, some of which had already reached Tier 3. They had been able to cope with the endless army of Void creatures easily, as a result. However, the majority of Shi Feng's team hadn't even reached level 60, much less reach Tier 3. If they didn't drop the mythic boss's HP quickly, they'd definitely team wipe. It was at this moment that the players understood that they couldn't afford to hold back against so many Void creatures. These players immediately activated their berserk skills as instructed, their basic attributes skyrocketing. They then tried to maintain their attacks against the Void Serpent while fighting the waves of summoned creatures. Fortunately, the Void Serpent would not move or attack while it summoned its Void creatures. Multiple Void creatures assaulted every player on the team, and although they were all experts, the fight still crawled to a stalemate. Only Cola, Fire Dance, and the other humanoid monsters were able to cope with the summoned monsters. Shi Feng didn't hold back either as he activated Power of Darkness. He even used Phantom Kill and 9 Dragon Slash, and every Abyssal Blade Phantom repelled a Void creature. With 16 Abyssal Blade Phantoms defending him, none of the Void creatures could get close. Without having to worry about the surrounding monsters, Shi Feng and his doppelganger were free to launch a frenzied assault against the Void Serpent, each attack dealing more than 50,000 damage. Following suit, Zhao Yueru and Alluring Summer cast one large-scale destruction spell after another, targeting the world boss. 48%, 47%, 46%. Although the Void Serpent's HP continued to fall, the team began to suffer casualties as it faced the endless torrent of Void creatures. Normally, players employed Zerg tactics when raiding bosses, but this boss had turned the tables. The team experienced how frightening a boss's Zerg tactics could be, and every one of its Void creatures was either a Lord or Great Lord. 50 players had died in less than a minute after the Void Serpent had begun to summon Void creatures. Vice Guild Leader, at this rate, we'll team wipe. Let's hurry and retreat, Dawnmaster, who held off 2 Great Lords and 3 Lords, hurriedly suggested. Although they held on, that would change as more Void creatures joined the battle. Sure enough, a world boss is too much for current players. Illusory Words frowned as less than 800 members of the team remained standing. Crimson Emperor had already suffered over 30 casualties, and most of the survivors' HP constantly danced in and out of the danger zone. The team's healers simply couldn't keep up. Everyone, retreat. When they heard Illusory Words' command, Crimson Emperor's experts breathed a sigh of relief. They immediately formed a defensive circle and carved a path out of the battlefield. Once they had distanced themselves from the world boss, they used instantaneous movement magic scrolls, fleeing from the cavern. Now, only Zero Wings and Unyielding Soul's members remained to face the Void Serpent. Meanwhile, the boss still had 39% of its HP remaining. Seeing this, Long Soul and Hunting Blade grew nervous, thoughts of urging Unyielding Heart to give the command to retreat surfacing. However, when Unyielding Heart saw that Shi Feng hold fast, he too chose to persist. Team members continued to fall. G5D people, 600 people, 500 people, break. When less than 400 players alive on the team, Shi Feng and his doppelganger used Flame Burst simultaneously. One after another, damages exceeding 400,000 appeared above the Void Serpent's head. By the time Shi Feng and his doppelganger finished their attacks, the Void Serpent's HP fell to 30%. As it did, the mythic monster stopped channeling its spell. The blue magic array vanished, and the summoned Void creatures disintegrated into ash. Foolish mortals, you will know despair. The Void Serpent lowered its head to look at the players before it, anger apparent in its gaze. The Void Serpent then spread its jaws and sucked in the Void creature's ashes. The translucent Void Serpent then slowly transformed into a creature of flesh and blood, expanding and growing larger. Sharp bones jutted out along its spine, and after a short moment, the Void Serpent transformed into a gigantic, pitch-black beast exuding turbid gas that filled the cavern. Roar! With a roar, the cavern began to tremble, shaking debris from the ceiling. This boss can grow even stronger? Longsoul felt true despair as he stared at the mountain-sized void serpent. Even Unyielding Heart felt discouraged. Now, the team had used up their berserk skills. How could they continue to fight the strengthened void serpent? It's finally in its complete state. Shi Feng felt an intense pressure from the void serpent. It seems that we don't need to hold back anymore. Cola, unleash your combat power. When Cola heard Shi Feng's order, all of his worry about the world boss vanished. Now, only excitement and joy drove him. Leave it to me, guild leader. Cola grinned at the void serpent. He then charged at the monster without hesitation. 1904. War God of Fire, Chapter 1904, War God of Fire. With a light whip of its tail, the void serpent shattered the ground before the temple. Everyone could feel the stone beneath their feet quake. The void serpent's peerless strength and the turbid black gas instilled a sense of despair, and to make matters worse, the boss still had over 167,000 HP. Unyielding Heart, get it through your head. Our guild cannot afford to sacrifice 200 Tier 2 players. We need to retreat immediately. Longsoul growled as he turned on Unyielding Heart. At this point, the raid's outcome was clear. They had struggled against the Void Serpent when they had still had 1,000 Tier 2 players, but now, not only had the mythic monster grown stronger, but the team also had less than 400 players remaining. With so few players, finishing this raid was impossible. Moreover, Unyielding Soul had already lost close to 100 players, a severe blow to the guild. This wasn't a dungeon. If players died, they would lose a full level. Even if the healers resurrected them and reduced their death penalties, the loss would still be painful. Everyone, retreat. We cannot continue this crazy farce with Zero Wing. Hunting Blade, who stood beside the Void Serpent, commanded through the guild chat. Although Unyielding Heart was one of the guild's vice-guild leaders, he couldn't let the man risk the guild's future. However, as Unyielding Soul's members prepared to follow the order, Cola charged at the Void Serpent. The Guardian Knight showed no intentions of working with his companions to stop the world boss. Has he lost his mind? He's actually charging at the boss? Hunting Blade could not help but watch Cola in astonishment. While he acknowledged that Cola's attributes were frightening, without a berserk skill, the Guardian Knight had no hope of stopping the Void Serpent by himself. When the Void Serpent noticed Cola's approach, it squinted its amber eyes and swept its now scaly tail at the Guardian Knight, as if sweeping away the dust on the ground. From afar, players noticed that space seemed to twist as the tail passed, barely withstanding the Void Serpent's strength. Rather than shrink back in fear, Cola dashed to meet the attack. Just before the Void Serpent's tail struck the Guardian Knight, flames emerged from Cola's form. In the blink of an eye, Cola had transformed into a charging bonfire with a 6-meter radius, leaving his teammates confused. But despite the strange development, the Void Serpent had no intentions of slowing its tail attack as it struck the moving bonfire. Pung! It stopped? Since everyone had assumed that the Void Serpent's attack would extinguish the flames, they were shocked by the true outcome of the clash. The gigantic, scaly tail had actually stopped before the humanoid torch, unable to proceed any further. The stone beneath the raging fire cracked, only stopping over 20 yards away. After the flames subsided, they revealed a 6-meter giant. The giant wore a full set of flaming crimson armor. The flames heat, boiling the water in the air and turning the ground beneath it into lava. In addition, the giant wielded a flaming one-handed axe and a flaming shield. As the giant's aura washed over the team, they felt an intense pressure bear down on them. But it wasn't just a result of a difference in attributes, it was a result of a difference in life ratings. Before anyone could react, the flaming armored giant sent a chop at the Void Serpent's tail. As the axe swung through the air, a sea of fire enveloped everything in a 30-yard cone before the giant. The burning weapon left a deep, scorched wound in the Void Serpent's tail as the mythic monster cried out in agony. A damage exceeding 80,000 also appeared above the Void Serpent's head, the attack's power astonishing the surrounding players. The injury enraged the Void Serpent, spreading its maw. The boss shot a spear of foul black gas, and the spear flew so fast that not even the Tier 2 experts could keep up with the attack. Fortunately, the flaming giant reacted quickly, raising its flaming shield in time to stop the attack. The impact forced the giant to stumble 4 steps back, a damage of over 100,000 appearing above its head. The Void Serpent's destructive power had clearly improved. However, to everyone's surprise, the giant's HP bar had barely decreased despite so much damage. Upon closer inspection, they would have seen that the flaming giant had maximum HP of 12 million. With so much HP, over 100,000 damage was practically negligible. So, this is the power of the War God of Fire? Once he had steadied, Cola couldn't help but take a look at himself. He could feel that his physical control had reached unprecedented levels. In addition, his basic attributes were even higher than when he activated a berserk skill, especially his HP. Although he was still no match for actual monsters, he was leaps and bounds superior to other players and NPCs. Healers, focus on Cola. Everyone else, focus on the boss, Shi Feng shouted. Even he was slightly surprised to see Cola single-handedly tank the Void Serpent. He hadn't dreamed that the War God of Fire transformation would be so powerful. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's command shook everyone from their daze. Cola? That flaming giant is Cola? The revelation shocked Longsoul. So, this is the trump card Black Flame had prepared? Unyielding Heart was similarly astounded. At the same time, he envied Zero Wing a little. With such a powerful MT, Zero Wing would have no problems raiding level 60, 100-man team dungeons in the future. The guild would also collect level 60 top-tier weapons and equipment far faster than the various superpowers, securing a massive advantage. Meanwhile, Cola rendered the Void Serpent powerless thanks to his recent transformation. Although it launched a series of frenzied attacks, Cola stopped everyone effortlessly. Moreover, since the mythic boss had entered its complete form, it had lost the effects of its passive skill, Void Body, and its battle recovery. From now on, all damage the boss received would be permanent. However, the Berserk Void Serpent wasn't an easy foe. From time to time, it launched AoE breath attacks, and players still had to cope with the Void Blades. The team steadily lost players. Once the situation had stabilized, Shi Feng focused on his offense. After Phantom Kill's cooldown ended, he summoned his doppelganger and used Dragon Soul, transforming his doppelganger into a black dragon. Although the doppelganger would lose its weapons and equipment after transforming, the black dragon's life rating and strength surpassed Cola's by a large margin. Most importantly, the black dragon was a level 69 monster. Each time the black dragon attacked, it devoured a large chunk of the Void Serpent's HP. 24%, 20%, 16%, 16%. When less than 300 players remained alive on the team, the Void Serpent's HP had fallen below 1,000. Seeing this, Shi Feng activated Icarus's heart, which he had reclaimed from Aqua Rose earlier. Using Instant Strike to appear before the Void Serpent, he brandished the Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray. Purgatory, Pentaslash, Shadow Blade. One powerful skill after another struck the Void Serpent, devouring the final strand of HP the world boss possessed. With a frustrated cry, the Void Serpent's colossal body collapsed to the ground. 1905, World-Class Lu, Chapter 1905, World-Class Loot. Watching the Void Serpent collapse to the ground, the players in the cavern breathed a deep sigh of relief. They had finally defeated the world boss. We did it. I nearly thought we were goners. Although all of these players were Tier 2 experts, some slid to the ground, powerless, after the battle had ended. The team had less than 300 survivors, and everyone was exhausted beyond belief. Their weapons and equipment's durability had been severely depleted, and had the battle gone on for any longer, they would have been at risk of losing the items during the fight. Moreover, the healers were nearly out of mana. They wouldn't have lasted more than a few minutes. Many players instantly rose from level 57 to 58 as the world boss had died thanks to the abundant EXP the Void Serpent had awarded. The boss's death had granted so much EXP that even a level 69 player like Shi Feng watched his experience bar gain a sizable chunk. However, the survivor's attention was locked on the Void Serpent's loot, rather than the awarded EXP. After the Void Serpent had died, it had dropped a small mountain of items, including items, materials, and 4 dazzling treasure chests. The cavern's mana passively gathered around the small mountain of items, making it obvious that the loot was quite extraordinary. Seeing this scene, the staring players couldn't help but gulp. So, this is a world boss's loot? Longsoul, who had managed to survive raid, was dumbfounded when he saw the large mound of items. There were easily over 100 items, maybe even more than 300. Based on what he could see, more than 10 items radiated the signature glow effect of dark gold equipment. Even more items gave off the light of fine gold weapons and equipment. The Void Serpent was a level 60 world boss, so the weapons and equipment it dropped were likely all level 60 items. In the worst case scenario, some items might be level 55. These were the best weapons and equipment available in the game right now. Furthermore, the pile contained several gold-glowing treasure chests. Just looking at all them caused Longsoul's heartbeat to accelerate. Naturally, Unyielding Heart was similarly excited and envious upon seeing the small mountain. He hadn't expected the Void Serpent to drop so many items. Its loot could likely boost a 100-man team's combat power by a significant margin. Of course, the Zero Wing members present stared at the loot with brightly glowing eyes. Since they had participated in the raid, they'd have priority when purchasing the items. If they purchased the items now, they wouldn't have to spend as many GCPs than if they waited until the items showed up in the guild warehouse. This loot really is frightening. Even Shi Feng was a little surprised to see so many items. Normally, a world boss only dropped a little more than 100 items, but it was obvious that the mound contained far more than that. Moreover, the Void Serpent had dropped extremely rare treasure chests. Following which, Shi Feng began to organize the boss's loot, and the surviving healers turned to resurrect the dead, reducing the slain players' death penalties. Shi Feng had only finished with the loot after the healers had returned all of the players to life. The Void Serpent had dropped a total of 413 items. Among them, 267 were rare and precious materials. None of the rare materials were available on the market, and 17 were even inferior legendary rank. Take the Void Serpent's scales, for example. Void scales were natural armor kits and far more powerful than advanced mana armor kits. When equipped, not only would one of these scales reduce incoming damage by 10%, but it would also improve physique by 5% and basic attributes by 8%. Unfortunately, players were only able to equip one void scale. Even so, just one offered a massive boost. The void scales were especially potent on an MT's equipment. A total of 11 void scales had dropped. There were also 4 void fangs among the inferior legendary materials. The void fang could be used to strengthen weapons. When used, they would grant the weapon the void rend effect, increasing damage by 10% and ignoring one tier of defense. The last 2 inferior legendary materials were bottles of void blood, each containing 100 drops. Not only was void blood a key component in activating the Otherworld Gate, but it was also the main material to brew void wine. When consumed, void wine would permanently increase all attributes by 20 points and physique by 5%. Each bottle of void wine had sold for at least 600 gold during Shi Feng's previous life, but even at that price, the various large guilds had fought to claim them. The void wine recipe was also among the 146 items the Void Serpent had dropped, although only master chefs could brew it. Of the 46 items, 35 were level 55 to 60 fine gold weapons and equipment, including the Mana Heart set, a level 60 fine gold set equipment for elementalists, and the Earthen Protector set, a level 60 fine gold set equipment for shield warriors. Unfortunately, both sets were incomplete. Only 4 set pieces of each had dropped. The rest of the fine gold items were individual pieces. As for Dark Gold rank, 16 level 55 to 60 weapons and equipment had dropped, including the Magic Storm set, a level 60 Dark Gold set equipment for magical classes. However, only 5 pieces had dropped. To complete the set, Shi Feng would need to acquire 3 more pieces. The rest of the Dark Gold items were all individual pieces, the most valuable of which was the Magic Serpent Buckler. Although these fine gold and dark gold weapons and equipment were considered top tier at this stage of the game, they were subpar at best compared to the remaining weapons and equipment the Void Serpent had dropped. Of the remaining weapons and equipment, 3 pieces were epic rank and 1 was fragmented legendary rank. All of the fine gold and dark gold items combined weren't worth the total value of these 4. The 3 epic items that had dropped were the Void Robe, Void Gloves, and Sacred Word Staff. The Void Robe and Void Gloves were part of the Void Magic set, a bona fide epic set equipment. The 2-piece set effect alone increased the wearer's maximum mana and physique by 20%. The Void Magic set was definitely the best set equipment for magical classes at this stage of the game. After all, a magical class player's mana was the equivalent of a second life. As for the Sacred Word Staff, it was a top-tier staff that allowed players to cast their 1-second spells instantly. It also increased spell completion rate by 4%. However, these 3 epic items were nothing compared to the fragmented legendary item. Even this dropped? Shi Feng was ecstatic when he saw the ring of 2 carved snakes, 1 black and 1 white. Almost everyone in God's Domain had heard of this ring in the past. The Fate Ring, 1906. Fate Ring, Chapter 1906, Fate Ring Guild Leader, what is that ring? Aqua Rose, who stood nearby, asked in surprise when she saw the Fate Ring in Shi Feng's hand. She could feel the mana density around her increase drastically. After Shi Feng had stored the dropped items in his bag, the surrounding mana density had returned to normal, but the moment he had retrieved the Fate Ring, the mana density in a 20-yard radius around Shi Feng had skyrocketed. In God's Domain, items that passively attracted mana were incredibly rare. Even so, she had seen quite a few. However, this was the first time she had seen an item that could increase its ambient mana density so intensely despite being inactive. Looking at it now, it seemed as if the Fate Ring was the main cause for the intense mana around the Mountain of Loot. The Fate Ring, Shi Feng said. It can help players develop until they reach the apex of God's Domain. Help players develop to the apex? Aqua Rose was utterly confused. A top-tier weapon or equipment piece could significantly increase a player's combat power, and it would be a great help to the player's development, but even a fragmented legendary item's assistance would be limited. Yet, Shi Feng claimed that the ring in his hand was capable of helping players reach the game's apex. No matter how she looked at it, he had to be joking. She had been Twilight Echoes, a first-rate guild honorary elder. Hence, she knew exactly how difficult it was for a player to reach the virtual gaming world's apex. It wasn't something someone could do by relying on 1 or 2 pieces of equipment. Furthermore, unlike other virtual reality games, the competition in God's Domain was particularly intense. However, Shi Feng simply smiled at Aqua Rose's confusion. He did not bother to explain further. On its own, the Fate Ring didn't have any particular powerful effects. In fact, one might even consider it a weak item. Aside from providing some basic attributes, the ring only had 1 skill. Moreover, the ring's basic attribute bonuses were standard for an ordinary epic item. Even if players acquired the Fate Ring, they might be embarrassed to call it a fragmented legendary item. However, when a first-rate guild had purchased the Fate Ring at an auction during Shi Feng's previous life, its guild leader had changed his fate after equipping the ring, eventually becoming one of God's Domain's top powerhouses. Even after 10 years, that guild leader had still been a godly existence. The achievement had invoked the other large guild's jealousy, and the superpower that had sold the ring had been racked with regret. This skill was incomparably powerful. When activated, it granted players an opportunity. However, the impact of the opportunity varied. A small opportunity would most likely lead players to a piece of mysterious iron equipment that was suited to them, while a larger opportunity could lead players to a fragmented legendary item. The skill had one downside though. Using Fate Guidance had a massive cost. Each time a player wanted to use Fate Guidance, they had to expend 1 unit of 7 Luminaries Crystal. Only after paying this price would the skill guide players to their opportunity. 7 Luminaries Crystals were an important resource, necessary to construct one's mind space. The various large guilds treated them as peerless treasures. Nobody would sell a unit of 7 Luminaries Crystal unless they had no other choice. Although the superpower that had acquired the Fate Ring had tested the ring's ability out of curiosity, it had quickly discovered that Fate Guidance was a fraudulent scam. Moreover, the scam knew no bounds. Of the 100 attempts the superpower had made, more than 90 had yielded mysterious iron weapons, equipment, and tools. The remaining attempts had led the superpower to secret silver items, and only one had led to a fine gold item. To the various large guilds, 1 unit of 7 Luminaries Crystal was worth more than the latest top-tier dark gold weapon or equipment piece. Gathering dark gold items was, after all, several times easier than collecting 7 Luminaries Crystals. No one would trade 100 units of 7 Luminaries Crystals for a pile of junk, so the Fate Ring had switched owners multiple times until it had been claimed by the lucky first-rate guild. That lucky guild hadn't invested a lot of 7 Luminaries Crystals before it had struck gold. Overall, the guild had only spent several dozen units before securing a large opportunity, which had yielded a fragmented legendary item. If given the opportunity, any power would be more than willing to trade several dozen units of 7 Luminaries Crystals for a fragmented legendary item. As a result, the lucky first-rate guild had proceeded to invest a lot of 7 Luminaries Crystals, but the guild had quickly discovered that the Fate Ring wasn't as kind as they had assumed. After investing several hundred units of 7 Luminaries Crystals and getting nothing good in return, the guild had slowed its investment. Even so, the guild had occasionally tried its luck. It had only discovered the Fate Ring's secret after hitting a second jackpot and acquiring a Master Magic Array design. The Fate Ring only guaranteed one major opportunity once every 1,000 uses. However, spending 1,000 units of 7 Luminaries Crystals in exchange for one major opportunity was simply too costly. Meanwhile, God's Domain had more than one Fate Ring. When this lucky first-rate guild had acquired its second Fate Ring, the ring's value had truly shined. After merging 2 Fate Rings, Fate Guidance granted a major opportunity once every 500 uses. Unfortunately, claiming the opportunities would become far more difficult, but it was still possible for ordinary expert players. Furthermore, players could acquire a top-tier item by simply spending 500 units of 7 Luminaries Crystals, which was certainly a worthwhile price. Due to this change, the lucky first-rate guild's guild leader had gradually collected top-tier weapons, equipment, and tools for himself, increasing his strength and eventually becoming one of God's Domain's apex players. Of course, the heaven-defying items acquired via Fate Guidance were only suitable to help one player reach the apex, since each opportunity only yielded items suitable for the player that activated the skill. If other players used the items, their performance would suffer. Other players couldn't even use certain items, such as those that granted skills in combat techniques. In other words, the lucky first-rate guild had spent a frightening amount of 7 Luminaries Crystals to nurture a single apex powerhouse. However, Shi Feng had no intentions of replicating that guild's actions. While nurturing a single apex expert might be worthwhile to guilds that didn't have any, the same couldn't be said for Zero Wing. In fact, doing so would be a waste of time and resources. Zero Wing had far more experts than any first-rate guild, and those experts' potential was far superior to those in first-rate guilds. It was only a matter of time before the guild had multiple apex powerhouses. Hence, instead of wasting tons of 7 Luminaries Crystals on nurturing an ordinary expert, it would be much wiser and more efficient to use the Fate Ring to help an expert, who was only a step away from the apex, cross the final hurdle. It seems I'll have to find an opportunity to secure some 7 Luminaries Crystals, Shi Feng inwardly decided. Zero Wing already had a lot of guild members capable of contending with peak experts, but it had very few members that could rival apex experts. Although Shadow Sword, Turtle Dove, Flying Shadow, and a handful of other members of Zero Wing's main force were capable of contending with Superpower's peak experts by relying on their equipment advantage, as players progressed, this advantage would shrink. If Shadow Sword and the others didn't improve their combat standards, it would only be a matter of time before others surpassed them. However, if they used Fate Guidance, they could quickly gain the combat power they needed to rival apex experts. As Shi Feng finished examining the loot, he sold 16 pieces of equipment for MTs and DPS classes, including the level 60 Dark Gold Shield, Magic Serpent Buckler. He did not, however, decide to sell the Earthen Protector set. The situation surprised Unyielding Heart. He had expected Shi Feng to refuse to sell both the Magic Serpent Buckler and the Earthen Protector set. The fact that Shi Feng had allowed him to purchase the buckler, which was even more valuable than the set equipment, was shocking. However, what Unyielding Heart did not know was that Zero Wing did not need powerful shields. Even the weakest shield Zero Wing's 3-core MTs used was an epic shield. A level 60 dark gold shield was nothing in comparison. The Earthen Protector set, though, was different. Ye Wumian still wore the level 50 magic light set, which was weaker than the Earthen Protector set. Hence, this was a perfect opportunity for Ye Wumian to upgrade his equipment. Aside from weapons and equipment, Shi Feng had decided to sell a few void scales to Unyielding Heart. Upon seeing the void scale's attributes, Long Soul's eyes went bloodshot. If given to an MT, the void scale would elevate the player's standards to a whole new level. In the past, void scales had sold for around 5,000 to 7,000 gold on the market, so Shi Feng sold them to Unyielding Heart for 10,000 gold each. With so much money, one could afford a low-quality piece of epic equipment. Although Unyielding Heart could not help but wince at the price, he still agreed to buy 3 void scales. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's transaction with Unyielding Heart had instantly earned him 42,000 gold. With this much money, he could rent a few more hotels and restaurants in the Sea of Trees. After Shi Feng had finished his business with the Vice Guild leader, he led the team out of the cavern. Since the cavern was isolated from the outside world, players couldn't use return scrolls while inside. Even an instantaneous movement magic scroll would only teleport players to the edge of the cavern. It would not teleport them out of it. When Illusory Words and her guild members, who had waited in the first cavern, saw Shi Feng and the others emerge, they were astonished. How did so many people get out of there? 1907 Otherworld Gate activated. Chapter 1907. Otherworld Gate activated. Crimson Emperor survivors were stunned as Shi Feng and his team emerged from behind the waterfall. They had personally experienced the Void Serpent's strength, and when they had left the cavern, the situation had seemed dismal. Countless void creatures had filled the cavern. Even though they had started to carve a path out of the cavern before the situation had taken a turn for the worse, they had lost quite a few people on their way out. The void creatures had only given up the chase once they had left the cavern. However, no matter how they considered the situation, Shi Feng's group had far more people alive than when they had left. Moreover, some of Crimson Emperor's experts were among the group. Could they have slain the Void Serpent? An unrealistic thought suddenly popped into Illusory Words' mind. Although she couldn't believe that they had completed the raid, the scene before her removed any doubt. There was no other explanation. A moment later, Illusory Words began to receive messages from the Crimson Emperor members that had just left the waterfall's pool. Since the world behind the waterfall was isolated from the rest of God's domain, they hadn't been able to send messages to their guildmates after they had been revived. Hence, they had contacted Illusory Words the moment they had emerged, reporting the Void Serpent raid's outcome. Meanwhile, aside from the fact that Zero Wing had slain the Void Serpent, the reports mentioned the Void Serpent's loot and the fact that Zero Wing had sold quite a few items to Unyielding Soul. So, is that why Unyielding Heart was so adamant about fighting to the end? Illusory Words could not help her bitter smile as she read her subordinates' messages. Although she did not know which items Unyielding Soul had purchased from Zero Wing, the Void Serpent was a world boss. How could any of the items be poor quality? Zero Wing might not have sold the best weapons and equipment to Unyielding Soul, but even the second-rate items would be a massive harvest for the guild. At the very least, Unyielding Soul could fortify its main force's combat power. Vice Guild Leader, why don't we try to purchase some of the Void Serpent's loot from Zero Wing at a high price? We have, more or less, participated in the raid, and we suffered quite a few losses. Zero Wing will likely agree if we ask, Dawnmaster suggested softly. With how powerful the Void Serpent was, its loot would definitely be extraordinary. It might have even dropped a level 60 top-tier weapons and equipment. Any of those items would be far stronger than the weapons and equipment their guild's experts currently wore. If they could acquire some for their guild's main force, they would have a much easier time raiding the various level 60, 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons in the future. Forget it. Asking will likely be useless. After all, we didn't propose such a condition like Unyielding Heart, Illusory Words said, shaking her head. Sighing, she gave Unyielding Heart an envious look. Unyielding Heart made the right bet this time. Although she slightly regretted her earlier decision, this trip hadn't been fruitless. At the very least, she now knew that Zero Wing was not as simple as everyone assumed. Following which, Illusory Words approached Shi Feng and congratulated him and Zero Wing on their success against the world boss. After some brief pleasantries, Illusory Words shifted the conversation toward the drunken tiger meat and frozen bone soup. Guild Leader Black Flame, may I know if you still have any drunken tiger meat and frozen bone soup left? If you do, Crimson Emperor is willing to purchase 1,000 of each dish at 5 gold per serving, Illusory Words offered. While she had given up on acquiring any of the Void Serpent's loot, the master dishes Shi Feng had revealed earlier were a different story. She hadn't seen master dishes like those since she had joined God's domain. Although they were not as effective as master potions, they could stack with potions. In addition, the 2 master dishes could be used to raid world bosses. This tremendously increased their usefulness. Moreover, they would make dungeon raids slightly easier. As Illusory Words finished speaking, Unyielding Heart, who still celebrated his portion of the Void Serpent's loot, snapped out of his daze and realized that he had forgotten about the 2 master dishes. Guild Leader Black Flame, if you still have any of those master dishes remaining, Unyielding Soul will also purchase 1,000 of each dish at 5 gold per serving, Unyielding Heart hurriedly said. Hearing the 2 Vice Guild leaders' interest in purchasing the master dishes, Shi Feng inwardly celebrated. Both the drunken tiger meat and the frozen bone soup cost a little over 1 gold to make. Moreover, both had a 100% production success rate. Selling the dishes to the 2 super first-rate guilds would earn plenty of profits. I don't have any more of the master dishes on me, but if you 2 want them, I can get some for you. However, it'll take some time for me to gather the requested amounts. May I know if you 2 are willing to wait? Shi Feng asked. The 2 dishes required a lot of time to make, and each guild wanted 1,000 servings of both. The order would take a few days to fulfill. That won't be a problem. I can wait as long as I can purchase them. Crimson Emperor will also pay a 5,000 gold deposit, Illusory Words said, settling the deal once she realized that it was possible. The 2 master dishes wouldn't become obsolete with time. They would work wonderfully at any point. She had worried that Shi Feng would reject her offer, but now that he had agreed, she decided to form a contract, binding the agreement as a precaution. With this, she had reaped an additional benefit from her trip here. Meanwhile, Unyielding Heart chose to do the same, binding the agreement with Shi Feng and paying a 5,000 gold deposit. Naturally, Shi Feng was more than willing to play along with the 2 Vice Guild leaders. After signing the contracts, an additional 10,000 filled Shi Feng's pockets. With this, he had made a total of 52,000 gold from this single boss raid. If the various first-rate guilds knew about this, their envy would drive them mad. After all, current first-rate guilds were fortunate if they even had 30,000 gold in liquid funds. Following which, Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor's members used return scrolls and returned to the Dark Knight Empire. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had Zero Wings members return to Zero Wing City to rest. As for Shi Feng, he used the 7 Luminaries ring to teleport to the Million Forest, which happened to be the Emerald Dryad's territory. The Million Forest was a dangerous location to almost all players due to the area's large dryad population. If a player encountered a single dryad, it would immediately call for reinforcements, and a large number of the creatures would quickly gather. Moreover, this cycle would continue. Once a certain number of dryads had gathered, it would attract the Emerald Dryad's attention. Hence, very few players were willing to adventure in the Million Forest. Shi Feng, however, had teleported directly to the heart of the Million Forest. Great Lord-ranked dryads wandered all over the area. If Shi Feng hadn't been level 69 and used an isolation scroll before he had teleported, the level 55+ monsters would have discovered him. This should be the place. It didn't take Shi Feng long to discover a grass-covered, dilapidated magic array within the forest. The array seemed blurry, and if not for the massive stone pillars around it, he would have had a hard time finding the magic array. This was the teleportation array that led to the Otherworld Gate. To revitalize the teleportation array, one needed a full bottle of void blood. Immediately, Shi Feng walked to the center of the teleportation array and retrieved a bottle of void blood from his bag. After removing the cap, he emptied the bottle's contents onto the magic array's center. As void blood flowed into the magic array, it seemed to revive, rapidly gathering the ambient mana. The magic array seemed to absorb mana from farther away as time passed, and eventually, it drew mana from throughout the Million Forest, making the area's dryads tremble with fear. After 3 minutes, a towering pillar of crimson light shot forth from the center of the Million Forest, visible from the surrounding maps. The players grinding in the nearby maps couldn't help but turn to look at the light pillar, overwhelmed by their curiosity as they started to move towards it. Shortly after these players began to travel towards the light pillar, a series of system notifications rang in every player's ears in Starmoon Kingdom. 1908, Changes to the Witch's Hill, Chapter 1908, Changes to the Witch's Hill Starmoon Kingdom Region System Announcement. A player has triggered the new expansion pack, Otherworld. The expansion pack will take effect in the Witch's Hill in 6 hours. Starmoon Kingdom Region System Announcement. An Otherworld Gate has been activated. A large amount of Otherworld energy has flowed into the Witch's Hill, driving the area's mana into chaos. Please take care when roaming through the Witch's Hill. The sudden system announcement had caught Starmoon Kingdom's players off guard. However, after a few dazed seconds, every player in the kingdom went into an uproar. What's going on? Another new expansion pack? This new expansion pack is amazing. Doesn't this mean that we can head to an Otherworld to level up? According to rumors, it seems that Otherworlds have more abundant resources than the continent of God's domain. I've heard that too. Not only are Otherworlds rich in resources, but leveling there is also much faster. We'll be able to travel to an Otherworld from the Witch's Hill in 6 hours? In that case, I'm heading there immediately. The large guilds have already monopolized every high-resource map. Independent players like us can't even earn enough money to afford the latest equipment. The moment they heard the system announcement, independent players and adventurer teams began to swarm towards the Witch's Hill. As the number of resource maps in Starmoon Kingdom dwindled as players reached higher levels, there were fewer opportunities for independent players to earn money. Now that a completely new map, one not owned by any guild, had appeared, this was a golden opportunity for independent players. As players reached higher levels, money would become an increasingly larger problem. Although players continued to earn more money each day, they had higher expenditures. Take weapons and equipment, for example. After level 50, the drop rate for top-tier weapons and equipment had decreased drastically. Even ordinary weapons and equipment drop rates had been affected. This caused the prices for level 50-plus weapons and equipment to skyrocket. This was also the case for repair fees. Moreover, as high-level resource maps were so far from NPC cities, teleportation fees had increased. High-level resource maps also had harsh environments, so players had to prepare appropriate weapons, equipment, tools, and potions if they wanted to grind effectively in these areas. And everything cost money. As God's Domain continued to develop as a game, it provided a wider variety of services for players to enjoy as well. After a hard day of work, many players sought food, beverages, and all sorts of entertainment. There were also the fees to learn skills and spells, and applying for a promotion quest was expensive. Now that a new opportunity to make money had arisen, how could anyone miss it? Naturally, Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds had called their upper echelons for a meeting the moment they had learned of the Otherworld Gate. A path to an Otherworld? This is a perfect chance for our guild. I've heard that the players and guilds in the Black Dragon Empire have made a fortune due to the path to the Ice Crystal World. We have to monopolize this Otherworld's resources before the other guilds. But the Witch's Hill is Zero Wing's territory. If we try to set up in the Otherworld, I'm afraid that what's there to be afraid of? Now that Starmoon Kingdom has its own Otherworld, the kingdom's guilds are going to swarm to it. Can Zero Wing hope to stop so many guilds? Although, you have reminded me of something. Start raising funds right now and figure out a way to build a town in the Witch's Hill. After the various large guilds had found out about the Otherworld Gate, they dispatched exploration teams to test the waters. They also gathered resources to construct their own towns in the Witch's Hill. Even a fool could tell that a large number of players would flood the map now that an Otherworld Gate had appeared, and all of those players were potential income sources. If they could construct a guild town in the Witch's Hill, they could definitely make a ton of money. Less than 10 minutes after the system announcement, Aqua Rose, who currently rested in Zero Wing City, was astonished as she received Zero Wing's latest statistics report. In 10 short minutes, Zero Wing City's player population had risen by more than 100,000, earning the city several hundred gold in entrance fees. Moreover, Aqua Rose had received hundreds of requests to rent Zero Wing City's shops. Before today, the various trading firms and merchant players had hesitated about leasing shops in Zero Wing City due to the high rent. Very few had actually agreed to do so thus far. Without certain guarantees, earning back the cost would be almost impossible, yet several hundred people had just petitioned to lease the buildings, and this wasn't the most surprising part. Several dozen reworld corporations and companies had contacted the guild to purchase virtual storefronts in Zero Wing City. Moreover, these companies and corporations had offered astronomical sums of money, even enough to tempt Aqua Rose. Despite the fact that Zero Wing was now a very large guild, it severely lacked credits. Normally, the guild only earned credits by selling weapons and equipment or completing difficult commissions. It usually avoided exchanging coins and materials for credits since it was such an unwise move. Hence, Zero Wing's ability to earn credits was so weak that it couldn't even rival second-rate guilds. The lack of credits ultimately hampered Zero Wing's development. If the guild could secure a massive source of credits, it could nurture more internal members and fortify its foundation. Following which, Aqua Rose reported the matter to Shi Feng, letting him decide how they should proceed. There are so many offers? Shi Feng could not help his grin when he saw the list of interested buyers and their respective offers. Tell them that Zero Wing City's virtual storefronts are only available for rent, not for sale. We will hold an auction for these storefronts in Zero Wing City's Candlelight Trading Firm in 2 days. The situation didn't particularly surprise him. The moment the Otherworld Gate appeared, Witch's Hill had become Star Moon Kingdom's focus. A frightening number of players would surge to the city, and it wouldn't be surprising if Zero Wing City's player population shot past the 10 million threshold. Previously, the Witch's Hill had been considered a backwater area. Although the various corporations and companies had been impressed that Zero Wing City had several million residential players, how long could the city possibly maintain its prosperity? However, the Otherworld Gate changed things. Even after players reached higher levels, they could continue to level in the Otherworld connected to the Witch's Hill's Otherworld Gate. They would not have to move their base of operations after hitting level 60 or 70. Even players past level 100 could level up in the Otherworld. Unfortunately, the Otherworld wouldn't be as vast as the God's Domain continent. To put it simply, so long as the Otherworld Gate existed, the Witch's Hill would remain popular. Hence, one could easily imagine Zero Wing City's allure toward these corporations and companies. We're not selling? Aqua Rose could not help her growing concern as she said, I'm afraid they won't agree to such a condition. There are too many uncertainties involved in leasing a virtual storefront. They'll only be able to operate their businesses comfortably if they own the property. Moreover, the various large guilds will definitely try to establish guild towns in the Witch's Hill now that it has an otherworld gate. If we don't take advantage of this opportunity now, we'll be in an awkward position later. Relax. You'll see the results in 2 days, Shi Feng said, chuckling. He did not bother to explain further. What Aqua Rose said was indeed true. The appearance of the otherworld gate would lure a lot of large guilds to establish guild towns in the Witch's Hill, and the competition in the map would become intense. However, the various large guilds didn't know how difficult it was for a guild town to survive long in the Witch's Hill. Realizing that Shi Feng had made up his mind, Aqua Rose relayed his message to the corporations and companies that had contacted the guild. 1909 Witch's Sin, Chapter 1909 Witch's Sin only for rent? How fraudulent. Does Zero Wing think that it's the only guild that will have a town in the Witch's Hill? Since Zero Wing doesn't plan to sell, forget it. We'll just wait a few more days. The kingdom's other large guilds will set up their own guild towns in the map, and we'll just purchase storefronts there. Zero Wing will regret its decision. When the various corporations and companies received Aqua Rose's reply, some laughed, while others raged. As for the auction Aqua Rose had mentioned, they pushed the matter to the back of their minds. Only a fool would participate. The situation frustrated Aqua Rose a little. They had just lost a golden opportunity to fund Zero Wing's internal training program. Fortunately, this wasn't the end of the world for Zero Wing. With Zero Wing's current potential, luring investors to the guild would be a piece of cake. With the current state of God's domain, various corporations and companies were even fighting to invest in second-rate guilds, not to mention Zero Wing. After Aqua Rose set the matter aside, she focused on recruiting new members for the guild. After transferring a large number of guild members from White River City and Zero Wing City to the Secret Stone Fortress, both cities had lost a lot of manpower. Thus, they needed to replenish their member count. Moreover, with the Otherworld Gate's activation, some well-known adventurer teams that had hesitated about joining Zero Wing had made up their minds. Although Zero Wing City was relatively far away from the Million Forest, Zero Wing City's teleport service could reach the forest. Furthermore, even if these adventurer teams didn't want to develop in Starmoon Kingdom, they could develop in the Ore Empire after joining the guild. Zero Wing's current resources were now beyond that of a first-rate guild after all. As fewer resource maps were available in the kingdom, living space for the various adventurer teams dwindled. If the various adventurer teams wanted to maintain an adequate development speed, they'd have to copy the top and large-scale adventurer teams. They would have to venture to remote and dangerous maps to level and acquire resources. However, this wasn't an easy task. Like the guilds, God's Domain's adventurer teams faced fierce competition. In fact, the intensity of the competition between adventurer teams was no less than the competition between guilds. Only, the scale was not as large. Hence, if the well-known adventurer teams, which had already reached a bottleneck in their development, wished to grow their strength, joining a powerful guild was a wise move. Because of this, as many as 30 adventurer teams had petitioned to join Zero Wing. The smaller teams only had several hundred members, while the larger ones had thousands. Every adventurer team had accumulated a certain amount of resources and quite a few experts, as well as bountiful experience fighting as a team and raiding team dungeons. If Zero Wing could annex these adventurer teams, it would save the guild a lot of effort when integrating their players in guild operations. Elsewhere, Shi Feng spent one magic crystal to activate the teleportation array leading to the Otherworld Gate. He was then teleported to a massive dark cavern. Within the cavern, he found a ruined town. A gigantic set of doors had been erected inside this ruined town. There was a small gap between the pitch-black stone doors, and a turbid mist seeped out and filled the cavern. As Shi Feng encountered the mist, he felt his 5 senses dull. He had been able to see up to 50 yards away, but now he could only see a dozen or so yards past his nose. Both his mind and his body felt lethargic. Sure enough, this primordial gas is as powerful as always. Shi Feng revealed a bitter smile after trying to move his body a little. It seems that this gas is still too much for Tier 2 players. The Witch's Hill's Otherworld had once been a part of the God's Domain continent, severed by the gods during ancient times. Humans had been weak then, one of the most ordinary races among the many that had lived on the continent. God's Domain had been chaotic then, its environment too harsh for humankind. However, after a catastrophic war between the gods, the continent of God's Domain had been divided into various sections, thoroughly changing the environment. It was no longer as chaotic or violent. As a result, the human race had gradually grown stronger. But even to this day, certain sections retained their harsh environments. Meanwhile, the turbid gas flowing out of the Otherworld Gate was none other than primordial gas. When Shi Feng had first entered the Otherworld Gate, he had already Tier 3, so the primordial gas hadn't significantly affected him. This time, however, he could feel the gas's negative effects. His combat power had just decreased by roughly 30%. The primordial gas affected more than just his reaction speed and senses. Even his physique had considerably weakened. Shi Feng now, more or less, understood why only Tier 2 and higher players were allowed through the Otherworld Gate. Only a small trace of primordial gas leaked out of the Otherworld Gate, yet its effect on a Tier 2 player like him was so powerful. If players entered the Otherworld, filled with primordial gas, its effect would be absolutely terrifying. Not only did the primordial gas suppress players, but it also created a perfect environment for monsters to thrive. The primordial gas drastically increased monsters' combat power, and once the Otherworld Gate opened fully, the gas would spread throughout the Witch's Hill. The area would become chaotic and violent, which was why only 4 guild towns had survived in Shi Feng's previous life, despite so many guilds establishing guild towns. The towns hadn't fallen because of the various first-rate guilds suppressing its weaker counterparts, but because the second- and third-rate guilds hadn't been able to fend off the monsters that had assaulted their towns at night. As Shi Feng prepared to enter the ruined town, a wizened, dignified voice reached his ears. "Young adventurer, are you the one who activated the teleportation array I had left behind?" When Shi Feng turned around to the origin of this voice, he discovered an old woman in black robes and carrying a wooden staff. This woman was none other than the Otherworld Gate's guardian. She was also a legendary existence in God's domain. The Jealous Witch. Shi Feng had only thought of the Jealous Witch as an incredibly powerful Tier 5 NPC during his previous life, but after learning about demigods, Shi Feng concluded that this NPC was one such being. She was only a step short of becoming a Tier 6 god, and was one of the strongest NPCs on the continent of God's domain right now. "Yes, esteemed Lady Witch." Shi Feng nodded. He did not dare to hide information from the Jealous Witch. She was known for being unpredictable. Sometimes she would help slaughter the dark forces, but other times she would casually massacre tens of thousands of innocent humans. Her behavior had frustrated God's domain's human population. The Jealous Witch maintained her unpredictable behavior towards players. There had been instances in the past when she had exterminated players she had encountered. When those players had died by her hand, their accounts had been so crippled that their only option of maintaining a career in God's domain had required a new account. After dozens of these incidents, players had learned to fear the Jealous Witch in the Witch's Hill and did their best to avoid her. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had visited this ruined town despite knowing that the Jealous Witch would be here to pick up an important epic quest. If he could complete the quest, he could obtain the rumored advanced field magic array, Void Field. Field magic arrays were insanely rare among magic arrays, and if not for the chance to obtain one, he wouldn't have risked meeting the Jealous Witch. "Excellent. Since you have opened this origin of sins, I'll give you a quest. Go and collect 200,000 magic crystals for me within 7 days. If you fail, you and all of Starmoon Kingdom will perish," the Jealous Witch announced. "All right, you can leave now. Remember, you only have 7 days. With a wave of the Jealous Witch's hand, a bright flash blinded Shi Feng. By the time Shi Feng's vision recovered, he noticed that he had returned to the Million Forest. "System, congratulations. You have accepted the inferior legendary quest, which is Sin. Quest content, collect 200,000 magic crystals in 7 days. Rewards unknown." 1910. Independent Mode. Chapter 1910. Independent Mode. Before Shi Feng realized what was going on, he was back in the Million Forest. However, when he heard the system notification, the corners of his mouth twitched. 200,000 magic crystals, an inferior legendary quest. Not only was the quest more difficult than he remembered, but it also required an absurd number of magic crystals. Whether it was guilds or individual players, their magic crystal expenditure was continuously increasing. Although there were more magic crystal sources as players progressed further into the game, the number they could save up decreased. The current Zero Wing, in particular, was starving for magic crystals. Although Silverwing Town's teleportation service had increased the town's coin income significantly, it devoured magic crystals with frightening speed. Right now, the income from Silverwing Town's battle arena barely sustained the teleportation device's consumption. Moreover, Shi Feng had to spend 20,000 magic crystals every 7 days to maintain the miniature world in the Ring of Gospel. Otherwise, the Ring of Gospel would crumble and disappear. In addition, Shi Feng himself would receive a backlash, and his physique would permanently weaken by 30%. At this point, Zero Wing only had a little over 20,000 magic crystals to spare. If God's Domain's players had already reached level 100, even a first-rate guild could afford a 200,000 magic crystal price, but at this stage of the game, not even the various superpowers could likely pay. 7 days, is it? Shi Feng fell deep into thought. While 7 days wasn't exactly a long time, it wasn't a very short one either. If he sold some hell tanks to Unyielding Heart, Phoenix Rain, and Illusory Words, he should be able to gather so many magic crystals in time. However, doing so would rob Zero Wing of its monopoly over the hell tanks. Moreover, nobody could guarantee that these hell tanks wouldn't fall into the hands of Zero Wing's enemies. Yet, if he did not sell them, he would have an extremely difficult time collecting 200,000 magic crystals in 7 days. It seems I'll have to take down Kama Island right now. No matter how Shi Feng thought about it, the only reliable method he could think of was acquiring Kama Island's manatite vein. The other options were too risky. Some options even had the potential of disrupting Zero Wing's future development. Although they had accidentally discovered a Sourcefire vein in the Flame Demon's Valley, its environment was too harsh for players to endure long-term. Aqua Rose and Melancholic Smile hadn't even finished the preparations to send people to the mine. Even if they could send people, they wouldn't be able to send many. After all, fire resistance equipment capable of allowing ordinary players to survive in the scorching environment was simply too rare. It was impossible to equip many players adequately. The manatite vein on Kama Island was much safer. Players could survive there so long as they had some darkness resistance. The problem could easily be dealt with via a darkness resistance potion. Furthermore, the area's low mana density wouldn't affect the mining player's performance. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng pulled the Abyss pendant from his bag and used Abyss Teleport. He planned to rent a few more hotels and restaurants in the Sea of Trees before setting off for Kama Island. Meanwhile, inside the Evil God's Branch Temple in Ancient Rock City, several dozen Great Lord-ranked evil beasts had been locked in a cave filled with bloodlust. They constantly fought, tearing each other apart, and the surviving evil beasts would devour any of their comrades that died. After fighting several minutes, only half of the several dozen Great Lords remained alive. One of the evil beasts, which had just finished cannibalizing another, began to transform, its muscles rapidly expanding. The evil energy it radiated grew denser, and after several seconds, the evil beast had become nearly 20% larger than the other monsters in the cave. This Bloodlust Crystal Dark Soul scent is quite impressive. It can actually increase the evolution success rate to Great Lord rank by 15%. After glancing at the evolving evil beast, Beast Emperor turned his attention to the crystal, which emitted its own bloodlust, in his hand with a soft smile. The partnership between the Evil God's Temple and Dark Soul had been far more effective than he had expected. He had thought that Dark Soul would be useful for acquiring materials and sacrificial players for Dust Edge at most. He hadn't expected the Alliance to acquire such a lively bloodlust crystal. As of late, his evil beast army had recovered plenty of its lost combat power. Although bloodlust crystals could only help evil beasts evolve to the Grand Lord rank, he now had far more Grand Lords under his command, and it would reduce the difficulty of nurturing mythic evil beasts. As long as he had enough mythic evil beasts, he could destroy Silverwing Town, even without Dark Soul and Blackwater's assistance. As Beast Emperor rejoiced over his newest Grand Lord ranked evil beast, a tall, robust berserker with a giant axe across his back entered the cave. This was none other than Windhunter. Boss, we've just received news from Starmoon Kingdom. For some reason, an otherworld gate has appeared in the Witch's Hill. The gate allows passage to an otherworld. Because of this development, a large number of players have swarmed to Zero Wing City. Some of the guilds in neighboring kingdoms and empires have also started to make their move, Windhunter reported with a grim expression. Not only will this incident earn Zero Wing a small fortune, but based on our reports, over 20 well-known adventurer teams have also shown signs of merging with the guild. Should we send Dark Soul to eliminate a few of these teams and teach the public about the consequences of relying on Zero Wing? Well-known adventurer teams are joining Zero Wing. Beast Emperor revealed a faint smile. There's no need to involve Dark Soul. I recall that Dust Edge has conducted another evil dragonification experiment, correct? Take him to Zero Wing City to test out his new toy on the adventurer teams. We'll use this opportunity to warn those teams and ensure that they understand who is strongest in this war. Understood. I'll ensure that these adventurer teams won't dare to set foot in Zero Wing City ever again, Windhunter said excitedly. He had seen the evil dragons Dust Edge produced. Although the creatures were incomplete, their combat power was astonishing. He didn't dare to imagine how powerful the complete evil dragons would be. As long as Dust Edge's experiment succeeded, the Evil God's Temple could expand its territory. Moreover, it would be able to do so boldly and without fear. Good. Get it done quickly. Don't let the kingdom's army capture you. Beast Emperor nodded. Boss, rest assured, by the time the kingdom's army arrives, the adventurer teams will be long dead. Windhunter said, licking his lips in anticipation. After Windhunter left, Beast Emperor proceeded to release a new batch of Great Lord-ranked evil beasts into the caver, starting another round of slaughter. Meanwhile, in Starmoon Kingdom's Zero Wing City, after spending 50,000 gold to rent another 15 hotels and restaurants in the Sea of Trees, Shi Feng used a guild transfer scroll and returned to the guild residence in Zero Wing City. When he arrived, Shi Feng left for the Candlelight Trading Firm to prepare for his trip to Kama Island. However, as he reached the street outside of the residence, he was stunned by what he saw. The previously desolate central district was now crowded with players, many of which were members of the various large guilds. At a glance, Shi Feng could spot over a dozen Tier 2 experts wandering the street. This prosperity could even rival an empire's imperial capital. As Shi Feng was about to enter the Candlelight Trading Firm, he heard the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations. Zero Wing City's player population has reached 8,000. Do you wish to activate independent mode and allow the War God's Temple to garrison the city? 1911 War God's Temple Garrisons. In Zero Wing City, Chapter 1911, War God's Temple Garrisons in Zero Wing City. The city's development sure is fast. Shi Feng could not help his elation when he heard the system notification. He had thought that Zero Wing City would need another 1 or 2 days to reach a player population of 8 million, even with the Otherworld Gate. But only a few afters. The gate's activation had been announced. Zero Wing City had hit the mark. In God's domain, any guild city with a player population of 8 million would activate the independent mode. When this so-called independent mode activated, the city's NPCs would be liberated, allowing other NPC forces to intervene in the city's affairs. The buildings these NPC forces set up in the guild city wouldn't be subjected to players' management, which meant that these NPC forces took responsibility for their establishment's security, stationing their own guards. Although players would lose management rights over a portion of their guild city after activating independent mode, it would increase the city's security and convenience. The War God's Temple, for example, was one of the strongest NPC forces on the continent of God's domain. It had a branch in every NPC city. Once a guild city had a player population of 8 million, the War God's Temple could no longer ignore it. Thus, the War God's Temple had decided to garrison in Zero Wing City. Shi Feng immediately agreed to activate independent mode, allowing the various NPC forces to enter Zero Wing City. After Shi Feng agreed, Zero Wing City's layout appeared before him. The system requested that he select an area for the War God's Temple. The selected area had to be within the city's central district, and there was a strict size requirement. Fortunately, the War God's Temple would foot the construction fees. Since the War God's Temple had decided to garrison in Zero Wing City, the guild also acquired 10 bronze-ranked War God emblems. Players couldn't use the emblems as they were meant for NPC soldiers, and they increased the NPC's attributes and physique by 30% when worn. After Shi Feng dealt with the War God's Temple, a towering building suddenly manifested in Zero Wing City's central district, attracting the attention of nearby players. Isn't that the War God's Temple? What's going on? The War God's Temple has garrisoned in Zero Wing City? Amazing. Zero Wing has actually lured in the War God's Temple? This is wonderful. I won't have to head to NPC cities to turn in the temple's quests anymore. Everyone was greatly shocked when they saw the towering War God's Temple. Almost every player in the game knew about the War God's Temple. Normally, players would visit the temple when they planned to pick up a quest. One reason for this was the items the War God's Temple offered for purchase. Raising their status with the temple was another reason. Now that the War God's Temple occupied Zero Wing City, it would save players plenty of trouble when trying to pick up or turn in quests related to the temple. Commander, look. That's the War God's Temple. Zero Wing really is amazing. With this, Zero Wing City's position in the Star Moon Kingdom has become even more stable. In addition, Zero Wing City is incredibly popular in the kingdom. With such potential and power, we'll grow a lot stronger if our unbounded adventurer team joins Zero Wing, a male swordsman in silver armor exclaimed to the scholarly middle-aged man beside him. Zero Wing's development is indeed frightening. Despite starting without any support or background, it has become Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild in such a short time. Now, it has even developed Zero Wing City to such a degree. It's no wonder why the various superpowers have started to pay attention to the guild, the middle-aged man said, gazing at the War God's Temple in admiration. As these two men conversed, several experts couldn't help but glance at them as they passed. These two men were simply too eye-catching. One of them was a level 56, Tier 2 swordsman, while the other was a level 57, Tier 2 berserker. They would definitely be considered peak experts in first-rate guilds. However, to everyone's surprise, neither player wore a guild emblem. This meant that there was a high chance that these two were independent players. It was extremely difficult for independent players to grow so powerful at this stage of the game, and the amount of effort they must have put in was far more than the various large guilds' Tier 2 experts. Commander, do you think Zero Wing will refuse our request this time? The swordsman asked worriedly. I'm not sure, the scholarly middle-aged man said, shaking his head. But Unbounded is still a well-known adventurer team in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Not only do we have nearly 1,000 members, but we also have several plots of land in the kingdom's important cities. I don't think Zero Wing will refuse our request. Before he had arrived in Zero Wing City, he had been fully confident in his adventurer team's chances of joining the guild. But once he had arrived in the city, he had realized that he had severely underestimated Zero Wing. However, after arriving in Zero Wing City, he realized that he had been severely underestimating the current Zero Wing. At this point, Zero Wing City was even more prosperous than the Purple Thorns Kingdom's capital. Moreover, as he gazed down the crowded street, most of the players he saw were experts. Tier 2 players were also a common sight. With how prosperous Zero Wing City was right now, the guild would have no trouble recruiting expert players. He had also heard that, aside from Unbounded, many well-known adventurer teams had petitioned to join Zero Wing. Based on his understanding of Zero Wing, the guild walked the path of the elite. Hence, Zero Wing's recruitment standards would be quite strict. Although Zero Wing was fully capable of recruiting a large number of players and strengthening the guild to a frightening degree, Zero Wing had refused to do so. Instead, it had invested more resources in a small number of elite and expert players. That decision had ensured that Zero Wing's elite and expert players were far higher quality than those in first-rate guilds. Even some of the ordinary superpowers were no match for Zero Wing in this regard. Meanwhile, with so many known adventurer teams applying to join Zero Wing, the guild naturally wouldn't accept every adventurer team. The guild would only recruit the most valuable adventurer teams. The swordsman youth's excitement dampened upon hearing his commander's reply. Even before the commander had announced that their adventurer team would attempt to join Zero Wing, he had possessed a deep understanding of the guild due to the battle between Zero Wing and Beast Emperor's armies near the primordial divine ruin. While that battle might not have been important to Zero Wing, it had left a deep impression on him, who had only been a Tier 1 swordsman at the time. Back then, Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader, had repelled a mythic monster with a single attack, shocking the spectating powers. Black Flame's prowess had even caused thousands of Blackwater's experts to freeze in fear. He had never imagined that a swordsman could be so strong. Had he not been a member of the Unbounded Adventurer team back then, he might have applied to join Zero Wing. Hence, when he heard that his commander wanted Unbounded to merge with the guild, he had been overjoyed. When he heard that his commander intended to visit Zero Wing City to negotiate with the guild's upper echelons, he had been the first to apply to join his leader. Don't be so disappointed. Although Unbounded isn't a top adventurer team, it is one of the top 100 adventurer teams in the Purple Thorns Empire. Moreover, our adventurer team has as many as 4 Tier 2 players, and all 4 have cleared the hard mode class change quest. We have more of an advantage than the other teams that only challenged the normal mode quest, the middle-aged man said in consolation. Alright, we should head to Zero Wing's residence. In response, the swordsman youth nodded. Meanwhile, 2 cloaked players a short distance away stared at the men from Unbounded. Sickle, those men are 2 of your targets. Remember to make as much of a commotion as possible. We need to teach Zero Wing and the other adventurer teams a lesson. Windhunter said, sneering as he gestured to Unbounded's players. Understood. The robust man named Dark Sickle nodded, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. 1912 Evil Dragon appears. Chapter 1912, Evil Dragon appears Zero Wing City, Candlelight Trading Firm. When the system had announced the Otherworld Gate's activation, a large number of Star Moon Kingdom's independent players had flooded Zero Wing City. This also increased the number of players visiting the city's Candlelight Trading Firm. Meanwhile, 3 cloaked players enjoyed a meal and admired the populated street from the second floor of an open-air restaurant opposite of the trading firm. If one used a high-ranking identification skill on these 3, they would definitely be surprised. None of these players were human. Among the 3, one was a beautiful female half-elf, one was a female catkin with cat ears and tail, and one was a male tigerkin with a powerful, robust body. All 3 were members of the Ninth Heaven Guild, with the female half-elf being Melody, Ninth Heaven's guild leader. Big sis Melody, this city is so prosperous, even more so than our forest city. I can see more than 100 Tier 2 experts from here, the catkin, Scarlet Heart said, watching the sea of players downstairs with a shocked expression. Indeed, I never thought that a kingdom's guild city could develop to this extent. Melody was similarly surprised by the number of Tier 2 experts roaming the street below. Before coming to Star Moon Kingdom, she had specifically asked Thoughtful Rain about Zero Wing's current state of affairs. However, she couldn't believe Thoughtful Rain's reply. Thoughtful Rain had mentioned that Zero Wing City's player population had already reached 5 million, and experts were a common sight in the city. Moreover, Zero Wing City had many rare items for sale. Based on these descriptions, Zero Wing City sounded no less successful than Forest City. How could that possibly be true? However, when she had arrived in the city, she discovered that it was far more well-off than Thoughtful Rain had described. In Zero Wing City, expert players were as common as ordinary players, and plenty of Tier 2 experts wandered the city streets. Tier 2 experts were very rare, even in Forest City. Even Ninth Heaven, which was almost as powerful as a first-rate guild, had only nurtured around 30 Tier 2 experts thus far. However, the number of Tier 2 experts on the street outside of the restaurant already outnumbered Ninth Heaven's. If even Zero Wing City was so popular, she couldn't imagine how strong Zero Wing had already become. Guild leader, although Zero Wing is stronger than we expected, I doubt it can help our guild. Our current opponent is the legendary Death God Workshop. The Death God Workshop has even provoked super guilds before, and none of them could do anything about it, closing an eye to the workshop's transgressions, the tigerkin named One-Arm Rashomon said worriedly. On the other hand, the Setting Sun Guild is more reliable. Moreover, guild leader, your family has a close relationship with Setting Sun's guild leader. Whether it is for profit or that relationship, Setting Sun will go all out to help our guild. In addition, the Death God Workshop would, more or less, fear of the strength of a recently promoted super first-rate guild like Setting Sun and might give up on targeting us. Stop. While Setting Sun might be stronger than Zero Wing, Setting Sun's condition requires Ninth Heaven to become its subordinate. I will never agree to that, even if I have to fight the Death God Workshop to the death. Melody's voice was frosty. Her guild had gone to great lengths to complete the high-ranked quest in the Flame Demon's Valley and acquired a precious treasure. However, an information leak had informed the Death God Workshop of their new acquisition, and the workshop had attacked Ninth Heaven to steal the treasure. The Death God Workshop was not a guild. It was an organized adventurer team. Not only were its movements erratic, but the adventurer team also had its fair share of experts. Moreover, as an adventurer team, the Death God Workshop did not have a permanent base of operations. But Ninth Heaven was different. The guild had already grown considerably large and secured a permanent base of operations. One could easily imagine the outcome of a struggle between the two organizations. The Death God Workshop always had the initiative in battle. Moreover, the Death God Workshop also had experts that could even contend with Super Guild's peak experts. The workshop's members had used guerrilla tactics against Ninth Heaven's players, and the guild had been powerless to stop them. Big Sis Melody, it's almost time. Rain and Blue should have returned to Zero Wing's residence by now, Scarlet Heart said as she checked the time. All right, let's go. Taking a look herself, Melody noticed that it was nearly time to meet with thoughtful Rain. She immediately stood to leave the restaurant. Meanwhile, Dark Sickle stood on a street corner not far from the candlelight trading firm. He quietly stalked the two unbounded members. The two members of the adventurer team were utterly unaware of their stalker. This should be enough people. I should be able to cause quite a commotion. Dark Sickle, who wore a black cloak and only had his eyes exposed, licked his lips in anticipation as he observed his surroundings. The task Wind Hunter had given him was simple. Kill the adventurer team members who had come to join Zero Wing, and kill as many bystanders as possible. This would send a message to every player in Star Moon Kingdom, teaching them the consequences of joining Zero Wing and proving that they weren't safe even in a guild city protected by NPC soldiers. If he succeeded, not only would the various adventurer teams receive the warning, but all players would realize that Zero Wing City was dangerous and they could lose their lives at any given moment. This would cripple Zero Wing City's popularity. In the past, he might have feared the NPC soldiers patrolling the city streets, but now that he could transform into an evil dragon, not even level 80, Tier 3 NPCs could pose a threat, much less level 80, Tier 2 NPC soldiers. All he needed to worry about was the Kingdom's army. After all, the NPCs in the Kingdom's army were all above level 100. Killing him would be a piece of cake for them. However, he had a Tier 3 instantaneous movement magic scroll on him. If the Kingdom's army arrived before he escaped, he could still leave the area. Attack. Wind Hunter, who watched the two unbounded members from afar, commanded Dark Sickle through their party chat. Hearing this, Dark Sickle removed a crimson crystal from his bag and shattered it. As the crimson crystal shattered, energy flowed into Dark Sickle's body. In the next moment, the magic circuits drawn on his skin disintegrated as if some seal had been removed. Once the magic circuits had disintegrated, Dark Sickle howled as his muscles rapidly expanded, his sudden growth tearing his black cloak to shreds. When passers-by saw Dark Sickle's growing form, they were dumbfounded. Before these players could react, Dark Sickle transformed into a 10-meter-tall evil dragon. Roar. After completing his transformation, Dark Sickle released a deafening roar, echoing throughout the city's central district. A dragon? What's going on? Why has a dragon suddenly appeared? The players on the street panicked when they saw the evil dragon. They could feel the threat of death emanating from the creature. With a flap of his newly grown wings, Dark Sickle shot into the air above the two unbounded players. Unbounded adventurer team, since you dare attempt to join Zero Wing, you will suffer the consequences, Dark Sickle shouted before swiping at the swordsman and berserker with a claw. Die. Both the scholarly berserker and the swordsman youth felt powerless against the massive incoming claw. They had only caught a glimpse of the claw's afterimage, and the power it contained was so great that space around it had become unstable. However, just as the dragon claw was about to strike the two players, everyone saw a blue flash before an agonized cry filled the air. The evil dragon flew over a dozen yards backward before crashing heavily into the ground, the impact leaving a crater under the creature. This outcome dumbfounded the surrounding players once more. 1913. Commotion at Zero Wing. Chapter 1913. Commotion at Zero Wing. On the crowded street, when the two unbounded members saw the evil dragon crash into the ground some distance away, they were dazed for a short moment, failing to process what had just happened. What's going on? We didn't die? Stubborn Bone, Unbounded's commander, stared at the small crater a little over a dozen yards away from him and the evil dragon lying in it with a befuddled expression. A second ago, he had heard the evil dragon state its intent to kill him and his companion. When the creature's claw attack had descended on them, he had known their deaths were sealed. The attack had been too fast for either of them to keep up with, much less block or dodge. Yet, after a bright blue flash, the mighty evil dragon had vanished, crashing into the ground some distance away. Once his mind began to work again, Stubborn Bone spun towards the origin of the blue flash, discovering a cloaked player wielding a blue longsword who was slowly walking towards the evil dragon. Was it him? Stubborn Bone stared at the cloaked player in disbelief. He found it truly hard to believe that an attack from a one-handed sword could send such a powerful and fast evil dragon flying. Crap, what's going on? Why is a dragon in the city? That's not right. Look at the marker above the dragon's head. That's a player's marker. That dragon is a player. I think I heard the dragon say that it was going to kill the adventurer teams that try to join Zero Wing. By the looks of it, the dragon seems to have some kind of grudge with Zero Wing. But what happened just now? I only saw the dragon begin its rampage, and before I realized it, the creature had been thrown. The players on the street couldn't help but discuss Dark Sickle's sudden attack. The situation confused them. When the various major powers' upper echelons on the street saw the gigantic evil dragon, realization dawned on them. Isn't that the evil god's temple's evil dragon? Ha ha ha. This is interesting. It seems the evil god's temple can no longer sit still after watching Zero Wing City's rapid development. I wonder how Zero Wing will deal with this problem. This evil dragon is clearly much stronger than the ones over at the Dark Witch's Tower. Even the NPC soldiers should be powerless against it. Good. Keep making trouble. Once Zero Wing City's fame is ruined, our guilds will have a better chance of luring the Witch's Hills players later. The various guild upper echelons watched Darksickle, who stood back up and seemed mostly unharmed, with anticipation. They hoped that Darksickle would cause a large enough commotion in the city that they could take advantage of, attracting more players to the guild towns they would build in the near future. Who are you? You dare to make an enemy of the evil god's temple? As Darksickle regained his footing, he glared at the cloaked man wielding the blue longsword, his voice echoing throughout the central district as he spoke. Zero Wing's Black Flame, Shi Feng said, chuckling as he took off his black cloak. Satisfied? You? How? Darksickle's anger vanished when he saw Shi Feng, and he was abruptly alert. When the spectators saw Shi Feng's appearance, they could not help but gape. What? It's the Sword King? Lucky. I never thought I would get to meet the legendary Black Flame on my first visit to Zero Wing City. Amazing. I can boast about this when I meet up with my friends later. After a moment of silence, the crowd erupted into a round of cheers. Not only was Black Flame's name known by all in Star Moon Kingdom, but many players also revered him to a fanatical degree. This swordsman had been responsible for many miracles in the kingdom, and a large portion of players trying to join Zero Wing did so because of his presence in the guild. Why wouldn't they be excited now that he had shown up in Zero Wing City? Damn it, why is Black Flame here? When the various guild upper echelons saw Shi Feng, their expressions darkened. They knew what kind of strength Black Flame possessed. When the man went all out, he could even stand toe-to-toe with a mythic monster for a short time. With Black Flame here, the evil dragon would likely fail to cause any trouble in Zero Wing City. Black Flame? Stubborn Bone was dazed once more as Shi Feng walked past him. Amazing. As expected of the Sword King. Just the mention of his name is enough to make that dragon panic. The swordsman youth beside Stubborn Bone was ecstatic to see Shi Feng, his eyes practically sparkling. After this turn of events, he was even more resolved to join Zero Wing. Meanwhile, when Melody's group of three, who had just stepped out of the open-air restaurant opposite of the Candlelight Trading Firm, saw this scene, they could not help but reveal astonished expressions. What's going on? Why are these people so excited? Scarlet Heart muttered strangely. Although Shi Feng's attack had been stunning, it hadn't been impressive enough to warrant such a crazed reaction from the crowd. After all, the evil dragon wasn't even injured. It had merely lost a few tens of thousands of HP. To the evil dragon, who had over 30 million HP, the damage was nothing. It's probably because of Black Flame's fame in Star Moon Kingdom, Melody deduced. She, too, was confused by the spectators' reactions. Although some players were very famous, this was the first time she had seen such an exaggerated reaction over an expert player. In fact, when Shi Feng revealed himself, the evil dragon, which had bubbled with rage a moment ago, trembled in fear. Are you guys not from Star Moon Kingdom or the neighboring kingdoms? A level 56, Tier 1 assassin who had overheard Melody and Scarlet Heart's conversation asked, we came from somewhere far away. Melody nodded, confirming the assassin's assumption. So, that's the case. I guess it's normal that you don't understand the situation. Black Flame is our kingdom's publicly acknowledged #1 expert. With his strength alone, he caused an army of 10,000 to freeze in fear. There are rumors that he's actually a humanoid monster or NPC. He even soloed and overpowered a mythic monster in the Ore Empire. Dealing with Great Lord-ranked monsters is a piece of cake for him, the assassin explained with a reverential look. Soloing a mythic monster? And he overpowered it? How? One-Arm Rashomon stated in amazement. Mythic monsters were still invincible to players at this stage of the game. Even peak Tier 2 MTs had an extremely difficult time surviving against mythic monsters, not to mention overpowering one. So, it's guild leader Black Flame. The evil god's temple has a grudge against these two. I am simply here to teach them a lesson. This matter does not concern Zero Wing. Once I finish these two off, I'll leave the city. However, if you try to stop me, don't blame me for causing a scene, Darksickle said, grinning once he had calmed down. His previous fear had simply been due to Black Flame's name. After all, the man was a living legend. He had even slain 2 evil dragon experts at the Dark Witch's Tower. It was only natural for him to be afraid. However, when he gave the matter a little more thought, he remembered that he was much stronger than the 2 evil dragons Shi Feng had faced. Although he was only at the Tier 3 archaic species standard, he had gained a 5-level boost after transforming. Hence, he was now a level 62 Tier 3 archaic species. To monsters, an additional 5 levels was a massive attribute boost. With such an advantage, he had no reason to fear Black Flamel. Moreover, with his combat standard, not even a Tier 4 NPC could stop him quickly if he wanted to cause a ruckus in Zero Wing City, much less a Tier 2 player. Sure, give it a try if you dare, Shi Feng growled softly. 1914 Elemental Oppression. Chapter 1914, Elemental Oppression. When Shi Feng fell silent, the crowd couldn't help but grow nervous. They hadn't expected Shi Feng to ignore Darksickle's threat. The evil dragon was a level 62, tier 3 archaic species. If Darksickle truly intended to cause trouble, they had no doubt that they'd be the first to get dragged into the mess. Even if the city's NPC soldiers arrived to deal with this player, it wouldn't stop Darksickle from slaughtering the spectators. Unlike monsters, players couldn't be aggroed. Darksickle could simply ignore the NPCs and massacre players as he wished. With how powerful the evil dragon's attacks were, most players would die in one hit. Only those with invulnerability skills might survive. They were merely bystanders. It was unreasonable for them to get dragged into this. When Darksickle heard Shi Feng's response, he was stunned. He hadn't expected that. "Good! You forced my hand," Darksickle bellowed as he glared at Shi Feng. "Let me see whether or not you are worthy of your title as the Sword King." Darksickle flapped his wings, his massive body transforming into a gale that swept toward Shi Feng. The windstorm was so powerful that it blew the surrounding players off their feet. Even the tier 2 players barely kept their footing. It took only an instant for Darksickle to cross the 20 yards between him and Shi Feng. As he arrived before the swordsman, he swung his claw at the man. As Stubborn Bone, who stood behind Shi Feng, felt the attack's intense pressure, he felt his body grow heavy. However, despite the approaching attack, Shi Feng made no attempt to dodge. Instead, his body lit with a golden light as he countered the attack with a swing of Killing Ray. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, the marble under Shi Feng's feet cracked. As the powerful storm subsided and everyone could reopen their eyes, the unbelievable scene before them left them astounded. Shi Feng's longsword had actually stopped the evil dragon's gigantic claw. He blocked it? Everyone was shocked when they saw that Shi Feng had only taken a few steps back after receiving the attack. Everyone had a very clear understanding of the evil dragon's strength. Moreover, the creature was ridiculously fast. Current players had no hope against this evil dragon, yet Shi Feng had stopped its attack. "So what if you blocked a casual strike? I wonder how long you can keep it up," Darksickle sneered. Although Shi Feng had blocked his attack, he knew that both his strength and speed were superior to Shi Feng's. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's berserk skill had a limited duration, and he hadn't even gotten serious yet. Darksickle proceeded to brandish his claws, sending countless afterimages flying at Shi Feng. When the crowd saw the innumerable afterimages, they were momentarily stunned. If they were in Shi Feng's position, they wouldn't have any way to nullify the attack. They had never thought that a player-controlled monster would be so horrifically powerful. Unlike players, monsters couldn't fully exhibit their combat power, and they couldn't execute rapid chain attacks, which was why players had a chance of defeating them. But as these players watched the evil dragon's attacks, they were overcome with despair, instinctively giving up on any form of resistance. Finally getting serious? Shi Feng wasn't particularly surprised to see the approaching afterimages. Immediately, he unsheathed the abyssal blade and brandished both swords. Purgatory, Pentaslash, Shadow Blade. One sword light after another flew from Shi Feng's hands and clashed with the claw afterimages, sparks and sounds of explosions filling the air. The exchanges between Shi Feng and Darksickle were so fast that not even the surrounding Tier 2 experts could discern what was happening. They could only hear the booms as a strong wind pushed against them. Too strong. Black Flame can actually fight that powerful evil dragon to a standstill? Is he really a player? An indescribable shock filled the spectators as they watched the showdown between a human and a dragon. As for Darksickle, the more he fought, the more frightened he became. He clearly had the advantage when it came to strength and speed, yet Shi Feng's swords always deflected his attacks as the swordsman employed an impeccable defense and only lost a small amount of HP from each clash. Even after more than 10 seconds, Shi Feng hadn't even lost 10% of his HP. Big Sis Melody, Black Flame is ridiculously strong. He can actually face off against a player with the strength of a Tier 3 archaic species. If Black Flame is willing to help us, we might be able to resolve the matter with the Death God Workshop. She was breathless, yet Shi Feng's breathing remained steady despite such an intense battle. Black Flame is quite powerful, but at the end of the day, he's still using a berserk skill. He can't keep this up for long. Once his skill's duration is over, he won't be able to stop the evil dragon. "We should leave quickly," One-Arm Rashomon said worriedly. "There's no need to be afraid. We're in a guild city. There are plenty of NPC soldiers nearby." "That evil dragon can't keep fighting for long either," Melody said as she turned to look at Zero Wing City's NPC soldiers who had just arrived. The first NPC soldiers to arrive were a 20-man patrol squad, and every soldier was a level 80, Tier 2 NPC. Upon arriving, the NPCs attacked Darksickle without hesitation. As these Tier 2 NPCs received an attribute boost from the city's core magic array, their strength could rival great lords of the same level. Due to the NPC soldiers' participation, Shi Feng's situation turned for the better. One of the Tier 2 cleric NPCs immediately cast Recovery on Shi Feng, granting him an OT buff. Meanwhile, several MTs carrying shields quickly formed a defensive wall before Shi Feng, severely hindering the evil dragon's attacks, while several ranged NPCs bombarded Darksickle with attacks, depleting the evil dragon's HP by tens of thousands. Although Darksickle still had the upper hand, it was only a matter of time before his HP was whittled down to nothing. Black Flame, I have underestimated you, but you still can't stop me if I target other players. When Darksickle saw the growing NPC crowd around him, he realized that continuing his fight with Shi Feng would be detrimental. He then shifted his gaze to Unbounded's two members, sneering as he said, "I'll show you the price of angering me." After saying so, Darksickle flapped his wings and dashed towards Stubborn Bone and the Swordsman Youth. Since his strength and speed were so much greater than Shi Feng and the Tier 2 NPC soldiers, it only took him a second to shake them off and reach the Unbounded duo. "Elemental oppression," Shi Feng shouted. Suddenly, a beam of light shot up from each of the 4 towers of elements, located in Zero Wing City's 4 corners. A colossal magic array enveloped the city from above, freezing space within the city's walls. Every player in the city felt their bodies become indescribably heavy. As for Darksickle, it felt as if his body had been submerged in a pool of water. Now, it took a lot more effort to move his claws, decreasing his attack speed by more than 50%. After activating Elemental Oppression, Shi Feng used Instant Strike to appear before Darksickle. He then swung Killing Ray at the Evil Dragon's descending claw. Hung! After repelling the attack, Shi Feng thrust the Abyssal Blade towards Darksickle. Although the Evil Dragon saw the attack and tried to intercept it with his other claw, he was simply too slow to keep up with Shi Feng's strike. Suddenly, Darksickle felt pain in his chest before his body was thrown backward, the attack's outcome surprising him. 1915, Might of the 4 Towers of Elements. Chapter 1915, Might of the 4 Towers of Elements. He sent the dragon flying? The crowd stared in shock as Shi Feng threw the evil dragon backward by over a dozen yards. A moment ago, Shi Feng had clearly been at a disadvantage, yet he had just sent this intruder flying. Moreover, he had done so with a normal attack. Damn it, why does this city have such a powerful domain magic array? Darksickle glared at the magic barrier above the city with a grim expression. Due to this magic array, his mobility had been reduced by at least half. Moreover, his basic attributes had decreased by as much as 40%. This drop in his performance was the reason that Shi Feng had succeeded in throwing him so far with a simple, normal attack. A domain magic array. So, this is Zero Wing City's trump card? Although the magic array's powerful suppression only targeted Darksickle, the various guild upper echelons realized what had happened. The previous exchange's unexpected outcome hadn't been a result of Shi Feng's strength. Rather, it had been because the magic array, which had abruptly appeared above the city, had drastically weakened Darksickle. The magic array must be particularly powerful since an ordinary array wouldn't be enough to suppress a Tier 3 archaic species to this extent. After Shi Feng repulsed Darksickle, the 20 NPC soldiers moved to surround him. They had no problem suppressing Darksickle now, dealing over 100,000 damage with each attack. No matter how much Darksickle struggled, he couldn't break free from the NPC's encirclement. He couldn't even get close to any of the surrounding players, much less kill them. How was this possible? Windhunter, who watched from a safe distance, frowned. He hadn't expected Zero Wing City to possess such powerful defenses. Not only did the city possess a defensive magic array, but it was also a domain magic array. He had used a precious disguise tool to sneak Darksickle into the city, yet his efforts had gone to waste. Now, Darksickle couldn't even manage to kill a single ordinary player, much less the 2 Unbounded members. If this battle continued, Darksickle would be the only player to die. Bosswind, more NPCs are gathering to my location. I can't hold on at this rate. If I'm going to cause any damage to Zero Wing City, I'm afraid that I'll have to use that move. Darksickle contacted Windhunter while defending himself against the NPC soldiers. His evil dragonification was far different from the first attempts. Not only had it granted him a level boost, but he could also use an overtier spell while in his evil dragon form. However, this overtier spell was still one of the evil god's temple's secrets. He couldn't reveal it to the public unless absolutely necessary, yet he could only deal a significant blow to Zero Wing City if he used this overtier spell now. The Tier 3 instantaneous movement magic scroll he had prepared was his only other option of escape. After giving the matter some thought, Windhunter gnashed his teeth and reluctantly agreed. Use it. Although this will expose the evil dragon's true strength earlier than planned, it is better than leaving the city without accomplishing anything. Dust Edge had warned him that the evil dragonification process was still incomplete, and as a result, casting its overtier spell would require a heavy price. If Darksickle used the overtier spell now, it might even cancel his evil dragonification, but he couldn't care less right now. If they escaped without accomplishing anything in Zero Wing City, the evil god's temple would be a laughingstock, and Zero Wing would become even more famous. Once he had permission to use the overtier spell, Darksickle's worries vanished. Now, he was overcome with mad excitement. Black Flame, I'll show you the true price of defying me. Darksickle snarled as he glared at Shi Feng, ignoring the surrounding NPC's attacks. Suddenly, the evil energy around his body skyrocketed, and his aura intensified. 12 pitch-black magic arrays manifested around Dark Sickle, each opening a hole in space as a flood of evil energy poured out and into Dark Sickle's draconic form. A ball of black light then formed before the evil dragon, gradually expanding. Tier 4 over-tier spell, Evil Energy Burst. When cast, this spell would absorb evil energy from other planes and deal devastating damage to a 300-yard radius. With how crowded Zero Wing City's central district currently was, such an AoE would devour several thousand players. Crap. That evil dragon is trying to use a large-scale destruction spell. We need to get out of here. Melody's expression darkened as destructive energy filled Dark Sickle's surroundings. All of the spectating magical class players could feel the large-scale destruction spell Dark Sickle was preparing to cast. They immediately turned and tried to flee. Running? Dark Sickle sneered at the fleeing players. I can collect all the energy I need in 2 more seconds. Do you think you can run 300 yards that quickly? Hearing Dark Sickle's taunt, the fleeing players despaired. Damned lunatic, we're only visiting Zero Wing City, yet you're attacking us, too? Evil God's Temple? Just you wait. I won't let you get away with this. The spectating players realized that escape was impossible. Aside from the NPCs and players with invulnerability skills, all of these players would likely die. Ha ha ha! Excellent! The Evil God's Temple has done a good job this time. I can't wait to see who would dare develop in Zero Wing City after today. The Evil God's Temple is ruthless, attacking Zero Wing City so soon after Zero Wing attacked Ancient Rock City. It seems Zero Wing will have a hard time developing further. The various guild upper echelons watching from a distance laughed as Dark Sickle prepared his large-scale destruction spell. Not only had the Evil God's Temple managed to sneak an evil dragon into Zero Wing City, but the evil dragon in question could also cast a large-scale destruction spell. After this, no player would feel safe visiting Zero Wing City in the future. Meanwhile, this situation would grant their guilds an opportunity to develop in the Witch's Hill. Die! Dark Sickle bellowed, madness filling his eyes as he glared at Shi Feng, who stood unmoving before the 2 unbounded members. Suddenly, the pitch-black light ball before the evil dragon rapidly expanded. Like a black hole that devoured everything, the light ball all in its path with evil energy. Even elemental suppression is useless? A cold glint flashed in Shi Feng's eyes as he stared at the expanding ball of light. What about this then? Saying so, Shi Feng activated the 4 Towers of Elements' second killing move. Tier 4 Curse, Elemental Burst. The 4 Towers of Elements were one of God's Domain's peak defensive structures. Even after 10 years in the game, the various super guilds had continued to protect their cities with the 4 Towers of Elements due to their 3 killing moves. Elemental Suppression, a domain magic array that drastically weakened enemies' combat powers both in and outside of the city, was the tower's first move. The second move was Elemental Burst, a Tier 4 curse that rivaled a Tier 5 spell. Even Tier 5 existences would not dare to take this move head-on. The third move was Elemental Seal, a spell that even Tier 5 beings were afraid of. Of course, unlike the first 2 moves, which only required a small number of magic crystals, activating Elemental Seal required mana stones. As Shi Feng activated Elemental Burst, a 4-colored beam descended from the magic array above Zero Wing City, slamming into Dark Sickle and the black light ball before him. By the time the light faded, only an empty crater, over 10 meters deep, remained. 1916, Fame Spreads. Chapter 1916, Fame Spreads, the evil dragon is dead. Impossible. That's a Tier 3 archaic species we're talking about. The spectating players gaped at the deep crater in the middle of the street, utterly frozen in shock. They had thought that their deaths were certain a moment ago, but in the next second, the evil dragon, which had been about to release a large-scale destruction spell, had died. It had been so thoroughly destroyed that not even ashes remained. So strong, that attack instantly killed the half-HP dragon. Big Sis Melody, do you think that Zero Wing launched that attack just now? Scarlet Heart asked, overcome with shock. Although the evil dragon had lost a lot of HP during its fight against the NPC soldiers, it had over 15 million HP just a second ago. However, when the 4-colored light pillar had descended, the evil dragon hadn't even had time to scream before it had been destroyed. This was the first time she had witnessed such a devastating attack since joining God's domain. Not even a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell could compare. Such a powerful attack would likely even injure mythic monsters. That's likely. But Zero Wing City's defenses truly are terrifying to annihilate a Tier 3 archaic species in one hit. I doubt other guilds have a chance of competing with Zero Wing in the Witch's Hill now, Melody said as she marveled at the magic barrier enveloping Zero Wing City. If Ninth Heaven's Guild Town were as powerful as Zero Wing City, it wouldn't have any problems dealing with the Death God Workshop. When players chose a guild town to visit, the most important aspect they took into account was the town's security. Whether it was independent players or merchant players, nobody wanted to die for no reason, wasting all of the effort they spent on leveling. Not only did Zero Wing City provide such a comfortable living environment, but its defenses were also immensely powerful. If they had the option, players would definitely choose to operate out of this city. What was that spell? Darksickle's magic resistance should have been boosted after transforming into an evil dragon. How could he have died despite still having over half of his HP? Windhunter's expression twisted when he saw the crater, void of the evil dragon. Although Darksickle was only a member of the second batch of experiments, the Evil God's Temple had spent a lot of resources on Darksickle's evil dragonification. Now that Darksickle was dead, those resources were gone. This outcome wouldn't have been so terrible if Darksickle had damaged Zero Wing City, but he hadn't even killed a single player. All Darksickle had accomplished was further solidifying the public's confidence in this city, which was the exact opposite of the Evil God's Temple's goal. The various guild upper echelons watching from a distance were in a similarly gloomy mood. Not only had Zero Wing City revealed its powerful domain magic array, but it also had command of such a powerful offensive spell. If any power had still harbored ideas of causing trouble in this city, they'd likely abandon the idea after today's display. I have to report this to the guild leader right away. Zero Wing City actually has such frightening defensive measures. It seems that we'll need to alter our plans and give up on the idea of harassing the city. We'll have to build a guild town in the Witch's Hill as soon as possible if we hope to compete with Zero Wing City. After this battle, the various guild upper echelons promptly reported to their respective superiors. They suggested that their guilds shift their focus to constructing a town in the map as soon as they could and avoid interfering with Zero Wing City's operations. If even a Tier 3 archaic species failed to cause trouble in the city, their guild's attempts would be an utter joke. Meanwhile, Shi Feng, standing some distance away from the new crater, wasn't surprised in the least that Darksickle had died so quickly. Immediately, he instructed some of his NPCs to repair the damaged street and disperse the crowd, quickly ending this farce. The 4 Towers of Elements could even threaten a Tier 5 being, much less a Tier 3 evil dragon. This was also why he had stationed the Magic King in Silverwing Town instead of Zero Wing City. Once the lively Central District had returned to its former state, Shi Feng called up Zero Wing City's system interface and selected 10 Tier 2 NPC soldiers with the most potential. He then armed them with the Bronze War God emblems. Although the Bronze War God emblem's effects would not help these Tier 2 NPC soldiers reach the Tier 3 standard, it pushed them quite close to it. Even if a level 80 Grand Lord came to cause trouble, a patrol squad with one of these pseudo-Tier 3 NPCs could keep the creature busy until other squads arrived with the 4 Towers of Elements elemental suppression. If possible, Shi Feng preferred to avoid using elemental bust. After all, the Tier 4 curse cost 2,000 magic crystals each time it activated. It was a considerable expenditure to Zero Wing. Meanwhile, news of the commotion in Zero Wing City quickly spread throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Players bombarded the kingdom's forums with discussions about the event. Tier 3 Evil Dragon appears in Zero Wing City. Tier 3 Archaic Species gets instant killed. The various discussions on the forums brought Zero Wing City into a new light for the kingdom's players. Some independent players and adventurer teams, who hadn't been particularly interested in the city, decided to shift their base of operations to Zero Wing City. In God's domain, NPC cities were the safest locations for player residences. Hence, many players preferred to develop in NPC cities that lacked resources rather than in cities with abundant resources and lacking security. After all, the cost of death was simply too high. They would rather level up at a slower pace than take such a risk. However, the situation had changed. Since Zero Wing City could even instant kill a Tier 3 archaic species, it was more than capable of doing the same for current players. If any player dared to cause trouble in the city, they'd suffer a similar fate as the Evil Dragon. One could say that Zero Wing City was now even safer than an ordinary NPC city. It also provided many benefits and occupied a resource-rich area. For a time, a large number of players in Star Moon Kingdom started to migrate to Zero Wing City, awaiting the Otherworld Gate's activation. In less than half an hour, Zero Wing City's player population had reached 10 million Tyand. Although many more players tried to enter the city, it had reached its maximum capacity. If players wished to enter the city, they would have to wait for others to leave it. Due to this, more than 100 adventurer teams now petitioned to join Zero Wing. Every one of these adventurer teams contacted Aqua Rose in the hopes that she could facilitate their merger, offering resources and lands that tempted the Zero Wing Vice Guild leader. One adventurer team's resources might not be a match for a large guild's, but over 100 teams combined would have a frightening amount. Furthermore, many of the teams applying to join Zero Wing were well-known adventurer teams from Star Moon Kingdom and other countries. Their resources and lands were things that Zero Wing severely lacked. Because of this, Aqua Rose was at a loss, unsure of which adventurer teams to accept into the guild. Meanwhile, Melody, Scarlet Heart, and One-Arm Rashomon waited at the entrance to Zero Wing's guild residence. As they gazed at the many adventurer teams lined up to join the guild, they couldn't help their growing nerves. Big Sis Melody, with how powerful Zero Wing is right now, do you think Guild Leader Black Flame will accept our request with the remuneration we plan to offer? Scarlet Heart asked nervously as she looked at the Tier 2 experts of the various adventurer teams entering Zero Wing's residence. These well-known adventurer teams all had a lot of resources and land saved up. Even so, they were still willing to hand everything over to Zero Wing in the hopes of merging their entire adventurer team with the guild. Compared to what these adventurer teams were offering, the remuneration they had prepared in exchange for Zero Wing's help with the Death God workshop was simply, "I don't know, we'll only find out once we've started the negotiations," Melody said, shaking her head. She wasn't particularly confident about their chances either. The only thing they could do was rely on their relationship with Thoughtful Rain. 1917 Forest City Transaction. Chapter 1917. Forest City Transaction, Zero Wing City, Zero Wing's residence. A large number of players crowded around the residence's entrance, applying to join Zero Wing. Many of these players were well-equipped, high-level experts, and quite a few were Tier 2 players. This scene surprised many passers-by. Tier 2 was currently the symbol of an expert. Even players that had only completed the normal mode promotion quest were considered experts. After all, the Tier 2 promotion quest was not easy to clear. It was impossible without reaching a certain standard. However, compared to the Tier 2 players outside of the residence, the adventurer teams in line truly dumbfounded the nearby spectators. Every adventurer team entering Zero Wing's residence possessed a certain degree of fame. Moreover, all of the team's representatives wore excellent equipment, with a few wearing level 50 fine gold equipment. There were also plenty of Tier 2 experts among these adventurer teams, and unlike the independent Tier 2 experts in line, the weakest among these adventurer team experts had completed the hard mode promotion quest. They had far more potential than the experts that had only completed the normal mode quest. With so many adventurer teams seeking to join Zero Wing's strength will quickly and significantly increase. Amazing! I've seen more than 20 adventurer teams entering the residence thus far. Combined, these adventurer teams have even more overall combat power than third-rate guilds. Hopefully, Zero Wing doesn't accept too many. Otherwise, independent players like us will have a much slimmer chance of joining the guild. The independent players in line were excited and worried as they watched the various adventurer teams following after Zero Wing's representatives. Now that Zero Wing City had revealed its powerful defenses, countless players wanted to develop in the city. Zero Wing's future was clear. Even if the guild lost its position in the Ore Empire, its standing in Star Moon Kingdom would be unshakable. To the general populace, Zero Wing was even stronger than a first-rate guild that occupied 2 or 3 kingdoms. A first-rate guild that occupied 2 or 3 kingdoms might have a lot of resources, but its development couldn't be considered stable. There was still a very high chance that other guilds would steal its resources. However, that was not the case for Zero Wing. As long as Zero Wing City stood, the guild's position in the kingdom would remain stable. With how powerful Zero Wing City's defenses were, it was very hard to imagine any power capturing or destroying the city. Even if a power were capable of doing so, it wouldn't likely be interested in a backwater country like Star Moon Kingdom. They'd definitely set their sights on better territories. While the crowd outside of the residence discussed Zero Wing's future, 2 women emerged from the residence. The moment these 2 women appeared, the crowd outside went into an uproar. This reaction wasn't due to the women's peerless beauty, but because of the guild emblems pinned to their armor. Not only did they wear mysterious Iron Guild emblems, but the emblems also radiated a dark purple glow. In Zero Wing, normal members didn't wear glowing guild emblems. Players would only get a glowing emblem once they became one of the guild's elites, their emblem emitting a light blue glow. The guild's core members wore guild emblems that gave off a light purple glow. Only the players who ranked in the top 10 of their class would wear a dark purple glowing emblem. Zero Wing's class rankings were determined by one's contribution to the guild and their combat power. Hence, the rankings were an incredibly reliable method of spotting an expert. The fact that these 2 women wore dark purple glowing guild emblems meant that they both had extremely high positions in Zero Wing. These 2 women were none other than Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. When Melody saw the commotion Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo caused just with their appearance alone, she could not help but marvel at the situation. She had only become acquainted with Thoughtful Rain after helping the woman in a neutral map. She had recognized Thoughtful Rain's strength and had thought of poaching the woman into Ninth Heaven. However, looking at it now, she found the idea laughable. "Rain, what did your guild leader say?" Melody anxiously asked as the woman approached. "Big sis Melody, don't worry. I've already talked to the guild leader. He says he is willing to hear you out," Thoughtful Rain said, smiling. "The guild leader is waiting for you in his office right now. I'll bring you to him." "Your guild leader is willing to talk?" Melody released a sigh of relief. Now that she understood how powerful Zero Wing was, she knew that it would be very difficult to secure a meeting with its guild leader, especially since her guild was merely an up-and-coming second-rate guild. Before seeking Thoughtful Rain's help, she had sought aid from several first-rate guilds. But when they had learned that her request was related to the Death God workshop, they had even refused to meet with her, much less negotiate. Only the Setting Sun Guild had been willing to hear her out. As the players in line watched, Thoughtful Rain led the Ninth Heaven trio into Zero Wing's guild hall. The guild hall bustled with activity. Many of the guild's experts had returned to the residence in anticipation for the Otherworld Gate's opening. Currently, over 200 Tier 2 experts loitered around the first floor hall, stupefying Melody and her companions. Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts easily outnumbered Ninth Heavens by many times. Moreover, this was only a portion of the guild's Tier 2 experts. Even first-rate guilds paled in comparison to Zero Wing. After a short moment, the group arrived before the guild leader's office on the guild hall's top floor. Currently, several dozen Tier 2 experts sat outside of the office, every one of which was level 56 or higher. These experts were all from the various adventurer teams applying to join Zero Wing. They would all be top-ranked players in any first-rate guild, but they sat quietly as if waiting for some kind of judgment. The hallway was deathly silent. However, thoughtful Rain ignored these people as she led Melody's group into the guild leader's office. When Melody and the others entered the office, they felt an oppressive sensation overcome their bodies. This sensation didn't originate from Shi Feng, who sat behind an office desk, but from Cola and the others who stood near their guild leader. When they saw Cola and his companions' levels, Melody's group was speechless. Including Cola, 4 of these people had reached level 60, while the rest were level 59. Right now, even the highest leveled player in Forest City was only level 58. You're here. Rain has already told me about your situation. Zero Wing can help you with your problem, but in return, Zero Wing wants 2 shops in Forest City's central district. What are your thoughts on this condition? Shi Feng said when he saw Melody entering the room. 2 central district shops? Melody breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. She had been afraid that Shi Feng would try to take advantage of their predicament and rip them off, but he had simply asked for 1 more shop than she had initially prepared. That won't be a problem. However, may I know when Guild Leader Black Flame intends to deal with the matter regarding the Death God Workshop? If the situation dragged on for too long, Ninth Heaven's losses would become increasingly severe. Unfortunately, dealing with an organization like the Death God Workshop wasn't easy. Preparations had to be made. If Shi Feng could give her a time frame, she would have an easier time coordinating with his guild. Once we sign a contract, I'll send Cola's group with you to Forest City to deal with the issue, Shi Feng responded. Just them? One-arm Rashomon's eyes widened in shock when he heard Shi Feng's plan. Turning to Cola and the others, he could not help but feel that Shi Feng was taking them too lightly. Either that, or he had no idea of the Death God Workshop's strength. The Death God Workshop had several hundred members, and every one of them was an expert. Moreover, the workshop constantly employed hit-and-run tactics, making its movements unpredictable. Stopping the Death God Workshop with only the several players in Cola's party would be impossible. If the matter had been that simple, Ninth Heaven could have resolved it without help. Guild Leader Black Flame, the Death God Workshop is quite powerful, adept at using guerrilla warfare against guilds. Even superpowers have to tolerate their antics. With so few people, I'm afraid that Melody tried to warn Shi Feng. Relax, Cola's group will be enough. If it isn't, I'll find another way to deal with this problem, Shi Feng said, chuckling. If you have no other concerns, let's sign the contract. Melody could not help but sigh at Shi Feng's response, but since he had agreed to help, demanding too much wouldn't benefit her. She could only see how this played out. If the problem persisted, Zero Wing would dispatch more experts to deal with the Death God Workshop. 1918 Fairy Country. Chapter 1918. Fairy Country. Once Shi Feng and Melody had signed their contract, Cola and Firedance, whom Shi Feng had tasked with leading a 20-man team, followed Melody's group to Forest City. When Shi Feng had finished with the situation regarding Ninth Heaven, he selected a few adventurer teams to annex into Zero Wing. These adventurer teams had been relatively powerful during his previous life, although they had yet to reach their full potential. Fortunately, their experts were no weaker than those in large guilds. They only lacked resources and combat experience. Among the adventurer teams that had applied, the Purple Thorns Kingdom's Unbounded had truly surprised Shi Feng. Even now, Unbounded ranked among the top 100 adventurer teams in its kingdom. Stubborn Bone, Unbounded's commander, had also been quite famous in the past. Not only had he developed Unbounded into a top adventurer team, but he had also become a Tier 4 berserker himself. Unfortunately, due to a lack of equipment, he had never reached Tier 5. There was also another Unbounded member who had reached Tier 4, the Archlight Sword Emperor, Seven Light. Although Seven Light had been slightly weaker than Stubborn Bone, the difference hadn't been related to their technique standards, but due to a lack of proper equipment and weapons. Meanwhile, due to the fact that Unbounded had 2 Tier 4 expert members, it had barely qualified as a top adventurer team in the Secret Pavilion's eyes. Even so, the feat was impressive. After all, top adventurer teams that earned the Secret Pavilion's recognition could even rival the best second-rate guilds, with some of the more powerful teams rivaling first-rate guilds. Now that Zero Wing had annexed Unbounded, this had guaranteed that Zero Wing would have 2 more peak experts in the future. Moreover, since Unbounded had focused its development in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, the adventurer team had established a foundation in the kingdom. After annexing Unbounded, Zero Wing would have more influence in the kingdom, which would, in turn, make it easier to obtain resources unique to the kingdom. After Shi Feng finished selecting adventurer teams, he made his way to the Candlelight Trading Firm and started to produce all-rounded devices. He also instructed Melancholic Smile to arrange the production of advanced darkness resistance potions in preparation for his expedition to Kama Island. Meanwhile, in the second-floor hall of Zero Wing's Guild Hall, when the various adventurer team representatives waiting in the hall saw Aqua Rose, they all could not help but grow nervous. After researching your adventurer teams, we have decided that we will only fully welcome the teams on this list. For those not listed, Zero Wing will accept a portion of your members, Aqua Rose said as she passed a list to the various adventurer teams present. Also, every adventurer team that agrees to join will receive 20 internal member slots in Zero Wing. If you agree to these conditions, you may see me to sign a contract, becoming one of our guild members. Currently, more than 60 adventurer teams were interested in joining Zero Wing, but the guild could only afford to recruit a limited number of players. If Zero Wing recruited too many, it would only hinder the guild's development. Hence, including the adventurer teams Shi Feng had handpicked, Aqua Rose had only decided to allow 11 adventurer teams to join Zero Wing, all of which had relatively strong Tier 2 experts and resources that would be crucial to Zero Wing's development. After checking the list, some of the adventurer teams celebrated, while others were frustrated. Commander, this is great. Our adventurer team can join Zero Wing as a whole, Sevenlight exclaimed after reading the list. After witnessing Shi Feng's fight with the evil dragon, his desire to join the guild had grown. Despite being at a disadvantage in terms of strength and speed, Shi Feng had relied on his extraordinary techniques to render the evil dragon powerless. He had been utterly mesmerized. When he thought about how he might be able to seek guidance from Shi Feng after joining the guild, he couldn't help his excitement. Good! For now, I'll go and apply to form a 1,000-man legion with Zero Wing while you head back and prepare our players to migrate to Zero Wing City. From now on, we'll operate out of this city. Even before applying to join Zero Wing, he had heard that Zero Wing offered amazing benefits to its players. When he had stepped into Zero Wing's residence, he had learned that the reality was even better than the rumors. Not only did Zero Wing's members have priority when using the battle arena's combat rooms, but they could also rent advanced combat rooms in exchange for GCPs. As long as they had enough GCPs, they could even learn all kinds of combat techniques. However, what surprised him the most was Zero Wing's guild warehouse. There were even level 55 and 60 dark gold weapons and equipment available for purchase. Of course, guild members had to have enough GCPs and sufficient status to buy these items. Only core members were allowed access to top-tier items. Even so, elite members could purchase level 55 and 60 fine gold weapons and equipment. Moreover, Zero Wing's members had a variety of methods to earn money. Not only were a ton of high-ranked quests available in the guild's various residences, but there were also plenty of guild transportation quests available in Silverwing City. These guild transportation quests awarded far better remuneration than the transportation firm's quests for non-guild members. With all of these resources, Stubborn Bone even had hope of becoming a peak expert in God's domain. However, he wanted to get Unbounded's members settled in Zero Wing City first. Then he would do everything he could to raise his position in the guild. He could only secure more resources to grow by doing so. All of the adventurer teams that joined Zero Wing would start as normal members, and commanders were no exception. Meanwhile, in the Fairy Country, a neutral map far away from Starmoon Kingdom, under Melody's lead, Cola and the others finally arrived at the Fairy Country's Forest City. This place is so prosperous. It seems like there are so many more players here than in Starmoon City. Shadowsword was a little surprised to see half-beastmen and half-elves filling the streets. Firedance and the others nodded in agreement. In their opinion, very few players should choose to play as a neutral race, but Forest City's streets were packed. Moreover, all of these players were very high-leveled, with most having passed level 55. Many of them had even reached level 57, which only expert players could do at this stage of the game. In fact, Forest City likely had more level 57 players than Zero Wing City. Forest City is the Fairy Country's capital. 1/3 of the country's half-beastmen and half-elves are here. Although it can't compare to an empire's imperial capital, it's more prosperous than an ordinary kingdom's capital. Fairy Country is a hub for players seeking individual strength. Players come here from various kingdoms and empires. If you gather all these players in a single location, it is only natural that you get a frightening number. Moreover, more players continue to flood into the city. This is why so many large guilds have set their sights on the Fairy Country. Some guilds have even converted all of their players into neutral races, Melody explained. There are as many as 5 first-rate guilds operating in Forest City, and everyone is competing over the position as the city's overlord. 5 first-rate guilds are competing over this city? Firedance was astonished. During the game's early stages, the competition in Starmoon Kingdom had been intense, but only 3 first-rate guilds had participated. However, 5 first-rate guilds fought over this single NPC city. Of course, Firedance recognized Forest City's value. Not long after Melody introduced Firedance and her team to the mesmerizing Forest City, she received a message. As she read it, Melody's expression darkened. Has something happened? Firedance asked when she noticed the change. I've just received a report stating that the Death God Workshop has taken action yet again. Just some time ago, the workshop ambushed one of our 1,000-man teams while it raided a field boss, Melody said grimly. The Death God workshop? Hearing Melody's words, a joyful smile lit up Fire Dance's face as she asked, "Can you take us there now?" Now? Melody was stunned for a moment. "We're pretty far from the ambush site. By the time we arrive, they will be gone. Moreover, the Death God workshop only dispatched a 100-man team this time, and every member is an expert. With just the 20 of you, I'm afraid that it's fine. Just lead us there to take a look," Fire Dance gently demanded with a calm smile. 1919 Battlefield of Monsters. Chapter 1919 Battlefield of Monsters. Hearing Fire Dance's confident tone, Melody sent One-Arm Rashomon to organize a team. While she understood that Fire Dance and the others were extraordinarily strong, the Death God workshop was not a simple opponent. Otherwise, Forest City's various first-rate guilds wouldn't have such a massive headache over the workshop. It should be known that the Death God workshop had ambushed those guilds' teams many times, but the workshop's members were quite cunning. Despite doing all they could to retaliate, their efforts had been wasted on a few small fries. They couldn't reach the Death God workshop's core. This was also why only the super first-rate guild, Setting Sun, of all the guilds she had reached out to, had been willing to help them. However, the Setting Sun's price was just vicious. Accepting Setting Sun's offer was no different than giving the guild, which she had gone to great lengths to develop, away. She would never agree to such a thing. Meanwhile, with how many members the Death God workshop had mobilized to ambush Ninth Heaven's 1,000-man team, they'd suffer a massive loss if Fire Dance and her companions actually found the workshop's members. Hence, as a precaution, she had decided to take some of her people along. She couldn't afford to let Fire Dance and the others die so soon after reaching Forest City. It would be hard to explain to Zero Wing. Due to time constraints, One-Arm Rashomon was only able to gather a little over 200 experts from the guild before Melody led Fire Dance and the team to Wisp Cemetery, a level 60 to 75 map some distance from Forest City. Dark clouds covered the sky above Wisp Cemetery throughout the year, and although lush forest occupied the area, it gave off an oppressive and gloomy aura. However, since this was a high-resource map, many guilds often grinded and collected resources here. Melody and her group carefully advanced down a forest path as they made their way towards the reported battlefield. Although not many monsters called Wisp Cemetery home, the wandering wisps in the area were incredibly troublesome. Once they spotted living creatures, they'd call upon a small force of undead creatures to eliminate the intruders. These little monsters could easily summon hundreds and thousands of undead creatures with its call. To make matters worse, not only did the undead creatures provide very little EXP, but they also almost never dropped good items. As a result, players grinding in the Wisp Cemetery tried to avoid the wandering wisps and undead creatures as often as possible. After traveling through the Wisp Cemetery for about half an hour, Melody's group finally reached the ambush site. The Death God workshop had ambushed Ninth Heaven's players at the entrance of an underground tomb. The tomb contained a level 63 field boss, and the Death God workshop had killed both Ninth Heaven's members and the field boss during its ambush. Traces of combat were evident in and outside of the tomb. It was clear that the recent battle had been intense. Players' blood had been scattered across the ground, filling the air with its stench. They must have executed the ambush during the boss fight. They must have stationed some players outside of the tomb to stop anyone from escaping. Were there any survivors from the 1,000-man team? Thoughtful Rain turned to ask Melody after observing the bloodstains. Not one person managed to escape. The Death God workshop always operates this way. Whenever the workshop launches an ambush, it uses a magic scroll to seal the area, preventing players from using instantaneous movement scrolls and return scrolls, Melody said, gnashing her teeth. Although the ambush team wasn't the guild's main force, it was an elite team led by expert players. Losing the entire team had incurred significant losses. Not only had every player died, but they had also all lost a piece of equipment. The lost weapons and equipment were far more of a problem than the lost levels. Big Sis Fire, too much time has passed since the end of the battle. The players from the workshop have already left the area, and their tracks have faded. I'm afraid that chasing after them is impossible, Flying Shadow said after getting no results from his tracking skill. Your Tier 1 tracking skill isn't enough. Fortunately, I recently learned Mana Perception, a rare Tier 2 tracking skill. I can now perceive traces that aren't visible to the naked eye. To put it simply, I can see the mana fluctuations players leave behind. It's been less than 3 hours since the battle ended, so the Death God Workshop players are still within my perception range. Not even a Tier 1 anti-tracking skill will have any effect against my skill, Firedance said, smiling faintly. Why else do you think the guild leader sent me? Hearing Firedance's words, Flying Shadow grew a little excited. He had thought this job would be difficult, but it seemed that they'd be able to complete the task quickly with Firedance's new skill. Firedance then proceeded to use Mana Perception, tracking the ambushing players. If the Death God Workshop members had used a return scroll to leave the area, she wouldn't have been able to track them. However, she'd find them as long as they simply walked away. These people haven't left using a return scroll. After lingering here for some time, they headed north, Firedance said as she watched the mana fluctuations lead into the forest. Hurriedly, she said, "They only left about an hour ago. We still have hope of catching up to them. Let's move out." Saying so, Fire Dance took the lead and followed the mana fluctuations with her teammates close behind. She found them? Melody could not help her growing excitement. Hurriedly, she and the 200-plus experts from her guild followed after Fire Dance. She had never thought that Fire Dance was so amazing to locate a trail that was more than an hour old. Ordinary tracking skills were impressive enough if they could find 30-minute-old traces. If the target had an anti-tracking skill, finding them would be even more difficult. After following the trail for about half an hour, the group finally arrived before an ancient temple nestled in a thick grove of trees. At a glance, over 500 players were gathered before the temple's entrance. However, these players were a part of two different groups, a 60-man team and a 500-man team. All of the 500 wore uniform equipment of relatively high quality, and they were all level 56 or above. This was obviously a guild team. Huh? Isn't that East Crow's Troubled Madness? Melody, who had hidden behind a tree, wondered aloud when she saw a righteous man among the 500-man team. The man wore aqua-blue mage robes and held a staff embedded with 3 resplendent gemstones. Why is he here? Troubled Madness was a vice guild leader from East Crow, a first-rate guild. In terms of individual strength, he ranked among the top in his guild. He was also one of the top-ranking elementalists in Forest City, and he wasn't any weaker than she was. East Crow's 500-man team had surrounded the Death God Workshop's 60 members. It was evident that East Crow had located the troublesome players before her group. How fortunate. I had never thought that I'd get to meet 2 of the Death God Workshop's famous commanders, Frost Rain and Chopped Axe, at the same time. You have been challenging to track down. Now, it's time to pay for your past transgressions. Troubled Madness snarled as he glared at a man and a woman amidst the Death God Workshop's group. The middle-aged man that had a scholarly look was a level 58, Tier 2 swordsman, while the tall woman exuding a wild aura was a level 58, Tier 2 berserker. "Frost, what do you think we did to East Crow?" the tall woman asked as she considered the situation. It seemed as if she were trying to remember what she had done to this first-rate guild. "I don't remember. We've done a lot of things. There's no way I can remember everything. Since we can't remember, it shouldn't have been important," Frost Rain, the scholarly man, said with a wave of his hand, expressing his lack of concern over such trivial matters. "A mere workshop dares to mock East Crow? We already have you surrounded. None of you should think of leaving this place alive." Troubled Madness bellowed in rage. East Crow's other members went into a frenzy, killing intent flooding from them as they charged at the Death God Workshop players. The workshop's players had previously killed their guild leader in the fields and stole an important epic weapon, yet they acted as if the incident meant nothing. Why wouldn't this enrage East Crow's players? Countless spells and arrows rained down on the Death God Workshop's members as East Crow's MTs and melee players tightened their circle. All of these guild players were experts, and their coordination was seamless. "After so much talk, you still attack us?" Chopped Axe, the tall woman, exclaimed. "I haven't had my fill yet, so let's see how far you East Crow players can go." After saying so, Chopped Axe charged into the shrinking wall of players. Frost Rain, however, showed no interest in the battle. He yawned with boredom, further inciting guild players' fury. The MTs and melee players on the front line began to employ their specialty moves, meeting Chopped Axe in battle. Elated, Chopped Axe raised the excessively large axe in her hands and brandished it at the approaching players. Peng, peng, peng. As the two sides clashed, the level 56-plus shield warriors, guardian knights, berserkers, swordsmen, and assassins were sent flying, their HPs plummeting. Not even their healers could keep up with the damage. In less than 30 seconds, Chopped Axe had carved a hole in East Crow's encirclement. Seeing this, the Death God Workshop members surged through the gap and assaulted the guild's ranged players. In less than a minute after the battle had begun, only half of East Crow's 500-man team remained alive, yet the workshop's team had only suffered a few casualties. The guild players' screams filled the battlefield, and to make matters worse, not a single player lasted more than 5 moves against Chopped Axe. Even Tier 2 MTs fell after 4 of her attacks. She was unstoppable on the battlefield. Is she a monster? Troubled Madness was dazed as he watched the woman's rampant slaughter, his fighting spirit fizzling out. How boring. You giving up already? Chopped Axe clicked her tongue when she noticed the fear in Troubled Madness's eyes, clearly disappointed. "All right, Axe, that's enough. We don't have time to play with these people. We need to get into the temple quickly." Frost Rain, who hadn't made a single move, reminded his comrade as he gestured to the temple before him. He completely ignored the 200-plus East Crow members that were still alive. 1920, Zero Wing vs. Death God. Chapter 1920, Zero Wing vs. Death God. As Troubled Madness and the other East Crow members lost their fighting spirit, they started to pull away from the Death God Workshop's team, trying to avoid the axe-wielding Chopped Axe in particular. Fear overwhelmed the guild players. No matter how they looked at it, this one-sided battle felt like a nightmare. They were all experts from East Crow, a first-rate guild, but they were nothing more than powerless children before the workshop's players. If they retold this tale in Forest City, no one would believe them. As neutral race players, their Tier 2 promotion quests were more difficult than human players. Of course, after completing their Tier 2 promotion, their racial traits were boosted as well. They were even stronger than ordinary Tier 2 classes. But despite so many Tier 2 players on their team, they had no hope of resisting Chopped Axe. Moreover, the female berserker hadn't used a single skill, relying on her techniques in this battle. As East Crow's members retreated, Death God Workshop's members lost interest in the fight. They didn't even bother to chase down the guild players. Instead, they turned and walked toward the temple. Vice Guild Leader, what should we do? A Tier 2 cleric asked Troubled Madness when he realized that the workshop's players were ignoring their guild. There's nothing we can do. These people are monsters. Chopped Axe in particular has the strength of a 1,000-man legion. We have no chance against her. Most likely, only Setting Sun, which is interested in Forest City, can stop them now, Troubled Madness said as he balled his fists, fear and frustration filling his heart. Although he was a powerful expert, he could only take on 24 experts at the same time. Against a 100-man expert team, even he would have to flee. In contrast, Chopped Axe had just rendered a 500 expert team powerless. With such strength, it would take 1,000 experts to defeat the woman. In other words, Chopped Axe had the strength to single-handedly change the outcome of a battle of several thousand players. Be an absolute nightmare in the fields. Meanwhile, Melody and the other Ninth Heaven members wore grim expressions after watching the battle from their hiding spot in the forest near the temple. How can the Death God Workshop have such a powerful expert? Melody watched Chopped Axe in a daze. Although the Death God Workshop members her guild had encountered were impressive, there hadn't been anyone as strong as Chopped Axe among the group. East Crow's experts were much stronger than independent experts, and while independent players would be considered experts after reaching the early stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor, East Crow's experts had reached the 5th floor's late stage at the very least. And still, those experts were helpless against Chopped Axe. Although she had brought a little over 200 guild experts with her, these players' overall strength couldn't compare to Troubled Madness's 500-man team. Moreover, Troubled Madness was just as strong as she was. So, they're the Death God Workshop's members? Firedance asked Melody. They are, Melody nodded. It seems this trip wasn't a complete waste of time after all, Firedance said as she watched the group of players approach the mysterious temple. She then turned to her guildmates and announced, "All right, time to get to work." Saying so, Firedance emerged from the grove of trees and approached the players from the Death God Workshop. We're getting to work? Cola and the other Zero Wing members grinned before following after Firedance. What are you doing? Melody's anxiety peaked as she watched Firedance and her companions leave their hiding place. Didn't you just see how powerful those players are? With our current team, we won't even serve as a warm-up. We should return and organize a stronger team. The Death God Workshop's commanders were its strongest players. She had assumed that while these commanders might be strong, they shouldn't be much stronger than the workshop's other players, but it seemed that she had been gravely mistaken. Moreover, this Death God Workshop team was led by 2 commander-level existences. When she considered the possibility of the scholarly man, Frost Rain, being as powerful as Chopped Axe, she shuddered. Fighting the 2 Death God Workshop commanders at the same time would be suicidal. However, despite Melody's advice, Firedance stepped out of the forest's cover as if she hadn't heard Melody at all. Guild Leader, what should we do? Scarlet Heart asked nervously. We have no choice. We have to follow them. We are responsible for requesting Zero Wing's help. We can't sit here and do nothing while they fight. Melody sighed as she and her guild members followed Zero Wing's team. The temple's entrance was an empty clearing, void of any obstructions. The moment Firedance and her team appeared, they attracted the attention of East Crow's members. Who are they, huh? They're human. Why are humans here? East Crow's members softly discussed the approaching players. Aside from merchant players, human players were rare in the fairy country. Naturally, spotting a group of 20 human players would be odd. Shortly after Zero Wing's members left the forest, Ninth Heaven's players revealed themselves. Since Ninth Heaven was a local first-rate guild, East Crow's members recognized the expert players, especially Melody. For a time, a commotion erupted among East Crow's members. What is Ninth Heaven's guild leader doing here? Did she come to take revenge for the Death God Workshop's recent ambush? That shouldn't be the case, right? Didn't she see the fight just now? Even with our numbers, we were no match. And she only has around 200 experts with her. With so few players, they won't even be a warm-up for Chopped Axe. They must have missed it. Why else would they make such a foolish move? East Crow's members were shocked as they watched Ninth Heaven's team approach the Death God Workshop members. They could not figure out what Melody was trying to do. Troubled Madness agreed that Melody must have lost her mind. Even if she hadn't seen the battle, she should at least notice the corpses littering the clearing. Oh, aren't you from Ninth Heaven? Chopped Axe recognized Melody's group immediately. Smiling, she asked, What? You want revenge for the trash we killed just now? Feel free to try. I can use this chance to stretch before going into the temple. Guild Leader Melody, don't mind Chopped Axe. She is just joking. Don't take her seriously. Frost Rain, who stood beside Chopped Axe, said, smiling at Melody. If Ninth Heaven is willing to hand the item over, the Death God Workshop will stop targeting your members. I hope that you have carefully considered the matter. Don't even think about it. I will never hand it over to you. Melody growled, rage burning in her gaze. It seems Guild Leader Melody still doesn't understand us. Since you're here then, I'll show you the difference between us personally, Frostrain said. Turning to his team members, he said, Go, remove these players but leave Guild Leader Melody alive. Hearing Frostrain's command, the several dozen Death God Workshop members pounced on Ninth Heaven's members like wild beasts. They treated the 200-plus experts before them like prey awaiting slaughter. Everyone, prepare for battle. Do not fight alone, Melody said, her expression grim as she glared at the 50-plus players charging towards her. Although these Death God Workshop members were not as monstrous as Chopped Axe, they were extraordinarily powerful. She knew from watching the previous battle that they were far stronger than ordinary experts. Just before the workshop's players reached Ninth Heaven's members, a black-clad figure appeared before one of the level 57 Tier 2 Guardian Knights leading the charge. This figure then transformed into a shadow as it pierced through the Guardian Knight. Without time to utter a scream, the Tier 2 Guardian Knight collapsed to the ground, his HP bar drained to nothing. The workshop's players slid to a halt after seeing the shocking attack, turning towards the figure. Who are you? The Death God Workshop members demanded as they watched the figure, afraid. I am Zero Wings Fire Dance. Fire Dance introduced herself as she sheathed 1,000 transformations. Sweeping a glance over the Death God Workshop's members, she calmly stated, I'm here to bury you. 1921, Duel of Strength. Chapter 1921, Duel of Strength. The Death God Workshop's members shot Fire Dance chilling expressions after hearing her statement. You're here to bury us? How bold. This woman must be dreaming. Although Fire Dance's level 60 was surprising, a 2 or 3 level difference was nothing to experts like them. They were merely on alert due to her successfully ambushing and killing a Tier 2 MT. However, Fire Dance was dearly mistaken if she thought that she could slay them all. Several melee experts immediately charged at the assassin, striking with axes, spears, and greatswords simultaneously. These experts' coordination blocked all paths of retreat available. However, Fire Dance did not remain idle. Unsheathing 1,000 transformations once more, she met the approaching weapons with her fragmented legendary sword. When the weapons collided, something astonishing occurred. The impact threw the several charging melee players, and despite all of them being Tier 2 experts, they felt their arms numb from the force, their weapons trembling violently. How can an assassin have so much strength? The several Death God Workshop members that had attacked stared at Fire Dance as she charged towards them in horror. Their movements were still stiff, so their mobility was limited. They couldn't even defend themselves. Realizing that something was amiss, the workshop's ranged players hurriedly launched attacks at the darting assassin. Countless spells and arrows rained down on Fire Dance, covering enough area that she couldn't avoid all of the attacks in time. However, just before the attack struck Fire Dance, a giant of a figure appeared before her. It was none other than Kola, who was more than eager to join the fray. With his shield raised, a barrier of light formed before him, preventing any ranged attacks from reaching his comrade. Even after taking a beating from the ranged attacks, the light barrier remained intact. Meanwhile, Fire Dance arrived before the several stiffened melee players. Executing Absolute Strike and Shadow Turmoil, she killed 2 of them instantly. This turn of events made the Death God Workshop members frown deeply. When Fire Dance had ambushed and killed the Tier 2 MT, they hadn't gotten a clear view of the assassin's combat standards, but after this clash, they knew that both Fire Dance and Kola were extremely powerful experts. Their grasp on timing and their coordination were incredible. So strong. Troubled Madness, who watched the battle from a safe distance, gasped when Fire Dance had instantly eliminated 2 players. After fighting the Death God Workshop earlier, he had learned how powerful the workshop's Tier 2 experts were. Even in a one-on-one, he was not confident of defeating those experts decisively, let alone several of them at once. It seems you're not all talk after all. I finally get to have some fun. Chopped Axe licked the corner of her lips before raising her gigantic battle axe and charging at the human assassin. Although Chopped Axe was a berserker, her movement speed was even higher than ordinary assassins. Fully displaying the benefit of being a tigerkin, she left after images wherever she passed. By the time Fire Dance had killed her 4th Death God Workshop member, Chopped Axe had appeared before the female assassin. Raising her battle axe with a single hand, she sent a powerful chop at Fire Dance. As the weapon descended, space around its blade showed faint signs of crumbling. Tier 2, skill, Spatial Quake. Not only did Spatial Quake temporarily increase her strength, but it also dealt damage in a 515-yard area before her. It was one of the few AoE skills the Berserker class possessed. Not one to fall behind, Fire Dance used the Tier 2 skill, Shadow Edge. Unlike the earlier clashes, neither player had been thrown when Fire Dance's short sword met Chopped Axe's colossal weapon. However, the resulting impact was so powerful that space around them cracked. The women looked at each other in astonishment. How is this possible? How can a human assassin have so much strength? I'm a tigerkin, for God's sake. This berserker's strength is actually a match for mine? The outcome even surprised the Death God Workshop's Frost Rain and Zero Wings members. Chopped Axe was a tigerkin. Her body's innate strength far surpassed that of a human. She had also learned super rare passive skills and wielded a special legacy. Moreover, her weapon was an epic battle axe. Her strength was even unrivaled within the Death God Workshop. The unexpected outcome put Chopped Axe in a very bad mood. She, someone famed for her strength, had failed to defeat a human assassin in a duel of the attribute. This was unforgivable. As for Cola and the others, they were fully aware of just how powerful Fire Dance was. Not only did she wear multiple pieces of epic equipment, but she also wielded 1,000 transformations. Since Cola had his own fragmented legendary item, he could guess that her short sword was the same rank. If that were the case, only Shi Feng and Gentle Snow could likely surpass Fire Dance's strength. Yet, despite being so powerful, Fire Dance's clash with the Tigerkin Berserker had ended in a tie. While everyone was still shocked by the collision, neither Fire Dance nor Chopped Axe gave their opponent an opportunity as they continued to launch frenzied attacks. For a time, after images of Fire Dance's short sword and Chopped Axe's axe filled the battlefield. Chopped Axe had better techniques than Fire Dance, and it was evident that she had reached the flowing water realm. She could perceive Fire Dance's attacks as soon as the human assassin began to execute them. However, Fire Dance was an assassin. Strength wasn't her forte. Her true power lay in her speed, so even though the Berserker could read her movements, she still had an advantage with her movement speed, making up for her weaker combat standard. Despite such a thrilling battle, where her life would be forfeit if she made a single mistake, Fire Dance very much enjoyed this moment. Throughout this battle, she recognized many of her deficiencies and perfected her techniques. Fortunately, the same could not be said for Chopped Axe. She could only watch, displeased, as the human assassin continued to improve as they dueled. "You dare use me as a grinding stone? Do you think I will give you enough time to grow stronger?" Chopped Axe immediately activated her Berserk skill, Savage God's Power, her muscles rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant. At the same time, an extra Crimson Battle Axe had appeared in her hand, radiating waves of bone-chilling mana. "You are the first person in the fairy country to force me to use this move. Now, go to hell." Chopped Axe then swung her blades in a powerful downward slash towards Fire Dance. Tier 2 Taboo Skill, Meteoric Annihilation. Suddenly, over a dozen crimson axes descended from the sky, each carrying the weight of a mountain. In response, Fire Dance activated Power of Darkness before brandishing 1,000 transformations, sending countless water whips at the falling axe blades. Domain Skill, Water Binding. 1922. Painful Lesson Chapter 1922, Painful Lesson. When the two powerful skills clashed, an intense shockwave shook the ground and the surrounding players. At the same time, the ground at the epicenter of the collision shattered and crumbled, a huge crater forming around the two women. Shockingly huge cracks spread out from the crater. There simply was no comparison between this clash and the numerous exchanges the two had before. As the attacks of Meteoric Annihilation and Water Binding disappeared, Fire Dance's and Chopped Axe's figures emerged, standing quietly inside the crater. Although both sides remained completely unscathed, the expressions both women wore were completely different, one of them incomparably excited and the other astonished. "This assassin actually stopped my strongest skill?" At this moment, Chopped Axe's complexion turned ashen as she looked at Fire Dance, her earlier sense of ease gone. Meteoric Annihilation was a Tier 2 taboo skill. Combined with her Berserk skill, she could send even a Grand Lord of the same level stumbling back. She was extremely confident in this move of hers and believed that no player could receive it head-on. Yet, despite Fire Dance being only an assassin, not only did the female assassin manage to stop her attack without receiving any damage, but she had even done so without using Vanish, a well-known life-saving skill of the assassin class. This was definitely an outcome that Chopped Axe could neither accept nor tolerate. However, after Chopped Axe's skill came to an end, Fire Dance's Water Binding was still in effect. The assassin immediately sent water whips at Chopped Axe, one after another, each whip containing strength surpassing Fire Dance's own. In the blink of an eye, 6 whips lashed at Chopped Axe from multiple directions, attacking so fast that the Tigerkin Berserker was forced to use her battle axe to defend herself. For a time, Chopped Axe actually fell into a disadvantage and could only focus on defending herself. Amazing, she is actually suppressing Chopped Axe all by herself? Melody was filled with an indescribable sense of surprise as she watched the battle between Fire Dance and Chopped Axe. She never thought that Fire Dance was this strong. Meanwhile, Troubled Madness, who was spectating the battle from afar, was goggling in shock. He simply could not bring himself to believe that Chopped Axe, the person who had freely slaughtered East Crow's members before, could only focus on defense now. Moreover, at this moment, Chopped Axe wasn't the only person at a disadvantage. The other Death God Workshop members were also engaged in a bitter battle with the other Zero Wing members. Despite the Death God Workshop members' numerical advantage, they were no match for their opponents at all, dying one after another. Shortly after Fire Dance started suppressing Chopped Axe, the half-elf Frost Rain finally made his move. After activating his berserk skill, he began chanting an incantation and drawing line after line of divine runes. A moment later, ice swords appeared in the sky one after another, easily numbering more than 20. These ice swords then descended on Fire Dance. At the same time, a thick wall of dirt formed around the female assassin, preventing her from escaping the ice sword's AoE. Due to the ice swords, Fire Dance gave up on attacking Chopped Axe. Instead, she had her water whips circulate around herself, forming a defensive barrier that kept the ice swords away from herself. However, Chopped Axe did not idle around during this time either, continuously swinging her 2 battle axes against Fire Dance's water barrier, the might of her axes tearing a gap through it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Frost Rain redirected some of his ice swords towards this gap. Despite seeing the approaching attacks, Fire Dance showed no intention of dodging whatsoever. Instead, she brandished 1,000 transformations and struck down the ice swords one after another. Due to Frost Rain's participation in the battle, Fire Dance became busy. Aren't you all going to help her? Melody asked anxiously as she turned to look at Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud, who had not moved at all thus far. It might have been fine for these 2 women not to take action before, since Zero Wing's dozen or so players were more than enough to suppress the 40-plus members of the Death God Workshop. However, now that Chopped Axe and Frost Rain had teamed up to deal with Fire Dance, if Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud still insisted on standing aside, then Fire Dance really would be in trouble. After all, both Chopped Axe and Frost Rain were commanders in the Death God Workshop. Frost Rain's combat power was not the least bit inferior to Chopped Axe's. With the 2 of them working together, their combat power increased exponentially. The slightest gap in Fire Dance's defense would get her killed instantly. However, all Melody's question did was earn her confused looks from Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud. Why should we ruin such a rare opportunity for Fire? Fire is perfecting her techniques right now. Can't you see how happy she is? But those 2 are commanders of the Death God Workshop, the strongest experts in the workshop. Either of them can go up against a legion of 1,000 experts on their own. Even if Fire Dance is stronger than either one, dealing with both at the same time is... Melody fell speechless at the serious expressions Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud had. Fire Dance was obviously at a disadvantage right now, forced into constant defense. She would be killed if she made even the smallest mistake. While the loss of EXP might not be a big problem, it would be a huge loss if Chopped Axe or Frost Rain managed to loot the weapon or equipment Fire Dance dropped. After all, the fact that Fire Dance boasted such frightening strength and speed proved that her weapons and equipment were extraordinary. 2 commanders from the Death God Workshop? Violet Cloud giggled involuntarily at Melody's words. If 4 or 5 commanders went at Big Sis Fire together, this battle might be a little more interesting. 4 or 5 commanders? This comment stunned Melody. She felt that Violet Cloud was a little too overconfident in Fire Dance's abilities. After all, the Death God Workshop was an adventurer team that even super guilds chose to ignore. Melody had long heard that every one of the workshop's commanders could rival the peak experts of super guilds in terms of combat power. Despite that, Violet Cloud was actually saying that Fire Dance could handle 4 or 5 of such commanders. While Melody was conversing with Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud, Chopped Axes and Frost Rain's attacks grew even fiercer. Frost Rain ceaselessly bombarded Fire Dance with spells, giving her no chance to catch a breath. Once he noticed a gap in the assassin's defense, he would immediately strike at it. Meanwhile, Chopped Axe kept creating gaps in Fire Dance's defense. Occasionally, she even moved into melee range and trade blow for blow with Fire Dance. After the trio continued this struggle for a short while, Fire Dance's HP finally started decreasing. Although the assassin had the protection of her armor, just a graze from Chopped Axe's battle axes inflicted a heavy impact. Blood was even leaking from her mouth now. Fortunately, the physical injuries she sustained thus far were still not at a point where they would affect her combat power. Of course, Chopped Axe wasn't having a good time either. Trading blows with Fire Dance had opened cuts and cracks on the Berserker's armor. The impacts so heavy that the Tigerkin would spit out mouthfuls of blood, her HP decreasing by chunks. That weapon really is amazing. It even cuts through my dark gold armor. Chopped Axe was shocked as she took in her damaged armor. She then turned to look at the distant Frost Rain and said, "We can't continue like this. Let's use the combination attack." Nodding in response, Frost Rain promptly changed his attack method and started double-speed casting. Meanwhile, Chopped Axe stored her epic battle axe and gripped the crimson battle axe with both hands. Her dark gray irises then turned silvery white as 6 small magic arrays appeared around her. She then charged straight at Fire Dance. When Chopped Axe got within 15 yards of Fire Dance, she suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, 6 doppelgangers of the female berserker appeared around Fire Dance, all 6 leaping into the air and chopping down at the female assassin. At this time, Frost Rain finished casting his spells. Immediately, frost barriers appeared around Fire Dance one after another, the ground she stood on also giving off a crimson glow as if something was about to spew out from the ground. Combination skill, Frostfire Annihilation. It's over. When Melody saw this scene, she deeply felt death looming over her. Now, she was certain that Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud were overconfident about Fire Dance's abilities. as expected of the famous Death God workshop. This trip really isn't a waste. A touch of joy appeared on Firedance's face when she looked at the combination skill her two opponents were executing. She promptly cancelled water binding and activated the Petrified Thorns petrification domain. Die. The 6 chopped axes yelled simultaneously just as they were about to hit Firedance. The 6 doppelgangers possessed 100% of the main body's strength. Meanwhile, the axes of all 6 covered the entire area Firedance stood in. When all 6 axes landed, the power they carried was so great that even space itself showed signs of shattering. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time as the axes landed, the ground beneath Firedance burst apart. A towering pillar of fire emerged from the ground, enveloping Firedance completely. As the fire pillar dissipated, a lava field could be seen replacing the ground Firedance originally stood on. Meanwhile, surrounding the lava was an ice field. Seen from afar, this scene was spectacular. She's finally dead? Chopped Axe heaved a deep sigh of relief when she saw Firedance's corpse starting to disintegrate in the lava field. The petrification domain Firedance activated had struck both Frost Rain and Chopped Axe. Although their combination skill had mitigated a portion of the damage, they still had very little HP remaining after receiving that attack. Just as Chopped Axe was about to turn around and leave, a yell suddenly entered her ears. Careful! This voice originated from the distant Frost Rain. However, before Chopped Axe could figure out what was going on, a stinging sensation came from her chest. When she looked down, she noticed the tip of a short sword emerging from her chest. Meanwhile, this short sword was none other than Firedance's 1,000 transformations. How? Weren't you? Chopped Axe turned around, her eyes filled with confusion. After all, Firedance, who should have been dead, was currently standing right behind her. Moreover, the female assassin's HP bar was actually full. Instead of replying immediately, Firedance pulled out 1,000 transformations from Chopped Axe, leaving a fountain of blood to pour out of the female berserker's chest. As she watched Chopped Axe's HP plummet, she said in a quiet tone, "Your combination attack really is impressive. You two actually forced me to waste one life." When Firedance was done speaking, Chopped Axe's HP zeroed out. The berserker's body then collapsed to the ground, a piece of equipment appearing beside her corpse. Meanwhile, upon seeing this scene, Frost Rain hurriedly took out an ancient magic scroll from his bag and activated it, destroying the seal on the battlefield and disappearing before everyone's eyes. As for the other Death God Workshop members, they all fell into a panic at Chopped Axe and Frost Rain's defeat. As a result, Zero Wing's members took only a short while to finish them off. At this moment, the Death God Workshop, which had been giving the various large guilds of the fairy country a headache all this time, finally sustained a severe loss for the first time in God's domain. Of the 2 commanders that fought against Zero Wing, one died while the other fled. As for the other 50-plus experts, they suffered annihilation. 1923. Fame spreading across the fairy country. Chapter 1923, Fame spreading across the fairy country. After the Death God Workshop members' annihilation, varying expressions appeared on the faces of Ninth Heaven's and East Crow's members. Big Sis Melody, that Firedance is amazing. She actually defeated 2 of the Death God Workshop's commanders all by herself. If the rest of the Death God Workshop find out about this, they'll definitely start keeping a low profile when taking action. Scarlet Heart exclaimed excitedly as she watched Firedance going through the loot dropped by the Death God Workshop members. The large guilds operating in the fairy country were all powerless to do anything against the Death God Workshop, largely because the Death God Workshop had too many experts. If the guilds dispatched too small of a team to deal with the workshop, their teams would simply end up getting the tables turned on them. But if they sent too large of one, their movements would get noticed very easily, making a successful ambush on the workshop impossible. Take East Crow, for example. Had East Crow dispatched an army of several thousand players instead of just a 500-man team this time, Chopped Axe and Frost Rain's team would have most likely received news about the guild's movements and had long since fled to another map. They wouldn't have given East Crow any opportunity to meet them at all. At this stage of the game, only a superpower, which possessed plenty of experts and resources, would be capable of putting the Death God Workshop in its place. However, the various superpowers had plenty of territories that they needed capable people to manage. They simply couldn't afford a protracted battle with the Death God Workshop without hampering their own development. As a result, the superpowers had no choice but to ignore the antics of the Death God Workshop so long as the workshop did not cross their bottom lines. However, Zero Wing was different from the various superpowers. The guild possessed experts that were capable of defeating the Death God Workshop's commanders, and also had amazing tracking abilities. Even without expending a large amount of manpower and resources, Zero Wing could deal with the Death God Workshop. That's right, after this battle, the Death God Workshop will most likely keep its head down for some time. Melody nodded in agreement. She had never imagined that Zero Wing actually had such frightening strength. The strength the guild had displayed thus far greatly exceeded her expectations. Quickly spread the news that Zero Wing has already agreed to help Ninth Heaven in combating the Death God Workshop. Originally, she had expected Zero Wing to give the Death God Workshop pause, at most, and force the workshop into a stalemate. If that happened, Ninth Heaven would have room to develop. Everything would be fine so long as the guild was not pushed to the brink of collapse. However, the situation was different now. Not only did Zero Wing possess the strength to suppress the Death God Workshop, but Zero Wing also had the ability to ambush the workshop's teams. This outcome was far better than what she initially expected. Once the Death God Workshop learned that Ninth Heaven had partnered with Zero Wing, the workshop would naturally stop seeking trouble with Ninth Heaven out of fear of Zero Wing. I'll spread the message right away. Upon hearing Melody's words, Scarlet Heart immediately understood Melody's intentions. She also could not help but anticipate the impact the news of the Death God Workshop's defeat would have on the fairy country. The Death God Workshop was akin to a plague to the fairy country. Just the mention of its name would give the various major powers of the country a headache. Following which, Scarlet Heart compiled the information of the battle and published it on the fairy country's official forums. She also had some of her subordinates talk it up in the country's various cities. Meanwhile, Troubled Madness, who stood some distance away from Zero Wing and Ninth Heaven's group, wore an incredulous expression on his face as he looked at Fire Dance and the others. Who are those people? Why haven't I heard of a guild named Zero Wing before? At this moment, an indescribable sense of shock filled Troubled Madness's heart. Both Chopped Axe and Frost Rain were monster-like existences, yet, despite working together, they were still no match for Fire Dance. Had Troubled Madness heard about this situation from someone else, he would have most likely dismissed their words as a joke. However, having personally witnessed this battle, he had no choice but to believe it. The final exchange was especially astonishing. He had clearly seen Fire Dance getting killed, yet the female assassin had still managed to mysteriously appear behind Chopped Axe. This was definitely his first time coming across such a strange situation. However, unlike Ninth Heaven's and East Crow's members, Zero Wing's members did not feel particularly surprised by the outcome of Fire Dance's battle with Chopped Axe and Frost Rain. Although Fire Dance did not reveal the details of 1,000 transformations to anyone else, they still knew that Fire Dance possessed the true illusion skill, as they had seen it at work while they were out grinding monsters and bosses. True illusion granted Fire Dance 1 additional life, though the skill could be used only once every 48 hours. Due to this skill, with the exception of dungeons, Fire Dance had never truly died even once until now. Among Zero Wing's core members, Fire Dance held the nickname of Phoenix due to this skill, as well as the envy of many players. Vice Guild Leader, we just found out some information about Zero Wing. It is an up-and-coming guild that was established at the start of God's domain. Although it doesn't have any background, its strength is not the slightest bit weaker than a first-rate guild's, one of East Crow's members reported hurriedly. The guild's strength rivals a first-rate guild's? Troubled Madness rolled his eyes at his subordinate, feeling that this information was greatly mistaken. After all, the first-rate guilds of the fairy country were utterly helpless against the Death God Workshop, yet Zero Wing, a guild capable of dealing with said workshop, was labeled as a guild that only rivaled first-rate guilds. What did that make the fairy country's 5 first-rate guilds then? Second-rate guilds? Of course, there was also a huge difference between first-rate guilds. For example, with the combat power Zero Wing had displayed thus far, it should at least be able to rival the best among first-rate guilds. It definitely wasn't an existence that ordinary first-rate guilds like East Crow could compare to. Notify your subordinates to look into the relationship between Ninth Heaven and Zero Wing immediately. Also, before we get a clear picture of their relationship, notify everyone in the guild not to come into conflict with Ninth Heaven's members. Troubled Madness instructed. Although he did not know the full extent of Zero Wing's strength, based on the experts the guild had revealed today, Zero Wing definitely wasn't a guild to be underestimated. It would not be a laughing matter if these experts of Zero Wing made trouble for East Crow out in the fields. Meanwhile, on Fire Dance's side, after they finished going through the loot dropped by the Death God Workshop members, they immediately returned to Forest City to rest. While waiting for the Death God Workshop to make another move, they surveyed the area around the 2 shops Melody promised, as well as gained a deeper understanding of Forest City's situation. This was also one of the tasks Shi Feng had assigned them. After all, as the capital city of a neutral country, its growth potential was limitless. There were also plenty of resources unique to the fairy country. By the time Fire Dance and the others returned to Forest City, Scarlet Heart had long since spread the news of the Death God Workshop's defeat throughout the fairy country. For a time, the entire country was in an uproar. This is a lie, right? That's the Death God Workshop we're talking about. How can anyone possibly ambush the workshop successfully? It's no lie. There is even a video recording uploaded with the forum post. Although the video only shows snippets of the battle, the ones that got defeated are indeed the commanders and members of the Death God Workshop. Moreover, the Death God Workshop hasn't issued any denials up to now, so it must be true. Zero Wing is amazing. It is actually able to ambush and defeat the Death God Workshop's members. I wonder what kind of guild Zero Wing is. Why haven't I heard about it before this incident? It should be a new guild created by some major corporation. Otherwise, how could it possibly be so strong? I wonder if Zero Wing is recruiting neutral players like us. At this point, everyone in the fairy country was talking about the Death God Workshop's defeat and growing curious about Zero Wing's identity. After all, the Death God Workshop was one of the fairy country's overlords. A guild capable of suppressing the workshop definitely wasn't ordinary. Zero Wing's fame quickly spread throughout the fairy country. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious mansion in Forest City, when Frost Rain entered the reception room of this mansion and saw the gentle, old man sitting on one of the sofas there, his expression immediately tensed up in anxiety. Meanwhile, standing beside this old man were 6 people, all of them radiating a frightening aura. Similar to Frost Rain, these 6 people were commanders of the Death God Workshop. Only, their internal ranks were much higher than Frost Rain's. "You've returned?" Sending a glance at Frost Rain, the old man asked calmly, "Well, out with it. What happened over there?" 1924 Foundation Investigation. Chapter 1924 Foundation Investigation. Frost Rain suddenly felt a chill enveloping his entire body at the old man's words. He immediately retold the battle, careful not to miss out on even the slightest detail. "I see." The old man narrowed his eyes as he caressed his white beard. "A guild from Star Moon Kingdom, is it? An outside guild dares meddle in the matters of our Death God Workshop? Chief, why don't I bring a team to take care of them?" A 2.5-meter-tall Bearkin berserker said suddenly. The Bearkin's suggestion stunned the other commanders present. Among the 8 commanders of the Death God Workshop, the Bearkin berserker ranked number 1. Titled the Heavenly Spear by the Secret Pavilion, he was one of the 2 true pillars of the Death God Workshop. While others might not know, it was entirely due to the first commander and chief commander's existence that the various superpowers chose to ignore the Death God Workshop's antics. Otherwise, with the strength the various superpowers possessed, they would have long since taken care of the Death God Workshop. Yet now, one of the Death God Workshop's pillars was proposing to take action himself. The other commanders present were naturally surprised by this situation. "Forget it. We'll stop harassing Ninth Heaven temporarily. We'll decide how we should proceed after we have conducted a thorough investigation of Zero Wing," the old man said, shaking his head. "Moreover, even if we don't take action, Zero Wing will still encounter a lot of trouble from this point onward. The waters of the fairy country are much deeper than they think." Meanwhile, the Death God Workshop's lack of response to its crushing defeat fueled Zero Wing's fame to greater heights in Forest City. In just one day, a large number of players already wanted to join Zero Wing. Unfortunately, as Zero Wing had no intention to establish a branch guild in Forest City at the moment, these interested players could not help but sigh in disappointment. However, the businesses Zero Wing had set up in the 2 shops Melody had traded were booming with popularity. Many of the potions and engineering tools sold by the Candlelight trading firm were very much welcomed by Forest City's players. For example, the exotic stamina potion. As there weren't many towns and cities in the fairy country, there were very few teleportation points. Meanwhile, with the guilds occupying most of the nearby resource areas, independent players had no choice but to grind in distant maps. Due to these factors, independent players had to expend a lot of stamina just on travel, a situation that further increased the demand for the exotic stamina potion. In addition, as Zero Wing held exclusive rights to the exotic stamina potion, Candlelight's shops were the only source of the potion, which the independent players and guild players of Forest City were frantically purchasing. As for the selling price, it was much higher than that of the potions sold in Star Moon Kingdom. In just one day, after deducting material costs and labor costs, the 2 shops set up in Forest City earned Zero Wing over 5,000 gold. Candlelight's shops here were much more profitable than those in White River City. Melody also found the exotic stamina potion very tempting. Hence, she asked to purchase the potion in bulk from Zero Wing. However, as the Candlelight trading firm could produce only a limited number of exotic stamina potions each day, even if Zero Wing wished to sell the potions in bulk, it couldn't. In the end, after Ninth Heaven negotiated with Melancholic Smile, it was decided that the Candlelight trading firm would supply the guild with a fixed number of exotic stamina potions each day. In exchange, Ninth Heaven would supply Zero Wing with materials unique to the fairy country. A few examples of materials unique to the fairy country were fairy fruit and fairy wood. Both were extremely rare materials. Fairy fruit could be used to make all kinds of beverages. Not only could fairy fruits enhance the taste of a beverage, but they also provided a sobering effect, which allowed players to focus better when working. To lifestyle players, beverages made using fairy fruit were akin to wonder drugs. Fairy wood was even more special. It could be used to make furniture and ships. Furniture made using fairy wood carried mana, which, in turn, increased the mana density of the furniture's surroundings. Meanwhile, when used to produce ships, fairy wood would increase the ship's durability. These 2 materials might not be particularly useful to current players and guilds, but as players reached higher levels, these 2 materials would likewise appreciate in value. This was especially true for furniture made using fairy wood, which was something all lifestyle players sought. Although such furniture would not improve the production success rate, the increased mana density would help lifestyle players concentrate better. This was also the main reason why Shi Feng had tasked Fire Dance and the others with setting up shops in Forest City to purchase a large amount of fairy fruits and fairy wood. Now that Zero Wing had Ninth Heaven's help as well, the collection of these materials would proceed even faster. Meanwhile, a group of cloaked players suddenly arrived in Star Moon Kingdom's Zero Wing City. These cloaked players had thoroughly hidden their appearances. However, the fierce aura they radiated still made other players avoid them like the plague. If a player with a high-ranking identification skill were to inspect these players, they would definitely be very surprised because these cloaked players were not part of the human race, but of neutral races. In total, there were 50 players in this group, every one of them a Tier 2 player. This was almost as many Tier 2 players as a first-rate guild possessed at this stage of the game. The one leading this group of neutral players was a level 58, Tier 2 Tigerkin Ranger. Meanwhile, moving alongside him were a male half-elf and a female Tigerkin. The latter two were none other than Frost Rain and Chopped Axe, commanders of the Death God Workshop. So, this place is Zero Wing City? The mana density here is so high. Why are there so many players here? The Death God Workshop's members were filled with surprise as they observed the crowded streets of the city. Although they had seen NPC cities with much higher player populations, this was their first time seeing a guild town or city with so many players. Moreover, a considerable portion of these players were experts. There were also plenty of Tier 2 players roaming about the city. The situation here was completely different from any guild town they had visited before. However, the most surprising aspect of Zero Wing City was still its mana density, which greatly surpassed even the fairy country's most mana-dense area. Alright, enough sightseeing. Our goal here isn't to tour Zero Wing City, the Tigerkin Ranger said in a cold voice. We only have one goal this time, and that is to get a clear idea of Zero Wing's strength. The Chief Commander has also stated that, if need be, we should exhibit a portion of our strength to let Zero Wing know that the Death God Workshop's reputation is not for show. Frost and Axe, that goes double for you two. If you don't perform well, you should know what kind of person the Chief Commander is. When Frost Rain and Chopped Axe heard the Ranger's words and thought about the Chief Commander's means of doing things, their bodies shuddered involuntarily. They couldn't offer any rebuttals to Light Cloud, the Tigerkin Ranger. While part of the reason for this was the intense aura he gave off, another part was him being the second-ranked commander in the Death God Workshop. In terms of combat standards, Light Cloud far surpassed the two of them. The other Death God Workshop members also nodded silently and sorted out their emotions. They immediately followed Light Cloud to investigate Zero Wing's residence. When the group arrived on the top floor of a high-class restaurant adjacent to Zero Wing's residence, Light Cloud used a high-ranking identification skill to observe the situation inside the residence. However, the moment Light Cloud did so, he fell into a daze. This was because 500 Tier 2 players stood in the residence's front courtyard at this moment. Meanwhile, even the weakest piece of equipment these players wore was level 50 fine gold rank, while the majority of these players sported level 50 dark gold equipment. Currently, these 500 Tier 2 players were standing at attention before a man. When Light Cloud tried identifying this man, he could not see any information about him aside from his name, Black Flame. Even so, he could distinctly feel an indescribable sense of danger from the man even from several hundred yards away. Cloud, what's the situation inside Zero Wing's residence? Frost Rain and Chopped Axe could not help but ask curiously after Light Cloud remained silent for a long time. 1925, Frightening Numbers. Chapter 1925, Frightening Numbers. Despite hearing Frost Rain and Chopped Axe's question, Light Cloud remained completely silent as he stared at the rows of Tier 2 players inside Zero Wing's residence. How is this possible? Is Zero Wing really just equal to a first-rate guild? This thought echoed continuously in Light Cloud's mind. 500 Tier 2 players. To the current first-rate guilds, this number was beyond impossible to achieve. Even the Death God Workshop had only a little over 60 Tier 2 players right now. If the workshop started a fight against Zero Wing, just the numerical advantage alone would let the guild run roughshod over the Death God Workshop. In the Fairy Country, although the various first-rate guilds each had more Tier 2 players than the Death God Workshop, the difference wasn't much. Hence, the Death God Workshop was not afraid of conducting guerrilla warfare against them. Including experts like the 8 commanders, the workshop held a considerable advantage when fighting out in the fields. However, the methods the Death God Workshop employed against these first-rate guilds would be absolutely useless against Zero Wing. After all, the disparity in the number of Tier 2 players each organization possessed was nearly tenfold. Even if Zero Wing divided its Tier 2 experts, the guild could still form sizable groups that would pose a formidable fighting force. Not to mention, unlike the various first-rate guilds, Zero Wing had experts that could rival the commanders of the Death God Workshop. If the Death God Workshop really started fighting against Zero Wing in the Fairy Country, even with the home ground advantage, the workshop wouldn't have it easy. Frost, Axe, you two stay here with me. Everyone else, return to base, Light Cloud commanded after giving the matter some more thought. Only the 3 of us are staying behind? Frost Rain was confused as he looked at Light Cloud. The Chief Commander specifically sent these people to help us. If all of them return, what can the 3 of us possibly achieve here? Aside from scouting out Zero Wing's strength, the Chief Commander had also implicitly suggested they make trouble for Zero Wing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dispatched so many Tier 2 experts for a simple reconnaissance operation. The other Death God Workshop members agreed with Frost Rain's words. They all expressed their confusion over Light Cloud's decision, unable to understand why they had to return to base shortly after arriving in Zero Wing City. With their group of Tier 2 experts, they could cause even more destruction than a large guild's 1,000-man expert legion. Do you know how many Tier 2 experts are currently in Zero Wing's residence? Light Cloud asked as he shifted his gaze to Frost Rain. Tier 2 experts? Seeing as this is Zero Wing's main headquarters, there should be a couple of dozen, I guess, Frost Rain replied after giving the matter some thought. Currently, even first-rate guilds had only a little over 100 Tier 2 experts. Meanwhile, having half of this number stationed in the guild's main headquarters could already be considered excessive. A couple of dozen? Light Cloud stared at Frost Rain in disdain upon hearing this answer. If there were only a couple of dozen, do you think I'd order a retreat? Could there be over 100? Chopped Axe asked, somewhat surprised. Wrong, it's 500. Light Cloud replied as he spread his right hand wide. 500? How can that be possible? Isn't Zero Wing just an equal of first-rate guilds? Did you see wrong? Frost Rain instinctively rejected Light Cloud's statement. This number was no laughing matter. If Zero Wing really had 500 Tier 2 experts, it could already rival some of the weaker superpowers. I wish I had seen wrong, Light Cloud said, a bitter smile appearing on his face. However, I have already used my identification skill to double-check several times. All 500 of them are indeed Tier 2. Didn't they say that Zero Wing doesn't have any backers? Chopped Axe said, horrified. If Zero Wing had 500 Tier 2 experts, then taking care of their team of 50 Tier 2 players would be child's play. Most likely, aside from the 3 commanders present, everyone else would die if they tried fighting against 500 Tier 2 experts. She found it truly hard to believe that Ninth Heaven, a second-rate guild that had no backers whatsoever, had managed to partner up with a titan like Zero Wing. With this, the Death God Workshop really had to consider carefully whether to continue targeting Ninth Heaven or not. We're changing plans. From now on, the 3 of us will continue scouting out Zero Wing. Try to avoid butting heads with Zero Wing as much as possible, Light Cloud said. I'll also personally report this matter to the Chief Commander, so everyone else should return to base now. Obedient to Light Cloud's instructions, the other Death God Workshop members scattered and returned to the fairy country. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious mansion in Forest City, Silent Autumn, the Death God Workshop's Chief Commander, who was currently holding a meeting with the workshop's various commanders, received a report from Light Cloud. 500 Tier 2 players? Silent Autumn, who was caressing his beard, froze when he read the contents of the report. Although he had long since expected Zero Wing to be extraordinary since the guild dared to intervene in the Death God Workshop's affairs, he had never thought that the guild would be extraordinary to such an extent. It seems we'll have to shelve our plans for the moment. Chief Commander, what about our partnership with those people? The several commanders seated before Silent Autumn asked worriedly. Those people won't stop their plans just because of us. If we miss out on this opportunity, there is always money to be made. However, oftentimes, one wrong move could potentially end our lives, Silent Autumn replied, waving his hand. He still decided to play the spectator in this matter for the moment. Notify the ones below to maintain a low profile for now. We can also use this opportunity to determine whether Zero Wing has the ability to set foot into our territory. I believe it won't be long before we find out one way or another. There's no need for us to grow anxious. Meanwhile, inside Zero Wing's residence, Shi Feng remained ignorant of the fact that his gathering 500 Tier 2 members to raid Kama Island had prompted the Death God Workshop to abandon the thought of taking revenge on Zero Wing and even some of its development plans. Guild leader, all manpower and resources are gathered. On Thunder Island's side, the Phoenix Pavilion has already made all the necessary arrangements. We can set off at any time, Aqua Rose reported as she approached Shi Feng. Nodding, Shi Feng said, all right, have everyone teleport to Thunder Island now. Traveling to Kama Island was not an easy task. The island's location in the Sea of Death's inner area meant players would come across many dangers on the way there. Even a small mistake could be fatal. Moreover, although Shi Feng knew that Kama Island housed a manatite vein, he had very little understanding in regard to everything else. Hence, he needed Phoenix Rain's forces to guide him there. After all, Phoenix Rain had been operating in the Sea of Death all this time. Her familiarity with the Sea of Death was definitely superior to his. She would help him avoid many unnecessary dangers. Following which, Zero Wing's members started teleporting to Thunder Island using a guild transfer scroll. Upon arriving in the city on Thunder Island, Zero Wing's members could not help but gasp in shock. Their reaction was because the city on Thunder Island was like heaven on earth. Not only was the scenery here mesmerizing, but there was also a frightening number of players in the streets of the city. Even imperial capitals could not compete with this city in prosperity. Level 56 players and above could be seen roaming all around. Many players here had even reached level 58 already. Even Shi Feng was somewhat surprised by this situation. He had never thought that Thunder Island had already developed to such an extent. Meanwhile, under Blue Phoenix's guidance, Zero Wing's members soon arrived at Thunder Island's harbor. Currently, thousands of speedboats and warships could be seen docked there, the scene simply jaw-dropping. Just as Blue Phoenix was about to bring Zero Wing's members to the speedboats she had prepared for the trip to the Sea of Death's inner area, a Dragon Phoenix Pavilion member suddenly ran over. Big Sis Blue, bad news. The Pavilion Master found the legacy left behind on Savage God Island, but information about it got out somehow, and her team ended up surrounded by Miracle's forces. Currently, Miracle has already blocked off the entire island. Although we immediately tried to deploy reinforcements, 9 Dragons Emperor's people are deliberately making trouble for us, preventing us from using the guild's warship to save the Pavilion Master. Damn it! 9 Dragons Emperor must have leaked the information to Miracle to spoil our plans. Upon hearing her subordinate's report, Blue Phoenix could not help but frown in anxiety. The terrain on Savage God Island was slightly unusual. Players could use neither return scrolls nor instantaneous movement scrolls on the island. Meanwhile, entry to the island was possible only by ship. If the entire island was blocked off, the only way out was by carving a path of blood. Meanwhile, the members Phoenix Rain had brought to Savage God Island this time were all experts of the Phoenix Pavilion. Their annihilation would deal a severe blow to the Phoenix Pavilion. Guild leader Black Flame, due to this emergency, I'll have to postpone our trip for now. I need to quickly organize a fleet and head over to Savage God Island. I hope that you can understand, Blue Phoenix said anxiously as she looked at Shi Feng. Something happened on Savage God Island? Shi Feng was startled by Blue Phoenix's words. As far as he remembered, Savage God Island was not something that should appear at this stage of the game. He nodded and said, since the Phoenix Pavilion Master is in trouble, it is only natural to postpone this matter. As allies, is there anything we can do to help? 1926 Hell Has No Doors. Chapter 1926 Hell Has No Doors. Guild leader Black Flame is willing to help us? Wonderful. Blue Phoenix rejoiced when she heard Shi Feng's offer. Although Zero Wing had not focused on its development on Thunder Island and had only conducted some business there, the naval forces the guild possessed still should not be underestimated. The one-horned sailboat, in particular, a bronze small sailboat that Zero Wing revealed during the struggle for Thunder Island, was something that the various superpowers still sought to obtain even now. After all, although the superpowers' naval forces had improved a lot since the struggle of Thunder Island, the one-horned sailboat remained a force to be reckoned with. Following which, while organizing a fleet to head toward Savage God Island, Blue Phoenix filled Shi Feng in on their rescue operation this time. In order to monopolize the legacy ruin on Savage God Island, Miracle had dispatched 3 of its fleets, each of which had over 100 ships. With the 3 fleets, Miracle was able to surround Savage God Island and seal off all possible exit points. Originally, with the naval forces the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had developed during this period, it would have been very easy to break through a blockade like this. However, due to 9 Dragons Emperor's interference, Phoenix Rain couldn't mobilize the common warship the Pavilion had recently acquired after much difficulty. Although warships were no match for speedboats and sailboats in terms of speed, they were specialized for combat, their combat power far superior to even that of sailboats out at sea. This warship was the reason why the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion succeeded in stabilizing its position on Thunder Island. With the current predicament happening so suddenly, most of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's fleets were out of position, off doing their own quests very far away from Savage God Island. Even if these fleets were to head over to Savage God Island now, by the time they arrived, Phoenix Rain's group would have long since been killed by Miracle. The only fleet they could mobilize was the one the Pavilion had stationed to garrison Thunder Island. Guild leader Black Flame, I hope that you can help us distract a part of Miracle's forces. You don't have to fight them head on. It is fine so long as you can distract 1 fleet's worth of ships. With that, my side will be able to break through the encirclement and rescue the Pavilion Master's group. Blue Phoenix briefed Shi Feng on the plan as she took out a sea map. As long as they could group up with Phoenix Rain's forces, Miracle would have a hard time doing anything against them. Then, all they would have to do was buy time until the Pavilion's other fleets arrived. At which point, Miracle would naturally give up on targeting Phoenix Rain. After all, if the fleets of their 2 superpowers truly started a fight with each other, all they would achieve was harm to themselves, benefiting the other superpowers occupying Thunder Island. My side only needs to split one of their fleets away? After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng nodded and said, that won't be a problem. We'll do our best to keep them busy for as long as possible. The appearance of Savage God Island was a huge event. He naturally had to go and take a look. During his previous life, he had only heard about Savage God Island. Savage God Island was both a secret land and a drifting island. Rumor had it that there were legacies and treasures left behind on the island. Reality had indeed proven these claims true. Regardless if it were legacies or treasures, both could allow a guild's strength to skyrocket. However, Savage God Island had only appeared for a short period in the past. By the time the various large guilds had shifted their focus to the sea, Savage God Island had long since become a legend. In the end, only the superpowers back then had managed to gain some harvest from it. I'll have to trouble guild leader Black Flame then, Blue Phoenix said sincerely. By the time Blue Phoenix was done hashing out a rescue plan, her fleet was also ready to set off. She immediately commanded her fleet to depart for Savage God Island. The appearance of Blue Phoenix's fleet stunned many of the adventurer teams that had recently arrived on Thunder Island. Her fleet had 100 ships in total. Among them, more than 50 were advanced speedboats. 8 were bronze speedboats, 2 were mysterious, iron speedboats, and 2 were common small sailboats. A very powerful fleet even in the Sea of Death. Compared to the fleets the adventurer teams normally came across, the difference was like heaven and earth. The usual fleets only had 5 or 6 bronze speedboats and 30 or so advanced speedboats, with the rest being ordinary speedboats. In reality, the adventurer teams that had recently arrived on Thunder Island weren't the only ones surprised by the fleet Blue Phoenix prepared. Even Shi Feng was surprised at this sight. He had never thought that Phoenix Rain had already expanded her naval forces to such a level. Moreover, this was only one of several fleets under Phoenix Rain's command. Of course, a fleet used to garrison Thunder Island naturally needed to be excellent, as this was a show of the guild's strength. At the same time, this garrisoned fleet could be used during emergencies. Even so, from looking at Blue Phoenix's fleet, Shi Feng could already tell just how frightening the naval forces Phoenix Rain currently possessed. Upon seeing Blue Phoenix's fleet leave the harbor, Shi Feng took out the Swift Dragon speedboat, 2 bronze speedboats, over a dozen advanced speedboats, 1 common sailboat, and the one-horn sailboat to ferry the 500 Zero-Wing members he brought with him. Although the number of ships in his fleet was far from a match for Blue Phoenix's fleet, his fleet's overall combat power was still enough to make the various adventurer teams wandering around the harbor gawk at his fleet enviously. Zero-Wing's fleet is amazing. Big Sis Blue, this is wonderful. With our strength and Zero-Wings, we'll have no problem breaking through Miracle's encirclement. A level 57, Tier 2 female cleric on one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's common sailboats exclaimed in surprise and joy when she saw Zero-Wing's fleet. This is only natural. Back during the struggle for Thunder Island, Zero-Wing's fleet was already something that the various superpowers envied. Although Zero-Wing is currently unable to focus on its naval development due to a bunch of matters, its naval strength is still not to be underestimated. Blue Phoenix nodded. This was also the reason why she was so happy that Shi Feng was willing to help them out. After traveling for a little over 3 hours, Blue Phoenix and Shi Feng's group finally saw an island enveloped by dark fog on the horizon. This island was none other than Savage God Island. Currently, the entirety of Savage God Island was surrounded by a large number of ships. However, after Blue Phoenix took a rough glance at these ships, her complexion darkened immediately. How is this possible? Her expression turned incomparably gloomy when she saw the ships anchored at Savage God Island. Miracle only dispatched 3 fleets. That was an outright lie. At this moment, there were more than 500 ships around Savage God Island. In other words, a total of 5 fleets were present. Moreover, just the small sailboats she could see from this distance numbered as many as 7, with mysterious iron speedboats numbering more than 10. Even Miracle's Pride, the giant crocodile warship, was here. Meanwhile, after noticing the appearance of Blue Phoenix's and Shi Feng's fleets, these ships quickly went into action and started forming an encirclement around the 2 fleets. Vice Guild Leader Miles, just like you guessed, the fleet the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion used to garrison Thunder Island has arrived. However, according to the report we received, it would seem that Zero-Wing's fleet is also participating in the rescue operation this time. Zero-Wing's fleet has 2 sailboats and several excellent speedboats. A Tier 2 Ranger, the captain of one of Miracle's small sailboats, reported as he looked at Shi Feng's fleet. Should we alter our original plans, Zero-Wing? Thousand Miles smiled when he heard this. This is interesting. Originally, I only planned on damaging and plundering Phoenix Rain's first fleet, but since Zero-Wing has also joined the fray, we'll take Zero-Wing's ships too, notify the Water Ghost Legion to start the assault. He was very familiar with Zero-Wing's one-horned sailboat. However, after the Thunder Island event, Zero-Wing no longer operated in the Sea of Death. As a result, the one-horned sailboat also disappeared from everyone's eyes. Now that the one-horned sailboat reappeared, he could use this opportunity to take it for himself. Zero-Wing's naval strength might have been frightening during the struggle on Thunder Island, but times had changed. The one-horned sailboat's combat power was no longer a threat to Miracle. Understood, the Ranger Captain said excitedly, his eyes shining with greed as he looked at Blue Phoenix's and Shi Feng's fleets. The operation this time was a huge jackpot. In anticipation of this moment, the Water Ghost Legion he led had been constantly honing itself in secret. Unlike legions that operated on land, the Water Ghost Legion specialized in naval combat. Every member of the Legion had acquired a sea-based legacy. Their combat power far surpassed normal players when at sea. Before them, a ship was no different from a stationary target. Including the firepower of 5 fleets worth of ships, annihilating an expert fleet was a piece of cake. Retreat, everyone, leave this sea zone as quickly as possible. Blue Phoenix commanded hurriedly upon seeing Miracle's fleet mobilizing. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was clear for all to see. Fighting against a fleet of such a size and caliber was simply suicidal. The only thing they could do now was retreat. However, in terms of speed, Miracle's ships obviously had the upper hand. Very quickly, Miracle's ships completed their encirclement of Blue Phoenix's and Shi Feng's fleets. Shortly after, a gigantic dark gray warship stopped a short distance from the sailboat Blue Phoenix rode. The level 58 Tier 2 Ranger standing on this warship's deck smiled as he looked at Blue Phoenix and said, "Blue Phoenix, long time no see. Although I lost to you in our previous battle, this time I'll have you hand over all your ships to me. Or do you want me to slaughter every one of your men before taking your ships? I'm fine either way." Blue Phoenix's expression turned even uglier when she saw this level 58 Tier 2 Ranger. The man's name was Wild Aggression, and he was the commander of one of Miracle's trump card legions. Recently, Wild Aggression had obtained a sea-based advanced legacy. Now, his strength out at sea was far stronger than his strength on land. His appearance here also meant that their chances of defeating Miracle's forces this time had become even smaller. "Since you're not willing to make a decision, I'll choose for you." Sending a glance at the Water Ghost Legion members behind him, Wild Aggression pointed forward and said, "Go, kill them all, but make sure not to damage my new ships. As for the items they drop, finders keepers." 1927 King of the Seas. Chapter 1927 King of the Seas, Retreat. All ships maintain a distance from the enemy and break through the encirclement with everything you have. Absolutely do not let enemy ships close in on you. Blue Phoenix commanded hurriedly when she saw the approaching bronze and mysterious iron speedboats. The attacks of ships had very long cooldowns. Moreover, while these attacks were effective against sea monsters, they were not as effective against players. After all, the attacks of ships were very monotonous with long preparation times. Expert players could easily avoid them. Hence, if a ship allowed enemy players to get close, it would no longer be able to exert its might. Then, the outcome of the fight would be decided by a fight between the players of both sides. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had received a report stating that Miracle had obtained a secret sea-based legacy and had used said legacy to nurture a large group of experts specialized in naval combat, which was very likely to be the Legion Wild Aggression led. Otherwise, Wild Aggression would have no reason to close the distance between their two guilds' fleets and waste time on a battle between players. Rather than risk dying to random cannon fire, it would be much better for Miracle's ships to simply bombard them with their own cannons. Although doing so would damage the pavilion's ships and reduce the harvest Miracle could gain, this method was comparatively safer. Under Blue Phoenix's command, the pavilion's ships maintained a steady bombardment while simultaneously keeping their distance from Miracle's ships. For a time, the Water Ghost Legion's speedboats couldn't approach the pavilion's ships at all. What a bunch of slippery eels. You sure know how to run away. Whenever the Water Ghost Legion's speedboats got too close, Blue Phoenix's ships would accurately launch a round of attacks that forced the Legion's speedboats to either reduce their speed or swerve to avoid the attacks. This, in turn, opened the distance between the two fleets. You wish to escape? Try it if you can. We have long since set up a magic barrier around this area. Not a single one of you should think of leaving this place alive. Wild Aggression bellowed in rage when he saw that the distance between their two guilds' fleets was not shortening at all. Activate the magic array. Following Wild Aggression's command, walls of ice suddenly started emerging from the ocean surface, blocking off the direction Blue Phoenix's and Shi Feng's fleets were heading. The ice walls were over a dozen meters tall and several meters thick. Moreover, they kept expanding into the surroundings. It was simply impossible for the ships to break through this barrier. The glacier seal? Shi Feng felt a little surprised when he saw the gigantic ice barrier forming a distance away from his fleet. The glacier seal was the product of the glacier orb, a rare magical tool meant for naval combat. However, activating the glacier seal required 100 glacier orbs. Moreover, each activation cost 10,000 magic crystals. Once activated, the glacier seal would lock down a 5,000-yard radius for 30 minutes. Only small sailboats ranked secret silver or higher, and warships at mysterious iron and above could break through the glacier seal. All ships gather together. Do not engage the enemy by yourself. Make sure to operate in two-man units or more. Blue Phoenix understood that escape was already impossible. Now that they had been cornered, the only thing they could do was concentrate their forces and hope for the best. Moreover, players could not use return scrolls while on a ship. Only after jumping into the ocean could they use one. However, return scrolls had very long activation times. If they tried something like that, Miracle's ships would shoot them like fish in a barrel. Hence, their only choice was to fight to the death. Guild leader Black Flame, I am truly sorry for this, Blue Phoenix said, looking at Shi Feng apologetically. Later on, my fleet will delay Miracle for as long as possible, so you should store away a portion of your ships. Once the ice barrier is gone, you can try to use those remaining ships to flee this place. At that time, Miracle will most likely not bother to give chase. After saying so, Blue Phoenix quickly had her ships fall into a defensive formation, separating Miracle's fleet from Zero Wing's fleet entirely. With this, if Miracle wanted to target Zero Wing, it would have to go through her ships first. Do you think our Water Ghost Legion will let Zero Wing's members escape? A level 57 Tier 2 Berserker who was a team leader from the Water Ghost Legion sneered. Use instantaneous movement scrolls to break through the defensive line. Prioritize killing all of Zero Wing's members. Let's see what the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion can do about it. After this team leader said so, a 100-man team from the Water Ghost Legion immediately used instantaneous movement scrolls after arriving at a location a short distance away from Blue Phoenix's ships. In the blink of an eye, this 100-man team broke through the defensive perimeter Blue Phoenix erected and appeared above Zero Wing's one-horned sailboat drawing their weapons. These Water Ghost Legion members revealed sinister smiles. Meanwhile, the Berserker team leader unsheathed the blood-stained greatsword slung on his back. When he did so, a faint layer of water vapor appeared around it. This was none other than the power of the sea-based legacy he had acquired. Tier 2 passive skill, Flowing Water Blade. So long as the owner of this skill was in a sea zone, the skill would increase their strength by 30%, attack speed by 40%, and attack range by 50%. Zero Wing, it's time to put an end to your game of friendship with the dragon, Phoenix Pavilion. Who'll be the first to die to my blade? The Tier 2 Berserker, Spiridox, said, grinning sinisterly as he glanced at the Zero Wing members before him. However, just as the Water Ghost Legion members thought that they would get to watch their team leader start a slaughter and were about to let out a cheer, a faint blue streak of light suddenly passed through the space where Spiridox stood. In the next moment, his tall and muscular body split in half, the top half sliding smoothly into the ocean below and disappearing with a splash of seawater. At this moment, it was as if the entire world had frozen over as silence filled the battlefield. The Water Ghost Legion members standing on the one-horned sailboat's deck couldn't utter a single word as they gaped at their team leader's bisected body, their eyes as wide as saucers. Even the level 50 fine gold chest armor their team leader was proud of had been cut through cleanly, the cut surface as smooth as a mirror. A short moment later, blood started spewing out from the lower half of Spiridox's body, dyeing the entire deck he stood on in crimson. You people sure speak a lot of nonsense. Didn't you want to fight? Come at me together then. Aqua Rose, who was clad in dark blue robes and held an aqua blue crystalline staff, said with an indifferent expression. Team leader Ox got instant killed. Is she a monster? I didn't even see her chant an incantation. How did she cast such a powerful spell? Everyone, don't be afraid. That kind of spell must be a sure kill spell. She should not be able to use it again within a short while. Besides, even if she is a monster, we're out at sea right now. This is our playing field. If we work together, there is no way we'll lose to one person. Right. Even sea monsters are no match for us. Kill. Let Zero Wing know the might of the Water Ghost Legion. The Water Ghost Legion members present were all experts of miracle. Moreover, they had all obtained a sea-based legacy. Setting aside their combat power on land, they were confident that they could contend against even peak experts with ordinary classes when fighting out at sea. After regaining their fighting spirit, over a dozen ranged players bombarded Aqua Rose with attacks. Immediately, spells and arrows flew at Aqua Rose one after another, every one of these attacks containing power at the peak of Tier 2. A Tier 2 MT of the same level would not survive such a bombardment easily, not to mention a Magic-class player. As long as an attack landed, Aqua Rose would sustain heavy injuries, even if she did not die. At the same time, over a dozen melee players started moving toward Aqua Rose from two different sides. If she tried to dodge the ranged attacks, her defense would definitely lapse. They could then take advantage of that opening to kill her. However, Aqua Rose held her ground and simply watched quietly as the numerous spells and arrows flew toward her. Is she suicidal? Doesn't she know that these spells and arrows are buffed by the ocean's power? Just as the approaching melee players were wondering why Aqua Rose was not reacting to the incoming attacks, the spells and arrows actually started disappearing after getting within half a yard of her. It looked as if something was devouring these attacks one after another. A magic barrier? Impossible. The power of those attacks is at the peak of Tier 2. Even if she used a Tier 2 magic barrier, there is no way she can stop all those attacks without suffering any damage. Just as the Water Ghost Legion members were wondering what was going on, Aqua Rose tapped the butt of her staff on the deck. The water barrier surrounding her promptly expanded, transforming instantly into a 10-meter-tall tsunami, which then devoured every Water Ghost Legion member standing on the one-horned sailboat. Even Tier 2 MTs were utterly powerless in the face of the tsunami. After getting devoured by the towering wave, everyone's HP fell to zero in no more than 2 seconds. In the blink of an eye, all 100 Water Ghost Legion members were killed, leaving behind a bunch of ownerless weapons and equipment on the deck. 1928, Tier 3 Combat Power. Chapter 1928, Tier 3 Combat Power. When the Water Ghost Legion members on the one-horned sailboat were annihilated, the other Water Ghost Legion members who were fighting Blue Phoenix's forces could not help but gasp. Isn't the opponent only a single person? How did they get killed so easily? She must have used a powerful spell. Even Tier 2 MTs didn't survive her attack. Did she use some kind of over-tier spell? Questions flooded the Water Ghost Legion members' minds as they looked at Aqua Rose. Due to their sea-based legacies, both their attack power and defense were greatly enhanced when fighting at sea. In addition, their combat standards were superior to ordinary experts. Overall, their Tier 2 members should be able to contend against peak experts. However, Aqua Rose had still killed the several Tier 2 members, who were part of the 100-man assault team, instantly. What are you all afraid of? The enemy is just one person. Since fighting her at close range is impossible, then switch to ranged attacks. She is bound to run out of mana and stamina sooner or later. Wild Aggression barked strictly, a slight frown forming on his face. While Aqua Rose's strength did indeed make it more difficult for them to wipe out Zero Wing's forces, they still had an absolute advantage in numbers. The outcome of this battle wouldn't change just because of one person. After Wild Aggression finished speaking, another 100-man team from the Water Ghost Legion teleported to the one-horned sailboat. Obedient to Wild Aggression's command, several dozen ranged players started attacking Aqua Rose from a distance. Although Aqua Rose's spells were powerful, she would have difficulty retaliating when targeted by so many attacks. Moreover, with such a great distance between them, dodging her single-target spells would be much easier. Suddenly, over 100 projectiles flew at Aqua Rose from multiple directions. At this time, however, Aqua Rose completed incanting a spell. Opening her eyes, she said, "Go." Following which, a gigantic ball of water formed above her head, then shot out countless jets of water that struck down every projectile sent at her. Dozens of water jets also flew at the Water Ghost Legion members. The water jets were so fast that they even broke the sound barrier. In the blink of an eye, the jets arrived before the Water Ghost Legion members. Tier 2 spell, Rising Flow. Shoo, 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 shoo. Although the Water God Legion members tried to block or dodge the water jets as soon as they noticed the attacks, the water jets were simply too fast. In addition, the water jets were so powerful that they even pierced through the ice walls, which a few elementalists had managed to erect in time, and the players standing behind the ice walls. Players struck by the water jets died instantly. When the few surviving Water Ghost Legion members who managed to dodge the water jets in time saw their companions collapsing, fear surfaced in their eyes. However, while these Water Ghost Legion members were in a daze, Aqua Rose launched another wave of attacks at them. This time, though, she controlled the movements of the water jets so they no longer attacked in a monotonous pattern. Facing water jets that came at them from multiple directions, the Water Ghost Legion members had no choice but to defend themselves, as evasion was no longer possible. However, the power of the water jets easily penetrated whatever defenses they raised. In the blink of an eye, the second 100-man team the Water Ghost Legion sent to deal with Zero Wing was annihilated. How was that possible? The other Water Ghost Legion members who were watching the battle from afar grew fearful and anxious as they looked at Aqua Rose. In the short span of time since the battle began, 200 members of Miracle's prided Naval Legion had gotten killed already, which was simply a nightmare. Moreover, this nightmare still showed no signs of ending anytime soon, as Aqua Rose used an instantaneous movement scroll and teleported herself between the Water Ghost Legions and Blue Phoenix's clashing forces after killing the second 100-man team. She then promptly started casting a spell. Do you really think you're invincible in naval combat? Wild Aggression could no longer sit still after seeing Aqua Rose appear boldly before him. He swiftly retrieved the aqua blue longbow slung on his back and simultaneously fired several dozen icy blue arrows at her. Die. Every arrow carried power at the peak of Tier 2. Several dozen of them intertwined could heavily injure even a great lord of the same level. Moreover, the arrows also moved faster when intertwined. Like a lightning bolt, they crossed the distance of 80 yards or so almost instantly. When the other Water Ghost Legion members saw this move, they breathed out an involuntary sigh of relief. Their commander was finally taking action. This move was originally only a Tier 2 skill. However, when used at sea, its power would be enhanced significantly. Moreover, Wild Aggression had combined a combat technique with the skill, increasing the skill's power even further. Even Tier 2 MTs of the same level would be killed instantly if they tried stopping this attack head-on. However, just as the arrows were about to land on Aqua Rose, a 3-layered water barrier suddenly appeared before her like a blooming lotus flower. Boom! When the arrows struck the water barrier, they tore through the first layer easily. However, when they reached the second layer, they stopped cold. Along with the appearance of the water barrier, 12 angry water serpents had also surfaced from the ocean around Aqua Rose, each serpent over a dozen meters tall. Like rampaging sea monsters, they let loose a deafening roar. Immediately, the players near Aqua Rose felt an indescribable pressure weighing on their bodies, both their attributes and physique decreasing continuously. Who are you? Wild Aggression's eyes were wide with astonishment when he saw that Aqua Rose remained completely unharmed after receiving his attack. That was a skill enhanced by the power of the sea. How can a Tier 2 player like you possibly stop it? Enhanced by the sea? Indifferently, Aqua Rose said. Do you think you're the only one who managed to obtain a sea-based legacy? It's no wonder you're so strong. Wild Aggression immediately came to a realization. Licking his lips in excitement and anticipation, he continued, Originally, I thought that this would be a boring job, but since you are also an expert with a sea-based legacy, I will finally get a chance to stretch my body properly. After saying so, Wild Aggression activated a berserk skill, his aura skyrocketing in intensity. The increased mana flow around his body also roiled the ocean's surface. At this moment, the vibe the ranger gave off made it seem as if he was a primordial sea monster that had just awoken from its slumber, inspiring an indescribable sense of fear in others. The boss is finally getting serious? With this, both the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Zero Wing are dead for sure. The Water Ghost Legion members grew excited when they saw the change in Wild Aggression's aura. The Berserk skill Wild Aggression had just activated was a legacy Berserk skill. Although its duration was very short, when used at sea, the effects of the Berserk skill greatly surpassed those of ordinary Berserk skills. At this moment, the Ranger was not the slightest bit weaker than a Grand Lord of the same level in terms of basic attributes. Not good. Wild Aggression is getting serious. When Blue Phoenix saw Wild Aggression walking on the surface of the ocean, her complexion darkened significantly. Immediately, she called Shi Feng and said, "Guild Leader Black Flame, we need to go help her quickly." Out at sea, Wild Aggression is even scarier than some of Miracle's old monsters. She was well aware that Wild Aggression had obtained a sea-based advanced legacy. When he used his legacy Berserk skill out on the open ocean, he was truly invincible against players of the same level. "No need, just leave it to Aqua," Shi Feng replied, shaking his head as he looked at Blue Phoenix's anxious expression. Trying to help Aqua Rose out at sea was simply unnecessary. After all, in a maritime environment, Aqua Rose's combat power was superior to even his own. Moreover, he had given both the Void Robe and Void Gloves dropped by the Void Serpent to her. If it really came down to a battle out at sea against Aqua Rose, even he would have to flee. Right now, her combat power was solidly at Tier 3. Including the effects of the Sea Dragon Staff, a growth-type staff exclusive for Aqua Rose's Sea God's Legacy, her combat power was already at the peak of Tier 3, even without activating a Berserk skill. Hence, for Tier 2 players, picking a fight with Aqua Rose right now was no different from suicide. While Shi Feng was saying so, Wild Aggression made his move, firing an arrow straight into the sky. Following which, a twofold magic array appeared overhead and rained countless aqua blue arrows onto Aqua Rose. Tier 2 taboo skill Heavenfall. As for Aqua Rose, she controlled the water serpents to greet these arrows. Boom! When the attacks of both sides clashed, the resulting shockwave formed a depression in the ocean surface and shook the surrounding ships. Meanwhile, when the splashes dissipated, the gigantic water serpents still towered proudly above the ocean surface, their bodies entirely unscathed. 1929. Sea God's Wrath. Chapter 1929. Sea God's Wrath. She blocked it? Wild Aggression's eyes twitched when he saw the sea serpents unharmed. Before Wild Aggression could shake off his shock, Aqua Rose waved her staff once more and sent a water serpent snapping its jaws at the Ranger. However, Wild Aggression reacted to the attack quickly. Just as the water serpent was about to bite down on him, he leaped out of harm's way. The water serpent's gigantic body made its single target attack look like an AoE spell. When it crashed into the ocean's surface, the impact created a whirlpool 8 yards in radius and more than 10 meters deep. The power of the serpent's attack had the Miracle members present gulping involuntarily. If they were struck by that attack, they would undoubtedly die. Meanwhile, after Wild Aggression dodged the water serpent's attack, he started firing arrow after arrow at Aqua Rose from midair. "While this water serpent of yours is good in a melee fight, but it is far from enough to deal with me." As a veteran expert, Wild Aggression quickly understood Aqua Rose's weaknesses after clashing with her for just a short time. While the water serpent was indeed strong, it was considerably slow. All he needed to do to win this fight was avoid the water serpent and focus on attacking Aqua Rose herself. Like shooting stars, the arrows Wild Aggression launched moved so quickly that others could see only streaks of light. For a time, dozens of light blue streaks of light bombarded the water barrier protecting Aqua Rose, raising splashes of water one after another. However, no matter how many arrows struck Aqua Rose's barrier, they got through only the first layer at most. They weren't able to pierce the second layer even in the slightest, much less damage Aqua Rose. The boss still hasn't broken through that barrier even after attacking so many times. She really is a monster. Even if the commander can't harm her, she can't harm the commander either. With the commander's combat standard and speed, that slow water serpent won't be able to touch even a strand of the commander's hair. The players observing the battle between Wild Aggression and Aqua Rose from a distance were mesmerized. The battle between these two players did not look like a battle between players at all, but more like a territorial struggle between two monsters of equal strength. No matter how many times these two monsters attacked each other, they failed to inflict any harm on one another. One is not enough? Raising her brow at Wild Aggression, Aqua Rose pointed her free hand at the Ranger. Immediately, the remaining 11 water serpents all joined in on the attack. How can she control so many serpents? Wild Aggression's expression turned serious when he saw the approaching water serpents. Dealing with one water serpent was easy enough, as its attacks were somewhat monotonous. However, if all 12 water serpents were to attack simultaneously, the standard of the attack would undergo a qualitative transformation. Originally, Wild Aggression had thought that Aqua Rose could control only one water serpent properly. In that case, he could take advantage of the water serpent's slow attack speed to counterattack her. However, with all 12 water serpents attacking him now, he could only evade. He had no opportunity to attack Aqua Rose whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, Wild Aggression was placed in an absolute disadvantage. However, the thing that made him truly fearful was the fact that Aqua Rose's control over the water serpents improved as the battle went on, making it increasingly difficult for him to evade their attacks. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the serpents devoured him. Fire the warship's cannons and kill her. It doesn't matter even if you destroy the ship she is standing on, Wild Aggression commanded, his eyes becoming bloodshot when he saw his depleting HP. Hearing Wild Aggression's order, the Miracle members controlling the giant crocodile warship sprang into action. After they aimed the warship's main cannon at Aqua Rose's position, the cannon started gathering a frightening amount of mana. The shot from the giant crocodile warship's main cannon was the warship's strongest attack. One hit from the main cannon could heavily injure even a Grand Lord-ranked sea monster or instantly obliterate an advanced speedboat. Sensing the dense mana converging on the giant crocodile warship, Aqua Rose immediately grew serious, activating her Legacy Berserk skill before chanting an incantation. Suddenly, everyone on the battlefield felt strong winds blowing at them. At the same time, gigantic whirlpools formed on the ocean's surface one after another. Over 100 whirlpools appeared in the blink of an eye, swaying every one of Miracle's ships violently. "Attack!" Wild Aggression shouted hurriedly when he sensed that the situation was amiss. Following the Ranger's command, a black-white beam of light shot out from the giant crocodile warship, tearing apart the space around it as it sped to devour Aqua Rose. "Go!" At the same time as the light beam appeared, Aqua Rose raised her staff into the air. Immediately, the whirlpools erupted and transformed into gigantic waterspouts that moved to intercept the magic beam. Sea God's Wrath. This move was the strongest spell Aqua Rose currently possessed, and was a curse that could be used only when she had her Legacy Berserk skill activated. Suddenly, over 100 waterspouts clashed with the magic beam, the intense shockwave resulting from the clash causing the ocean's surface to sink. The clash between the magic beam and the waterspouts continued for several seconds. Then, the energy reserves for the attack finally ran out. In the next moment, the light beam dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind a bunch of intact waterspouts. How is this possible? Wild Aggression's mind blanked out when he saw the giant crocodile warship's magic beam disappear without achieving anything. However, before the Ranger could snap out of his daze, one of the waterspouts had already devoured him entirely. The waterspouts then extended their reach toward the distant giant crocodile warship. When the duration of Sea God's Wrath ended, aside from the giant crocodile warship, every one of Miracle's advanced and ordinary speedboats caught within range of the spell was destroyed. This outcome had the Water Ghost Legion members, who were fighting against Blue Phoenix's forces, gaping in shock. One attack had destroyed several dozen speedboats. This attack was even more frightening than any large-scale destruction spell they had seen before. "I'm not fighting anymore. That woman's practically a king-class sea monster. I'm not going to die a pointless death here. Let's escape together." "Right, let's escape together. That way, the higher-ups won't be able to pin the blame on us." After a moment of silence, Miracle's members could no longer withstand the pressure they felt from Aqua Rose. Immediately, every one of Miracle's ships turned around and fled the battlefield, further stupefying the Water Ghost Legion members. How were they supposed to leave the battlefield without any ships? They would simply be live targets if they jumped into the ocean. Moreover, swimming in the ocean consumed a lot of stamina. "We don't have any other choice but to try it." Realizing their current predicament, some of the Water Ghost Legion members chose to dive into the sea. Although the sea monsters were extremely dangerous, their chances of survival with the sea monsters were much better than if they stayed to fight against the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members, where death would be certain. As for the rest of the Water Ghost Legion members, they desperately tried using instantaneous movement scrolls to teleport onto the fleeing ships. However, Aqua Rose did not give these players any opportunity to escape whatsoever. Her combat power was originally already at the peak of Tier 3. After activating her Berserk skill, she could easily slaughter the Tier 1 and Tier 2 Water Ghost Legion members, needing only one hit per person. After just a short moment, the corpses of nearly 300 Water Ghost Legion members could be seen floating on the ocean. Meanwhile, as Aqua Rose was conducting her massacre, the distant Miracle members vanished without a trace. Even the glacier seal placed on the battlefield had disappeared. The sudden reversal of the battle thoroughly dumbfounded Blue Phoenix's forces. This situation overturned the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members' understanding of naval combat. They had never thought that one person's strength would be enough to change the outcome of a near-hopeless battle. Moreover, Aqua Rose had even defeated the Water Ghost Legion with relative ease. Only Shi Feng found this situation normal. The first reason for this shocking outcome was the extreme weakness of the ships that players currently possessed. While these ships might be useful against low-tiered players, against players at Tier 3 and above, their effects would be negligible. The second reason was Aqua Rose having the Sea God's Legacy, one of the strongest sea-based legacies in the game. In the past, it was precisely because of this legacy that the Freedom Alliance had managed to become an overlord of the seas. Otherwise, with the Freedom Alliance's strength, it would have long since been devoured by the various superpowers. Following which, Shi Feng started going through the spoils of war. In the meantime, everyone else rested and prepared to enter Savage God Island. Meanwhile, inside one of the dark canyons on Savage God Island, A 1,000-man legion from Miracle was currently searching for Phoenix Rain's group with everything they had. At this time, 1,000 Miles, the leader of the legion, suddenly received a message from one of the Water Ghost Legion members that had successfully fled the battlefield. We lost? 1,000 Miles' complexion darkened when he read the message. He simply could not believe it. 1930 Legacy Treasure, Chapter 1930, Legacy Treasure. 1,000 Miles' expression sank even further after watching the battle video the Water Ghost Legion member sent him. How is she so powerful? The battle video showed Aqua Rose blocking the giant crocodile warship's main cannon all by herself. Moreover, she had even managed to damage the giant crocodile warship severely, as well as destroy several dozen speedboats. To make matters worse, she had done all these things with only one spell. Even large-scale destruction, spells weren't capable of such a feat. After all, every speedboat had a certain amount of magic resistance. They were also made of very tough materials to be able to fight sea monsters. Nevertheless, Aqua Rose still managed to destroy the speedboats in one hit. This proved that her attack dealt additional damage to ships. Vice Guild Leader, did something happen? Silent March, who was currently dressed in a set of gray robes and had an aura of death surrounding her body, asked curiously when she noticed the grim expression on 1,000 Miles' face. Wild's ambush failed, 1,000 Miles replied as he forwarded the message he received to her. Moreover, it was a rout. This time, over 70% of the Water Ghost Legion's members died in battle. Several dozen ordinary and advanced speedboats also got destroyed, and 6 bronze speedboats and 1 mysterious iron speedboat got captured by the enemy. How is that possible? Silent March found 1,000 Miles' words incredible. Could the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion have come prepared this time and mobilized every one of its fleets for this battle? The 5 fleets Wild Aggression led were all expert fleets of Miracle. There was also the Water Ghost Legion. Unless the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion mobilized every one of its fleets, she couldn't imagine how Wild Aggression could suffer such a heavy blow. No, all of this is due to just one person, 1,000 Miles said, shaking his head. One person? Silent March could not help but be stunned. Enviously, 1,000 Miles said, even Wild Aggression with his advanced legacy was no match for her. I suspect that she must have obtained a sea-based peak legacy, as well as weapons and equipment unique to her class. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so powerful. Sea-based legacies were things that the various superpowers were currently scrambling to acquire. When the various superpowers clashed with each other out at sea, the battle would normally be between players only. Ships were mainly used to deal with sea monsters, as they were not as effective against players. Meanwhile, just obtaining a sea-based basic legacy could increase a player's combat power out at sea by at least 50%. As for advanced legacies, the improvements provided were even more exaggerated. Miracle had exhausted a lot of manpower and resources just to obtain one sea-based advanced legacy. However, 1,000 Miles had to admit that the return was worth the losses incurred. After gaining the advanced legacy, Wild Aggression's combat power out at sea was simply frightening. Whether the Ranger was going up against sea monsters or players, his advanced legacy provided significant help. Now that it seemed that Aqua Rose had acquired a sea-based peak legacy, how could 1,000 Miles not feel envious of it? Moreover, watching this battle had also reaffirmed for him the importance of sea-based legacies. Then, what should we do now? I'm afraid it won't be long before the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's reinforcements arrive. Once that happens, we'll have a harder time killing Phoenix Rain, Silent March said worriedly. Since reinforcements have already arrived, there's no need for us to waste time here any longer. In any case, we have already obtained the legacy treasure and achieved our initial goal. Have everyone retreat, 1,000 Miles replied, smiling. We'll let Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing have their fun for now. Once we obtain this legacy, the entire Sea of Death will be Miracle's territory. When Blue Phoenix received news about Miracle's ambush on Phoenix Rain, they had already fought a battle with Phoenix Rain's team on Savage God Island. Meanwhile, by the time Blue Phoenix's fleet arrived, the battle had long since ended. Although they did not manage to steal everything from Phoenix Rain's group, they had still obtained the most important legacy treasure. If they had not wanted to obtain the remaining treasures, they wouldn't have bothered wasting time playing cat and mouse on the island with Phoenix Rain. Although the losses they suffered to Zero Wing were indeed unexpected, compared to the legacy treasure, these losses were negligible. Understood, I'll have everyone retreat from the island right away. Silent March started contacting the members scattered across Savage God Island and had everyone swiftly withdraw from the island. Pavilion Master, something strange is going on with Miracle's members. They're actually leaving the canyon, a level 57 Tier 2 Ranger using Eagle Eyes reported when she noticed that the Miracle members searching for them had started pulling out of Savage God Island. They stopped chasing us? Phoenix Rain, who was currently recovering her stamina beneath a tree, asked curiously. Has Blue arrived? That's not right. With 1,000 Miles' personality, he wouldn't give up so easily. Did something unexpected happen to Miracle's forces? She knew very clearly what kind of strength Blue Phoenix's impromptu fleet possessed. It would be fortunate if Blue Phoenix's fleet could break through Miracle's blockade of Savage God Island. Even after Blue Phoenix's forces grouped up with her team, All they would be able to do was buy time for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's other fleets to arrive. 1,000 Miles should know this as well, so how could he possibly give up on this excellent opportunity to deal her a blow? Pavilion Master, something changed. An assassin hiding at the shore of Savage God Island reported suddenly. Miracle's ships stationed around the island are withdrawing. Miracle even removed the lockdown on the island? Phoenix Rain grew even more curious after hearing this report. Just what is 1,000 Miles planning? It was precisely Miracle's blockade that prevented her team from escaping. Meanwhile, now that it was gone, they could leave at any time. However, Phoenix Rain could not understand why 1,000 Miles would give up on such a good opportunity. Pavilion Master, another update. Miracle's giant crocodile warship is approaching the island. However, by the looks of it, the warship seems to have sustained heavy damage. 2 of its mainsails are in tatters. Moreover, the fleets following behind the warship seem to have lost a lot of ships. They must have just experienced a great battle. The Miracle members on the island seem to be preparing to board the warship and leave the island, the assassin said, shocked as he eyed the gigantic warship that had anchored close to the beach and the Miracle members approaching the warship. After hearing this assassin's report, Phoenix Rain grew even more confused. She could not make heads or tails of the situation at all. Miracle's giant crocodile warship was no laughing matter. It was much more powerful than even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's warship, akin to a mobile seaborne fortress. Hence, she found it truly hard to imagine that Miracle's prided warship would suffer heavy damage. Moreover, Miracle had even decided to abandon Savage God Island and retreat right after suffering such a humiliation. Everyone, get yourselves ready. We're going to leave the island now, Phoenix Rain decided after giving the matter some more thought. Pavilion Master, could this be Miracle's trap? Maybe they're pretending to retreat to get us to lower our guard, a female cleric said. With how strange this situation was, they had to be especially careful in their decisions. That shouldn't be the case. That's the giant crocodile warship we're talking about. Miracle doesn't need to damage its prized warship to such an extent just to deal with us. Miracle must have fought some other superpower and ended up eating a loss, Phoenix Rain said, shaking her head. While she had indeed considered the possibility of this being a ploy by Miracle, the likelihood was very low. Warships could not be repaired in ordinary repair yards. It would be utterly foolish for Miracle to damage its core combat power just to deal with her team. A short moment later, Phoenix Rain led the survivors of her team out of the canyon they were hiding in and carefully approached the shore of Savage God Island. Their journey there was incomparably peaceful. They did not encounter a single member of Miracle. Just which superpower started a fight with Miracle? Phoenix Rain could not help but wonder as she thought back to the uneventful journey her team just made. As far as she knew, there were no naval superpowers capable of forcing Miracle to make such a decisive retreat. Pavilion Master, look, it's Blue Phoenix's fleet, a Tier 2 ranger said as she waved excitedly at the ships approaching the shore they stood on. When Phoenix Rain turned to the direction the female ranger indicated, confusion covered Phoenix Rain's face. It was indeed Blue Phoenix's fleet that arriving. However, Miracle's ships currently surrounded Blue Phoenix's fleet, yet for some reason, none of Miracle's ships dared approach Blue Phoenix's fleet. They only watched the fleet edge up to the shore from afar as if they were afraid of something. When Blue Phoenix's fleet got closer, Phoenix Rain suddenly noticed the presence of sailboats and speedboats that were both unfamiliar yet familiar to her. This was especially true for the sailboat at the lead. Zero Wing? Phoenix Rain was filled with an indescribable sense of shock when she saw Shi Feng and his guild members standing at the bow of the one-horned sailboat. Could it be their doing? 1931 Savage God's Treasure. Chapter 1931, Savage God's Treasure Sea of Death. On the giant crocodile warship off Savage God Island, Vice Guild Leader, the results of our investigation are in. According to our spies, Black Flame is personally leading Zero Wing's team this time. As for why Zero Wing is here, we still aren't certain, Silent March reported as she pointed towards Zero Wing's members, who had just set foot ashore. Black Flame? 1,000 Miles smiled upon hearing this. We're quite lucky this time. Since the guild leader of Zero Wing has personally come to a remote place like the Sea of Death, Zero Wing must be conducting a big operation. Although Zero Wing had ruined his plans, it would seem that he was soon going to earn back his losses. I'll have 5 assassin parties secretly tail them, Silent March said, a smile likewise appearing on her face. She then started arranging for the necessary manpower. In God's domain, guild leaders of large guilds generally wouldn't lead a team of their own. However, when they did, it would definitely be an important operation. If one stalked such a team and properly took advantage of the opportunity, one could deal damage to the targeted guild and steal said guild's harvest. Only, it was very difficult to track the guild leaders of the various large guilds as they would generally take preventive measures to cover their traces. Make sure Zero Wing's members don't detect them no matter what, 1,000 Miles reminded. Vice Guild Leader, rest assured, the parties I sent are the best. I am certain they will not be discovered. Silent March nodded. Meanwhile, on Savage God Island, after Blue Phoenix informed Phoenix Rain about the battle between Aqua Rose and the Water Ghost Legion, Phoenix Rain could not help but sigh ruefully. She had gone to great lengths to secure a clue leading to a sea-based legacy, yet before she could get the legacy, Miracle stole it from under her. Meanwhile, Zero Wing had somehow obtained a sea-based peak legacy without anyone noticing. With this peak legacy, even the naval overlords would not dare to casually start a war with Zero Wing. Big Sis Rain, does that mean the legacy treasure fell into Miracle's hands? When Blue Phoenix heard about Phoenix Rain's battle on Savage God Island, her originally happy mood instantly vanished. If not for Nine Dragons Emperor leaking information, you wouldn't have met such an ambush. Big Sis Rain, why don't we report this matter to the Great Pavilion Master? If we do so, Nine Dragons Emperor will definitely get his just deserts. The clue regarding the legacy treasure was something they had discovered in the Savage Wildland. Now, however, their efforts had ended up profiting Miracle instead. It's useless. We don't have any evidence. The Great Pavilion Master won't believe a unilateral claim. Not to mention, the competition is already at a crucial point. Nine Dragons Emperor might even be hoping I'll complain to the Great Pavilion Master to use it to lower my standing, Phoenix Rain said, shaking her head. In the next moment, however, the corners of her lips curled up as she added, however, unfortunately for Nine Dragons Emperor, while it is indeed true that Thousand Miles has stolen the legacy treasure, our side obtained the Savage God's treasure. The Savage God's treasure? Shi Feng, who stood before Phoenix Rain, muttered in surprise. He had never imagined that Savage God Island would really have both the Savage God's legacy and treasure. In the past, he had only heard of these two things' existence, nothing more. When no additional information was revealed, many people took the news as fake. After all, both these two things were left behind by a god. How could there be absolutely no news about them after players acquired them? That's right. Phoenix Rain smiled. She then retrieved an ancient book from her bag and said, "This is the treasure left behind by the savage god, a divine tome." The moment Phoenix Rain took out the divine tome, everyone present felt their perception vanish as the large book sucked the ambient mana completely dry. Impossible! A divine tome? Shi Feng goggled at the book in Phoenix Rain's hands reflexively, an indescribable sense of shock flooding his heart. Current players would not have any accurate knowledge regarding divine tomes. However, Shi Feng, who had played God's Domain for more than a decade, knew just how valuable a divine tome was. It was no exaggeration to say that it was worth more than a fragmented legendary item. Its value to lifestyle players could even rival a legendary item. This is a treasure that allows lifestyle players to enter the Divine Library and learn the recipes and designs left behind by ancient gods, Phoenix Rain said, chuckling. Although there are only 2 entry slots available, if used properly, generating a fortune is definitely possible. While the legacy treasure could grant players frightening combat power, the Savage God's treasure allowed players to gain frightening wealth. After all, those recipes and designs were left behind by ancient gods. The items that could be created using those recipes and designs were undoubtedly amazing. Earning a fortune with those items would be very easy. Meanwhile, money just so happened to be the thing she lacked the most right now. She had invested practically every coin she earned into developing her naval forces. However, despite doing so, her naval forces were still significantly weaker than Miracle's. If she wished to surpass Miracle, then she required more funds. Moreover, while Miracle had indeed stolen the legacy treasure from her, obtaining the legacy itself was impossible in the short term. The player Miracle selected for the legacy would need sufficient strength. Meanwhile, in order to guarantee success, Miracle would definitely have to make a lot of preparations. Guild Leader Black Flame, it is all thanks to you that Blue and her forces were able to escape tragedy this time. At the same time, you also saved my life. I hope that you can accept one of these 2 slots, Phoenix Rain said sincerely as she looked at Shi Feng. While having allies was a good thing, not all allies would be willing to lend a helping hand during critical moments. Most of them would take action only after weighing their potential gains and losses. The fact that Zero Wing stepped forward when she faced danger was invaluable. Phoenix Pavilion Master, you are making too much of it. I only helped out as an ally. However, I am indeed very interested in this Divine Tome entry slot. While I will be accepting your goodwill, I cannot just take it for free, Shi Feng said. He immediately took out 6 bronze speedboats and traded them to Phoenix Rain. Each entry slot to the Divine Library was worth roughly 1 fragmented legendary item, definitely far more than the help he provided this time. As for the bronze speedboats, these things currently weren't of much use to Zero Wing, as the guild was not particularly active in the Sea of Death right now. However, they were worth a lot to Phoenix Rain, who operated mainly in the Sea of Death. With a look at the trade window, Phoenix Rain understood that, like herself, Shi Feng did not like owing favors. Hence, she simply nodded and accepted the 6 bronze speedboats. Using the Divine Tome, Phoenix Rain left a mark on Shi Feng's palm. With this, he could either use the mark himself or transfer it to someone else. However, it could be used only once. Once the transaction was completed, Phoenix Rain decided against lingering on Savage God Island, as she still had a lot of work awaiting her. After instructing Blue Phoenix's group to continue guiding Shi Feng to Kama Island, Phoenix Rain herself returned to Thunder Island. Shi Feng headed deeper into the Sea of Death on the one-horned sailboat. While resting inside a cabin in the sailboat, Shi Feng fell into deep thought as he looked at the mark on his palm. In the end, he decided to be the one to use this mark. Although there were other lifestyle masters in the candlelight trading firm, acquiring a recipe or design from the divine library required one to possess sufficient combat power as well. Otherwise, one would not gain anything. Meanwhile, if he waited until Melancholic Smile or Cream Cocoa became combat experts, it would be months or years before he could reap the benefits of the divine library. Following which, Shi Feng activated the mark on his palm. Suddenly, the mana inside the cabin stirred. Shortly after, a spatial tear appeared behind Shi Feng and sucked him into it. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the room, leaving behind only a silver magic array on the floor where he had been standing. 1932. Divine Library. Chapter 1932. Divine Library. After getting sucked into the spatial tear, Shi Feng arrived in a dark and chaotic space. Standing at the center of this space was a majestic shrine that gave off such pressure that even the chaotic airflow actively avoided it. The moment Shi Feng appeared before the shrine, he could feel a stifling suppression of his strength. The frightening divine might the shrine exuded also made his movements extremely sluggish. This pressure really is amazing. It's no wonder they said that players couldn't enter the divine library without having a certain degree of strength. Shi Feng felt a little surprised as he moved his body tentatively. Right now, his body's physique and basic attributes weren't even at the standard of a Tier 1 player. His perception of his surroundings had also become non-existent. If he were to fight in such a state, he might have difficulty going up against a chieftain of the same level. If any other Tier 2 player were in his position right now, one could easily imagine how much weaker they would become, not to mention lifestyle players. After familiarizing himself with the environment, Shi Feng approached the shrine, which was over a kilometer tall. Countless divine runes and magic arrays were engraved into the shrine's exterior, radiating a golden glow that gave the shrine a sacred ambiance. Meanwhile, standing before the main entrance was a stalwart statue wearing leather armor and a helmet made out of dragon bones, the helmet exposing only a set of eyes. The statue also held an axe in each hand. The pressure the statue gave off was so powerful that Shi Feng had extreme difficulty approaching it. When he got within 100 yards of the statue, his body refused to move even a step closer. What kind of statue is this? It's clearly an inanimate object, yet it still has such a powerful pressure. Most likely, even Tier 4 players can't walk up to its feet. Looking at this 10-meter-tall statue, Shi Feng could feel that the pressure it gave off would increase exponentially the closer one got to it. After bypassing the statue, Shi Feng quickly arrived at the shrine's main entrance. The entrance was so massive that even monsters over 10 meters tall could walk through it easily. As Shi Feng approached the golden set of doors, the doors slowly parted, a blinding glow escaping through the gap between the doors. By the time the golden doors were fully opened and the intense light had dissipated, a sea of books appeared before Shi Feng. Rows of bookshelves filled the hall before him with patrol squads of stone guards wandering all around the chamber. Similar to Shi Feng, these stone guards were all level 69. As for their ranks, there were elites, special elites, and chieftains. Although the HPs of these stone guards were not as high as that of ordinary monsters of the same rank and level, the elites still had over 1,000 HP, while the chieftain-ranked squad captains had 5 mils in HP. If Shi Feng were to come across these monsters in the outside world, he wouldn't even have paid attention to them. However, in his current state, he had no choice but to take the many stone guards in the hall seriously. The chieftain-ranked stone guards were especially dangerous to him. While Shi Feng was carefully observing the movements and habits of the stone guards, an armored middle-aged man, whose body was translucent like a ghost, suddenly appeared at the center of the hall. Even when Shi Feng tried using omniscient eyes on him, aside from finding out that the man was named Bernard, he did not get any other information. Adventurer of the human race, I am Bernard, the manager of the Divine Library. Since you have gained an entry slot from a divine tome, you may pick out one book from the Divine Library. However, the books here are not easy to acquire. They will not be given to people who lack ability, Bernard said after appearing before Shi Feng. Like an emotionless machine, Bernard continued indifferently. There are a total of 5 floors in the Divine Library, and the higher you go, the fewer the books available. In return, however, their value will also increase. Even ancient gods would covet the books found on the top floor. There are a large number of guards on every floor. Your task will be to obtain the book you want from these guards. Once you get a book, I will send you back immediately. If you are killed by the guards, you will similarly be sent away. If you wish to reap a harvest in the Divine Library, you must not be greedy. Tread within the limit of your abilities. After saying so, Bernard vanished. Sure enough, this place is the same as the rumors made it out to be. Shi Feng possessed a certain degree of understanding of the Divine Library due to its great fame in God's domain. Countless superpowers had fought desperately to acquire a divine tome in the past. Stored inside the Divine Library were various recipes and designs for lifestyle classes. There were even designs for powerful war weapons, defensive constructions, and magic arrays. Just like Bernard had said, even after reaching Tier 6, players would still lust for the Divine Library's contents. In the past, the most famous story involving the Divine Library had a Tier 6 God-ranked player obtaining a design for a war fortress from the Divine Library's 4th floor. The war fortress built using this design could resist even Tier 6 gods. Its deterrent force easily surpassed that of a Tier 6 player. The guild that acquired this war fortress also gained great assistance from it. God's domain had many forbidden lands that were so inhospitable that guild towns couldn't be set up within them no matter what, however, the war fortress could. Due to this reason, countless superpowers had tried desperately to obtain a divine tome so that they could acquire an amazing war fortress design themselves. With such a war fortress, they too could develop in the various forbidden regions and reap the bountiful resources and treasures there. Of course, while Shi Feng also wished to obtain a war fortress design right now, with his current strength, reaching the 4th floor was utterly impossible. The difficulty of each floor in the Divine Library increased exponentially. A Tier 2 player would be fortunate to obtain a book from the 1st floor. Even the best among Tier 2 players would get only as far as the 2nd floor. However, although the books on the 1st and 2nd floor were not as valuable as a war fortress design, they were already precious. Let's try out these guards, Shi Feng thought as he looked at the patrolling guards. He then used Phantom Kill and had his doppelganger test the waters. He had not been given a time limit for picking a book. Although his doppelganger was not as strong as his main body, even if it died, he wouldn't lose anything. At most, he would just have to wait a few minutes for the skill's cooldown to end. As Shi Feng controlled his doppelganger to approach one of the patrol squads, the guards in the entire hall went into a frenzy, all of them surging toward his doppelganger. Although this situation surprised Shi Feng a little, he still managed to have his doppelganger charge forward and cut at one of the squad captains. Pung. Before the doppelganger could even land a hit, however, Shi Feng suddenly saw a flash stabbing at his doppelganger's body. The doppelganger went flying, its HP decreasing by 1/9. So strong. Shi Feng could not help his surprise as he looked at the squad captain. Not only did the squad captain's attack contain great strength, but the way it moved its spear was absolutely flawless, without any excess action whatsoever. The squad captain's combat standard was already very close to rivaling Refinement Realm experts. All the captain lacked was a little bit of intellect. Before Shi Feng's doppelganger could stand up, several squad captains nearby had already arrived before it, their spears stabbing the doppelganger one time after another. Whether it was in terms of speed or strength, the squad captains had the upper hand. Despite activating its life-saving skills, Shi Feng's doppelganger still did not last more than 10 seconds before getting killed. It did not even get to touch the first row of bookshelves. 1933 book acquired, chapter 1933, book acquired. The first floor's difficulty is already so high? Astonishment flashed across Shi Feng's eyes as he watched his doppelganger's body dissipate into nothingness. Although he did not focus on getting his doppelganger to reach the bookshelves and simply had it fight, from the moment the doppelganger attacked the first stone guard until it died, less than 10 seconds had passed in total. If an ordinary Tier 2 expert had attempted the same thing, they most likely would have died an even more miserable death. At this moment, Shi Feng felt very fortunate that he had not sent one of the other lifestyle masters of the Candlelight trading firm to the Divine Library. Otherwise, this entry slot would have been wasted. After waiting for several minutes, Shi Feng summoned his doppelganger again for another experiment. This time, instead of fighting the stone guards, Shi Feng had his doppelganger focus on moving as far as possible into the hall. However, when Shi Feng's doppelganger was still 30 yards away from the first row of bookshelves, the patrolling guards noticed his doppelganger. By the time the doppelganger was 20 yards away from the bookshelves, more than 30 stone guards had already surrounded it, blocking off its path forward completely. What a rapid response! Shi Feng was surprised as he watched the stone guards rushing toward his doppelganger. However, while the movement speed of the stone guards was indeed very fast, the doppelganger was not slow either. Immediately, Shi Feng had his doppelganger use Windblade, its movement speed skyrocketing. The doppelganger then skirted the blockade and dashed for the bookshelves. Whenever the stone guards launched an attack at his doppelganger, Shi Feng would have the doppelganger deflect the attack using its two swords. While it barely managed with the chieftain's attacks, it had no problem with the elites and special elites' attacks. Leveraging this knowledge, Shi Feng controlled his doppelganger to surround itself with elites and special elites, using them as shields to hinder the chieftains as much as possible. A short moment later, Shi Feng's doppelganger arrived before the first row of bookshelves. The first row of bookshelves contained advanced recipes and designs, all of which came from ancient times, so they could be considered unique in the current god's domain. The sight of these recipes and designs tempted Shi Feng greatly. However, he also understood very clearly that the deeper the bookshelves were located, the more valuable the books they held. Hence, he had his doppelganger continue deeper without hesitation. Second row, third row, the deeper Shi Feng traveled into the hall, the more effort he had to expend to get even further. The first reason for this was the continuous increase in the number of stone guards. The second reason was the elites and special elites taking the initiative to give way to allow the chieftain-ranked squad captains to attack. After Shi Feng expended every skill his doppelganger possessed, the doppelganger ended up dying in the middle of the first floor hall. So that's how it is. It's no wonder so many experts failed to obtain anything from the Divine Library in the past. Shi Feng took in a deep breath as he mentally replayed the scenes of his doppelganger's attempt. There were several hundred stone guards on the first floor hall, including over 50 chieftains. The deeper one traveled into the hall, the more chieftains one would encounter. Moreover, if players took the initiative to attack even one of the stone guards, every stone guard in the hall would swarm over to attack them, making it almost impossible for players to locate a book of their preference. In addition, the combat standard of the chieftain-ranked squad captains bordered on the refinement realm. A Tier 2 refinement realm expert would be fortunate to obtain a book from the first row of bookshelves. Experts that hadn't reached the refinement realm wouldn't even be able to touch the bookshelves. Moreover, players' greed would also play an important role when selecting a book. The further one proceeded into the library, the more valuable the books they would see. Hence, players that visited the Divine Library would definitely try to push themselves to their very limits. However, after they truly reached their limits, they would not have any opportunities to reach for a book on the shelves, as the patrol guards would have already surrounded them. Even if they did still have some energy left to grab a book, it would be nearly impossible to accurately grab a book suited to their own needs. Now that I've already grasped the basic movement patterns of the guards, it's about time I made a move myself. After Shi Feng simulated the battle on the first floor hall in his mind several times, he focused his gaze on the closest patrol squad. If he tried to advance into the hall by sneaking through the gaps between patrol squads, once he got discovered, multiple patrol squads would charge at him and quickly surround him. However, if he were to charge straight at the nearest patrol squad, it would take the other patrol squads some more time to reach him. In other words, for a certain period, he would have to deal with only one patrol squad. He wouldn't have to deal with the encirclement of multiple patrol squads right off the bat, which would, in turn, slow down his advance and allow more patrol squads to gather around him. After Shi Feng was done planning, he immediately charged at the nearest patrol squad. Intruder, die. After noticing Shi Feng's approach, the 10-man patrol squad quickly moved to surround him. Upon seeing this, Shi Feng executed Purgatory Pentaslash without hesitation. In terms of basic attributes, he was significantly superior to his doppelganger. Moreover, unlike his doppelganger, he had the assistance of the 7 Luminaries' Ring's aura of wind to increase his movement speed by a significant margin. After sending 5 elite stone guards flying, Shi Feng used Windblade and rushed past the squad captain, bolting for the depths of the hall. In the middle section of the hall, more than 10 patrol squads managed to surround Shi Feng. Faced with such a situation, even Shi Feng felt that he was close to reaching his limits, his HP rapidly decreasing. He immediately activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his strength skyrocketing, then executed Sword's Orbit to send the approaching stone guards flying. The boost in strength allowed Shi Feng to advance with great ease. Only after he neared the staircase leading to the second floor hall did he start feeling some pressure. Currently, dozens of squad captains surrounded him. Even though he had an advantage in strength, the squad captains charged at him without fear. Unlike before, when squad captains only tried to hinder his movements and buy time, they now recklessly traded blow for blow, fully intent on reaping his life at all costs. Hence, even though he had superior strength, advancing still took him a lot of effort. In the end, Shi Feng decided to use 9 Dragon Slash against the overwhelming number of attacks. With the help of the 16 Abyssal Blade Phantoms, he finally managed to get through the first floor and reach the second floor. Unlike the first floor, the guards on the second floor did not give Shi Feng any time to prepare at all. The moment he appeared on the floor, the guards were already swarming toward him. Meanwhile, the guards on the second floor had clearly received a qualitative improvement, as even the weakest guards were chieftains, while the squad captains were high lords whose combat standard was at the refinement realm. Compared to the guards on the first floor, the guards here also coordinated much better with each other. To make matters worse, even with Heavenly Dragon's power activated, Shi Feng was actually inferior to the high lords in strength. By the time Shi Feng arrived at the first row of bookshelves, he already felt himself close to reaching his limits. Right now, he didn't even have any energy to spare for grabbing a book. Sure enough, the second floor isn't a place Tier 2 players can casually visit. Shi Feng could not help but reveal a bitter smile when he noticed 3 more patrol squads approaching. It seems I have no choice but to give it my all. He activated Blade Liberation, allowing his strength to skyrocket once more. With the activation of Twofold Berserk, his strength rivaled that of the High Lord-ranked squad captains. Following which, he stabbed the Abyssal Blade into the ground. Shadows then spread out from the magic weapon. Abyssal Curse. All the guards within a 50-yard radius were instantly immobilized. Next, Shi Feng activated Phantom Kill and had his doppelganger transform into a black dragon. He then split up with his doppelganger and took independent action. After Shi Feng left, the pressure on him decreased visibly. Even after he reached the second floor's middle section, only 6 patrol squads were chasing him. In comparison, the Black Dragon had attracted the attention of over a dozen patrol squads. Lightning Slash, Shadow Blade. Although he had repelled a few squad captains with his skills, even more squad captains quickly took their place, the High Lords launching attacks at his defensive blind spots. Even though Shi Feng perceived the attacks ahead of time, there were simply too many of them. There was a limit to the number of attacks he could deflect. As a result, he steadily incurred damage time after time. When he activated Void Shield, the shield's energy depleted rapidly. 80%, 50%, 20%. Just when his Void Shield was about to shatter, Shi Feng gritted his teeth and activated Divine Steps. Immediately, he and his 10 new doppelgangers scattered, dashing in different directions, forcing the patrol squads to split up. By constantly switching positions with his doppelgangers, he managed to advance a considerable distance into the hall. Is this my limit? When Shi Feng saw the 20-plus patrol squads charging at him from the hall's rear section, he understood that entering the rear section would be impossible. Moreover, his twofold berserk was about to lapse. Risking getting hit, he dashed for a dark gray bookshelf nearby. Just as he was about to look at the books there, however, an angry bellow entered his ears. Intruder, die! When the squad captains saw Shi Feng approaching a bookshelf, they went berserk. Suddenly, over a dozen squad captains raised their spears and hurled their weapons at him. Shoo, 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 shoo. The spears created sonic booms as they flew at Shi Feng. It was evident that the power contained within those spears was already at the Tier 3 standard. Seeing this scene, Shi Feng no longer dared to inspect the books. Sensing the lethality of those spears, he grabbed one of the 3 books displayed on the bookshelf. The moment Shi Feng took the book off the bookshelf, he disappeared from the hall. As for the dozen or so spears, they harmlessly passed through his former location and crashed into the magic barrier protecting the dark gray bookshelf, the magic barrier trembling slightly from the spear's might. 1934 Basic Combat Device. Chapter 1934, Basic Combat Device, Sea of Death. In one of the one-horned sailboat's cabins, the silver magic array carved on the floorboard suddenly lit with a brilliant glow. Shi Feng's figure then emerged from the array. That was close. Shi Feng looked down at the tome in his hands, ecstatic. He had very nearly lost his life back there. He never thought that the stone guards could go berserk. The power of their spears had undoubtedly been at the Tier 3 standard, and if every one of those dozen or so spears had struck him, he would have died instantly. But despite his near-death experience, he couldn't help but excitedly inspect his new treasure. All of the Divine Library's books were precious treasures. First-rate guilds would even drool over the tomes on the first floor, not to mention those on the subsequent floors. Shi Feng tapped to open the tome's attribute panel, and the system displayed its information before him, as expected of the Divine Library. Even something like this was on the second floor? The corners of Shi Feng's mouth twitched slightly when he saw the tome's name, awe flashing in his eyes. The tome he had obtained from the Divine Library was the production design for the basic combat device. The combat device was a special item that was similar to the strengthening device, which was a tool that increased equipment durability. The combat device, however, increased players' combat power. This increase to combat power was extraordinary. Rather than increasing its user's basic attributes, the combat device relied on powerful mana to improve its user's life rating forcibly. The ancient gods had created this magic tool, but since the combat device's production method had been lost to time, players could only find these devices in ancient ruins. Moreover, very few were generally hidden in such locations. The various large guilds in the past had treated the combat devices they had found like their own children. Now that he held the combat device's design, why wouldn't Shi Feng be shocked? Even though it was only the basic combat device design, it was still enough to drive the various superpowers crazy. The basic combat device increased players' life ratings at Tier 3 and below by 1 rank. Although the improvement wouldn't boost normal players to the archaic species standard, it was still a formidable improvement, on par with upgrading a Lord to High Lord rank. When equipped, players would become boss-like existences among their peers. If an ordinary player equipped the combat device, their strength could rival an expert player of the same level and tier. If ordinary expert players used the device, although they would not be a match for peak experts, they would become slightly stronger than refinement realm experts. The combat device's only downside was that it couldn't be used in dungeons, even regional dungeons. In dungeons, equipping the device would have no effect. Even so, many players still dreamed of using the combat device. A basic combat device had sold for around 200 gold in the past, yet many players had fought over every device available on the market. If I can mass-produce these devices, I won't have to worry about a lack of experts in Zero Wing. Although the basic combat device design required precious materials, the total cost for producing each device was only around 60 gold. Unfortunately, the design required mana stones, which amounted to a large portion of the production cost. Fortunately, obtaining mana stones was no trouble for him since he had a 100% success rate when synthesizing them with the Philosopher's Stone. Zero Wing wasn't far from having as many elite and expert players as a true first-rate guild. Some first-rate guilds even had fewer elites and experts than Zero Wing. Only the range of Zero Wing's influence was inferior to these guilds, but that couldn't be helped since Zero Wing had started in God's domain with nothing. However, if he could mass-produce the combat devices, Zero Wing could expand its influence quickly without worrying about a lack of sufficient manpower to manage the guild's additional territory. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng's desire to obtain Kama Island's Manatite Island grew. Despite Zero Wing's recent developmental achievements, its magic crystal income had seen very little improvement. After all, there was a limit to the magic crystals a single area could produce. If the guild wanted to increase this income significantly, it had to occupy an ore vein that generated magic crystals. Returning his focus to the tome in his hands, Shi Feng clicked to learn the basic combat device's production method. Only the player that obtained a book from the Divine Library could learn from it. They could not be traded. Hence, the various large guilds in the past had generally sent lifestyle players to the library since they could only put the books to good use by doing so. However, some guilds had dispatched powerful experts to retrieve the more valuable tomes. Those guilds had then invested a ton of resources in nurturing these expert players in the required subclass required to produce the book's items. Fortunately, Shi Feng had gotten quite lucky since the book he had claimed contained a forging design. Had he chosen an engineering design or alchemy recipe, he would have had to invest in developing a new subclass. After learning the production method, Shi Feng began to practice the required magic arrays for the combat device, while he waited for the one-horned sailboat to reach Kama Island. Time passed quickly. Under Blue Phoenix's lead, Zero Wing's fleet avoided many unnecessary fights with sea monsters. Finally, after more than 10 hours, the fleet arrived before an island enveloped in death energy. Kama Island's twin peaks were intertwined, and from afar, the island resembled some kind of massive, howling beast. From time to time, deafening roars rose from the island, echoing in the nearby players' minds. Even from afar, plenty of sea monsters were visible as they explored the island's surroundings. All of these sea monsters were level 60 or higher. Just docking on the island would be challenging. Guild leader Black Flame, we've reached Kama Island. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave, Blue Phoenix said. She couldn't help her confusion. Her gaze wandered to the island. She didn't understand why Shi Feng wanted to visit an island doused in death energy and void of mana, but it wasn't her place to question him. God's domain had many secrets after all, and for all she knew, Shi Feng might have come here for some high-ranked quest. Thank you, Shi Feng said sincerely. If not for Blue Phoenix's familiarity with the Sea of Death's inner area, Zero Wing's fleet would have seen a lot of trouble on the way to Kama Island. The one-horned sailboat had sustained considerable damage on the way here, even despite avoiding many battles. Without Blue Phoenix's guidance, Zero Wing's fleet might have been annihilated for carelessly entering a danger zone. Once Blue Phoenix and her subordinates had teleported away via return scrolls, Shi Feng commanded his fleet to approach the island. Although many sea monsters surrounded Kama Island, Aqua Rose and the fleet's other players who wielded sea-based legacies easily removed the creatures from their path. In less than an hour, Zero Wing's ships docked on Kama Island shore. After seeing to the necessary preparations, an inexplicable fluctuation in space slammed into Shi Feng as he set foot on the island. It had felt as if a sonic boom had radiated throughout the world. Just as suddenly, the sound of a system notification reached Shi Feng's ears. God's Domain system announcement. Players have triggered the new expansion pack, Return of the Survivors. The system will undergo a 24-hour update. Please prepare to log out of the game. 1935 God's Domain. Shaken Chapter 1935, God's Domain shaken upon hearing the system announcement, Shi Feng was stunned. Why has this happened so soon? Shi Feng's expression darkened slightly as he read the system announcement. The Return of the Survivors was a massive expansion pack that affected the entirety of God's Domain, but as far as he could remember, this expansion pack shouldn't have triggered until mainstream players had reached level 70. Most mainstream players were only level 50 right now. Most of the various large guilds didn't even have many tier 2 players, yet the Return of Survivors expansion pack had just triggered. While this expansion pack was good news for the various major powers, the same couldn't be said for Zero Wing. Once the Return of the Survivors expansion pack activated, the ancient humans that had split away from God's Domain's main continent due to the ancient war would return. Unlike the current human population in God's Domain, these ancient humans retained some of the combat techniques and lifestyle techniques from ancient times. The return of these beings also meant the return of lost technologies. One could easily imagine the impact this change would have on current players. In addition to the return of the ancient humans, the Return of the Survivors expansion pack also reduced the teleportation fees between the continent's various countries. The price of guild transfer scrolls would also drop. Once the expansion pack took effect, both independent players and guild players would have a much easier time traveling between countries. As a result, competition within the various countries would become far more intense. However, these changes were only the tip of the iceberg. The expansion pack's real impact lay in the real world. When the Return of Survivors expansion pack activated, the main god system would also activate the mental assistance system, incorporating players' habitual movements and nerve reactions from the real world in the game. Players' control of their virtual bodies would become more comfortable due to this change, removing the disparity between players' virtual bodies and their physical forms. This latest expansion pack also introduced the EXP potion, the effects of which lasted for 6 hours and disappeared upon death, to the game. The potion would help low-level players level up quickly, doubling their EXP gain from monster kills. Of course, the EXP potion would only be effective for players below the mainstream level, which the main god system determined. To acquire the EXP potion, players had to increase their reputation with the survivors until they were respected and complete a series of quests. Only then would players have the privilege of purchasing the EXP potions from the survivor NPCs at the low price of 1 silver per bottle. Due to the EXP potion, new players had an easier time of quickly catching up to mainstream players. This also allowed experts to arise at a much faster rate, which, in turn, allowed the various major corporations to develop rapidly. Many major corporations had only invested in God's domain after they had realized the game's potential. However, the game's top players had reached a considerably high level by then. As a result, these corporations' experts hadn't been able to exhibit their true strength, even though so many powerful, real-world experts worked for these corporations. Fortunately for them, the EXP potion just so happened to mitigate this problem. In return, though, the EXP potion had increased the competition in God's domain by several times. Even the Secret Pavilion's God's Domain experts list had changed so frequently that the experts in one edition would be gone in the next. Meanwhile, the return of the survivors. Expansion Pack thoroughly eliminated the small advantages Zero Wing had accumulated over the game's various powers. Guild Leader, the forums are going crazy over this new expansion pack. The game's official website has even published some information about it. According to the game developers, once the new expansion pack takes effect, human survivors from ancient times will appear in the various NPC cities. These ancient survivors can teach players advanced combat methods for their classes, with each learning attempt only costing 3 silver, Aqua Rose said, surprised when she read the information on the official website. Before this, players had been forced to experiment on their own to learn the combat methods most suited to their classes. However, many elite players had only grasped a few basic combat methods. The various large guilds kept their advanced combat methods a secret, yet God's Domain was about to sell such combat methods to players directly. Advanced combat methods were nearly on par with basic combat techniques. With this new feature, players' combat standards in God's Domain would drastically improve. This feature would bridge the gap between independent players and guild players by a significant margin, and when the various large guilds obtained these system-approved advanced combat methods, it would bridge the gap between their elite and expert members. The minimum requirements to be considered an expert in God's Domain would also change. I'll need to accelerate my plans, Shi Feng thought as he read the Sea of Death's official forums. The majority of independent players eagerly anticipated this new expansion pack, since it would undoubtedly bridge certain gaps between players. Shi Feng needed to improve Zero Wing's nurturing system before the rest of God's Domain benefited from this expansion pack, and soon. Only by doing so could he guarantee Zero Wing's advantage. Meanwhile, in the Ore Empire's Crimson Flame Fortress, Vice Guild Leader, although we don't yet know who triggered the new expansion pack, it has assured our guild's rise to glory. Previously, those super first-rate guilds and super guilds have relied on their long-standing foundations in the virtual gaming world to suppress us. But now that advanced combat methods will be available to everyone, the Blackwater Corporation's support will allow us to nurture a large number of experts in a short time. Snowscar, who wore silver-scale armor, reported to Xuanwu as she sat in the guild leader's office. The new expansion pack was undoubtedly good news for the various major corporations, and the Blackwater Corporation would reap even greater benefits since it had so many real-world experts under its command. Now that Blackwater had access to system-approved combat methods, nurturing a large group of expert players would be a piece of cake. How are things conning along in the capital's armory? Xuanwu asked the excited Snowscar. Based on her indifferent expression, she didn't seem to think much of the new expansion pack. We have already moved past the outer area. Once we've prepared, we'll enter the armory's inner area. It would have taken us some time to secure the inner area, but with the expansion pack, I doubt it will be long, Snowscar said. Good. Once we have secured the armory, formulate a plan to assault Silverwing Town, Xuanwu said. Looking at the map of the Ore Empire before her, specifically Zero Wing's territory, disappointment flashed in her eyes as she muttered, I had thought that Zero Wing would be able to entertain me, but it seems that battle is over before it has even begun. What an uninteresting guild. Various large guilds and corporations also started to prepare to welcome the latest expansion pack. Meanwhile, on Kama Island, when it was almost time for the system update to begin, Shi Feng ordered his team to log out to rest. The moment Shi Feng logged out himself, he began to prepare for the return of the Survivors expansion pack. He had Blackie significantly increase Zero Wing Workshop's recruitment efforts and try to recruit as many talented players as possible. With the EXP potions, new players would have a much easier time catching up to mainstream players after all. Previously, he had been able to set recruitment aside, but with the latest expansion pack, other guilds would likely snatch up talented players before he got a chance if he didn't do so now. God's Domain's various major powers had yet to learn about the EXP potions. Even after this new expansion pack released, they'd only learn about the potions once players had accumulated enough reputation. To become respected, players would have to quest for at least 2 weeks. Shi Feng needed to secure as many opportunities as possible during the next 2 weeks. Meanwhile, while Shi Feng was busy recruiting internal members for the guild, Gentle Snow contacted him. Guild leader, good news. We've dealt with the training ground. The 5 companies have finally caved in and sold their shares. From now on, that training ground belongs fully to Zero Wing, Gentle Snow reported, smiling. Good. Wonderful. Shi Feng was ecstatic to hear this. He had waited for this moment for a very long time. Finally, Zero Wing had its own training ground. After disconnecting the call with Gentle Snow, Shi Feng contacted Blackie and had him gather the Zero Wing Workshop's members in the workshop's main hall. 1936. Moving House, Chapter 1936. Moving House. Hundreds of Zero Wing members had gathered in the main hall of Zero Wing's workshop, making the space feel a little cramped. Boss Blackie, has something happened? Why have you suddenly gathered us here? Don't tell me the guild is trying to replace some of us. The Zero Wing members in the hall bombarded Blackie with questions. Some of them were curious, while others were worried. Zero Wing had developed quite a bit recently. Not only did the guild's member count continue to increase, but the guild also ranked its internal members in various aspects. Competition between internal members was incredibly intense, and a large number of players arrived for interviews each day. The guild's workshop was only so large. There was a limit to how many internal members the guild could house. Hence, it wasn't unusual for the guild to cut off some of its present members for new recruits. After all, unlike other members of the guild, internal members received a significant salary. Stop making blind guesses. Even I don't know the meaning of this meeting, Blackie replied, but it should be something good. When the crowd heard Blackie's words, they relaxed. Shortly after the crowd had begun its discussion, Shi Feng entered the hall. The crowd fell silent the moment they saw him, turning towards him with respectful gazes. The majority of Zero Wing's internal members didn't know that Shi Feng was actually the guild leader. Black Flame's very few of the upper echelons knew the secret. However, they were all aware that Shi Feng was the Zero Wing Workshop's true manager. His position in the guild was the equivalent of first vice guild leader. Since everyone's here, let me explain why we've gathered you all. From today on, our workshop will be located elsewhere. We'll be moving to Ouroboros' main headquarters. This will become Zero Wing's branch workshop, and it will be responsible for recruiting talented players in Jinhai City. If no one has any questions, everyone should prepare for the move, Shi Feng announced. We're moving to Ouroboros' main headquarters? What? Doesn't that mean our guild will have its own training ground like the other first-rate guilds? Amazing. I've heard that first-rate guilds generally use entire skyscrapers as their main headquarters. These skyscrapers are usually as large as a sports arena that can fit tens of thousands of people. We won't have to train in this cramped office anymore. That's not all. First-rate guilds' main headquarters are usually near or in the center of first-tier cities, and a lot of them come equipped with the latest facilities. Their rooms can even rival 4-star hotels. Some of the more impressive headquarters can even rival 5-star hotels. Does that mean we get to live in a first-tier city center? I'm not dreaming, am I? After listening to Shi Feng's announcement, the crowd was elated. Even Firedance, Blackie, Yewumian, and Zero Wing's other upper echelons were stunned. Although they had known that Gentle Snow was working to acquire Ouroboros' training ground, the 5 companies that had supported the annexed guild had refused to budge. They had expected the matter to take a lot more time to deal with. They hadn't expected to secure the training ground so soon. Moving from a third-rate city like Jinhai City to a first-tier city was a matter worth celebrating for the guild's internal members. However, acquiring Ouroboros' main headquarters held a deeper meaning for the guild's upper echelons. Now that Zero Wing had its own training ground, the guild could nurture experts with more ease. Moreover, the guild would no longer be limited by the limited size of its workshop and could recruit more internal members. With this, Zero Wing's development speed would increase by several times. After Shi Feng had informed his players of the move, he had Blackie arrange the group for the relocation. In reality, they didn't need to do a lot for the move since the facilities at Ouroboros' main headquarters were top-notch. Ouroboros' headquarters offered even more virtual gaming cabins and training facilities than Greenwater Villa, but first, they needed to familiarize Zero Wing's internal members with the new training ground. As for the Greenwater Villa's facilities, they could transfer them at a later date. Naturally, the commotion at the Zero Wing workshop immediately attracted the Big Dipper group's attention. They're finally leaving? Xiao Yu, who currently sat in his office, could not help his rueful sigh when he received Liang Jing's latest report. Although he knew how extraordinary the Zero Wing workshop, which even had dealings with major corporations, was through Liang Jing's periodic reports, he hadn't expected the workshop to leave so soon. Moreover, the workshop had moved to a first-tier city, where talents gathered from throughout the country and competition was intense. He had dreamed of doing the same for many years, but even now, the Big Dipper Group was stuck in Jinhai City. The Big Dipper Group wasn't stuck in the third-rate city due to a lack of funding, but because of a lack of fame and connections. If he tried to set up a training center in a first-tier city, stronger competitors would quickly target the center, and it would be forced to close its doors very quickly. Chairman, Head Instructor Shi has said that Zero Wing is willing to partner with the Big Dipper Group. The Big Dipper Group can use Zero Wing's fame to recruit members for its dojo. Zero Wing will also assist in training the Big Dipper Dojo's members. However, in return, the dojo's talented members have to sign up to become internal members in Zero Wing, Liang Jing reported. Is that so? Xiao Yu could not help his growing excitement. He was no longer ignorant of God's domain. Through Liang Jing's reports and the game's growing popularity, he knew how famous Zero Wing had become. If he could utilize Zero Wing's fame to promote the Big Dipper Dojo, he'd be able to attract many martial artists to join. Chairman, my scheduled flight will soon board. I have to go, Liang Jing said. Go. Continue to work hard with Zero Wing, and you do not need to continue to report back to me. You're already one of Zero Wing's internal members. You'll have a much better future with Zero Wing than Big Dipper, Xiao Yu said, nodding. When he had first tasked Liang Jing to serve as Shi Feng's assistant, he had done so to get a better understanding of the mysterious man. He had been confident in her capabilities, but he had never thought that Shi Feng would poach such a talented employee. But the outcome wasn't so bad. After all, Liang Jing owed him a debt of gratitude. If she became one of Zero Wing's upper echelons in the future, the Big Dipper Group could benefit as well. Thank you, Chairman, Liang Jing said sincerely. Meanwhile, below Big Dipper Tower, as the dojo's many envious members watched, Zero Wing's internal members left for the airport on multiple high-class buses. After several hours of travel, Zero Wing's internal members finally arrived before the building that had previously served as Ouroboros's main headquarters. As they alighted from the buses, the towering skyscraper drew their gazes upward, over 100 stories tall, leaving them astounded. Welcome, Gentle Snow greeted as she and her assistant emerged from the building. The rooms and facilities inside are ready for your use. We have also updated the virtual training system. Everyone can begin training right away. Let's forget about training for today and let everyone adapt first, Shi Feng said, smiling as he glanced at the excited crowd behind him. We'll focus on recruitment today. I have already sent people to advertise the matter. I doubt it will be long before independent experts and workshops seek us out, Gentle Snow said, nodding. She understood that starting everyone on their work after arriving was a little rushed. Moreover, losing one day of training wouldn't affect Zero Wing's development significantly. When Zero Wing's internal members heard that Shi Feng and Gentle Snow had given them a day off, they were elated. They dashed into the building to explore the new training ground. The building that had served as Ouroboros's main headquarters had 133 floors. It had been divided into multiple areas, covering offices, training areas, entertainment areas, and rest areas. Every internal member would receive their own living space, and they wouldn't be nearly as cramped as they had been in the Greenwater Villa, where they had shared a room with several others. When Liang Jing had finished touring the building, she had been stupefied. Every facility in the building was state-of-the-art. Even the simplest accommodation was as luxurious as a 4-star hotel, whereas the top-level rooms and suites were on par with 5-star hotels. Standing in the top-floor suite of the building, excitement bubbled up in Shi Feng as he gazed at the night view from the French windows. He found it hard to believe that such a magnificent building officially belonged to Zero Wing, now the guild's main headquarters. Meanwhile, under Gentle Snow's management, it took only a day for Zero Wing's internal members to get back on track. Moreover, the Zero Wing workshop had recruited 500 new internal members in that single day. Every one of these internal members was extraordinarily talented, either with combat, management, or lifestyle classes. Once God's Domain's system update had completed, these 500 people would be integrated in Zero Wing's operation. At 6 a.m. the next day, God's Domain's system update had finished. Laying down in the newly installed virtual gaming cabin in his luxury suite, Shi Feng logged into God's Domain. 1937. Rapid Expansion, Chapter 1937, Rapid Expansion Sea of Death, Island, the mental assistance system has finally activated. As Shi Feng stood on the death energy-saturated beach and stretched, he could feel a tangible change to his virtual body. Before this update, he had always felt as if he were moving in a body that wasn't his. Now, however, he felt as comfortable in his skin as he was in the real world. It felt as if he had been transported into another world, rather than enter a virtual world via a virtual body. When the other Zero Wing members logged into God's Domain and similarly immersed themselves in this new sensation, excitement welled within them. They had felt as if they had been casting spells and using skills from a third-person perspective, but now, they felt as if they used their abilities personally. It felt as if they had gained superpowers in the real world. Looking at the level 60-plus demonic beasts on Island, the team eagerly charged at the monsters to test their new forms. Although the mana on Island was very thin, and the corrosive power of darkness lingered, with the help of the all-rounded device and darkness resistance potion, the team remained unaffected by the island's harsh environment. In just 8 minutes or so, the team had killed over 100 Lord-ranked demonic beasts. Guild Leader, we've just received a report. Due to the system update, many players have begun to learn advanced combat methods from the ancient survivors. As a result, far fewer players are interested in joining Zero Wing, Aqua Rose reported. Then, in a quieter tone, she continued, moreover, the various large guilds have started mass recruiting members, and they've lowered their recruitment requirements significantly, especially Blackwater. Blackwater has improved the benefits it offers its elite members by a significant margin. Blackwater is now offering nearly 40% more than Zero Wing. Because of this, many of the players that had applied to join our guild at the Secret Stone Fortress and Silverwing Town have left to join Blackwater. Blackwater really is vicious. To think it would increase its benefit packages by so much. Aqua Rose's report astonished Shi Feng a little, but once he gave the matter some thought, he wasn't overly surprised. The return of the Survivors expansion pack heralded a new area where every major power in the game would seek to recruit elite players. Currently, the Trial Tower was still used to determine players' combat standards. The higher a player climbed in the tower, the stronger combat standards they'd need to progress. Naturally, the fastest way to improve one's combat standards was by learning combat techniques. If players could grasp a single basic combat technique, they'd be almost guaranteed to reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor, which would mean that the player had reached the realm of experts. With the Ancient Survivor's return, players only needed a small amount of money to learn advanced combat methods. Although these advanced combat methods might not be as helpful as a basic combat technique, they were close. In other words, elite players would have a high probability of reaching the Trial Tower's 5th floor as long as they learned these advanced combat techniques. After all, the various large guilds' elite members, on average, could reach the 4th floor. The only real between elite players was their progress on the 4th floor. Oftentimes, a guild's strength was based on the number of experts it had, since high-difficulty dungeons and quests had very high combat standard requirements. These challenges usually required expert players. Thus, expert players comprised a guild's key support pillar. Now that the return of the Survivors expansion pack had activated, it was only natural that all of God's domain had become so frantic. This expansion pack was particularly beneficial to wealthy guilds like Blackwater. Recruiting elite standard players was much cheaper than poaching experts, and now that elite standard independent players had a much easier time reaching the Trial Tower's 5th floor, it was only natural that Blackwater spared no effort in recruiting them. Guild leader, should we lower our recruitment standards a little? Blackwater might steal the Ore Empire's independent elite players otherwise. If that happens, contesting Blackwater will be quite difficult in the future, Aqua Rose said worriedly. The Ore Empire wasn't like Starmoon Kingdom, it had become a hub for multiple kingdoms and empires. A large number of elite and expert players had gathered in the empire, so it was much easier to recruit players there than in other kingdoms and empires. Since Blackwater wants to claim the independent elite players, let it have them. Unlike Blackwater, we don't have the funds to play that game. Our recruitment standards will stay the same. Continue to prioritize the development of players with potential. We won't try to contest over the ready-made independent elite players, Shi Feng said, smiling as he shook his head. While lowering the guild's recruitment standards would attract many elite players and increase the guild's overall strength, doing so without sufficient capital would yield the opposite effect. Most importantly, the standard of expert players would not stay the same forever. In the short term, mass recruiting independent elite players would boost a guild's expert count, but as more players learned advanced combat methods, the overall standard of God's Domain's players would rise, as would the benchmark for expert players. Nowadays, one was considered an expert as long as they reached the early stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor, but in the future, they would have to reach the 5th floor's middle stage or beyond. One day, players would have to reach the 6th floor to qualify as an expert. Rather than targeting the current elite players, Zero Wing would profit by setting its sights on low-level players with great talent. It wouldn't be long before leveling up was no longer a problem for newcomers. We're not going to compete with Blackwater? Aqua Rose was a little disappointed after hearing Shi Feng's reply. However, when she thought about how Zero Wing had just acquired Ouroboros' main headquarters, which had drastically increased the guild's expenditures, she realized that Zero Wing didn't have much capital to spare. Hence, she had no choice but to give up on this opportunity and focus on recruiting players with strong potential. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's lack of action during this chaotic time confused the various powers and players that watched the guild. None of them understood what Zero Wing intended. The guild was dismissing such a golden opportunity to grow stronger. Are you kidding me? The various large guilds have clearly lowered their recruitment standards. Why hasn't Zero Wing? And I thought that I'd finally get to join the guild. In the end, I still can't meet their recruitment requirements. Why do you insist on joining Zero Wing? Blackwater is the best choice right now. Not only does it have full control of the Iron Empire, but the guild also controls the Crimson Flame Fortress, a vital path to the Ore capital city. Moreover, Blackwater has announced that it is increasing its internal member count and that it will fill some of the slots with the guild's elite players. Now is the best time to join Blackwater. Sure enough, Zero Wing simply isn't a match for a superpower like Blackwater in terms of capital. The majority of the Ore Empire's independent players sneered at Zero Wing's lack of response. For a time, applications to join Blackwater flooded the guild. However, Zero Wing hadn't fallen too far behind. Due to the increase in Zero Wing's internal member count, the guild's operating speed had skyrocketed. Because of this, the guild's management personnel, such as Gentle Snow, had a chance to relax and found more free time to tend to their own interests. In addition, Zero Wing's ability to investigate and recruit players with potential had improved substantially. For a time, the guild recruited many low-level players that lacked renown. Meanwhile, while God's Domain's various large guilds frantically snatched up elite players, Shi Feng's group had arrived before a bottomless pit. Gray smoke filled the pit, robbing all life from the earth around it. Moreover, Zero Wing's team heard daunting roars from within, deterring any demonic creatures from approaching the pit. And yet, as if he hadn't heard the roaring, Shi Feng approached the pit and descended the spiral pathway at its edge. As they ventured deeper into the pit, the team felt an intense pressure weighing them down. By the time the team reached the pit's lowest area, even experts like Shadow Sword felt stifled. As these Zero Wing players began to fear the pressure that filled the pit, they noticed a colossal cave in a corner, leaving them stunned. A manatite vein? Aqua Rose stared with wide eyes at the numerous dark silver ore deposits along the cave's walls. 1938. Magic-breaking crossbow. Chapter 1938. Magic-breaking crossbow. The faint metallic luster and mana fluctuations in the dark cave stunned Zero Wing's team. Once they realized what they were looking at, they couldn't help their excitement, their breathing becoming a little hurried. Dark silver, and this mana fluctuation, there's no mistake, this is a manatite vein. Blackie's eyes glowed as he gazed at the dark silver ore. Guild leader, we're rich. Ordinary players might not know much about ores, but all of these players were guild experts. They had access to far more information than ordinary players on the subject, especially on precious ores that generated magic crystals as a byproduct like manatite. Such veins had already been the cause of plenty of struggles between God's Domain's various superpowers. Based on Blackie's knowledge, 4 major guild wars had been fought between superpowers over the discovery of an ore vein that generated magic crystals. Each war had involved multiple superpowers, with at least 4 involved in the smaller struggles, and up to 6 superpowers participating in the larger wars. These various superpowers had spared no effort while competing for the vein. The most impressive war had involved over 1 million players and nearly a full day of combat. By the time the war had ended, more than 600,000 players had been slain. The participating superpowers had suffered severe losses. Considering these wars, ore veins that generated magic crystals were akin to a war horn, signaling the start of another mass battle. However, despite the extreme costs, the superpowers that eventually secured the veins had judged the benefits worth the cost. Magic crystals were a guild's foundation and an important resource for nurturing experts, which were essential in protecting a guild town. Moreover, as players reached higher levels, magic crystals would become even more important. Currently, players needed magic crystals to use the Divine Colosseum, trade with special NPC merchants, and fuel powerful magic tools. Zero Wing's teleportation arrays, magic towers, and defensive magic arrays were a few examples, all of which required a ton of magic crystals each day to maintain. Yet, while the various superpowers fought to obtain veins that generated magic crystals, Zero Wing had discovered one without attracting attention. Now, the guild simply needed to occupy the ore vein and send people to mine it in secret. It would be able to avoid paying a bloody cost. If Zero Wing had a stable magic crystal income, the guild could reach new heights in a short time. Blackie wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Aqua Rose was also ecstatic over the discovery of this manatite vein. Although the manatite vein wasn't as valuable as the attributed ore vein in the Flame Demon's Valley, the valley's environment was simply too harsh for players. Conducting a large-scale mining operation there was impossible. Fortunately, Kama Island was different. The thin mana here would not affect mining players overmuch. The only problem was the darkness corrosion, but that could be easily solved with darkness resistance potions. With the Candlelight Trading Firm's current strength, mass-producing darkness resistance potions would be a piece of cake. Dispatching a large number of players to mine this manatite vein was definitely possible for Zero Wing. Once Zero Wing harvested enough magic crystals and nurtured a large number of experts, the guild wouldn't have to remain passive in the Ore Empire. It could take the initiative to face Beast Emperor and Blackwater head-on. As the team celebrated the manatite vein before them, nearly 100 dark-skinned armed Demonkin. The Demonkin were all level 65 and above, and the weakest among them was a lord. The strongest Demonkin was even a level 66 Grand Lord. The group radiated a chilling aura and moved like a well-trained army. What startled the players the most was the Demonkin patrol squad's heavy crossbows. The weapons were covered in runes, which gathered the surrounding mana to them. Even from some distance away, Zero Wing's members could sense how dangerous those crossbows were. Magic-breaking crossbows? When Shi Feng saw the Demonkin's weapons, he was astonished. Shi Feng had known that the manatite vein was a Demonkin nest, and Pantheon had paid a high price to secure the vein in his previous life. However, he hadn't expected these Demonkin to be so powerful. A single patrol squad even wielded multiple magic-breaking crossbows. Magic-breaking crossbows were lightweight war weapons that individual players could control. They were similar to expendable tools, such as engineered bombs. Not only did the magic-breaking crossbows' attacks carry Tier 3 power, but they were also incredibly fast. Even Tier 2 assassins would struggle to dodge the crossbow's bolts. Meanwhile, with this Demonkin patrol squad strength, annihilating a team of 100 Tier 2 players wouldn't be much of a problem. It was no wonder why Pantheon had paid so dearly. Everyone, prepare for battle. This is a Demonkin nest. Don't let a single one escape. If any do, they'll notify their companions, Shi Feng instructed as he watched the patrolling Demonkin. Fire, sneak over to the patrol squad with the assassin unit. Once the fight begins, focus on keeping the Demonkin with the crossbows under control. Do not give them any opportunities to use those heavy crossbows. Leave it to us. We'll make sure that they don't fire a single bolt, Firedance said, nodding as she eyed the crossbow, wielding lords. Shi Feng then assigned tasks to the rest of his team. Once Firedance's assassin unit was in position, Shi Feng sent Kola, Turtledove, and Ye Wumian to start the fight according to plan. Go! The three MTs charged at the Demonkin patrol squad without hesitation. When the Demonkin noticed the MT trio, they responded by launching their own attacks, but Kola and his companions ignored them. Relying on their powerful defense and strength, the trio bulldozed through the Demonkin formation and straight toward the cave entrance, sealing off the Demonkin's path of retreat. It was then that Firedance's unit ambushed the crossbow, wielding Demonkin while the rest of Zero Wing's members surrounded the monsters and prevented their escape, ensuring that the Demonkin couldn't flee to single their allies. Meanwhile, while Zero Wing's members cleared out the Demonkin, a party of 6 assassins discovered the massive pit. Leader, I've checked their path with my advanced tracking skill. Zero Wing's members should be inside this pit. Good, let's head inside. The level 58 Tier 2 assassin clad in gray nodded before entering the pit. Zero Wing's actions thus far had rendered the assassin party speechless. The guild team had ventured through dangerous sea zones infested with sea monsters. Initially, their tracking fleet had consisted of multiple speedboats, but only a single party of players still lived by the time they had reached Kama Island. Sea monsters had killed the rest. Fortunately, they hadn't lost track of their prey and could continue their mission. Running along the narrow, winding path, the assassin party soon reached the bottom of the pit. Leader, look, Zero Wing's members are fighting Demonkin. These Demonkin are so powerful, even the weakest is a lord. It really makes you wonder what Zero Wing's members are thinking. Did they really have to come this far just to grind and level up? Wait a minute. The ore at the cave entrance looks like manatite ore. There are so many manatite deposits here. Is this a manatite vein? 1939, Secret Exposed. Chapter 1939, Secret Exposed. I'm not hallucinating, am I? Leader, we're rich. Miracle's 6 assassins gazed at the manatite deposits around the cave entrance with sparkling eyes. They were very familiar with manatite veins, and they knew how valuable such veins were. Miracle had fought other superpowers over such a vein before. Magic crystals were becoming increasingly important to the various large guilds, and having a stable source had become the foundation for a guild's development. Hence, the various superpowers offered massive rewards to players for providing the coordinates of unclaimed manatite and other ore veins that generated magic crystals. If a player provided proof of an unoccupied ore vein, they would earn 10,000 gold and a single epic weapon. When the various superpowers had announced the reward, players had frantically searched for ore veins. For the majority of the game's players, 10,000 gold was an astronomical sum. If converted into credits, an ordinary person wouldn't have to worry about shelter or food for the rest of their life. Naturally, an epic weapon was fatally attractive to expert players as well. Epic weapons were even rare among the various superpowers. They were god-tiered weapons to ordinary experts. As long as they wielded an epic weapon, their combat power would skyrocket. They might even be able to stand alongside peak experts. Players could only hunt for more resources with sufficient strength after all, and as long as an ordinary expert had enough resources, becoming a peak expert wouldn't pose much of a challenge. Because of this, a large number of players had joined the hunt for ore veins. Unfortunately, even though a long time had passed since the superpowers had announced their offer, not a single player had claimed the reward. Of course, they had never thought that they would find a rumored manatite vein by simply following Zero Wing's members. If one of Miracle's members discovered an unclaimed manatite vein, not only would they receive the 10,000 gold and an epic weapon, but their rank in the guild would also increase by 1 level, bypassing the normal restrictions. Thinking up to this point, the gray-clad assassin serving as the party leader contacted 1,000 Miles and reported on Zero Wing's current situation and the manatite vein. Many of the guild's upper echelons had gathered in a meeting room in Miracle's residence on Thunder Island to discuss the Savage God's legacy. It was, after all, of the utmost importance as it concerned the guild's development. Meanwhile, when 1,000 Miles received the report regarding Kama Island, he displayed an ecstatic expression. He had never thought that he'd gain such an unexpected harvest by sending some of his assassins to follow Zero Wing. First, the Savage God's legacy, and now, the manatite vein. Thousand Miles chuckled at this double blessing. He then instructed the assassin party, "You have done well. Keep an eye on the Manatite vein. I'll send the army to meet you immediately." He had already witnessed Zero Wing's naval strength, so he knew that if it really came down to an out fight between their guilds, they would likely suffer mutual destruction. However, it was a different story if the battle took place on an island. Players with sea-based legacies wouldn't receive a combat power boost on an island. Moreover, Kama Island happened to be within Miracle's range of influence. Zero Wing had only dispatched a 500-man team to the island, and annihilating such a small team would be a piece of cake. Following which, Thousand Miles gathered Miracle's fleet in the Sea of Death in preparation to secure Kama Island's Manatite vein. Meanwhile, inside the Demonkin's nest, Zero Wing's members continued to clear out the patrol squads under Shi Feng's command. While these Demonkin patrol squads might be difficult for any other expert team, but they were no challenge for Zero Wing's members. Ordinary MTs would not even be able to stop the first volley from the magic-breaking crossbows without breaking their stances. However, Cola could block 5 crossbow bolts at one time without issues. At most, he would lose around half of his HP, but by the time the Demonkin launched their second volley, Fire Dance's assassin unit suppressed the monsters. Cola then tanked the Grand Lord-ranked Demonkin that led the patrol squad, while Turtledove and Yewumian tanked the Great Lord-ranked Demonkin. The rest of the team systematically dealt with the remaining Demonkin. The Demonkin granted more EXP than ordinary monsters of the same rank and level, and they dropped relatively good weapons and equipment, all of which were level 60 and 65 bronze and mysterious. Iron rank. Occasionally, the Grand Lord-ranked Demonkin even dropped level 60 secret silver equipment. When the team had defeated the Force Patrol Squad, a tattered piece of parchment dropped from one of the Demonkin. "This actually drops here?" Shi Feng was stunned as he inspected the tattered parchment piece. This leaf of parchment was a fragment of the magic-breaking crossbow design. If he could gather 6 fragments, he'd be able to form the complete design. Although the various large guilds were ignorant of the magic-breaking crossbow, Shi Feng wasn't. In the past, small guilds had commonly used the weapons. Small guilds' teams had even considered it necessary for grinding in the fields. At the end of the day, only a small portion of God's Domain's player base would reach the realm of expert players. Very few would reach Tier 3, and even less would climb beyond that to Tier 4 and 5. Having Tier 4 and 5 players would be practically impossible for the various large guilds. So, what were these guilds supposed to do if they encountered hostile Tier 4 or 5 experts? The answer to that question was reliance on lightweight war weapons and tools like the magic-breaking crossbow. The magic-breaking crossbow's attacks carried Tier 3 power, and while that might not seem impressive, the weapon's attack speed was so high that even Tier 4 players struggled to evade its attacks. If a group of players fired magic-breaking crossbows simultaneously, even Tier 4 players would be at risk of dying. However, the magic-breaking crossbow design was extremely rare, generally only available in ancient ruins. Now that he knew that the Demonkin here dropped fragments of the design, why wouldn't he be surprised? Even in the hands of a Tier 0 player, the magic-breaking crossbow would exhibit Tier 3 power and threaten Tier 4 players. If he could mass-produce these weapons, even dealing with an army of Tier 2 experts would be child's play. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng inspired his team to grind the Demonkin with far greater fervor. Unfortunately, after nearly 4 hours and constantly using Divine Providence, the team had only collected 3 fragments. They were still far from completing the design. As Shi Feng prepared to lead his guildmates further into the Demonkin nest, Phoenix Rain called him. "Guild leader Black Flame, just what are you doing on Kama Island?" Phoenix Rain demanded with a serious expression. "I've just received a report stating that Miracle is gathering a force of more than 30,000 players to head for the island. Over 7,000 of them are Tier 1 experts, and more than 400 are Tier 2 experts." She found it truly unbelievable that Miracle was mobilizing such a large force just to deal with Zero Wing's 500-man team. Miracle's gathering more than 30,000 players to take us out? The news confused Shi Feng. Suddenly, he realized something. Has information on the Manatite vein leaked? "You should hurry and retreat from Kama Island now. Once Miracle's forces arrive, they won't let you simply walk away," Phoenix Rain advised. A 30,000-man army from Miracle was no laughing matter. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would have to take the force seriously, not to mention Zero Wing. "Thank you for informing me, but Miracle will have to think twice if it wants to force Zero Wing to flee," Shi Feng said, smiling before disconnecting the call. Although he hadn't expected this development, Zero Wing wasn't as weak as it had been in the past. If Miracle wanted to plunder Zero Wing's riches, he would make sure they lost a limb or two in the process. 1940, Shi Feng's Decision. Chapter 1940, Shi Feng's Decision. Big Sis Rain, how are things on Zero Wing's side? Based on the latest update, Miracle's forces should arrive on Kama Island in 10 minutes or so, Blue Phoenix asked anxiously as she read the most recent report she had received from her subordinate. It might be fine if Miracle had simply sent 30,000 elite players, but a considerable portion of its army was expert players. This wasn't a trivial matter. If such a powerful team trapped Zero Wing's team, it would be annihilated. Aqua Rose's sea-based peak legacy couldn't help them either. The battle would take place on land, and Aqua Rose wouldn't receive a boost to her combat power. Based on Black Flame's attitude, I doubt that Zero Wing will leave Kama Island without a fight, Phoenix Rain said, shaking her head. She felt that Shi Feng was simply too reckless. She then ordered, Blue, relay my commands. Have all nearby guild members gather on Kama Island. We'll hurry and reinforce Zero Wing immediately. I'll get it done. Blue Phoenix nodded. Meanwhile, in the Demonkin's nest on Kama Island, Zero Wing's members were horrified when they heard about Miracle's mobilization. They had never thought that the guild would be so ruthless as to dispatch an army of 30,000 players. This was the army of a super first-rate guild, not a first-rate guild. Moreover, Miracle had only dispatched slightly fewer Tier 2 experts than the number Zero Wing currently had on the island. If they tried to stand their ground against Miracle's army, the battle would definitely end with their deaths. Guild leader, are we going to retaliate? Aqua Rose asked Shi Feng. No, with our current strength, fighting Miracle would be suicide, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. They might have had a chance if Miracle had merely dispatched ordinary and elite players. With Zero Wing's team of Tier 2 experts, they could use guerrilla tactics and have a chance of surviving Miracle's 30,000-strong army. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. The expert players Miracle had dispatched were far stronger than ordinary expert players, and if they tried to take these experts on while so drastically outnumbered, not even guerrilla tactics would save them from a miserable death. Miracle was a veteran super first-rate guild that could rival veteran super guilds in terms of overall strength. It simply hadn't earned the title of Super Guild due to lacking a legacy. Miracle's Tier 2 experts were of a far higher quality than those from first-rate guilds or recently risen superpowers. The quality difference wasn't a result of a gap in basic attributes, but due to a difference in combat standards. Refinement Realm experts were considered top-ranked players in first-rate guilds, but to superpowers, Refinement Realm experts ranked nowhere near the top. Naturally, the difference between a Refinement Realm expert and one who hadn't reached that realm wasn't easy to make up. Zero Wing had been able to stand against super first-rate guilds and super guilds because these powers had only dispatched a small number of their Refinement Realm experts, or by relying on its players' overwhelming advantage in basic attributes. However, this situation was different. In an era where weapons and equipment drop rates had decreased, Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts no longer had as much of a basic attribute advantage. In a one-on-one fight, Miracle's Tier 2 experts would stomp on most of Zero Wing's. Unfortunately, it couldn't be helped. Miracle had secured its foundation after many years of hard work and investment. This was also why the various large guilds tried so hard to nurture experts. In God's domain, experts were a guild's true support pillar. Weapons, equipment, and tools were only one of the many means used to improve a guild's strength. Then, are we going to retreat? Aqua Rose asked. No, we cannot afford to do that. This is a manatite vein we are talking about. Finding another one won't be easy, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Aqua Rose was speechless. If they weren't going to fight or retreat, what were they going to do? For now, you'll continue to lead the team and clear out the Demonkin next. Leave Miracle to me. No matter what happens, don't leave the cave, Shi Feng said, chuckling in response to Aqua Rose's confusion. Guild leader, you're not planning on dealing with Miracle by yourself, are you? That's too dangerous. I'll go with you. Aqua Rose anxiously insisted after realizing that Shi Feng intended to act solo. He might be alright if he were surrounded by dozens or hundreds of Tier 2 experts. But if Miracle used magic arrays or traps to suppress him, the army would even whittle his HP down to 0, regardless of how extraordinarily strong Shi Feng was. The various superpowers were even capable of killing mythic monsters, much less a Tier 2 player like Shi Feng. Do I look that stupid? Shi Feng laughed when he noticed Aqua Rose's nervous reaction. Relax, I know what I am doing. After saying so, Shi Feng left the Demonkin nest alone. Meanwhile, a large fraction of Miracle's members had gathered on Kama Island's beach. Even 1,000 Miles had arrived to command the battle personally. Miracle's 30,000-strong army occupied more than half of the island's beach. Even the lowest-leveled player present was level 56, and they were all well-equipped. As for Refinement Realm experts, just the ones participating in the expedition this time numbered more than 150, and every one of them was a Tier 2 player. Vice Guild leader, the Manatite Vein, is located in a massive pit in the island's valley. The leader of the assassin party that had tracked Zero Wing's team reported from 1,000 Miles' side. I've already stationed my party outside the cave entrance to deal with Zero Wing's members. Thus far, the guild hasn't shown any signs of retreating. Zero Wing must be suicidal. They still haven't fled. 1,000 Miles laughed. Haven't they made peace with losing their Manatite Vein? Miracle had not tried to hide its large-scale mobilization. With Zero Wing's connection with Phoenix Rain, how could the guild have possibly missed Miracle's movements? The only explanation was that Zero Wing was being stubborn, but it didn't matter. The difference between the two guilds' strength was already massive, and the Sea of Death's inner region was Miracle's territory. Zero Wing didn't stand a chance. Suddenly, the gray-clad assassin's expression darkened as he reported to 1,000 Miles. Sensing the change, 1,000 Miles demanded, "What happened?" A moment ago, Black Flame abruptly charged out of the cave. Moreover, he discovered the 5 players I left to guard the entrance and killed them all, the assassin muttered softly. Interesting. He dares to emerge alone? Does he plan to use guerrilla tactics with the power of a single player? 1,000 Miles' lips curled into a smile. Perhaps we should play along. Relay my orders. Have every team prepare a magic array and use it the moment they spot Black Flame. I want to see what he is capable of in the face of Miracle's army. After 1,000 Miles issued the command, Miracle's members swarmed Kama Island in 100-man teams, sweeping across the island like a fine-toothed comb in their search for Shi Feng. With how closely the various teams operated, if one of them discovered their quarry, reinforcements would reach the scene quickly. Meanwhile, roughly 2,000 yards away from Miracle's army, Shi Feng grinned as he watched Miracle's approaching army from the top of the island's valley. He then pulled a tome that radiated demonic energy from his bag. This tome was none other than the ancient Abyssal Book, an abyssal treasure that he could use to open an abyss passage. Dark Abyss, Descend. 1941 Abyss descends. Chapter 1941. Abyss descends within Kama Island's shriveled forest. Miracle's members advanced on the valley near the island's center. Vice Guild Leader, I found Black Flame's tracks. By the looks of it, he has traveled past here before. It's very likely that he is ahead of us in the valley. Although the terrain here is complex, it is also a dead end. As long as we surround the valley's exit, he won't get away, the gray-clad assassin said, grinning at the tracks on the ground before gesturing to the valley ahead. Miracle had already sealed the island with magic arrays, so players couldn't use return scrolls or instantaneous movement magic scrolls to flee. In other words, the only way to leave Kama Island was on foot. While Shi Feng would have the ability to employ guerrilla tactics from within the valley's complex terrain, he had also sealed off his own path of retreat. It might not have been a disadvantage if Shi Feng were merely facing several thousand players, but what awaited him was an army of 30,000. Such a large force was more than enough to search every inch of the valley. Shi Feng wouldn't have room for guerrilla warfare. As long as he revealed himself, he'd be surrounded and killed. Good, since Black Flame is so eager to die, we'll grant his wish. Leave 50 Tier 2 players to guard the exit. Everyone else, search the valley. Leave no stone unturned. 1,000 Miles barked as he watched the dark, distant valley. Remember, start recording the moment you spot him. I want everyone to know what happens when you make an enemy of Miracle. I will also reward a piece of epic equipment to anyone who kills Black Flame. Miracle had suffered significant losses in the battle on Savage God Island, and although they had achieved their goal, securing the Savage God's legacy, the various large guilds had learned of the Water Ghost Legion's miserable defeat and the loss of dozens of ships. This had wounded Miracle's prestige among the guilds. Now that Shi Feng was trying to cause trouble for his guild, 1,000 Miles was more than willing to slay the man, using the opportunity to restore some of the guild's lost reputation. When Miracle's members heard 1,000 Miles' orders, they bubbled with excitement. Although a lot of epic weapons and equipment had been found in God's domain thus far, even the various superpowers considered such items a luxury. Aside from the various superpowers upper echelons and peak experts, guild players had no chance of wielding an epic-ranked item. Now that they had the opportunity to obtain a piece of epic equipment by killing Shi Feng, why wouldn't they be excited? Under 1,000 Miles' command, Miracle's members swiftly entered the valley and searched through the island like a fine-toothed comb. Everyone hoped that Shi Feng would appear before them. Shortly after Miracle's members began their search, a powerful storm brewed above them. Countless spatial tears ripped apart the dusky sky. Seeing this, Miracle's members slowed to a halt, watching the scene above them. As they all wondered what was happening, the numerous spatial tears merged into one massive black hole, nearly half as large as Kama Island. Darkness energy then poured out, making the space around the black hole muddy and violent. A spatial passage? 1,000 Miles, who was quite knowledgeable about God's domain, found the black hole similar to spatial passages he had seen before. Only, the one above Kama Island was on a much larger scale. As 1,000 Miles wondered about the spatial passage that had appeared above the island, deafening roaring drifted out of the pathway. A winged monster, covered in pitch-black scales, then pulled itself from the spatial passage. The moment this scaled monster appeared, Miracle's members felt the threat of death looming over them. When some of the players used their identification skills on the scaled monster, they could not help but gasp. This monster was actually a level 160 lord. How is this possible? Why has such a powerful monster appeared? These players' thoughts became chaotic when they learned the scaled monster's identity. A lord-ranked monster might not be a tough opponent since it was only the equivalent of a tier 2 player, but a level 160 monster was basically invincible to current players. While the army was stunned by the sudden development, another scaled monster emerged from the black hole. Not only was the second monster much larger than the first, but its aura was also leaps and bounds more powerful. To make matters worse, more scaled monsters followed, swarming out of the spatial passage. 1, 2, 3. By the time these monsters covered half of the sky above Kama Island, Miracle's members had gone from panicked to full-on despair. One level 160 lord was enough to wipe out their 30,000-man army, much less an entire force of such monsters. Retreat. Everyone retreat immediately. 1,000 Miles shouted as he snapped out of his daze. Unfortunately, by the time 1,000 Miles had issued the command, the scaled monsters had descended on the players in the valley. They gave Miracle's members no chance for escape. Not only did the level 160 lords attack with unrivaled strength, but their speed was just as overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, several hundred Miracle members had transformed into streaks of light and vanished from the island. Several thousand players had died by the time Miracle's army had fled the valley, and plenty of Tier 2 experts had been among the slain. While Miracle's members ran for their lives, 1,000 Miles noticed a figure at the top of the mountain. He was very familiar with this figure. It was none other than Shi Feng. Like an uninvolved passerby, Shi Feng casually admired the massacre below. Damn it, it must be him. He must be responsible for opening that spatial passage. There's no way these monsters' arrival was a coincidence. Confusion and fury overwhelmed 1,000 Miles as he watched Shi Feng. He actually summoned these monsters just to prevent Miracle from stealing the manatite vein? To prevent anyone from obtaining it? Insane. He is definitely insane. 1942. So what if I am? Chapter 1942. So what if I am? A flood of monsters still surged out of the spatial passage above Kama Island. Moreover, as the swarm grew, stronger monsters emerged from the black hole. At first, only lords had come forth, but then, great lords and grand lords had begun to arrive. Now, even mythic monsters appeared from the passage. Like hungry wolves spotting fresh meat, these monsters descended on the fleeing Miracle members the moment they emerged. Level 160 lords were enough to instant kill Miracle's members, not to mention the higher-leveled Great Lord, Grand Lord, and Mythic ranked monsters. Although Miracle's members had scattered and run the moment they received 1,000 Miles' command, the flying monsters were too fast to outrun. In the seconds after Miracle had initiated its retreat, over 3,000 members had transformed into streaks of light and vanished. Vice Guild Leader, these monsters are even chasing the members that have left the valley. They have no regional restrictions. With how fast the monster force is growing, I'm afraid that they'll annihilate us before we reach the shore. Silent March said, watching the monster-filled sky with a grim expression. An endless number of monsters flew out of the black hole above, and even though their forces had split up, the monsters wouldn't need long to eliminate them all. If the 30,000 players had only consisted of elite members, Miracle's losses wouldn't have been so severe, significantly harming the guild's operations if they all died, but over 400 of these players were Tier 2 experts. If these players were slain as well, we can't break through? It seems that we have no choice but to use the Magic Breaker scroll to remove the seal on the island. 1,000 Miles gritted his teeth as he watched his guildmates die, one after another. March, instruct our elite members to do everything they can to attract the monster's attention. Once I remove the seal, have our guild experts use return scrolls to get out of here as soon as possible. Very few magic scrolls in God's domain were capable of removing regional seals. Even a super first-rate guild like Miracle had only managed to obtain 6 thus far. Normally, these scrolls were reserved as life-saving tools to prevent other superpowers from ambushing their key forces. Since he was one of Miracle's Vice Guild leaders, he had been allocated one of these scrolls. If he used it now, he'd have to wait a long time before he'd receive another. However, he couldn't hold anything back with so many of his guild's Tier 2 experts at risk. Understood, Silent March nodded. Following which, 1,000 Miles took an ancient golden magic scroll from his bag and began to activate it. In response, a golden light pillar flew from the unfurled scroll and pierced the invisible magic barrier that enveloped Kama Island. The magic barrier shattered, and players on the island could once again use teleportation spells and tools. As the magic seal faded, Miracle's members breathed sighs of relief. With the barrier gone, they would not have to rely on their own feet to escape the island. Once they found a safe location, they could use a return scroll and leave this nightmare. However, just as Miracle's many experts activated their return scrolls to flee this godforsaken island, the scroll's loading bars were interrupted. What's going on? Why can't I teleport? No, we're still under the magic seal's effects. But didn't we remove the barrier? The development left Miracle's fleeing experts confused. Even 1,000 Miles, who had just used the Magic Breaker scroll, was bewildered. Vice Guild Leader, look at Black Flame. I think he just used a magic seal. A ranger with sharp eyesight announced as he pointed to the mountain and Shi Feng. Hearing this, 1,000 Miles spun towards Shi Feng. Multiple magic arrays hovered around the swordsman, all of which manifested to seal off Kama Island. Black Flame. You're courting death. 1,000 Miles' gaze was frosty as he glared at Shi Feng, his enraged bellow echoing throughout the valley. Every Miracle member in the valley stared at Shi Feng with hatred and killing intent. They had already used their only Magic Breaker scroll, so only death awaited them if another magic seal enclosed the island. Courting death? Seeing 1,000 Miles' wrathful expression, Shi Feng couldn't help but laugh as he replied, "So what if I am?" In truth, Shi Feng hadn't wanted to open an abyss passage on Kama Island. Once it opened, it would affect the region, and with the exception of himself, the ancient Abyssal Book's owner, the Abyssal monsters would hunt down every player within range. Activating the Abyssal Passage had greatly affected his plans for the Manatite Vein. Although Shi Feng had expected information on the manatite vein to leak and had prepared certain countermeasures, he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Moreover, Miracle had intended to take the vein for itself rather than negotiate. He couldn't afford to be courteous with the enemy guild. He would teach Miracle the price for trying to steal Zero Wing's manatite vein. Black Flame. Do you truly think Miracle will let you off the hook for this? Thousand Miles threatened as he watched the sealing magic array complete. Your entire guild will face Miracle's wrath, not just you. Guild leader Black Flame. Many of Miracle's experts are on Kama Island. Our guild leader isn't exaggerating. If you complete the seal on Kama Island, Miracle will do everything it can to destroy Zero Wing. Silent March attempted to persuade Shi Feng. Since you have developed Zero Wing to its current power, you should understand the various superpowers' strength. You should know how powerful our guild is. Do you really want to make an enemy of Miracle? Zero Wing had already become a noteworthy force in God's domain, but to a top-ranked, super first-rate guild like Miracle, it was still a trivial opponent. The only reason Miracle had not turned against Zero Wing thus far, despite the guild's multiple transgressions, was that it had much better things to do with its time and resources. However, if Miracle concentrated its strength against Zero Wing, removing the guild from God's domain wouldn't be difficult. You people really are interesting. You clearly came looking for trouble, yet you're making Zero Wing look like the bad guy here, claiming that our guild is trying to make an enemy of ours? Miracle's members sure are skilled with one-sided plays. Shi Feng laughed. I'll repeat myself once again. So what if I am? 1943, Zero Wing's Wrath, Chapter 1943, Zero Wing's Wrath, Black Flame, you're going too far. Thousand Miles shouted hurriedly when he realized that Shi Feng showed no intentions of canceling the magic array. We no longer have the power to take the manatite vein. We have even lost several thousand elites. If you complete the barrier around Kama Island, you might be able to use these monsters to kill us, but only once. However, Zero Wing will have to face Miracle's full wrath in return. Wrath? Shi Feng could not help but laugh at Thousand Miles. I don't know how terrifying Miracle's wrath is, but you should have a taste of Zero Wing's first. Shi Feng's voice echoed throughout the valley, and Miracle's members felt a chill crawl down their spines from the indifference and killing intent his stone contained. They had never thought that Shi Feng was so ruthless. He actually ignored his guild's safety to ensure their deaths. Insane. He must be insane. He wants to drag us down with him. How can a guild leader like this exist in God's domain? Miracle's members were bewildered as they stared at Shi Feng. The various large guilds' guild leaders would do almost anything they could to ensure their guild's survival in God's domain. They often set aside their personal feelings for the bigger picture. Shi Feng, on the other hand, didn't seem to care about Zero Wing's survival in the least, acting entirely on his emotions. However, Shi Feng hadn't lied. While they weren't sure how Miracle would retaliate, they were certain that they'd face Zero Wing's wrath right now. Good, very good. Since you want to duke it out, show me what you're capable of, Thousand Miles shouted, his eyes turning bloodshot. Everyone heed my command. Attack Black Flame with everything you've got. The magic seal has a long activation time. If we can interrupt his channeling, he can't seal off the island. I will personally gift anyone who kills Black Flame a piece of epic equipment. The Vice Guild leader is right. Our deaths are not certain yet. As long as we can interrupt Black Flame, we still have hope of surviving. If we kill Black Flame, we'll even get a piece of epic equipment. Right. This battle's outcome isn't set in stone. We still have a fighting chance. Kill Black Flame. Hearing Thousand Miles' orders, Miracle's members knew that their only hope of survival hinged on striking Shi Feng with everything they had. Otherwise, none of them should think of leaving Kama Island alive. Fortunately, the magic seal needed 2 minutes to complete. They weren't completely out of luck. As their morale recovered, Miracle's members charged toward Shi Feng while ignoring the abyssal monsters around them. The only thing on their minds was Shi Feng's death. Like wild beasts that had awakened from their slumber, the auras of the remaining 20,000-plus players flared as they bared their teeth at their adversary. Retaliating even in the face of death, Shi Feng sneered at the approaching mob. He stood just below the spatial passage, and as Miracle's members approached, they would encounter more abyssal monsters. With current players' strength, charging at these monsters was suicidal. But Miracle's players were in a frenzy. They disregarded all costs while charging at Shi Feng, and even when their comrades fell beside them, they didn't pull their gazes from their target. Black Flame is still channeling the magic array and can't move. If even one of us reaches him, victory will be ours, Silent March cried, rallying his troops. While a magic seal was powerful, it had an obvious flaw. The player activating it had to remain in a safe place. If the caster moved in the slightest, the channeling process would be interrupted and would fail. Although there were indeed a lot of abyssal monsters between them and Shi Feng, Miracle's players on Kama Island greatly outnumbered the monsters. Although the price of distracting the abyssal monsters was considerably high, it was possible, and it would allow a few players to slip by, reaching their target. Sure enough, 7 players managed to break through the abyssal monster's encirclement after a short moment, arriving within 60 yards of Zero Wing's guild leader. Even if I can't move, I can still use my skills and spells. Seeing the approaching enemies, Shi Feng promptly activated Chilling Field. The moment Chilling Field activated, the 7 miracle members immediately felt a chill envelop their flesh. Both their movement speed and attack speed significantly decreased. Before the miracle members could move within 40 yards of Shi Feng, icicles exploded from the ground, striking the 7 players as damages in the tens of thousands appeared above their heads. The mana on Kama Island was extremely thin, which limited the combat power players could exert, and with Chilling Field's movement speed reduction, dodging the icicles' attacks became impossible for the 7 miracle players. In the blink of an eye, the attacks killed 2 players. Only the 5 Refinement Realm experts managed to avoid death. However, while the 5 Refinement Realm experts had dodged the first wave of Shi Feng's attacks, the swordsman was far from finished. As a constant stream of attacks bombarded them, the Refinement Realm experts were forced to halt their advance, focusing on defense. Unfortunately, they still took hits from time to time, continuing to lose HP. In the end, all 5 died before they could move within 20 yards of their target. Although Refinement Realm experts were frightening existences in first-rate guilds, their evasive and defensive maneuvers were unrefined before Shi Feng died. Following which, Shi Feng struck one group of Miracles members after another, mercilessly slaying every player that came within his attack range. None of them could get within 10 yards of Shi Feng. Seeing this, Miracle's surviving members were dumbfounded. While Silent Mars came within 50 yards of the swordsman, she stopped her advance and took out a single target, Tier 4 offensive magic scroll. Numerous spiraling wind blades then formed around Shi Feng. Under Silent March's control, these wind blades bombarded the immobile guild leader. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions rang out in succession, the resulting shockwaves throwing dust and dirt into the air. He's finally dead? Silent March could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief as she watched the dust clouds surround Shi Feng's location. She had used a large number of guildmates as bait to get within 50 yards of the swordsman and find an opportunity to use the magic scroll without her opponent noticing. But once the dust settled, it revealed Shi Feng's unharmed figure. Golden divine runes circled his body, isolating him from the outside world. These runes were the result of the 7 luminaries' ring's absolute defense. However, rather than the runic barrier, everyone's attention was on the pitch-black magic arrays around Shi Feng. The arrays had completed and sealed off Kama Island. 1944, Slaying 1,000 Miles. Chapter 1944, Slaying 1,000 Miles. 1,000 Miles is paled when he saw the fully formed magic arrays. Magic scrolls like the Magic Breaker Scroll was the only way to remove the magic seal once it was complete and before its duration ended. It's over, we're doomed. When the rest of Miracle's army saw the magic barrier slowly spread out from above them, they were distraught. Thousands of abyssal monsters had already emerged from the spatial passage. They had thought it would be possible to reach the island shores before their annihilation when there had only been several hundred, but that hope was gone. Several hundred more Miracle members had died while the army had succumbed to their despair. Players only snapped out of their daze, fleeing like madmen when the fallen players' weapons and equipment hit the ground. Although they knew that they had no hope of surviving this, they prayed for a miracle to save them. Vice Guild Leader, what should we do? Silent March asked anxiously as she watched Miracle's Tier 2 experts fall, one after another. We're out of options now that the magic seal is complete. Have our experts bring up the rear. We're retreating, 1,000 Miles said, shaking his head. Now that the magic seal had taken shape, not even he had a countermeasure. Fortunately, he was one of Miracle's Vice Guild leaders, and his guild had allocated him plenty of life-saving tools. Unfortunately, he'd only be able to save a small number of players with the tools he had on hand. But Silent March felt her heart bleed as she watched the abyssal monsters slaughter their guild's experts in the valley. Miracle had brought more than 7,000 experts to Kama Island. This was the first time their guild had suffered such a severe loss since joining God's domain. Enough. If you don't hurry, I can't guarantee our safe escape. 1,000 Miles snapped gravely. He too was reluctant to make the decision. He was, after all, responsible for this offensive operation. He wanted nothing more than to kill Shi Feng, but he understood that with Shi Feng's strength and the abyssal monster's interference, slaying the swordsman was impossible. All he could do was leave this godforsaken island as quickly as possible. Understood. Silent March nodded. As Silent March began her retreat, several hundred experts formed a tight circle around her, guiding Silent March and several upper echelons out of the valley. Black Flame, just you wait. It won't be long before I pay this back tenfold. 1,000 Miles bellowed as he glared at Shi Feng, already thinking of ways to deal with Zero Wing. After ensuring that his guild's upper echelons had gathered around him, 1,000 Miles retrieved a dark purple globe from his bag. Countless divine runes had been engraved on this crystal globe, the globe itself giving off waves of pressure. This globe was one of the treasures Miracle had obtained from an ancient ruin, the Wind God's Orb. The Wind God's Orb was a consumable that temporarily granted players the power of the Wind God. With the Wind God's power, players could fly freely through the sky for 5 minutes. Moreover, players' flight speed would be so incredible that not even flying ships could keep up with them. Whether one was using the Wind God's Orb for escape or pursuit, the orb was a very useful tool. Unfortunately, it could only be used 10 times. Once all 10 uses had been expended, the Wind God's Orb would turn into dust. Although the magic seal on Kama Island prevented teleportation, it did not prohibit players from flying. As long as they had the power of the Wind God, they could easily shake off the abyssal monster's pursuit. Moreover, 5 minutes of flying would be more than enough to escape Kama Island. Once they were off of the island, fleeing from the abyssal monsters would be a piece of cake. After taking out the Wind God's Orb, 1,000 Miles began to chant an incantation, granting him and the others the Wind God's power. With 1,000 Miles as the center, a gigantic, dark purple magic array formed on the ground, hungrily absorbing and devouring the surrounding mana. At the same time, a powerful storm enveloped 1,000 Miles and the others, preventing other players from approaching the group. The Wind God's Orb, Shi Feng muttered. He could not help but feel a little astonished when he saw the dark purple globe in 1,000 Miles' hands. Miracle really is quite generous to have given him such a precious item, but you must be dreaming if you think you can escape with that. Shi Feng then activated Gale Domain, transforming into a blur as he flew toward 1,000 Miles. The Wind God's Orb had been extremely famous in God's Domain, a masterpiece crafted by an ancient civilization. As long as there were no magic arrays that prevented flight in an area, even Tier 5 players wouldn't stop a player endowed with the Wind God's power. Only Tier 6 players would have the ability. Hence, the Wind God's Orb had been publicly acknowledged as one of the top 10 treasures for pursuit and escape in God's Domain in the past. However, the Wind God's Orb had an obvious flaw. It required a lengthy channeling time. Each endowment required roughly 15 seconds. Although Shi Feng was currently around 800 yards away from 1,000 Miles, he could cross the distance in less than 10 seconds with the effects of Gale Domain. Of course, Miracle's members noticed Shi Feng's movement. Black Flame. 1,000 Miles' rage burned even brighter when he saw Shi Feng's approach. Escort team, block him with everything you've got. I'll kill him myself in a moment. He had called off the assault on Shi Feng simply because he found the task troublesome. He had decided to ignore the man and let the hateful bastard live for a few more days. However, Shi Feng ignored his benevolence and now targeted his life. Vice Guild Leader, rest assured, we'll make sure he doesn't leave your sight. We'll show this brat just how ignorant he is. A silver-armored middle-aged man confidently declared as he watched Shi Feng's approaching figure. After saying so, the middle-aged man, who led the escort team, and the team's 200-plus members vigilantly awaited Shi Feng's arrival. Once the flying swordsman was within 100 yards, the escort team activated their berserk skills. A few members even activated a magic array, trapping Shi Feng within a magic barrier. Shatter. When Shi Feng was less than 60 yards away from 1,000 Miles, he activated Power of Darkness and swung down Killing Ray, Lightning Slash. A blue lightning bolt tore through the sturdy magic barrier, and by the time Miracle's players noticed it, the bolt had pierced through 1,000 Miles' body, devouring all of his HP. 1945 Miracle defeated. Chapter 1945. Miracle defeated. How is this possible? Silent March stared at 1,000 Miles' empty HP bar with wide eyes, shocked. That attack had been too fast and sudden. The escort team had clearly trapped Shi Feng in a magic barrier that even a Grand Lord would need some time to struggle free from. Yet Shi Feng had broken free and killed 1,000 Miles with the same single attack. Any player capable of rising to the position of Vice Guild Leader in a superpower had more than just strong management abilities, but also had enough individual strength to convince others to follow them obediently. Although 1,000 Miles had been focused on activating the Wind God's Orb, landing a ranged attack should have been impossible. But Shi Feng had taken advantage of the moment 1,000 Miles had lowered his guard due to the magic barrier, claiming the man's life. God's Domain had many spells and skills that quickly took effect, and by the time these abilities activated, even experts would be hard-pressed to dodge them. Normally, players had to predict the attack's trajectory, taking preemptive measures to dodge or block the attack. However, Shi Feng's execution had been so fast that she hadn't even noticed his movements when he activated the skill. Needless to say, it would have been impossible for 1,000 Miles, who had been distracted, to notice the attack. The other members around the Vice Guild Leader's corpse were just as stunned. They stared at the body with incredulous looks. 1,000 Miles was one of their guild's Vice Guild Leaders. Not only was he extraordinarily powerful as an individual, but the guild had also given him plenty of treasures. Even super guilds would have a difficult time killing 1,000 Miles. In fact, regardless of the several thousand abyssal monsters on Kama Island, they had never considered that the monsters might kill 1,000 Miles, yet their Vice Guild Leader was dead. Moreover, 1,000 Miles hadn't died at the hands of a superpower. He hadn't even died while surrounded by enemies, overwhelmed and outnumbered. Instead, a guild leader from a guild that had only recently become famous had claimed his life. If news of this spread, it would cause a sensation throughout God's Domain. Black Flame. The escort team's leader turned ashen as he shot Shi Feng a glare. From today on, neither you nor Zero Wing will have a place in God's domain. Not even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion can protect you. Had someone from another superpower killed 1,000 Miles, it would not have had much of an impact on Miracle's reputation. At most, the public would think that the offending superpower had grown stronger. However, the fact that a minor power like Zero Wing was responsible for the Vice Guild leader's death was humiliating. If word of this got out, Miracle would become a laughingstock among the various superpowers. Others might even assume that Miracle had grown weaker, doubting its qualifications as a super first-rate guild. If Miracle did not annihilate Zero Wing after such an insult, it would have no hope of mingling in God's domain in the future. That's my business, Shi Feng said while slashing the abyssal blade at the escort team. Lightning edge, countless arcs of lightning streaked toward the dazed escort members. Although a portion of the escort members had reacted to the attack quickly and dodged Lightning Edge's trajectory, the attack killed more than 70% of the team. I'll kill you. The escort leader, Nameless Hacker, gnashed his teeth in rage as he watched his teammates die. Nameless Hacker and the other survivors charged at Shi Feng, killing intent flashing in their eyes. They would slay this swordsman even if they had to sacrifice their own lives. I'll support you. Silent March was just as resolved to kill Shi Feng. After activating her berserk skill, she began to chant an offensive spell, aiming for the guild leader. Although Nameless Hacker was not a match for Miracle Dragon, he was a peak expert at the Void Realm. If he had 20+ melee refinement realm experts supporting him, not even a domain realm expert would dare to take him on. Furthermore, he had the support of a magical class expert, Silent March. She could make up for the melee players' flaws by launching attacks at Shi Feng's blind spots, which the melee players could not reach. As Nameless Hacker reached Shi Feng, he raised his greatsword and executed a downward slash. The greatsword transformed into a rainbow that descended on Shi Feng. As the rainbow passed, even space began to crack. At the same time, the other escort members circled to Shi Feng's sides and executed their strongest skills. As they attacked, they paid no attention to defense. They were fully intent on trading blow for blow with Shi Feng. Once Silent March saw Nameless Hacker use his ultimate move, she followed by releasing her channeled spell, the Tier 2 curse, Death Coffin. With Shi Feng in the center, death energy filled a 30-yard radius, constantly corroding the players' lives. Silent March planned to use the escort team to buy time for death energy to detonate, killing the team and Shi Feng. Meanwhile, Nameless Hacker and his comrades paid no heed to Silent March's spell. Now that 1,000 Miles was dead, they had no way to escape Kama Island before the abyssal monsters killed them. In any case, they were more than willing to sacrifice themselves if it meant Shi Feng's death. In response to his opponent's suicidal attacks, Shi Feng used Dragon Breath and 9 Dragon Slash. He had no intention of dodging the attacks. His basic attributes were far beyond Nameless Hacker and Miracle's members. He could simply stop the attacks with brute force. Boom, 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 boom. The moment Dragon Breath collided with the descending rainbow, a massive explosion shook the valley. Dragon Breath shattered the rainbow and blew Nameless Hacker away. Abyssal Blade's phantoms, meanwhile, put a stop to the melee refinement realm expert's assault. Before the death energy Silent March had summoned could detonate, Shi Feng used Instant Strike to appear before her and swung Killing Ray at the female necromancer. Although Silent March tried to block the attack with her staff, she was too late. Killing Ray shattered the magic barrier protecting Silent March and cut straight through her neck, instantly obliterating her HP. So fast, the escort team members were stunned. First, 1,000 Miles had fallen. Now, even Silent March had died before the rear-line healers could do anything about it. Shi Feng's attack power and attack speed were terrifying. Without Silent March's assistance, Nameless Hacker and the others were utterly helpless against Shi Feng. Even though they still had their healer's support, Shi Feng killed one after another. With the abyssal monster's interference, the entire escort team had been eliminated in less than 20 seconds. Seeing this, Miracle's surviving experts, who had been rushing over to help, turned and fled, losing any motivation to attack Shi Feng. Unfortunately, the flying abyssal monsters gave Miracle's members no opportunities to escape Kama Island. In less than 10 minutes, all of the 30,000+ players Miracle had dispatched to the island were dead. None left the island alive. 1946 Impossible Outcome. Chapter 1946. Impossible Outcome. After Miracle's forces on Kama Island were annihilated, the abyssal monsters circling above began to scatter to the surrounding areas. And Shi Feng couldn't be any happier to see it. Although this turn of events would be a problem for players developing in the Sea of Death, it would benefit him. The abyssal monster's presence would deter anyone from approaching Kama Island. However, the abyss passage he opened above the island was small, unlike the medium passage in the Twin Towers Kingdom. As a result, its influence would be very limited. In the continent of God's domain, abyssal monsters couldn't roam freely since they were foreign to this world. Hence, the world's power constantly suppressed them. The farther they ventured from the abyss passage, the stronger this suppression would become. With the power of a small abyss passage, the passage's range of influence was very limited. Moreover, he could only use this method to deter players once. Each ancient abyssal book could be used to open only 2 abyss passages, a medium passage and a small passage. King's Return's Hellfiend had already opened the medium passage to deal with immortal light in the Twin Towers Kingdom, and now that Shi Feng had used the remaining small passage, he'd have to make sufficient sacrifices if he wanted to use the book to open another. To open another passage, he would need to sacrifice 50,000 players for a small passage, 300,000 players for a medium passage, or 1 million players for a large passage. Capturing so many players to sacrifice would be an immensely difficult task. He might be fine if his actions went undiscovered, but once other players found proof of his wrongdoing, the consequences would be horrendous. After watching the abyssal monsters venture away from Kama Island, Shi Feng began to loot the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's temporary residence on Thunder Island, Big Sis Rain, I've notified every fleet in the Sea of Death. Since we cannot command those under 9 Dragons Emperor, we only have 3 fleets heading towards Kama Island. They should arrive in half an hour at the earliest, Blue Phoenix reported. They had begun to gather their forces the moment they had heard of Miracle's interest in visiting Kama Island. However, the island was located in an extremely dangerous sea zone, and the various superpowers on Thunder Island didn't usually operate in that area. As a result, their fleets had been some distance from Kama Island when the situation had occurred, and even the closest ships would need some time before they'd arrive. Half an hour? Hopefully they'll make it in time. Phoenix Rain nodded. While half an hour wasn't very long, it wasn't very soon either. If Zero Wing acted rashly, annihilating the guild's forces would be child's play for Miracle's 30,000-strong army. However, if Zero Wing's members split up and hid, they might last for another half an hour. Just what is Zero Wing trying to do? Despite knowing that Miracle has dispatched an army of 30,000 to Kama Island, Zero Wing is insistent on clashing with Miracle. Blue Phoenix was exasperated over Shi Feng's decision. She had the feeling that Zero Wing must have fought so many first-rate guilds that it was treating Miracle like one of those old enemies. Zero Wing only had 500 members on Kama Island. Even if these members were all a part of Zero Wing's main force, they wouldn't even serve as a warm-up for Miracle's army. After all, they were talking about 30,000 elite and expert players. Moreover, all of those players were from a veteran super first-rate guild, not a first-rate guild. As Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix discussed the situation, the doors to the guild leader's office swung open and 2 people walked in. The moment these 2 people entered the office, Blue Phoenix's expression darkened. Rain, long time no see. 9 Dragons Emperor greeted Phoenix Rain with a smile after entering the room. It seems you have secured quite a harvest in the Sea of Death. You've already replaced quite a few pieces of your equipment. 9 Dragons Emperor, why are you here? Phoenix Rain responded dryly. 9 Dragons Emperor was closely tied to the ambush she had suffered on Savage God Island. If not for her lack of evidence, she would have long since reported him to the Great Pavilion Master. Just the sin of setting her up would instantly get 9 Dragons Emperor banished from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Unfortunately, 9 Dragons Emperor was too clever to leave evidence. No matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find any proof. This is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild residence. Is there some reason that a pavilion master, such as myself, cannot be here? 9 Dragons Emperor returned Phoenix Rain's question nonchalantly. Although this is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence, this place is under my management. I believe you of all people understand how the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion operates. Neither pavilion is allowed to interfere with each other's work. Or do you need me to remind you of the rules? Phoenix Rain asked coldly. Fine, I won't waste words with you. I am here on official business. The Great Pavilion Master has issued an order. Since this is such a crucial moment, you're not allowed to interfere with Miracle, 9 Dragons Emperor said, chuckling. If you still don't get it, I'll explain the order in greater detail. The Great Pavilion Master had stated that you are not to interfere with the situation on Kama Island, and you must recall all of the ships you have sent. Have I made myself clear? All matters on Thunder Island are under Big Sis Rain's management. Why would the Great Pavilion Master give such a command? Blue Phoenix refused to believe a word, 9 Dragons Emperor said. I knew you all would ask that. Here is the Great Pavilion Master's order. He had intended to inform you directly via call, but fearing that you would disobey, he sent me here to carry his orders out, 9 Dragons Emperor said as he playfully displayed the system message Ku Rong had sent him. How could this be? Phoenix Rain frowned when she saw the message. Our guild is in a precarious situation, and Zero Wing has made too many enemies. All of the various superpowers have expressed their opinions on the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. After lengthy consideration, the Great Pavilion Master has decided not to interfere in the matter between Miracle and Zero Wing to avoid exposing the pavilion to even greater danger. If you refuse to follow orders, then all responsibilities on Thunder Island will be transferred to me, 9 Dragons Emperor said, smiling. Even if you sent reinforcements, it would be futile. 1,000 Miles is leading the operation personally. Zero Wing has no chance of survival. He was very pleased with Miracle's actions. Whether Phoenix Rain helped Zero Wing or not, Zero Wing would suffer severely, and Phoenix Rain would lose a powerful helper. Fortunately, this increased his chances in the next contest for Thunder Island. The naval power Zero Wing had displayed near Savage God Island had been too frightening, forcing him to take the guild seriously, but there was no need for that now. Now that Miracle had crippled Zero Wing, the latter would no longer pose a threat in the upcoming contest. Moreover, with Zero Wing's main force crippled and Ku Rong's current attitude toward the guild, he could take advantage of the situation to deal with Zero Wing's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire. Big Sis Rain, what should we do? Blue Phoenix asked anxiously. Phoenix Rain considered the matter, her expression ugly. She hadn't expected Ku Rong to interfere. Rain, you best decide quickly. I don't have that much patience. If you can't, I'll make the decision for you, Nine Dragons Emperor threatened. The twisted expression on Phoenix Rain's face delighted him greatly. Phoenix Rain frowned. However, before she could say more, she received a message. It had been sent by the spy she had planted in Miracle. How was this possible? Phoenix Rain was stunned as she read the message's contents. She simply could not believe what she read. Rain, are you trying to disobey orders? Nine Dragons Emperor demanded after Phoenix Rain's long silence. Inwardly, though, he grinned ear to ear. As long as Phoenix Rain refused to obey Ku Rong's orders, he would take control of Thunder Island. It would save him a lot of effort with his future plans. Sure, of course, we'll follow orders. Phoenix Rain smiled as she glanced at Nine Dragons Emperor. Blue, notify the fleets to return immediately. Return? Blue Phoenix was confused. Are we really doing this? Nine Dragons Emperor stared at Phoenix Rain in shock. He had never expected her to be so decisive. Of course, the battle on Kama Island is already over, Phoenix Rain said. Including 1,000 Miles and Miracle's other upper echelons, the 30,000-man army has been eliminated. There's no longer a need to visit the island. 1947. Bountiful Harvest. Chapter 1947. Bountiful Harvest. Miracle's been annihilated? Nine Dragons Emperor was dumbfounded when he heard Phoenix Rain's announcement. How can this be? Miracle wasn't an ordinary super first-rate guild. Aside from its weaker legacy, it was stronger than some super guilds overall. Furthermore, 1,000 Miles had led the operation personally. If another superpower had to face Miracle's 30,000-man army, the battle would be bitter even if the superpower thoroughly prepared, much less annihilate Miracle's forces. Annihilating Miracle's army would be far more difficult than simply defeating it. If Miracle's 30,000 players decided to scatter and flee, no power should be able to eliminate them all even if the army were badly outnumbered. How could Zero Wing possibly achieve such a feat? Big Sis Rain, are you sure? Even if Zero Wing managed to obliterate Miracle's army, 1,000 Miles shouldn't have died. As one of Miracle's Vice Guild leaders, he should have plenty of life-saving tools on him. Killing him should be much harder than annihilating Miracle's army. How could he possibly die? Not even Blue Phoenix could believe the report. As a member of a superpower herself, she knew just how serious the various superpowers protected their upper echelons, especially their Vice Guild leaders. Even before God's Domain, the various superpowers' guild leaders and Vice Guild leaders had faced assassination in other virtual reality games. This wasn't new to them. However, as the various superpowers adapted to God's Domain, they provided even better protection for their upper echelons. Take the ambush Phoenix Rain had faced on Savage God Island, for example. While Miracle might have had the ability to slay the main force members under Phoenix Rain, it hadn't been able to kill her. Had Phoenix Rain's subordinates faced annihilation, Phoenix Rain would have used the life-saving tools the guild had given her to flee the island. Of course, losing her main force members would have affected her plans. When Nine Dragons Emperor heard Blue Phoenix's question, he could not help but nod in agreement. He decided that the news must be fake. It would have already been impressive if Zero Wing's small team of 500 escaped Miracle's forces. But no matter how strong those players were, annihilating Miracle's army should have been impossible, not to mention slaying 1,000 Miles. I wondered the same thing, but I've just verified the information. Miracle has issued a red annihilation order on Zero Wing. It's the highest-ranking annihilation order available in Miracle. Issuing this order means that there are no options for reconciliation between Miracle and the order's target, and only one of them will be allowed to live, Phoenix Rain said. Why would the guild issue a red annihilation order if Zero Wing didn't annihilate its army? That is a lie, right? Miracle's army had more than 400 Tier 2 experts. Such a severe loss will certainly affect Miracle's future plans. Blue Phoenix still couldn't believe the news, but faced with the facts, she had no choice but to accept it as truth. Miracle had issued the Red Annihilation Order in the past, but only when the guild had expected a decisive battle with another superpower. No matter how she looked at it, now that Miracle had used the order on Zero Wing, it must have suffered a humiliating loss against the smaller guild. Nine Dragons Emperor, what a pity. It seems that my ally is quite reliable and no longer requires my help. If you have nothing else, I must ask you to leave. Unlike you, I don't have much free time. I still have to take care of many matters on Thunder Island. Phoenix Rain smugly dismissed Nine Dragons Emperor. Veins bulged on Nine Dragons Emperor's forehead. After taking a moment to calm down, he sneered and said, Phoenix Rain, don't get excited so soon. Zero Wing might have gotten lucky and defeated Miracle, but you know better than I just how frightening Miracle is. Zero Wing has ignorantly pushed itself onto the path of annihilation. It won't be long before Zero Wing is thoroughly removed from God's domain. After Nine Dragons Emperor finished, he turned and left the office in a huff. Seeing Nine Dragons Emperor's frustrated expression, Phoenix Rain felt refreshed. However, she knew that Zero Wing had gotten itself into more trouble than ever before. Phoenix Rain wasn't the only one to learn of Miracle's extermination. All of the various superpowers received reports on the battle on Kama Island. Ha ha ha, Zero Wing really is impressive to cause so much damage to Miracle. Even 1,000 Miles was slain. The guild has dragged Miracle's reputation through the mud. Let's see if Miracle still dares to call itself #1 among super first-rate guilds. I had never thought that Miracle would suffer such an upset one day. If Miracle doesn't deal with this matter properly, it will become a laughingstock in the Sea of Death. Zero Wing is quite powerful. With such capabilities, it should easily rank among the top 5 of up-and-coming guilds. The news of Miracle's slaughter surprised all of the various superpowers, although they also pitied Zero Wing. With how much potential Zero Wing had displayed thus far, it was guaranteed to become a super first-rate guild if given enough time. However, now that Zero Wing had provoked Miracle, the guild had no future to speak of. Had Miracle's defeat been minor, it would have, at most, sent some guild experts to harass Zero Wing. As a superpower, Miracle had a lot on its plate after all. It couldn't utilize its full strength to deal with some small guild. However, this situation was different. Not only had Zero Wing slaughtered Miracle's 30,000-strong army, but it had also killed 1,000 Miles, one of the guild's key figures. This was a great embarrassment for Miracle. If the super first-rate guild didn't obliterate Zero Wing and restore its reputation, even as a superpower, it wouldn't survive long in God's domain. Meanwhile, Zero Wing, which hadn't been particularly famous in God's domain outside of Star Moon Kingdom, had become a household name. Even the kingdoms and empires far from Star Moon Kingdom now knew the name Zero Wing. Meanwhile, back on Kama Island. After working tirelessly for more than 2 hours, Shi Feng finally collected the items Miracle's members had dropped. Miracle had dispatched over 30,000 players to Kama Island, and over 7,000 of them were experts. The guild had also sent more than 400 Tier 2 players. One could easily imagine how powerful the dropped items were. However, Shi Feng did not store everything in his bag, which only had a limited amount of space. Hence, he only stored the best items, ignoring the common weapons and equipment. Even so, he still claimed more than 7,000 items, including over 500 level 50 fine gold weapons and equipment, and over 100 level 50 dark gold items. When exploring a corner of the valley, Shi Feng noticed a crimson crystal globe on the ground. Within the globe burned a golden flame, and as if the flame had a life of its own, it transformed into a small, flaming dragon as Shi Feng approached. Fire Spirit. Shi Feng gasped when he saw the item. 1948 Special Epic Tool. Chapter 1948 Special Epic Tool. Snapping out of his daze, Shi Feng stepped forward and picked up the crystal globe. Although he had seen this crystal globe at an auction during his previous life, he found it hard to believe that the item before him was the same one. He had to verify his suspicion. Sure enough, it really is a fire spirit. Miracle is amazing. It actually got its hands on this. Shi Feng could not help his elation as he inspected the crimson globe. Current players should be wholly ignorant of the fire spirit. Even if they managed to find one, they wouldn't know the fire spirit's true value. Based on the fire spirit's attribute panel, it was a weak epic tool that could only cast one spell, the Tier 2 spell, Fire Spirit. When cast, the spell would summon a Tier 2 fire spirit of the same level. In other words, obtaining the epic tool only granted players one additional summoning skill. While a Tier 2 fire spirit might be of some help to Tier 1 players, it was hardly of any use to Tier 2 players and above. Moreover, each fire spirit summon cost 5 magic crystals. Although the summoned fire spirit did not have a duration, to Tier 2 players, 5 magic crystals per summon was very expensive. Moreover, the summoned Tier 2 fire spirit wasn't even stronger than the summoners. Rather than wasting 5 magic crystals to summon a meat shield, it was cheaper to party with an MT. Because of this, the various large guilds paid no attention to the fire spirit, despite being an epic tool. However, Fire Spirit had one passive skill called Devour Mysterious Flame, which allowed the Fire Spirit to absorb mysterious flames, growing stronger. Unfortunately, no guild dared to use this passive skill. Mysterious flames were incomparably precious in God's domain, helping lifestyle players increase their production success rates. Losing a Tier 1 Mysterious Flame might not be so painful, but only a fool would sacrifice Mysterious Flames at Tier 2 and above to strengthen an epic tool. Tier 2 Mysterious Flames were, after all, just as valuable as ordinary epic items. Sacrificing a Tier 2 Mysterious Flame to upgrade the Fire Spirit was simply unprofitable. No one knew what the Fire Spirit would do after devouring the flame, and on the off chance that it received a minor basic attribute boost, the sacrifice would be an utter waste. Hence, the powers that obtained a Fire Spirit generally considered it useless. Even worse, the Fire Spirit would drop upon death. If one accidentally died after expending a Mysterious Flame to upgrade the Fire Spirit, they'd die a second time from regret. However, players hadn't yet discovered the Fire Spirit's frightening growth rate after devouring a Mysterious Flame, especially a high-tiered flame. Not only would feeding the fire spirit mysterious flames increase its tier, but its life rating would also improve. One guild in the past had become incredibly famous due to the fire spirit. The guild had been Thunder Family, a first-rate guild. A super first-rate guild had backed Thunder Family into a corner, and all of its territories, save the guild's main city, had been taken. Everyone had thought that the Thunder Family was finished, but the guild had summoned a fire spirit. The highest-tiered fire spirit in God's domain had only been Tier 3 back then. However, the Thunder Family had summoned a Tier 4 fire spirit. Moreover, it was an archaic species ranked fire spirit. Fire spirits might not be as durable as ordinary monsters of the same rank and level, but as pampered children of fire, they had plenty of Tier 4 curses. A Tier 4 archaic species was already a challenge to take down, not to mention one with multiple Tier 4 curses. One could easily imagine what the influence the Thunder Family's Tier 4 fire spirit would have on a large-scale battle. In the end, Thunder Family had won the final battle at its main city. Afterward, the various major powers had paid more attention to the epic tools known as fire spirits. Although Thunder Family had remained a first-rate guild even after 10 years in God's domain, no superpower underestimated it. The guild had eventually nurtured its fire spirit to Tier 5, and its life rating had risen to Fallen Angel. It had become almost invincible among opponents of the same tier, and even Tier 6, God-ranked players had fled from one-on-one battles with the Tier 5 fire spirit. Including its many Tier 5 curses, the fire spirit had become a terrifying adversary. One could say that obtaining a fire spirit was the equivalent of obtaining a capable Tier 5 helper. It was unimaginably valuable. However, nurturing a fire spirit wasn't easy. Thunder Family had practically bankrupted itself to nurture its fire spirit to Tier 5. Even superpowers had a hard time getting their hands on Tier 3 and 4 mysterious flames, and unless one obtained them in secret, countless problems would plague the player. Even so, the fire spirit was worth the cost. The fire spirit tool had another amazing aspect as well. After devouring enough mysterious flames, the tool's rank would increase. Once it became a fragmented legendary item, it would gain an additional skill called Flame Refinement. The skill could grant a maximum often players the fire spirit's flames. Naturally, the strength of these flames would depend on the fire spirit's strength. The stronger the fire spirit was, the stronger the flames would be. In the past, various superpowers and first-rate guilds would frequently rent these flames from Thunder Family, which, in turn, allowed the guild to make a fortune. Although Aqua and Snow failed to find any clues leading to Tier 2 and Tier 3 mysterious flames, they did obtain quite a few Tier 1 mysterious flames. I can use them to feed the fire spirit. Shi Feng was quite satisfied as he gazed at the crimson globe in his hand. Tier 1 mysterious flames might not upgrade the flame spirit by much, but if it devoured enough of them, it would undergo a qualitative transformation. After Shi Feng finished organizing the loot, he returned to the cave that contained the manatite vein. He then set up an abyssal barrier and a teleportation point outside of the cave. In the future, Zero Wing's members would be able to teleport directly there without worrying about the abyssal monsters. From now on, the manatite vein belonged exclusively to Zero Wing. The guild wouldn't have to worry about competition from other superpowers, and it wouldn't have to dispatch players to guard the mine. The island's abyssal monsters would serve as a natural deterrence. Following which, Shi Feng regrouped with Aqua Rose and the others, continuing to lead them deeper into the Demonkin nest, defeating one patrol squad after another. The Demonkin nest was quite large, and the pathways within were incredibly complex. As a result, exploring the nest was far more difficult than Shi Feng had assumed. Guild leader, I found the nest's boss, Firedance excitedly announced. To mine the manatite vein, they first had to defeat the nest's guardian boss to stop the Demonkin from respawning. The Demonkin would only respawn once the guardian boss had, but the bosses based in ore veins had very long respawn times. Although the guardian boss would grow stronger with each respawn, it wasn't a cause for worry since players would be much stronger by the time it did. Alright, I'll lead the team to you. Shi Feng rejoiced when he heard Firedance's sudden declaration. He immediately led his team to her location. However, when Shi Feng made it to the cavern, Firedance stood in and saw the Demonkin. He was stunned. The Demonkin was 6 meters tall and fully geared in dark gray armor. Its back was decorated with all sorts of longswords. Currently, the Demonkin stood in the middle of the cavern with its eyes shut. A Tier Master, 1949, Tier Master. Chapter 1949, Tier Master. Everyone felt stifled as they watched the quiet Demonkin in the middle of the dark cavern with grim expressions. Demonkin King Alva Mythic, Tier Master level 68, HP 16 16 0. What kind of monster is that? How is it giving off such intense pressure? Is that really a Tier 4 monster? I can already feel death loom over me just by looking at it. Why do I feel like I can't even hit it even though it's just standing there? Huh? What does Tier Master mean? Although none of them knew what a Tier Master was, after a long time fighting in God's domain, they had developed their instincts. Those instincts screamed a warning. If they set foot in this cavern, they'd get a one-way trip to hell. Naturally, Shi Feng wasn't particularly surprised by his team's reaction. After all, their instincts were correct. If they entered Ova's cavern carelessly, their deaths would be guaranteed. The concept of a Tier Master was still foreign to current players. It was akin to a king among those of the same tier. But unlike ordinary archaic species or dragons, a tier master's strength didn't originate from extraordinary attributes. Rather, it came from the monster's extraordinary combat standards. Dealing with tier masters was far more difficult than dealing with archaic species that had high attributes. A fight against a tier master was a test of players' combat standards. If players' combat standards were lacking, they would die instantly. In comparison, players would have a fighting chance against an archaic species even if they were at a disadvantage in terms of attributes. Moreover, when raiding tier masters, players would not be able to use their numerical advantage. In fact, raiding a tier master with more players than necessary would only increase the raid difficulty. Tier masters were capable of summoning an army of monsters, and they would summon more monsters based on the number of players participating in the raid. The summoned monsters might not have high attributes, but even the weakest combat standards would be at the trial tower's 3rd floor. This was why tier masters were so fearsome. Normally, tier masters only spawned after level 100. Shi Feng had never considered that the boss guarding Kama Island's mana-type vein would be a tier master guild leader. This boss is giving off a very dangerous feeling. We have quite a few players with us. Should we send some players in to test the waters? Aqua Rose suggested. When dealing with unknown bosses, particularly field bosses, teams usually dispatched a small group to test the boss's abilities and search for appropriate countermeasures to avoid excessive losses. After all, dying in the field meant losing a full level. Even when resurrected, players still lost half a level of EXP. Forget it. Compile a list of data on every member of the team. I'm going to reform a 100-man raid team, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. There was no point in probing a tier master. Such bosses were straightforward. Unlike other bosses, which used many strange skills and spells, a tier master would only use normal attacks and the occasional team wipe move. If players could keep up with the boss's combat standards, they could defeat it. If they couldn't keep up, it didn't matter what strategies they employed, they'd all die. Moreover, the 500 tier 2 players present were all true experts in the guild. Whether they lost half a level or a full level, it would deal a significant blow to zeroing. They'd be better off going all out on their first try. Following which, Aqua Rose gathered the details on the 500-man team and sent the information to Shi Feng. She had collected data on players' basic attributes, weapons, equipment, and current progress in the trial tower. After planning for about half an hour, Shi Feng finally decided on the 100 members that would take part in the raid. The weakest of the players he had selected had already reached the late stage of the trial tower's 6th floor. They would have no problems facing the tier master's summoned mobs in a one-on-one. Alright, Cola, start the raid, Shi Feng commanded once everyone had their tasks. Cola nodded seriously. Although he was nervous, he willed himself to enter the cavern. The moment Cola stepped into the cavern, a bright light illuminated the space. Rather than a cavern, this place looked like an ancient temple. Faded murals covered the cavern walls, and stone pillars stood at intervals, supporting the cavern's vast ceiling. Although severely damaged, magic arrays were visible on the stone ground. Once Cola was within a certain range, the Demonkin King opened its eyes. The moment Ova's crimson eyes were revealed, Cola felt as if he had plunged into an icy hell as a chill seeped into his bones. Unlike other monsters whose auras contained death and violence, Ova's aura was calm and indifferent. Before Cola could overcome the frosty sensation, Ova moved. Unlike other monsters they had faced, Ova wasn't lightning fast. They could all follow every single movement with their eyes, but despite the several hundred yards between the boss and Cola, each of Ova's steps rapidly devoured the distance. Crap, this monster's an expert. Cola had an incredibly bad feeling as he watched Ova approach. Hurriedly, he raised Titan Guard to defend himself. Dang! A crisp, metallic clang reached everyone's ears as dazzling sparks flew from Cola's Titan Guard. Cola stumbled back several steps before stabilizing himself. However, before he could catch his breath, another sword descended on him. This time, Cola instinctively raised his shield to block the attack. As they watched Cola receive a series of attacks from Ava, everyone could not help but gasp. Although Cola only lost around 13,000 HP from each attack, the tier master continued to push him back. In the battle between the expert MT and the Guardian boss, Cola was at a complete disadvantage. He had no opportunities to launch a counterattack. He could only defend himself. If he diverted his focus in the slightest, Ova's blade would likely find its mark. When the rest of the 100-man team came within 100 yards of Ova, the Demonkin King bellowed with anger. Multiple Demonkin then began to rise from the ground, ranging between level 64 and 66. By the time they stopped emerging, a total of 200 Demonkin stood before the players. Among them, the weakest was a chieftain, while the strongest was a lord. At first, Zero Wing's members paid little attention to these monsters due to their low ranks, but after clashing with them, these expert players were stunned. These Demonkin commanded incredibly high combat standards. The weakest Demonkin could easily reach the trial tower's 3rd floor, while a few lord-ranked Demonkin could reach the 5th floor, the publicly acknowledged expert standard in God's domain right now. Of course, Demonkin's attributes were already higher than players. Combined with expert combat standards, the lord-ranked Demonkins instantly slew several Tier 2 players. Fortunately, Violet Cloud managed to rescue some of them in time, reducing the number of casualties. Thank goodness. It seems this Demonkin King is only at the late stage 5th floor standard. Defeating it shouldn't be a problem. After watching Cola fight Ova for some time, Shi Feng had a rough estimate of the Guardian boss's combat standard, and he could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief. Not all tier masters were equal. The weakest among them were close to reaching the Trial Tower's 6th floor. In other words, the 5th floor's late stage. In a large guild, a player with such a combat standard would be considered a relatively strong expert. As for the stronger tier masters, some had even reached the Void Realm. Fortunately, Ova was one of the weakest tier masters. Had it been slightly stronger, Cola would have died instantly even if he met the attribute requirements for this raid. The only reason Ova was able to suppress Cola was its mythic ranked attributes. Although Cola's life dangled off the side of a cliff, Ova couldn't push the MT any farther. Furthermore, Cola could activate his Berserk skill to bridge the gap between them. Under Shi Feng's command, Cola activated his Berserk skill, instantly decreasing the raid's difficulty. Meanwhile, with Turtledove and Ye Wumian tanking most of the mobs, the rest of the team was free to attack the Demonkin King, decimating its HP. 90%, 70%, 50%. When Ova only had 1% of its HP remaining, Shi Feng activated Divine Providence and finished the Demon King off with Shadow Blade and Lightning Slash. As soon as the Guardian boss fell, a system notification reached everyone's ears. 1950, Demon King, King's Lu. Chapter 1950, Demon King's Loot System. Congratulations, you have killed the Demon King Ova. Due to the Demon King's death, all Demonkin in the area will not respawn. System, congratulations. You have obtained the first kill on the Demon King Ova. Rewards doubled. Guild popularity plus 500 and humanity reputation plus 20. When they heard the system announcements, Zero Wings members cheered in joy. Now that they had killed the Demonkin King, the Manatite vein had finally come under Zero Wings' control. Their guild could now mine the vein freely. Currently, only a few superpowers had possession of ore veins that produced magic crystals. Once the system notifications ended, the Demonkin King's corpse burst into countless particles of light. Items began to manifest in the air, falling to the ground one after another. These dropped items glowed with colorful lights, dazzling the watching players. By the time they stopped appearing, a small mountain had formed on the ground, as expected of the first kill reward. The loot is frightening. Shi Feng was a little astonished as he gazed at the small mountain of loot. Although the Demonkin King hadn't dropped as much loot as the Void Serpent, it still surpassed ordinary mythic monsters of the same level. After Shi Feng had the healers start resurrecting the dead, he began to organize the loot. As his team watched expectantly, Shi Feng spent more than 20 minutes inspecting the items. The Demonkin King had dropped a total of 176 items. Although more than half consisted of materials, there were still 33 weapons and equipment, a considerable amount. As many as 17 were level 60 secret silver weapons and equipment. Level 60 secret silver equipment was better than level 55 fine gold equipment. At this stage of the game, even level 50 secret silver equipment was extremely rare among the various large guilds, let alone level 55 fine gold equipment. Without hesitation, Shi Feng held an internal auction for the 17 level 60 secret silver equipment pieces. Although level 60 secret silver equipment was too high leveled for most of the players on the team, there were level reduction gemstones in the guild warehouse. They should be able to equip level 60 weapons and equipment after equipping the gemstones. Everyone on the team fervently bid for the weapons and equipment. As for the 8 level 60 fine gold and 6 level 60 dark gold weapons and equipment pieces the Demonkin King had dropped, he had no intention of distributing them via internal auction. Instead, he stored them in the guild warehouse and made them available to the guild's core members for purchase. Not only did these items cost a large number of GCPs, but players also needed to contribute sufficiently to the guild. After all, weapons and equipment of such level and rank could even tempt superpowers. He would not allow other guilds to claim the items by spending a few GCPs. The Demonkin King had also dropped 2 pieces of epic equipment, a pair of cloth armor boots and a leather armor belt. Both pieces offered excellent attributes. The boots granted magical class players a chance to reduce their spellcasting time by half, while the belt increased physique by 5% and granted players the leap skill, which gave players greater flexibility. After some consideration, Shi Feng decided to give the boots to Aqua Rose and the belt to Fire Dance. Both women's combat standards ranked among the top in Zero Wing, and they could best utilize the power of these 2 epic equipment pieces. At this point, Zero Wing lacked peak experts more than anything else. Compared to the various superpowers, the guild's number of peak experts was pitiful. Moreover, as the various superpowers gathered more peak equipment, Zero Wing's attribute advantage would decrease. Hence, instead of splitting the guild's peak equipment among its many experts like the various superpowers, Zero Wing needed to concentrate its resources for greater effect. After Aqua Rose and Fire Dance equipped their new epic equipment, their basic attributes soared. Among the two, Fire Dance's current equipment lineup was simply dazzling. Fire Dance currently wore 6 pieces of epic equipment, as well as the fragmented legendary weapon, 1000 Transformations. Not even a Super Guild's guild leader was a match for her equipment now. Even if she encountered a Superpower's Apex experts, she'd have a high chance of triumphing. However, the Demonkin King's remaining items delighted Shi Feng far more than the materials, weapons, and equipment the boss had dropped. No matter how many Demonkin patrol squads they had killed, he hadn't been able to get his hands on the last fragment of the magic-breaking crossbow design. Fortunately, it had finally dropped from the Guardian boss, completing the design. So, this is the magic-breaking crossbow? Sure enough, its production method isn't easy. It's no wonder why only superpowers had managed to mass-produce the weapon. Shi Feng could not help his excitement as he gazed at the complete design in his hands. The magic-breaking crossbow had been the perfect tool for ordinary players to combat experts in the past. Even ordinary Tier 0 players could defeat Tier 3 and 4 experts with the power of this weapon. Because of this, the various large guilds had treated it like a precious treasure. Unfortunately, the magic-breaking crossbow design was incredibly rare, and as a result, most guilds, those that hadn't acquired the design, had only amassed a small stockpile of the tool. Even Shadow had only collected around 500 crossbows after spending a long time accumulating them. Even so, a 100-man expert team that was fully equipped with magic-breaking crossbows could kill a Tier 4 player, much less 500 crossbows. The only downside to the magic-breaking crossbow was that it was a consumable item. It would disappear once its durability ran out. Hence, guilds avoided using the weapon unless they had no other choice. But now that Shi Feng had the complete design, this flaw wouldn't be a problem. Although crafting the magic-breaking crossbow required very rare materials, a master engineer, a master forger, and a master alchemist, these requirements weren't a problem for Zero Wing. After Shi Feng stored away the magic-breaking crossbow design, he shifted his attention to a small, magic crystal box. Among the items the Demonkin King had dropped, this small box's value was only second to the magic-breaking crossbow design. This item was a bloodline box, capable of randomly generating a single bloodline when opened. The bloodline this box would generate would range between basic and advanced rank. The box was no less valuable than an ordinary fragmented legendary item. Hopefully, it gives me something good. Once Divine Providence's cooldown had ended, Shi Feng took a deep breath and activated the godly skill. He then activated the bloodline box. Chapter 1951, Superior Vein. After Shi Feng clicked to open the bloodline box, a loading bar appeared before him. Once the loading bar was full, the bloodline box slowly opened, brilliant, colorful light escaping from under the lid. The colorful glow instantly attracted the attention of Zero Wing's players. However, as their gaze rested on the strange box, an imposing aura washed over them. Despite the aura's weak pressure, the players instinctively cowered in fear and reverence. They felt like lowly ants standing before some great being. The party members only relaxed after the colorful light faded, revealing the bloodline box's bounty before Shi Feng. A crystalline bottle laid inside the bloodline box, the silver liquid within radiating a cold, tranquil feeling. Curious, Shi Feng inspected the bottle. He had only come across a few bloodlines in the past, so he couldn't determine what kind of bloodline the silver liquid was based on appearances alone. However, upon seeing the silver liquid's attribute panel, Shi Feng was stunned. Space-time bloodline? Shi Feng's hands nearly trembled as he gazed at the silver bloodline. Although he did not know much about bloodlines, he knew that those with the 3 supreme attributes, illusion, space, and time, were incomparably rare in God's domain. Although the bloodline before him was only basic rank, it was far more valuable than any ordinary advanced bloodline. Space-time bloodline reduces all spells cast time and cooldown, improves vitality, followed by intelligence, endurance, agility, and strength. Amazing! Shi Feng was flabbergasted after reading the space-time bloodline's introduction. While increasing magic damage was extremely important to magical class players in God's domain, their spells' cast time and cooldowns took precedence. Stronger spells had longer cast times, but enemies, be they players or monsters, wouldn't give players a lot of time to cast spells. As a result, magical class players preferred items that could reduce their cast times over items that increased magic damage. Moreover, reducing a spell's cast time would also reduce the casting difficulty, which would, in turn, increase a player's spell completion rate. Guild leader, what is that? Its aura is almost like divine might, Blackie asked curiously as he looked at the crystalline box in Shi Feng's hands. It took a lot of effort for even the slightest move when subjected to that aura. Fortunately, the aura had only washed over him for several seconds. This? It's something that can guarantee expert players a straight path to the apex of God's domain, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Take a look at its attributes for yourselves. Saying so, Shi Feng shared the space-time bloodline's attributes with Blackie, Aqua Rose, Alluring Summer, and Violet Cloud. Amazing. Whoever gets this bloodline will have no trouble completing their Tier 3 promotion quest once they get that far, Aqua Rose muttered as she stared at the space-time bloodline, entranced. She had never expected to find such an amazing item in God's domain. Its effects could practically rival a legacy. Alluring Summer and the others nodded in agreement. Just the basic attribute growth the bloodline granted could greatly affect the user's future. In addition, the reduced cast time and cooldowns would improve as a player reached higher levels. With this bloodline, even an ordinary magical class expert could become a peak expert with enough time. If the guild provided further resources, a somewhat talented player wouldn't have any issues reaching tier 4 in the future. Looking at the 4 people before him, Shi Feng could see the burning passion in their eyes. He suggested, "We can't let this bloodline just sit around. Why don't you discuss among yourselves and decide who will take this bloodline?" The space-time bloodline was incomparably valuable. Regardless of which player he gave it to, they'd have no issues reaching tier 4. Unfortunately, relying on a basic bloodline wouldn't be enough to reach tier 5. They'd also need luck and individual strength. "I already have my Sea God's legacy. Let someone else have this bloodline," Aqua Rose said after giving the matter some thought. "I'll pass too. I'm normally busy with the guild's management." "I won't be able to put this bloodline to good use," Blackie said as he swallowed his desire. He also felt that someone else should have it. "Let's give it to little sister Violet. She only has an advanced legacy. Her current equipment isn't that great either, but she has the highest combat standard among us," Alluring Summer suggested. "If Violet uses this bloodline, it'll be a great help when raiding dungeons or in PvP in the fields." "I agree," Aqua Rose said. Healers were inconspicuous to most players, but as a team commander, Aqua Rose knew how important these players were. If a team had a powerful healer, it would alleviate the pressure on the team's MTs. While Violet Cloud's current weapon and equipment were considered high quality in the various superpowers, the items weren't anything special in Zero Wing. Compared to her and Alluring Summer, Violet Cloud's equipment standard was lacking. If Violet Cloud obtained the space-time bloodline, Zero Wing would have one extra peak expert it could rely on. "Since everyone has already decided, this is for you, Violet," Shi Feng declared as he handed the space-time bloodline to Violet Cloud. Considering his companion's points, he agreed with the wisdom of the decision. Violet Cloud, who hadn't said anything, was speechless. However, she was quite happy to receive the space-time bloodline. With this, her basic attributes would no longer be so much lower than the other main force members. After dealing with the Demonkin King's loot, Shi Feng had Fire Dance lead a small group of players to eliminate some of the scattered Demonkin in the nest, while he led the rest of the team to take care of the remaining Demonkin patrol squads. He also had Aqua Rose survey the Manatite vein and calculate the mining volume so they could determine the suitable amount of manpower to dispatch. Although teleporting here would be convenient, each teleportation would consume a large number of magic crystals. Hence, it was best to plan properly to maximize their profits. Moreover, as it was still necessary to keep the Manatite vein a secret, it was best to inform as few players about it as possible. After about 4 hours, they finally killed the last Demonkin near the Manatite vein. In the end, many of the team's players had risen from level 57 to 58, and Aqua Rose had completed her survey of the vein. "Guild leader, we're rich," Aqua Rose excitedly announced. "Based on the information I've obtained, the various superpowers Manatite veins required between 1,500 and 2,000 players to mine at maximum efficiency, and their chances of obtaining magic crystals are between 5% to 7%. Meanwhile, after our experiments, we'll only need around 1,600 people to mine at maximum efficiency, but we'll have a 7% to 9% chance of obtaining magic crystals. Our vein is almost a superior vein. All right, dispatch players to mine this vein immediately. I'll leave the management to you. Keep the vein confidential," Shi Feng said, nodding. This outcome didn't particularly surprise him. He had long since known that Kama Island's Manatite vein was a superior vein, otherwise he wouldn't have chosen to capture it first. "Also, guild leader, I received a message from the secret pavilion some time ago, stating that Miracle has issued a red annihilation order on Zero Wing. Moreover, Miracle has secretly dispatched a large number of experts to the Black Dragon Empire. The guild likely plans to attack our branch guild members," Aqua Rose said worriedly. "They have trouble striking us in Star Moon Kingdom, so they're starting with the Black Dragon Empire?" Shi Feng chuckled. He then said, "All right, I got it. For now, just focus on the Manatite vein. I'll prove to Miracle that Zero Wing isn't just unshakable in Star Moon Kingdom, but in the Black Dragon Empire as well." 1952 Dark Tidings. Black Dragon Empire, Lake Heart City. Due to the teleportation gate to the Ice Crystal World, Lake Heart City had become one of the most popular cities in the Black Dragon Empire. A flood of players visited the city each day to travel to the Ice Crystal World and obtain its unique resources. Moreover, it was much faster to level in the Ice Crystal World than on the continent of God's Domain. Even adventurer teams eagerly rushed to the new Otherworld, not to mention the various large guilds. Meanwhile, Nine Dragons Emperor sat by a window in a high-class restaurant not far from the teleportation plaza, quietly watching the teleportation gate with a grin. Suddenly, a tall, muscular man approached with hurried steps. He was none other than Blood Dragon, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's branch guild leader in the Black Dragon Empire. "Pavilion Master, good news. I've discussed the situation with Miracle. As long as we provide information about the Zero Wing members in Lake Heart City, Miracle will take care of everything." Once the matter has been dealt with, we will secure Zero Wing's possessions in the Empire, Blood Dragon respectfully reported. Miracle sure moves quickly. Nine Dragons Emperor smiled upon hearing Blood Dragon's report. I knew Miracle wouldn't let things slide. I had planned to remove Zero Wing from Lakeheart City quietly, but now I won't have to put in the effort. Based on the information I've received, Miracle has dispatched at least 20,000 expert members and 80,000 elite members, Blood Dragon said. To ensure the total annihilation of Zero Wing's branch in the Empire, Miracle's elders have decided to send their first Vice Guild leader to command the battle. By the looks of it, Miracle plans to end the battle swiftly, restoring the guild's reputation as quickly as possible. They've even sent Shredded Soul? Nine Dragons Emperor was slightly surprised by the news. He had only met Shredded Soul a few times, but almost everyone in the virtual gaming world knew about the man. One could say that he was a mythical figure. Since his rise, Shredded Soul had been responsible for numerous miraculous feats. He was no doubt the most capable subordinate under Miracle's guild leader. Some time ago, Shredded Soul had led Miracle's forces in a victory over a super guild on the western continent of God's Domainal and occupied a neutral city. This incident had caused a huge sensation among the various superpowers and was the reason that Ku Rong, the great pavilion master, wanted to avoid a conflict with Miracle. Miracle was simply too strong. If not for its lacking legacy, it would have already been crowned as a super guild. The fact that Miracle had sent Shredded Soul was utterly unexpected. They didn't only send Shredded Soul. To put a swift end to Zero Wing, Miracle also dispatched 12 of its guild elders. Zero Wing's doom is assured, Blood Dragon said. Those capable of rising to the position of elder in a superpower had a list of impressive achievements in the virtual gaming world. They also had to display certain individual combat standards. Without sufficient strength, after all, no one would listen to their commands. In Miracle, a player had to reach the Void Realm at the very least to become an elder. Since Miracle had dispatched so many experts, the guild had certainly prepared plenty of trump cards as well. It was clear how furious the guild was with Zero Wing. Good. Keep an eye on Zero Wing's people. Notify Miracle the moment you notice any changes, Nine Dragons Emperor instructed, smirking as he watched the numerous Zero Wing members on the street outside. I had thought of involving Beast Emperor, but it seems that won't be necessary. Meanwhile, in Star Moon Kingdom's Zero Wing City, after Shi Feng had assigned Aqua Rose her tasks, he used a return scroll to teleport to Zero Wing City. As soon as he exited the guild residence, he could tell that the city's player population had slightly decreased. The city wasn't as lively as it had been during his previous visit, and there were far fewer guild players in the city. When Shi Feng reached the Candlelight Trading Firm, he noticed that the shop's business had slowed considerably as well. Guild leader, you're back. When Melancholic Smile noticed Shi Feng enter the shop, she hurriedly reported, the invites we've sent to the various corporations have all been returned. Even some of the corporations that had previously expressed interest in our auction have lost interest. They've declared that they are only willing to purchase Zero Wing City's virtual stores. None of them are willing to rent? Shi Feng was surprised by the news. Has something happened in Witch's Hill? 3 hours ago, 2 guilds established towns in the area. Although both are only basic towns, they have received support from the kingdom's various large guilds. All of these guilds intend to share responsibility for the 2 towns' development. Moreover, both towns are selling a large number of virtual stores and are currently negotiating with the various corporations, Melancholic Smile said, nodding. Based on our investigations, a few major corporations and first-rate guilds have expressed interest and plan to invest in the towns as well. If they reach an agreement, it will severely affect Zero Wing City's development. Why don't we sell a small number of our virtual stores, guild leader? We've recently moved to a new training ground, and we have to spend a lot of money on multiple aspects. With our current daily income, we can't afford to support the training ground. Not bad. They actually set up towns in Witch's Hill so soon, Shi Feng chuckled. Don't worry about selling the virtual stores for now. If we really need credits, you can sell some of Candlelight's lower quality weapons and equipment. Sell them in batches and don't reduce the price too much. We'll store the higher quality items in the guild warehouse. After saying so, Shi Feng transferred all the weapons and equipment he had looted from Miracle's members to Melancholic Smile. When Melancholic Smile saw the items, she was dumbfounded. Of the 7,000 plus weapons and equipment Shi Feng had just given her, even the most inferior was level 50 secret silver equipment. Although mainstream players had already reached level 50 equipment was still difficult to come by, especially for secret silver rank and above. Even if she only sold 1,000 pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment, she'd earn enough credits to sustain the guild for quite some time. After all, many players and the various large guilds, in particular, preferred to purchase items with credits rather than spend their coins. Guild leader, I can really sell these items? Melancholic Smile asked. Normally, Shi Feng objected to selling God's Domain's resources for credits more than anyone. Doing so was putting the cart before the horse after all, yet Shi Feng actually wanted her to convert so many important items into credits. Do it. Just make sure that you don't sell them for too cheap, Shi Feng said, chuckling as he shooed Melancholic Smile away. Normally, he wouldn't agree to something like this since Zero Wing needed resources, but since the guild had secured the manatite vein, things had changed. Moreover, while level 50 secret silver weapons and equipment were precious right now, after a little more time, they wouldn't be. Rather than wait for these items to depreciate, selling them for credits to sustain the new training ground was a wiser option. Once she had Shi Feng's confirmation, Melancholic Smile left excitedly with the weapons and equipment. She then sorted the items and selected those with inferior attributes to sell in the Candlelight Trading Firm's various branches. However, these items would cost credits, not coins. 1953. How dare they? Chapter 1953, How dare they? Zero Wing City, Candlelight Trading Firm's first floor hall. Although many of the guild players that had resided in Zero Wing City had shifted their operations to the new guild towns in the Witch's Hill, the city was still independent players' first choice when visiting the area. The two guild towns weren't a match for the city's level of convenience or its wonderful environment. While players browsed the merchandise in the first floor hall, a new counter appeared. According to the sign hovering above the counter, it offered weapons and equipment in exchange for credits. In NPC City's shops, items could only be purchased with coins or traded for certain special items, such as magic crystals. There was no function that allowed players to purchase items with credits. However, guild towns and cities were a different story. The owner could freely determine what currency they'd accept. The new counter attracted the attention of every player in the hall the moment it appeared. What's going on? Candlelight is selling weapons and equipment for credits? They're not garbage weapons and equipment, are they? I doubt it. Who would buy them if they were trash? I bet that they're ordinary weapons and equipment. After all, Candlelight is Star Moon Kingdom's #1 trading firm, and multiple lifestyle masters work for the firm. The new items are probably these masters' failed products. Even so, it's better than nothing. I have wanted to replace my level 45 equipment for a while now. However, I don't even have enough coins to buy a piece of ordinary level 50 equipment. Indeed, if Candlelight's asking price isn't too high, I might buy a few pieces for myself. Everyone quietly discussed the new counter. Many among them had already approached out of curiosity. They wanted to know what kind of weapons and equipment Zero Wing was trying to sell. Several dozen level 50 weapons and equipment had been laid out on the counter, and every one of them gave off the glow unique to secret silver items. The dazzling sight dumbfounded the players that investigated the counter. What's going on? These are level 50 secret silver weapons and equipment. Am I hallucinating? Did Zero Wing make a mistake when it set the currency requirement? Even large guilds' internal members have a hard time obtaining a piece of level 50 secret silver equipment. Yet Zero Wing is selling them, and they're only selling the pieces for credits. Amazing. Scram. I was here first. I'm buying 5 pieces. I want 10. The players that had only planned to window shop went into a frenzy. Regardless of whether they could use these weapons and equipment right now, they intended to buy as much as they could. Each piece of equipment only sold for a few thousand credits, while the weapons sold for over 10,000 credits. It was much easier to buy these items with credits than with coins. Relatively well-off players, in particular, immediately purchased an entire set. In the end, it took less than 3 minutes for the 100-plus secret silver weapons and equipment to sell out, and Zero Wing instantly earned over 600,000 credits. Crap, they've already sold out? I knew I shouldn't have hesitated and bought more. I could have made a small profit by reselling them. The moment the weapons and equipment sold out, many of the independent players who had hesitated regretted their decision. They hated themselves for acting quicker. However, after another 10 or so minutes, another batch of weapons and equipment appeared on the counter. Like the first batch, every piece was level 50 secret silver rank. Is Zero Wing insane? It's selling more? Out of the way. I'm going to buy as many as I can this time. Upon seeing the new batch of weapons and equipment, the independent players' eyes turned bloodshot as they charged over to the counter. This time, the items sold out in less than a minute. Meanwhile, news of the Candlelight Trading Firm's level 50 secret silver weapons and equipment quickly spread, shocking many powers. What's going on? Our guild has had a massive headache over acquiring more level 50 secret silver equipment, yet Zero Wing is selling such items in large quantities? Is Zero Wing going to disband soon? Is Zero Wing's warehouse overflowing with these items? Quick, send someone to camp the Candlelight Trading Firm. As long as Zero Wing sells these weapons and equipment for credits, buy as many as you can. Although the various large guilds had already raided level 50, 100-man team dungeons, they had been limited to normal mode. None of them had any progress in hard or hell mode. Only the various superpowers had the power to challenge these modes. Hence, level 50 top-tier weapons and equipment were still extremely rare. Normally, players could only obtain such items by defeating field bosses or completing high-difficulty quests. At this point, the various superpowers didn't even have enough level 50 secret silver weapons and equipment to gear their expert players fully. Yet, Zero Wing had so many of these items that they were selling them so cheaply to the public. However, while most of the various large guilds assumed that was the case, the various superpowers knew otherwise. Zero Wing was simply offloading the loot it had taken from Miracle. News of the battle between the two guilds had only reached the various superpowers thus far. Most first-rate guilds had no idea of the incident, let alone those weaker than first-rate guilds. Black Dragon Empire, in one of Lake Heart City's high-class restaurants, Uncle Yuan, is this Zero Wing's way of complaining that Miracle isn't killing it fast enough? Purple Jade was astounded when she read the latest report. Even newly formed superpowers would not dare to provoke Miracle to such an extent, yet Zero Wing was so bold as to throw fuel on the fire. I don't know, but based on my understanding of Shredded Soul, he won't let Zero Wing get away with this. He'll employ the most ruthless methods to deal with the guild, Yuan Tiexin said, chuckling. However, this has definitely made our trip here worthwhile. Even if we don't see Miracle's true strength, we should at least witness 3/4 of it. They had come to Lake Heart City to investigate Miracle's power. This was only the third time Miracle had launched such a major assault on another guild, and every major operation was a golden opportunity to investigate a guild's strength. Meanwhile, inside Miracle's temporary residence in Lake Heart City, Miracle's upper echelons and durs currently filled the residence's spacious meeting room. However, the room was deathly silent as everyone focused on an emaciated, middle-aged man. Although he appeared frail, none in the virtual gaming world dared to look down on this man. He was Miracle's first vice-guild leader, Shredded Soul. Damn it! Damn Zero Wing, how dare they! I will tear their corpses to shreds! Thousand Miles's expression had twisted in an ugly mask as he read the latest report on the enemy guild. Zero Wing? A cold glint flashed in Shredded Soul's eyes as he read the report. How courageous. They dare to sell our items so openly. It seems it has been so long since Miracle has taken action in the Eastern Continent that even an upstart guild dares to look down on us. If any of Miracle's members find Zero Wings outside of an NPC town or city, regardless of their rank in the guild, they are to kill them all on sight. 1954 Basic Combat Devices Effects. Chapter 1954, Basic Combat Devices Effects, Star Moon Kingdom, Zero Wing City. As the crowd in the Candlelight Trading Firm cheered the Level 50 Secret Silver equipment sales, a disturbance occurred among Zero Wing's internal members. There hadn't been much Level 50 Secret Silver or Fine Gold equipment in Zero Wing's guild warehouse, but suddenly, a massive stockpile had appeared. There were even plenty of Level 50 Dark Gold weapons and equipment now, tempting many of the guild's internal members. They, too, went into a frenzy to purchase the new items. Level 50 Secret Silver equipment wasn't very difficult to obtain for Zero Wing's members since the guild's various raid teams returned with some of these items from time to time. However, Level 50 Fine Gold and Dark Gold equipment was a different story. Many of the guild's Tier 2 experts didn't even have full sets of such equipment. Many guild members chose to convert their rare materials into GCPs to purchase the new equipment, which not only increased the guild's material stockpile, but also increased the overall strength of these guild members. At this point, Shi Feng had arrived at the Candlelight Trading Firm. He immediately headed to his exclusive special forging room and was greeted by the sight of various rare materials, all of which he had instructed Melancholic Smile to prepare. He then dived into crafting the basic combat device. Shi Feng was very familiar with the combat device's power. Although the design he had obtained was only for the basic combat device, the basic version was most suitable for current players. Even an ordinary player could become as strong as an ordinary expert after equipping the basic combat device, and if given to ordinary expert players, they wouldn't be far from rivaling peak experts if at all. The basic combat device was what Zero Wing needed most right now. If he could mass-produce the device, he could mostly solve the issue regarding Zero Wing's weak foundation and expand the guild significantly in a short time. As for the magic-breaking crossbow, he had left the tool's production to Cream Coco and her comrades. After all, he was Zero Wing's guild leader. He had a long list of duties each day, and he simply didn't have the time to stay cooped up in his forging room. He only forged the basic combat device personally because the design was bound to him. Dense mana filled the quiet special forging room. Using the Philosopher's Stone, Shi Feng began to synthesize one mana stone after another. He then collected the necessary materials and began his first attempt at crafting the basic combat device. Smelting, extracting, engraving. Before 5 minutes had passed, a Rubik's Cube made of pitch-black iron took shape before Shi Feng. Since this was the first time he had crafted a basic combat device, Shi Feng couldn't help his growing nerves as he waited for the system to appraise the iron cube. The basic combat device was a special tool that only basic master forgers or above could produce. Moreover, the tool was quite difficult to craft. Even a basic master forger would not have more than a 50% production success rate. Once the loading bar was full, a melodious sound echoed throughout the forging room. System: basic combat device has been successfully manufactured. Forging proficiency increased by 5 points. Obtained 274,000 EXP. So, this is the Divine Library's basic combat device? Shi Feng stared at the basic combat device's attributes in astonishment. Basic combat device increases the life rating of players at Tier 3 or below by 1 grade, and skill and spell completion rates by 2% for 12 hours. He had already known that the combat device increased its user's life rating, but he hadn't expected this device to increase skill and spell completion rates as well. In the past, the basic combat devices he had obtained from ancient ruins had provided additional defense, at most. Though he had never found one, he had heard that the more powerful devices increased attack power or movement speed, but the basic combat device he had just forged actually increased skill and spell completion rates. This bonus attribute was far more valuable than any of the bonuses he had heard of in the past. In God's domain, the higher one's skill or spell completion rate was, the more power they'd exhibit with their skills or spells. This was one of the major factors that differentiated players. The difference between a skill with 90% completion rate and 100% was massive. This improvement was particularly useful in PvP, in which players usually fought at top speed, especially experts. Even a split-second difference could decide a battle's outcome. Having a completion rate boost would increase skills and spells tolerance, and players' execution wouldn't have to be as precise to get the same results. Excited, Shi Feng immediately began to forge more basic combat devices. After crafting nearly 20 basic combat devices, Shi Feng received an unexpected call from Gentle Snow. Guild leader, the situation in Lakeheart City has changed. A large number of experts have suddenly arrived and started hunting our guild members in the fields. Over 500 of our players have already died, Gentle Snow reported, her head aching slightly. All of these ambushing players have very high combat standards, and although I've sent teams to deal with them, they've turned the tables on our members. Miracle can't sit still any longer, huh? Giving the matter some thought and considering the previous reports, he assumed these players were from Miracle, only he hadn't expected the guild to act so soon. Do you know how many people they have? We've confirmed around 50,000 enemies, Gentle Snow replied weakly. Although Zero Wing's development in the Black Dragon Empire had been progressing smoothly, the branch guild did not have many expert and elite members. Overall, there were a little over 2,000 experts and 90,000 elite members. Moreover, the majority of the expert players were her subordinates from Ouroboros. They sure mobilized their forces quickly. The number surprised Shi Feng slightly. After the battle on Kama Island, he knew that Miracle wouldn't let him or Zero Wing get away unscathed, but he had thought that it would take the guild some time to muster a large force after so many of its expert and elite members had died. He had never thought that Miracle could gather 50,000 players in so little time. He truly hadn't expected this situation. He had thought that Miracle would, at most, transfer a little over 10,000 players to the Black Dragon Empire to harass Zero Wing. Transferring more than that would leave Miracle's other territories undefended. If Miracle weren't careful, it could easily be ambushed by other powers. Guild leader, what should we do? Gentle Snow asked. Do we fight? Fighting Miracle's 50,000-strong army directly would incur serious losses for Zero Wing. Depending on the severity, the guild's development might even grind to a halt. However, if they avoided fights with Miracle's forces, the enemy guild would continue to ambush Zero Wing's teams. The guild couldn't afford that either. Of course, we're fighting. Moreover, we have a big surprise for Miracle. Shi Feng said, smiling faintly as he thought about the basic combat devices he had just completed. 1955, Foothold. Chapter 1955, Foothold, a surprise? Gentle Snow watched Shi Feng on the screen in confusion. Naturally, she welcomed the confrontation with Miracle, but it was a very powerful super first-rate guild. Moreover, based on Miracle's reaction, the guild seemed quite intent on Zero Wing's destruction. Defeating their 50,000-man army wouldn't be easy. There was also a huge difference between the number of experts in Zero Wing and those in Miracle. In a moment, I want you to visit Zero Wing City's candlelight trading firm. I've got something good for you, Shi Feng said, nodding. If this had happened before he had obtained the basic combat device design, he wouldn't have dared to drop all pretenses with Miracle on Kama Island. Any superpower was terrifying once it got serious, after all. He had watched superpowers slaughter many large guilds in the past, including plenty of first-rate guilds. Top-ranked first. Rate guilds might put up a fight against super first-rate guilds and super guilds normally, but in a serious confrontation, they had no hope of surviving. All right, I'll head there now. Seeing Shi Feng's solemn expression, Gentle Snow understood that the item he spoke of was immensely important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told her to make the trip personally. After Gentle Snow disconnected the call, she took out a guild transfer scroll and teleported to Zero Wing City's residence. She then donned a black cloak and made her way toward the candlelight trading firm. Candlelight Trading Firm, Shi Feng's special forging room. As Gentle Snow entered the workshop, she could feel the strange mana in the room. It felt particularly violent. Logically, players should feel clear-headed in places with high mana density, but she felt her blood boil and her heart pound as she entered the room. What are these? Gentle Snow asked as she around the room at the pitch-black Rubik's cubes. She could sense that these cubes were the cause of the strange mana. These are basic combat devices, and the items I wanted to give you, Shi Feng, who was in the midst of forging another basic combat device, explained as he stopped his work. The magic arrays engraved on the basic combat devices were extraordinary, capable of changing the nature of mana. If he hadn't been an advanced magician, he wouldn't have been able to complete the devices. Despite their passive state, the basic combat devices were still effective. Even though the effects were much weaker in this state, they changed the room's mana as the pile of cubes increased. Basic combat device? This was the first time Gentle Snow had heard of this item. You'll know once you inspect them, Shi Feng said as he traded one of the completed devices to Gentle Snow. Outsiders couldn't inspect or take items in a workshop in God's domain to prevent theft. After all, the materials within workshops were extremely valuable. Gentle Snow was dazed as she inspected the basic combat device's attributes. Not only could one of these devices increase a player's life rating by 1 grade, but it could also increase skill and spell completion rates. She had never heard of such a tool. The various powers had already investigated the life rating feature and understood its implications. After equipping the basic combat device, players would become boss-like existences among their peers. They'd receive an overall increase to their strength. Guild leader, are all of these cubes the same? Gentle Snow could not help but ask, shocked, as she surveyed the pitch. Black Rubik's cubes around the room. Although Shi Feng had said as much, she needed confirmation. The revelation was just too shocking. Most tools that increased players' combat power only improved one or several aspects. Take a tool that increased players' strength, for example. The strength boost might increase a player's combat power, but if the player couldn't land an attack, it would be meaningless. Unlike most tools that increased combat power, the basic combat devices increased their user's life rating, which was far more effective than increasing several attributes. A life rating boost wouldn't just improve a player's basic attributes, but it would also sharpen players' 5 senses and qualitatively transform their physique. With such an overall boost, players could better exhibit their combat power. Gentle Snow couldn't believe that so many of these valuable items existed. Not all of them are the same. Pointing at the 2 Rubik's cubes on his work table, Shi Feng said, "These 2 are strengthened basic combat devices. Although there's no change to life rating, it provides an additional 10% to physique. It will help players better exhibit their combat power." These 2 strengthened versions were a result of his Black Steel Insignias effect, which improved an item's attributes by a fixed percentage. 10% to physique? Gentle Snow gaped at the items. Basic combat device was already impressively powerful, yet there were strengthened versions of it as well. While a 10% boost to physique might not seem like much, it significantly increased a player's actual combat power. I have only started production. Take these and use them for now. It's best if you let the guild's Tier 2 experts test them, Shi Feng said as he traded the 22 basic combat devices and strengthened basic combat devices to Gentle Snow. I'll deliver more basic combat devices later. However, do not engage Miracle in any large-scale fights before you get the next delivery. Although he wanted to use the Hell Tanks, they were necessary to fend off Beast Emperor and Blackwater. If they found out that the Hell Tanks had been moved to the Black Dragon Empire, they'd take advantage of the opportunity to strike at Zero Wing's territory. The best he could do was rely on the basic combat devices. I understand. Gentle Snow nodded. Thus far, Zero Wing's forces had used guerrilla tactics against Miracle, and the basic combat devices were perfect for that strategy. Zero Wing had the upper hand numerically, only lacking quality experts. Besides, Miracle's ordinary experts weren't the cause of her headaches, its peak experts were. Peak experts could exhibit far greater combat power in small fights than in large-scale combat. However, if Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts equipped the basic combat device, they might be able to put up a good fight. Following which, Gentle Snow returned to Lakeheart City with the 22 basic combat devices. She then recalled all of the guild's Tier 2 experts in the area, anxious to test the device's effects. Meanwhile, in one of Lakeheart City's high-class restaurants, Boss Soul, we've just received a report from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Zero Wing has sent a 100-man team to quest in Blue Wave Rock, a level 58 Tier 2 assassin reported after approaching Shredded Soul. Zero Wing still won't give up? Shredded Soul chuckled. Notify the nearby teams and get rid of them. Teach Zero Wing that it no longer has a foothold in Lakeheart City. 1956. First Tez. Chapter 1956. First Test Lakeheart City. Blue Wave Rock. A large group of Miracle members patrolled inside a mountain surrounded by lush forest. These players had split into 32 teams of 100. Boss Starstreak, everyone's in position. If Zero Wing's members dare to set foot in Blue Wave Rock, we'll ensure that none leave alive. A level 57 ranger wearing silvery gray chainmail reported to the black-clad, indifferent youth before him. Good. Vice Guild Leader Shredded assigned us this mission personally. We need to complete it properly. You all know the consequences if we fail, Starstreak said solemnly. Shredded Soul was well known for his strict nature. He'd even demote the guild's peak experts if they didn't handle a mission properly, not to mention lower-ranked members. Hence, the guild members had given him the title Demonic Vice Guild Leader. Boss, rest assured, Zero Wing can't even dispatch enough members to serve as a warm-up. Besides, you're in command this time. Even if Gentle Snow leads her branch guild's main force personally, she'll only be marching towards her grave, the level 57 ranger confidently declared. His confidence was not baseless. Although Shredded Soul was a strict vice guild leader, he was also a careful person. All of the 32 teams he had dispatched to Blue Wave Rock were expert teams with over 1,000 expert players. Over 100 among them were also Tier 2 players. The peak assassin expert, Starstreak, was even in command, and his assassination and tracking standards were first-rate. 4 other peak experts were participating in the operation as well. Zero Wing had only sent a 100-man team to Blue Wave Rock, and based on the latest reports, the team only had 20 Tier 2 players. Even if the remaining 80 players were experts, defeating Zero Wing's team would be a piece of cake. While Miracle's forces waited for Zero Wing to fall into their trap, the 100-man team had rested in a forested area a short distance away for some time now. Boss Fierce, Blue Wave Rock is just ahead. My guess is that Miracle's army has been hiding there, waiting to ambush us. Are we really going in there? A level 57 Tier 1 assassin asked nervously as he looked towards Blue Wave Rock. In truth, Gentle Snow hadn't sent them here for a quest, but to fight Miracle's members. However, although the team had 20 Tier 2 experts, the rest were elite members. These elite members might hold their own against first-rate guilds' elites, but they'd be lucky to defeat a super first-rate guild's elite members in a one-on-one, not to mention Miracle's army. The 80 elite players likely wouldn't even survive against one of Miracle's expert parties. This is the mission we've been assigned, so yes, we're going there. Fortunately, your job doesn't involve fighting. You guys only need to scout the area and figure out Miracle's movement pattern. Leave the fighting to us, Fierce Snake said. Alright, we've recovered most of our stamina. It's time to move out. This operation would test the basic combat device's effects, and since that wouldn't be easy to determine in large-scale combat involving thousands of players, Gentle Snow had deliberately chosen Blue Wave Rock as the battlefield. Not only did dense forests surround the area, but its terrain was also quite complex. This was a perfectly suitable area for a small force to employ guerrilla tactics. Moreover, Miracle wouldn't be foolish enough to mobilize tens of thousands of players just to catch a 100-man team. They could fight and retreat freely in Blue Wave Rock, and Miracle's members wouldn't be able to do anything about it. But as a precaution, the entire 100-man team consisted of assassins. These assassins were responsible for scouting Blue Wave Rock and preventing a situation where the Tier 2 players were surrounded and killed. After all, Tier 2 players were important assets to the guild. They must not be lost. When Fierce Snake finished speaking, the 80 Tier 1 assassins went into stealth and dispersed. Fierce Snake and the Tier 2 players then moved as a 20-man team. After wandering Blue Wave Rock for around 20 minutes, the scouting assassins located 4 100-man teams. The closest among them was less than 1,000 yards from Fierce Snake's team, while the farthest was within 4,000 yards. At this distance, the farthest team would need 10 minutes at most to reinforce the closest force. Everyone, equip your combat devices. The 100-man team ahead will be our first test subjects. Fierce Snake commanded after verifying the scouting team's locations. Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts then eagerly retrieved the basic combat devices they had been assigned and used them. Although they had a general understanding of the item, they didn't know how effective it would truly be. Moreover, they had signed confidentiality contracts, which would force them to delete their accounts should they leak any information, to take part in this operation. This feels amazing. Zero Wing City's high mana environment is nowhere close to half as effective as this device. I can even hear the leaves rustle over 100 yards away. That's nothing. Look at the birds in the sky. They seem so much slower now. Once the team members had equipped the basic combat devices, the mana around them became turbulent. Although their bodies felt so much lighter, they felt their blood boil as they were overcome by an urge to fight. Charge! Fierce Snake roared. Without hesitation, Fierce Snake's 20-man force charged toward Miracle's closest team. When less than 600 yards separated the two, one of Miracle's rangers discovered the charging players. The ranger immediately reported to his Tier 2 commander. A 20-man team dares to charge at us? They must be tired of living. Leader, should we request reinforcements from the other teams? Are you joking? It's only a 20-man team. If we notify the other teams, we'll only become a laughingstock. Don't worry about that. We'll handle these fools ourselves. The Tier 2 elementalist leading the team growled before readying his players. Although his was only one of many teams Miracle had sent to Blue Wave Rock, he had more than 30 experts under his command. 4 players were even Tier 2 experts, and he was even a Refinement Realm expert. He alone was enough to defeat several non-Refinement Realm Tier 2 experts. Why would he ever fear Fierce Snake's 20-man party? Once Zero Wing's force was within 60 yards of Miracle's team, Miracle's ranged players opened fire on the 20-man party, launching spells and arrows. Despite the numerous attacks descending on his players, neither Fierce Snake nor his companions showed any intention of dodging the incoming attacks. Rather, the Tier 2 MTs moved to the front of the team, while the rest of the Tier 2 experts fell in behind them. The party then charged into the bombardment. Boom, boom, boom. A rain of spells and arrows showered Zero Wing's Tier 2 MTs. However, the results left Miracle's members dumbfounded. Not only did the 3 MTs block every one of their attacks with their shields, but they also retained all of their HP after doing so. Before Miracle's members snapped out of their daze, Fierce Snake reached the enemy melee players and brandished his level 55 dark gold ranked battle axe. Boom. A violent storm sent several players flying back by over a dozen yards, losing a significant chunk of their HP. The difference in strength was clear. The rest of Zero Wing's Tier 2 players had also spread out, pouncing on Miracle's members like starving tigers. Zero Wing's players dodged Miracle's attacks without much effort, even the Tier 2 experts' attacks. With Zero Wing's strength and speed advantages, Miracle's Tier 2 experts were forced to retreat, continuously losing HP. Miracle's Tier 2 experts only stayed alive, albeit barely, thanks to the support from their healers and companions. How? He clearly hasn't reached the refinement realm yet, so how is he displaying such great combat power? The Tier 2 elementalist leading Miracle's team couldn't believe his eyes. Although Fierce Snake had higher basic attributes, the man's attributes were high enough to keep him on the run. However, not only was Fierce Snake's perception astonishingly acute, but the Berserker's reaction speed was also impressively fast. The Berserker even blocked attacks that no normal player should be able to. After less than 30 seconds, nearly half of Miracle's 100-man team had been annihilated. Quick, notify Boss Starstreak and the others, the Tier 2 elementalist shouted in a panic. 1957 experts close to the peak, Chapter 1957, experts close to the peak. Starstreak and his team had set up camp on one of Blue Wave Rock's barren hillsides. They had excellent visibility, which allowed them to scout their surroundings. Unfortunately, the monsters in the area had short respawn times and constantly need to be cleared out. Currently, Starstreak's team fought dozens of level 62 cliffside gargoyles. Boss, Deep Trace's team has been attacked by Zero Wing and is requesting immediate backup, a level 57 ranger reported. Zero Wing has taken the initiative to attack? Starstreak, who commanded the battle against the gargoyles, could not help but chuckle. It seems they haven't learned from the previous lessons. Send the nearby teams to reinforce Deep Trace immediately. Tell the other teams to head towards their location as well. Do not allow Zero Wing to escape. The level 57 ranger immediately relayed the command to the various teams. Fortunately, the closest team was only 3 minutes away from Deep Trace, and once the two teams grouped up, they should have no problems pinning down Zero Wing long enough for the other two nearby teams, which were about 10 minutes away, to arrive. Once the four teams surrounded Zero Wing's members, the latter would have no chance to flee. Starstreak then led his team as they withdrew from the battle, ignoring the cliffside gargoyles and heading straight for Zero Wing. Shredded Soul had given him this mission personally, and he had no choice but to take it seriously. Although Starstreak felt that 4 teams should be enough to defeat Zero Wing's 100-man team, he decided to head there personally as a precaution. Elsewhere, Fierce Snake's 20-man party fought with more vigor as time passed. On the other hand, fear overwhelmed the Tier 2 elementalist that led Miracle's team as he watched his teammates die, one after another. What is this? Just what is going on? The elementalist couldn't believe his eyes as he watched Fierce Snake and his comrades cut down Miracle's players. At first, Zero Wing's defense had contained many weak points, but as the battle progressed, these weaknesses had vanished. Zero Wing's fighters had also reduced their excess movements. It was as if Fierce Snake and his players had obtained a new body and adapted as they fought. His spells had been, more or less, able to interrupt Fierce Snake's strikes at the beginning of this fight, but the Berserker now chased him while dodging or blocking his spells without issue. While the Tier 2 elementalist was awed by Fierce Snake's improvements, the Berserker continued to tighten his control. Now, he completely abandoned defense and utilized the basic combat technique, Wind Shadow Footwork, for the first time in this battle. Like a light breeze, Fierce Snake weaved his way through the incoming spells. In 2 breaths, Fierce Snake dodged the spells and reached the elementalist. He then swung down with his battle axe, Tier 2 skill, Thundering Impact. The battle axe descended on the Tier 2 elementalist like a lightning bolt. The enemy player had no way of coping with the attack's speed or strength. Boom. When the lightning bolt landed, the blast carved out a massive crater beneath the elementalist. The caster, who had only had 1/3 of his HP remaining, vanished from the forest with his shattered magic shield. Only a robe remained of the player. When Miracle's members saw this, they despaired. The Tier 2 elementalist had been their leader and a bona fide refinement realm expert. He could hold off several non-refinement realm Tier 2 experts by himself during their sparring sessions. Now that even their powerful leader had died, how were they supposed to face Fierce Snake and the others? Run away. One of Miracle's members instinctively shouted before turning and fleeing the battlefield. Run away? Can you, though? Fierce Snake ran after the fleeing player before snatching up the robe his prior prey had dropped. When the basic combat device increased his and his teammates' life ratings, their basic attributes had received a significant boost. The improvement was akin to activating a miniature berserk skill. Their HP, in particular, had doubled. At the same time, their movement speed had risen considerably. Fierce Snake was even confident of defeating an excellently equipped Tier 2 assassin with his current movement speed. After less than a minute since the battle had begun, all of Miracle's 100 elite and expert players were dead. In contrast, Fierce Snake's team of 20 had suffered 0 casualties. Boss Fierce, Miracle's other teams are heading your way, one of the scouting assassins reported in the team chat. The nearest team should arrive in about 2 minutes. 2 minutes? After giving the matter some thought, Fierce Snake looked at the teammates around him and asked, "We should have enough time. Brothers, what do you think? Will you be ready for round 2 after a short break?" "Don't be insulting, boss. That fight was barely a warm-up." That's right, boss, you're so sneaky. You fought the enemy leader by yourself and only left the small fries for us. We barely got a chance to test any new combat techniques. Every player in the 20-man party agreed with Fierce Snake's conclusion. In fact, they brimmed with fighting spirit. They had discovered how powerful the basic combat devices were in their previous battle, and due to their new life ratings, they could finally execute the combat techniques that had given them too much trouble before. This was a great opportunity to grasp these techniques fully. Of course, they still couldn't use these combat techniques casually since it was such a burden on their stamina. By using combat techniques they had yet to master, they lost stamina even faster than usual. Hence, they only used the techniques when they fought powerful enemies. Tier 1 experts simply weren't worth the effort. Good, I'll leave the big ones to you in the next battle, Fierce Snake said, laughing. After resting for a short time, another team from Miracle stumbled on Fierce Snake's party. However, before the new arrivals could get a grasp of the situation, Fierce Snake and his players charged toward them. Fierce Snake's party had already adapted to the basic combat device's effects, so they eliminated the second Miracle team with far more efficiency. Once their enemies were dead, they retreated from the battlefield. By the time the third and fourth Miracle teams arrived, only an empty battlefield was there to greet them. What did you say? Zero Wing killed 2 teams with just 20 people? Starstreak paled when he heard his subordinate's report. After calming his burning rage, he continued coldly, "Send me the battle videos. From now on, I want all teams to move in pairs." Starstreak examined the battle videos he had received after disconnecting the call. How is this possible? Since when has Zero Wing had so many powerful experts? Starstreak's anger vanished when he saw the fight between his guildmates and Fierce Snake's group, his expression hardening. Originally, he had refused to believe that Zero Wing had slaughtered 2 100-man teams with only 20 players, even accomplishing this feat before reinforcements could arrive. They shouldn't be able to wipe out 2 teams so quickly, even if Fierce Snake and his party were all Tier 2 players. But after watching the videos, he understood how it had happened. Although Fierce Snake and the others had not reached the refinement realm, their combat power nearly rivaled that of peak experts due to their attributes, extraordinary perception and reaction time, and combat techniques. Even Starstreak would need some time to take Fierce Snake down by himself. If he had to face 2 or 3 experts of this caliber, even he'd be forced to retreat, and every member of Zero Wing's 20-man party wielded the same combat power. Even his 100-man team might lose against such a monstrous party, much less the other teams patrolling Blue Wave Rock. Starstreak, what's happened? A level 58 Tier 2 ranger asked when he noticed Starstreak's twisted expression. It's nothing, Starstreak said, shaking his head. Inform all teams to give up the search for Zero Wing immediately. Give up? But we have orders from Vice Guild Leader Shredded. The ranger stared at Starstreak in astonishment. I understand. I'll report the situation to the Vice Guild Leader personally, Starstreak said, nodding. Even so, shouldn't you give us a reason? The ranger asked. A reason? Smiling bitterly, Starstreak responded, what if I tell you that the 20-man team we're chasing consists of experts with the combat power to rival peak experts? Is that enough of a reason? What a joke. If their remaining 3,000 members worked together to fight Zero Wing's 20-man party head-on, it might be a different story, but trying to catch 20 peak experts in this forest was impossible. Even though Blue Wave Rock's forest wasn't particularly large, they'd still need 10 times their current manpower to accomplish such a feat. 1958. Promotion to Intermediate Master. Chapter 1958. Promotion to Intermediate Master. Black Dragon Empire, Lakeheart City, several guild elders, and over a dozen upper echelons occupied the guild leader's office within Miracle's temporary residence. They all quietly and carefully watched the emaciated, middle-aged man before them. This man was none other than Shredded Soul, one of Miracle's mythical existences. Although the people present were all peak experts, they were tense with fear as Shredded Soul's aura washed over them. The tension in the room was all due to the message Starstreak had just sent. Has Starstreak gone mad? He only has to take out 100 Zero Wing members, yet he dares to retreat despite having over 3,000 players under his command? Doesn't he know that the Vice Guild Leader hates retreating more than anything? This is the first time I've seen the Vice Guild Leader so angry. Hopefully, Starstreak's punishment won't be crippling. The upper echelons whispered amongst themselves as they gazed at Shredded Soul's frosty expression. They all agreed that Starstream must be tired of living in God's domain. Shredded Soul's authority in the guild was only second to the guild leaders, and while the other Vice Guild leaders had command of their subordinates, the man before them could mobilize any player in Miracle. Even the guild's trump card legions were forced to follow Shredded Soul's commands. Shredded Soul even had the authority to remove guild elders from their positions as long as he had enough reasoning to do so, let alone regular guild members. Even the other Vice Guild leaders feared this man, but there was no helping it. Shredded Soul was responsible for major contributions to the guild, and all of the guild's founding elders and the guild leaders stood behind his authority. A chill ran down the various upper echelon spines as they thought about Starstreak's opposition to Shredded Soul's command. After a long moment of tense silence, Shredded Soul finally seemed to relax. The watching crowd then released a sigh of relief. Good, very good. Shredded Soul's lips curled as he read the report from Starstreak. I have underestimated Zero Wing. It's no wonder why such a small guild dares to provoke Miracle. Vice Guild Leader, what happened? Is there something unique about this 100-man team from Zero Wing? One of the upper echelons asked curiously. Shredded Soul had clearly been furious about Starstreak's decision to flee from Blue Wave Rock a moment ago, but after reading the follow-up report, the Vice Guild Leader actually smiled. Those that knew Shredded Soul knew what his smile meant. He had either found something interesting or an opponent that he considered appropriate. Take a look for yourselves. Shredded Soul said as he input the report and displayed the information before the crowd. He then played the battle video involving Fierce Snake and the other Tier 2 Zero Wing experts. As Fierce Snake and his comrades fought the first team, their movements were clumsy but had visibly improved during the fight against the second team. Even when facing Miracle's Tier 2 Refinement Realm experts in a one-on-one, Fierce Snake and the others had gained the upper hand, slowly whittling down their opponents. Every member on Zero Wing's 20-man team wielded combat power that rivaled Miracle's peak experts. How is that possible? How does Zero Wing have so many experts with peak-level combat power? Based on our information, although Zero Wing is stronger than the average first-rate guild, it has less than 10 peak experts. How did it suddenly gain an additional 20? Miracle's upper echelons watched Fierce Snake and his team fight with wide eyes. After watching the videos, they realized why Starstreak had ordered a retreat. With the forces under his command, facing 20 experts with peak-level combat power who used guerrilla tactics would be suicidal. Even a team of several hundred players would be helpless against 20 peak experts. If they wanted to hunt these players down in the field, they'd have to dispatch 1,000-man teams for the search, and several tens of thousands for the fight. Notify Starstreak that his forces are allowed to retreat, Shredded Soul said calmly. Vice Guild Leader, Zero Wing, is clearly trying to put on a show. Are we just going to let them get away with this? One of Miracle's upper echelons asked. With the forces Miracle had sent to the Black Dragon Empire, cordoning off Blue Wave Rock and hunting down Zero Wing's team was entirely possible. We are Miracle. We do not need such wasteful tactics to eliminate Zero Wing. Since the guild wants to show off its abilities in guerrilla warfare, we'll do the same, Shredded Soul snapped, smiling. Split up our forces and have them deal with Zero Wing's members. Rather than focusing on the areas around Lakeheart City, we'll target every Zero Wing player in the Black Dragon Empire. I want to see who can rack up the most kills. When they heard Shredded Soul's command, realization dawned on the crowd. So what if Zero Wing had a party of peak combatants? Zero Wing's overall strength was nothing compared to Miracle's. If Miracle scattered its forces and attacked multiple locations at once, how many areas could Zero Wing keep safe? Although doing so would incur losses, Zero Wing's suffering would be much greater. After Starstreak received the command to retreat, he led his forces away from Blue Wave Rock. Meanwhile, news of this situation quickly spread to the various superpowers. Miracle has retreated? What happened at Blue Wave Rock? Miracle's retreat surprised the various superpowers, and they immediately ordered infestations on the battle at Blue Wave Rock. However, when the reports came in, the superpowers that had been watching the war between Zero Wing and Miracle were astonished. They had never considered that Zero Wing had such a sturdy foundation. They also marveled at Zero Wing's performance. They hadn't expected Shredded Soul to suffer such a loss, albeit a minor one, at Zero Wing's hands. It had been a long time since a non-superpower had accomplished such a feat. When Phoenix Rain, who was busy on Thunder Island, received the news, she was stunned. Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words, who explored an ancient ruin in the Dark Knight Empire, were astonished as well. However, Shi Feng, who toiled in Zero Wing City's candlelight trading firm, remained wholly ignorant of the matter, thoroughly absorbed in forging basic combat devices. After over a day of work, Shi Feng received a system notification. System, strengthened basic combat device has been successfully manufactured. Forging proficiency increased by 5 points. Obtained 368,000 EXP. System, congratulations. You have been promoted to an intermediate master forger. 1959. Forging treasure chests. Chapter 1959. Forging treasure chest. Finally. Shi Feng cried out when he heard the system notification. Intermediate master forger. This was a huge threshold for forgers to cross. Although it was extremely difficult to become a master forger with how many players God's Domain had, quite a few were capable of reaching the master rank. However, the majority of these master forgers would grind to a halt at the basic master rank. A forger would only receive the various superpowers' attention after becoming an intermediate master. Meanwhile, to the various superpowers, basic master forgers were simply qualified to join them. Only by becoming an intermediate master forger could players craft truly powerful war weapons. In addition, only intermediate master forgers and above could producing top-tier dark gold weapons and equipment for expert players. After all, even among dark gold weapons and equipment, there was a considerable difference between the basic attributes and additional effects they provided. Take the level 55 to 60 dark gold equipment he forged using the standardized designs he had acquired from Titan City, for example. Despite being at the dark gold rank, those pieces were nothing compared to ordinary dark gold equipment of the same level that dropped from bosses. They were only slightly stronger than fine gold equipment of the same level. Moreover, a forger qualified to produce epic weapons and equipment after becoming an intermediate master. In contrast, basic master forgers could only produce dark gold weapons and equipment, at best. Moreover, they would be limited to forging the most ordinary dark gold ranked items since they'd have such a low success rate when attempting to craft top-tier weapons and equipment of the same rank. While a basic master had a chance of successfully producing epic weapons and equipment, in theory, not even the various superpowers would be willing to front the production costs. They'd only tolerate an intermediate master forger's success rates. Now that Shi Feng was an intermediate master forger, he could finally begin production for the Guardian puppet. Now, all he needed to do was to stockpile the necessary materials to mass produce it. Once he had amassed enough Guardian puppets, not only would Zero Wing be capable of defending its territories, but it could also afford to relax its guard. The guild would be able to fight the evil god's temple in the fields. Even capturing Ancient Rock City would be possible. Shortly after Shi Feng received the notification informing him of his subclass's new rank, a second notification reached his ears. System, congratulations. You are the first player to become an intermediate master forger in Star Moon Kingdom, rewarding 1 silver forging treasure chest and humanity reputation plus 50. A silver forging treasure chest? Surprise flashed in Shi Feng's eyes as a silver chest, studded with a 5-colored gemstone, appearing in his bag space. At this stage of the game, players were ignorant of forging treasure chests. However, all forging players had dreamed of acquiring one during his previous life. As the name suggested, forging treasure chests contained items specifically for forgers, such as secret forging techniques, forging designs, and various forging tools. In the past, there had even been rumors that these chests could drop mysterious flames. To forging players, forging treasure chests were far more valuable than ordinary treasure chests. Normally, players had to complete high-ranked quests for their subclass to obtain such a treasure chest, and even then, the quests normally only awarded bronze forging treasure chests. Shi Feng had only ever heard of the silver version, he had never seen one personally. He had never thought that he would receive such a reward for being the first person to become an intermediate master forger in Star Moon Kingdom. Immediately, Shi Feng removed the silver forging treasure chest from his bag and activated Divine Providence. When Shi Feng opened the treasure chest, the lid slowly lifted. A dazzling 5-colored light escaped the chest, illuminating the forging room. When the glow eventually faded, 2 items appeared before Shi Feng. One was a hammer engraved with dark purple runes, while the other was an old book. When Shi Feng tried to inspect the items, all they would reveal was the word unknown. These are, after Shi Feng appraised both items with omniscient eyes, he could not help but stare at the items with wide, surprised eyes. Magic Refining Hammer. Dark Gold Rank. Durability 200 and 200 equipment requirement. Master Forger increases production speed by 10%, success rate when producing items below epic rank by 5%, and success rate when producing items at epic rank by 2%. 100 Refinement Gold Design. 100 Refinement Gold has a certain chance of granting weapons and equipment below epic rank. The metallic reinforcement buff, strengthening the item by 10%. Each weapon or equipment piece can only be strengthened once. Players are allowed to equip a maximum of 3 weapons and equipment with the metallic reinforcement buff at a time. Amazing. It's no wonder why there had barely been any information about silver forging treasure chests in the past. Shi Feng's eyes glowed as he read the 2 items' attribute panels. Both items were extraordinarily valuable, especially the 100 Refinement Gold design. This would be an excellent item for strengthening his guild members. He wouldn't even trade it for tens of thousands of gold. Meanwhile, with the Magic Refining Hammer, he would have a slightly higher success rate when forging items. Following which, Shi Feng notified Aqua Rose and had her collect large quantities of the necessary materials for the Guardian puppet. Meanwhile, he intended to continue his work with the basic combat devices. Zero Wing urgently needed more of these devices. Miracle had withdrawn from the Zero Wing members who wielded basic combat devices, but it had redirected its focus to whittling down the guild's forces in the Empire. This situation had given Gentle Snow a massive headache. Although he had focused on forging the basic combat devices to produce more temporary peak experts, he could only craft around 200 devices each day. He was also expending a ridiculous number of magic crystals to do so. If Aqua Rose hadn't already arranged the necessary manpower to mine the manatite vein, which earned the guild tens of thousands of magic crystals every day, he would have likely emptied Zero Wings reserved in a single day. Furthermore, he had to take breaks from time to time. He couldn't perform such high-intensity work without rest. Unfortunately, each basic combat device could only last 12 hours. If he wanted to ensure the safety of Zero Wing's members during the day, he'd need to equip each Tier 2 expert with 2 or 3 devices. In other words, Zero Wing could only maintain around 100 peak experts in the fields. With how large the Black Dragon Empire was, it was impossible to safeguard all of Zero Wing's members as they operated in various locations. As a result, they had to prioritize a few important leveling maps. Sadly, it was no longer possible to gather Zero Wing's members in a select few maps. Due to Zero Wing's constant expansion, the branch guild had too many members. Meanwhile, each map could only accommodate a limited number of players. Overly saturating a map would only impede the guild members' development. Hence, Zero Wing sustained significant losses. The guild's foundation wasn't strong enough, and there was no comparison between the number of experts in Zero Wing and those in Miracle. Zero Wing had already suffered over 10,000 casualties. In contrast, Miracle had suffered less than 2,000 casualties. The difference was clear. Although Shi Feng had considered sending Fire Dance and the other main force members as reinforcements, Silverwing Town's defenses also required a large number of experts. This put the guild in an awkward position. Fortunately, things had taken a turn for the better. Even with the various support tools at his disposal, he had only pushed his forging success rate to around 50%, but now that he was an intermediate master forger and had the magic refining hammer, his success rate had risen to 70%. Moreover, his production speed had increased by at least 25%. Overall, he could forge nearly twice as many basic combat devices in the same amount of time. In other words, he could craft around 400 devices each day, which would allow him to double the patrols in the Black Dragon Empire. Time passed quickly. After working for an entire day, Shi Feng had finally produced 400 basic combat devices. Among them, 21 were strengthened basic combat devices. Suddenly, Gentle Snow contacted Shi Feng asking, "Guild leader, have you finished forging the basic combat devices yet? Our current device's duration is almost up. If we can't restock, our operations will crumble." The war with Miracle hadn't been particularly tense at first, but as time passed, Miracle had dispatched more experts to the Empire, becoming a far more formidable foe. Now, Zero Wing was at a complete disadvantage. If the guild's experts lost the basic combat devices as well, Miracle would quickly crush them. "They're done. I'll deliver them to you in a moment," Shi Feng said, chuckling. "They're done?" Gentle Snow breathed a sigh of relief. "I recall the patrols now, then." After Gentle Snow disconnected the call, she contacted the Tier 2 players fighting Miracle's forces and ordered their return. As for Shi Feng, he finished organizing the new devices and called Melancholic Smile. "Melancholic, how are things on your side?" Shi Feng asked when he saw Melancholic Smile's tired expression. "Guild leader, this magic-breaking crossbow is too hard to produce." "We've only completed 60 crossbows thus far," Melancholic Smile reported, slightly ashamed of her progress. 60? After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng said, "That should be enough. Send them to me." 1960. Send them on their way. Chapter 1960. Send them on their way. Black Dragon Empire, Lakeheart City, Zero Wing's residence. Due to the war against Miracle, an awkward atmosphere had infiltrated the residence. While they rested, Zero Wing's members felt an invisible noose slowly tightening around their necks, capable of stealing their lives at any moment. "Snow, this is bad. We've already suffered over 35,000 casualties. Although the majority of the victims are normal members, everyone is afraid for their lives. Moreover, Miracle has deliberately announced the number of slain Zero Wing members, scaring away potential recruits. Many of our guild members are considering moving to another country to level up. At this rate, the Black Dragon Empire's branch guild will be finished sooner or later," Zhao Yueru worriedly reported to Gentle Snow. The strength Miracle had displayed thus far was utterly beyond what they had imagined. Miracle had already dispatched over 100,000 members to the Black Dragon Empire. Among them, over 20,000 were confirmed expert players. This was simply ridiculous. The average first-rate guild only had several thousand expert players in total, yet Miracle had sent over 20,000 to harass Zero Wing. That was nearly triple the number of experts in Zero Wing. To make matters worse, Miracle had rapidly improved the quality of its forces. In the last 2 days alone, the enemy guild had dispatched more than 1,000 Tier 2 players to the Empire. In contrast, Zero Wing had only slightly increased the number of Tier 2 players under its command. Furthermore, Miracle had bolstered its forces with plenty of Refinement Realm experts, dispatching more of these players than the number of experts Zero Wing had equipped with basic combat devices. In addition, Miracle still had various guild elders, none of which had made a move yet. No matter how she looked at it, this difference between them and their enemy was impossible to overcome. "None of those factors are our main problem right now. I've just received a report stating that Miracle's performance has encouraged a number of the Empire's powers, and they've begun to move against us," Gentle Snow said, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. "These little powers are normally neutral, but now that they realize that we are slowly losing to Miracle, they are taking advantage of the situation to kick us while we're down. Some have even started to mock us on the forums, demanding a decisive battle in the Icejade Forest. They wouldn't have been forced into such a passive state if their only enemy had been Miracle." While it was true that Miracle had sent over 100,000 players to the Black Dragon Empire, Zero Wing's branch guild still had the numerical advantage. However, Miracle wasn't the only power to target Zero Wing. Many of the Empire's large guilds had pegged them as an enemy as well, boosting Miracle's momentum in this war. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yueru's expression darkened. If this were true, Zero Wing's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire was on the path to destruction. The other guilds are kicking us while we're down? Shi Feng, who had just entered the room, frowned as he overheard the two women's conversation. Gentle Snow nodded as she turned to Shi Feng. They aren't fools, guild leader. They know that we cannot afford to face Miracle head-on, resorting to guerrilla tactics. Hence, they're boldly ambushing our guild members. However, if we dispatch our forces to deal with these interlopers, either they'll notify Miracle, or Miracle will hear of it from their spies, setting up an ambush for our reinforcements. We have already lost nearly 3,000 experts thanks to these little powers' interference. With the branch guild's strength, Zero Wing could easily deal with these large guilds, but they were using themselves as bait to lure Zero Wing's experts in for Miracle. Zero Wing couldn't simply dispatch a small group of experts as reinforcements since these large guilds employed 1,000-man teams for their ambushes. Yet if their guild dispatched an equally large force, Miracle would discover their movements immediately and use the opportunity to cripple Zero Wing. This was the cause of her current headache. Whether Zero Wing fought or not, it would suffer. Snow, gather 1,000 experts in the residence. Smiling, Shi Feng continued, since Miracle wants a frontal confrontation and we have enemies who want to act like bait, we'll fulfill their wishes. But Gentle Snow wondered if Shi Feng truly understood Miracle's situation when he issued his command, but before she could dissuade him, he sent her a trade request, dropping a large number of basic combat devices and magic-breaking crossbows into the trade window. After taking a look at the total numbers, Gentle Snow was dazed. She couldn't believe her eyes. 400 basic combat devices. They could dispatch 200 peak experts to the Black Dragon Empire's various maps for an entire day with so many devices. There were also the magic-breaking crossbows to consider. The crossbows' attacks had the power of Tier 3 attacks. A direct hit would guarantee an instant kill. Even if the target blocked the attack, the impact would still be significant. Most importantly, the magic-breaking crossbows could easily be carried and used. Players with these crossbows would be akin to miniature defense turrets. Understood, I'll see to it immediately. Gentle Snow abandoned all thoughts of opposing Shi Feng's commands. A seed of anticipation even began to sprout in her heart. She immediately recalled the Tier 1 and 2 experts operating near Lake Heart over the past 2 days. Quite a few Tier 1 experts had completed their Tier 2 promotion quests. Since the branch guild in Lake Heart City urgently needed experts, the new Tier 2 players were sent here. As a result, more than 500 Tier 2 experts operated around Lake Heart City right now. Even after deducting the Tier 2 experts that had been sent to protect the guild's leveling maps, gathering 200 of these experts on short notice wouldn't be a problem. In no time at all, 200 Tier 2 experts and 800 Tier 1 experts had gathered in Zero Wing's residence in Lake Heart City. Shi Feng gave each of the Tier 2 experts a basic combat device and distributed the 60 magic-breaking crossbows amongst the Tier 1 rangers, who were particularly skilled with long-ranged attacks. Once the team was prepared, Shi Feng boldly led his 1,000-man force out of Lake Heart City, heading for the Ice Jade Forest, a resource-rich level 60 to 75 map. This was also where Zero Wing's members encountered Miracles most often. Meanwhile, in one of the high-class restaurants around Lake Heart City's Central Plaza, just what is Black Flame thinking? He's actually sending a 1,000-man team to Ice Jade Forest. Doesn't he realize that Miracle and the various large guilds have occupied that map already? Yuan Tiexin could not help his surprise when he read the latest report on Zero Wing. Over a dozen large guilds had gathered in the Ice Jade Forest, and Miracle had stationed a significant portion of its army in the area. There should be more than 150,000 players in the forest at the moment, and they were all elite and expert players. Even if Zero Wing gathered every one of its players in the Black Dragon Empire, it would fail to wrestle back the Ice Jade Forest, much less a 1,000-man team. While Yuan Tiexin wondered about Zero Wing's purpose, Shi Feng and his team reached the Ice Jade Forest by mount. Guild leader, we discovered a team raiding a field boss. It has roughly 3,000 players. 2,000 Miracle members are also lying in wait, a Tier 2 assassin reported to Shi Feng. Since we found them, let's send them on their way, Shi Feng commanded indifferently. 1961, Slaughtering Time, Chapter 1961, Slaughtering Time. Icy blue frost covered the Ice Jade Forest trees. From afar, it looked like a crystal forest. Since the monsters in the area had a chance of dropping ice crystal fragments, which could be refined into ice resistance potions, many powers came here to grind. Moreover, as the monsters in the Ice Jade Forest were not skilled with magic and had no ranged attacks, they were relatively easy to kill. Because of these factors, the Ice Jade Forest had become one of the most important resource maps within the Lake Heart City region. A 3,000-man expert team from the Tier 2 guild Eternal Undead currently raided the Eight-Eyed Frost Spider, a level 62 specialized Grand Lord. The team had split into 3 groups of 1,000 and took turns tanking the Grand Lord and its 100 plus Guardian Frost Spiders. When a group was near its breaking point, it would swiftly retreat, switching places with one of the other two groups and ensuring that only 1,000 players remained within the boss's sphere of influence. This prevented the boss from receiving an attribute boost. The boss is going to enter its berserk state soon. MTs, use your life-saving skills. Healer unit, switch with the reserve unit. Miserly Wind, one of Eternal Undead's Vice Guild leaders, hurriedly ordered as the eight-eyed frost spider's HP was about to fall to 30%. The guild's members followed the orders seamlessly as the MTs activated their life-saving skills and the healers gradually retreated from the battlefield. At the same time, the waiting healers switched places with their comrades before they ran out of mana. When the eight-eyed frost spider went berserk, the team's level 58 tier 2 MTs rapidly lost HP. Seeing this, the rear-line healers cast one healing spell after another without paying heed to their mana consumption. This prevented the MT's HPs from falling below a safe limit. In the meantime, the eight-eyed frost spider's HP steadily dropped. Boss Wind, this place is awesome. Not only is our leveling speed here so fast, but we've also collected a ton of ice resistance resources. We should have partnered with Miracle sooner. The guild might have given us a spot in the inner region, a level 58 tier 2 oracle said excitedly as he watched the near-dead eight-eyed frost spider. The guild leader has his own concerns. We weren't sure how serious Miracle was about eliminating Zero Wing, and we couldn't recklessly provoke Zero Wing, Miserly Wind said, smiling. But now that we know how furious Miracle is with the guild and that it fully intends to annihilate Zero Wing, we don't have to worry about them. Even if we are bait, Zero Wing won't dare to attack us, and we can grind in such a resource-rich area in return. I actually hope that Zero Wing comes looking for a fight. If they do, we'll be able to earn some extra income, the Tier 2 Oracle said as he licked his lips in anticipation. That isn't likely. Zero Wing should know that it has no place in the Icejade Forest anymore. Of course, Miracle has cut the guild off from every map in the Lakeheart City region, not just the Icejade Forest. If Zero Wing dares to dispatch a force to any of these maps, Miracle will destroy it. However, Zero Wing will crumble sooner or later regardless of what it does. Now that the various large guilds are provoking Zero Wing on the official forums, its reputation will suffer if it refuses to respond. If the situation drags on, no player will want to be a member of the guild, Miserly Wind said, chuckling. Once Zero Wing is gone, our guild can garrison in Lakeheart City and enjoy a share of the Ice Crystal World's profits. Just as the eight-eyed frost spider was about to die, Shi Feng's 1,000-man team had sneaked within 2,000 yards of Eternal Undead's army. The team's 200 Tier 2 experts led the charge against Eternal Undead on their mounts, while the remaining 800 experts followed on foot. Eternal Undead's scouting rangers immediately noticed the commotion and reported back to the team. Boss Wind, we found Zero Wing's members. They're charging toward our team, the oracle beside Miserly Wind exclaimed as he read the scout's message. What? Have Zero Wing's members lost their minds? The news confused Miserly Wind. How many are there? It's a 1,000-man team, the Tier 2 oracle said. A 1,000-man team? Miserly Wind chuckled. Zero Wing sorely overestimates itself. It dares to charge at us with just 1,000 players? Do they think that Eternal Undead is a guild of pushovers? Tell our players to finish the boss quickly and prepare to greet Zero Wing's team. This is our guild's chance to bolster our fame in the Black Dragon Empire. We mustn't let Miracle's members take it from us. Among his 3,000 players, 1,500 were experts, and 40+ were Tier 2 players. Miserly Wind was not worried about Zero Wing's assault at all. When Zero Wing's 1,000-man team was less than 500 yards away from Eternal Undead's, the latter finally defeated the eight-eyed frost spider. Under Miserly Wind's command, Eternal Undead's members then fell into a defensive formation to greet the enemy guild. Attack! Our chance to get rich has come. Miserly Wind shouted when less than 100 yards separated the two forces. The battlefield glowed with countless lights as spells and arrows flew to meet Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts as they led the charge. Kill them, Fierce Snake bellowed when he saw the incoming attacks. He brandished his battle axe, slamming it on the ground before him. The earth split, and walls of rock and dirt rose up before Fierce Snake, stopping the spells and arrows that targeted his players. Zero Wing's other Tier 2 players didn't bother to dodge the incoming attacks either. Like Fierce Snake, they blocked every attack without fail. Although some of the incoming attacks included Tier 2 spells and skills, they posed no threat to Zero Wing's Tier 2 players due to the basic combat device's effects. With little to no effort, Zero Wing's Tier 2 players stopped one wave of attacks after another, soon reaching Eternal Undead's defensive wall. The defensive wall Eternal Undead's MTs had formed was practically non-existent to Fierce Snake and his comrades. With a single attack, each of Zero Wing's Tier 2 melee players sent multiple MTs flying. In the blink of an eye, Fierce Snake and the others broke through Eternal Undead's defensive wall and pounced on the ranged players like hungry lions pouncing on a flock of sheep. Eternal Undead's Tier 1 players lasted no more than a handful of hits before Zero Wing's enhanced Tier 2 experts, and the enemy guild's Tier 2 experts were no exception. The difference between their basic attributes was already massive, and after including physique, reaction speed, and several other aspects, Eternal Undead's members stood no chance against these Zero Wing experts. Even though Eternal Undead's healers frantically cast their healing spells, they couldn't stop the rapid drain on their allies' HPs. After a brief moment, over 500 of Eternal Undead's players were dead, their bodies transforming into streaks of light and fading from the Ice Jade Forest. How was this possible? Miserly Wind's eyes widened in shock, paling as he watched his guild's experts die, one after another. He had never dreamed that his guild's experts would be so weak against Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts. In fact, not even Eternal Undead's Tier 2 players survived more than a few hits from Fierce Snake and his friends. However, Miserly Wind didn't know that Fierce Snake and his team had the combat power to rival peak experts. Naturally, 200 peak experts would have no trouble slaughtering 3,000 ordinary experts, and only half of Eternal Undead's team consisted of expert players. Upon seeing Zero Wing's remaining 800 players draw near, fear overwhelmed Miserly Wind. 200 of these players had already devastated his team. If another 800 players joined the fray, retreat. Everyone retreat to Miracle's teams. We'll be safe once we meet up with them, Miserly Wind shouted in a panic. 1962 Bait? Chapter 1962 Bait? As soon as Miserly Wind gave the command to retreat, Eternal Undead's panicking members calmed down and ran towards Miracle's last known grinding spot. Although Zero Wing's members were strong, Miracle was a veteran super first-rate guild that rivaled super guilds. Not only did the guild have its fair share of experts, but those experts were also far superior to those in Eternal Undead in terms of weapons, equipment, and combat standards. Most importantly, Zero Wing would not dare to fight Miracle in a large-scale battle. As long as they met up with one of Miracle's 1,000-man teams, they'd have protection from Zero Wing. Like madmen, Eternal Undead's remaining 2,000-plus members split up and ran for Miracle's teams. Fierce Snake and his companions were momentarily stunned as they watched their enemies flee. The battle hadn't even started 10 seconds ago, yet their opponents were already running for their lives. Boss Wind, I've contacted Miracle. It's sending its teams to our location now. The Tier 2 Oracle informed Miserly Wind, who wore a twisted expression. He could empathize with his leader. Of the 3,000 players their guild had dispatched, half were expert players. Yet the moment they collided with Zero Wing, they had lost more than 300 of those experts. The guild only had a little over 4,000 expert players in total, and nearly 10% had died in the blink of an eye. This was a heavy blow to their guild. Notify everyone and tell them to lure as many Zero Wing members to Miracle's forces as possible. We cannot let Zero Wing off the hook after killing so many of our guild's experts. Miserly Wind growled as he glanced at the enemy players chasing him and his teammates. We'll meet up with Miracle and surround Zero Wing's team, slaughtering every one of its players. Their guild had lost too much in this battle, but the lost levels were only secondary. The lost weapons and equipment was far more important. The guild had used a lot of resources to acquire these items for their experts. Meanwhile, before they had collected a notable harvest from the Ice Jade Forest, they had lost so many assets. They had to get payback. Understood. I'll have the others maintain their distance from Zero Wing's members, the Tier 2 Oracle said, nodding. When he glanced back at Fierce Snake and the others, who still pursued Eternal Undead's players, he thought this was a good opportunity to recoup their losses. Let's see if Zero Wing can deal with a stronger force. Zero Wing was famed for its wealth. Its members were all very WH equipped. Since Zero Wing's members here had such high attributes, they definitely wore top-tier weapons and equipment. Although Miserly Wind's plan would increase the team's casualty count, it would be worth it if they could claim some of Zero Wing's weapons and equipment, bolstering their guild's main force. After saying so, the Tier 2 Oracle informed his teammates to slow down deliberately. By doing so, they would ensure that Zero Wing's members, who were forced to stop whenever they killed someone, could catch up. This would create the illusion that Zero Wing's members would eventually catch and kill every Eternal Undead member, encouraging Fierce Snake and his team to continue the chase. After another 1,000 yards or so, Eternal Undead had a little more than 1,600 surviving members. Miserly Wind's face contorted. He hadn't expected Zero Wing's members to be so ferocious. Boss Wind, look, the Tier 2 Oracle shouted excitedly as he pointed toward the large group of players in the forest ahead. Good, have everyone get ready. When Miserly Wind saw the Miracle's mounted members, the sight rekindled his hope. This moment will determine whether or not our guild can progress in the Black Dragon Empire. When Eternal Undead's members saw Miracle's players, they stopped holding back and ran toward Miracle's forces at full power. As if they had prepared for this moment, Miracle's 2,000-man team split into two groups, one moving towards Fierce Snake and his companions, while the other moved to intercept Shi Feng's 800 players. Guild leader, Miracle's members have arrived. Fierce Snake, who led the charge, informed Shi Feng when he saw Miracle's members emerge from the forest ahead. They're finally here? Calmly, Shi Feng ordered. In that case, let's get started. We can finally get to work? Fierce Snake's eyes glowed with excitement. He then shouted through the team chat, Brothers, it's time to earn our keep. Wonderful. I can finally get serious. This game of cat and mouse is over. Hey, leave some for me. I want to experiment with some basic combat techniques. Excitement shot through Zero Wing's members as they watched the fleeing Eternal Undead team. Suddenly, their movement speeds skyrocketed, and they instantly closed the distance between them and their prey. They then used one skill after another. For a time, bright lights and explosions filled the forest. Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts instantly slew the enemy Tier 1 experts that had lasted a few moves against them previously. 200 of the 1,600 plus fleeing players fell in the blink of an eye. Despite fleeing with all of their power, Fierce Snake's team caught up with Eternal Undead's players in seconds, following which Eternal Undead's team member count decreased with lightning speed. After a short moment, less than 100 players remained alive from Eternal Undead. Due to this abrupt change, Miserly Wind, who had prepared to celebrate his plan's success, was dazed. However, Miserly Wind didn't know that Fierce Snake and his men had nearly as much combat power as peak experts because of their extraordinary basic attributes and physiques. Killing inferior players was a piece of cake. Fierce Snake and his team were even more efficient at hunting down and killing ordinary experts than true peak experts. How is this possible? How are they suddenly so strong? Miserly Wind was bewildered as he watched his guildmates fall one after another behind him. He didn't understand what was happening. Fierce Snake's team was superior to his in terms of combat methods, attack power, and movement speed. They fought like completely different people than they had in the earlier battle. As Miracle's members drew nearer, Miserly Wind thought of a possibility. Could it be, have they been using us as bait to lure Miracle's members all this time? 1963. The Might of the Magic-Breaking Crossbows. Chapter 1963, The Might of the Magic-Breaking Crossbows. Miserly Wind shuddered as he considered the possibility. He had never thought that Zero Wing was crazy enough to face Miracle head-on, but with another glance at the enemy players, he couldn't care less whether or not he and his team had been bait. All Miserly Wind could think of was escaping. At his level, he'd need several days of hard work to recover from a single death. Moreover, he wore higher quality weapons and equipment than the guild's other experts. If he lost one of his items, who knew how long it would take to find a replacement? Miracle's team was only 100 yards away now. As long as he met up with the approaching force, the fight would go on for some time, giving him the opportunity to get away, even if Miracle's army was no match for Fierce Snake and his monstrous players. As Miracle's forces drew closer, they spotted Eternal Undead's surviving members. Damn it, Zero Wing's team actually has the guts to kill our allies right before our eyes. Miracle's members wore sour expressions as they watched Eternal Undead's players die. They immediately increased their speed. Finally, once Miracle's members were within his attack range, Fierce Snake used Charge, reaching the enemy MTs instantly. He tightened his grip on his battle axe and swept the weapon in a horizontal arc. Tier 2 skill, Bladestorm. With Fierce Snake as the center, a powerful storm brewed, enveloping a 20-yard radius and sending over a dozen MTs airborne. The attack interrupted Miracle's offensive charge on the spot. Zero Wing's other Tier 2 experts joined the fray without hesitation. Like a sharpened blade, they pierced Miracle's formation, diving for the team's core. With their advantage in basic attributes and physique, Miracle's 1,000-man team had no hope of stopping their advance. Only Miracle's Tier 2 experts were able to put up a fight, although barely. Zero Wing slaughtered their Tier 1 experts with very little effort. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's Tier 2 ranged players bombarded Miracle's rear line, preventing the enemy DPS from providing their comrades any support. After a brief moment, Zero Wing's 200-man team gained the upper hand. Although Miracle's team was not as easy to defeat as Eternal Undead's, it didn't fare much better. As for the Miracle team that had charged for Shi Feng's 800-man party, Shi Feng waved a hand and cast Flame Domain once it was within 50 yards and prepared to attack. At the same time, Zhao Yuru cast Frost Flame Hell. 2 towering pillars of fire enveloped Miracle's members. The players caught within the AoE turned to ash instantly, vanishing from the battlefield. This Miracle team suffered a far more tragic fate than the one facing Fierce Snake's party. How is this? Miserly Wind slid to a halt, staring at the flaming pillars with a stupid expression. A single round of attacks had wiped out nearly half of Miracle's 1,000-man team. If they hadn't spread out, the 2 spells would have had no trouble eliminating the majority of Miracle's force. Miserly Wind felt as if Eternal Undead's desperate fight against Zero Wing had been little more than a warm-up for his adversaries. As everyone was in shock over witnessing the power of the 2 large-scale destruction, "Spells, crossbow unit, get ready," Shi Feng shouted. He then pointed at the remaining Miracle members and commanded, "Fire." Immediately, the 60 Tier 1 Rangers at the front of the team released the magic-breaking crossbows bolts. Shoo, 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 shoo. The magic-breaking crossbows had an attack range of 70 yards, even longer than that of Tier 2 Rangers. At this point, the entirety of Miracle's force was within range. When the 60 magic-breaking bolts were released, they flew through the air so fast that even Tier 2 assassins would have trouble dodging them. Furthermore, Miracle's members were still in shock. The magic-breaking crossbows instantly claimed 60 Miracle lives. The rest of the force only returned to their senses after watching their allies die beside them. When Miracle's members realized that even Tier 2 experts had fallen, a chilling thought crept into their minds. The moment after the first bolts found their marks, the magic-breaking crossbows launched a second volley. Although many of Miracle's members had noticed the attacks, the magic-breaking bolts were just too fast. Miracle's Tier 1 players had no hope of dodging the attacks and died instantly. Only the Force's Tier 2 players had managed to evade the incoming bolts. After 2 volleys, Miracle's 1,000-man team had lost more than 100 players. The 60 magic-breaking crossbows ended their lives even faster than Fierce Snake and his friends. Retreat! Everyone retreat! The Tier 2 player leading the assault on Shi Feng's 800-man team shouted, fear gripping his heart as he gazed at the corpse pinned to the ground beside him. The 60 magic-breaking crossbows were far more frightening than the earlier large-scale destruction spells. The spells had long cooldowns and couldn't be used once the two forces met in melee combat, but the crossbows' cooldowns were quite short and easily landed attacks in close quarters. Most importantly, the crossbows could kill a player with full HP in a single attack, and not even the Tier 2 MTs were an exception. How were they supposed to fight such a weapon? After issuing the command to retreat, Miserly Wind, who rested a long distance away, was dumbfounded. He had thought that Miracle would last against Zero Wing, but the fight that he had just witnessed couldn't even be called a battle. It had been a one-sided massacre. Although Miracle's leader had ordered a retreat, even he, a Tier 2 Refinement Realm expert, had died after becoming a target for more than 10 magic-breaking crossbows. The leader hadn't been able to resist as Zero Wing turned him into a human pincushion. These magic-breaking crossbows are amazing. Gentle Snow watched Zero Wing devastate the remnants of Miracle's 1,000-man team with wide, shocked eyes. She had recognized the Tier 2 team leader as a Refinement Realm expert, yet he had fallen after taking 10 or so magic-breaking bolts. The magic-breaking crossbow was truly an amazing weapon in a frontal confrontation. Now, she, more or less, realized why Shi Feng had dared to take so few players to Ice Jade Forest. Although the magic-breaking crossbow was a consumable, it could fire 300 magic-breaking bolts, which had been formed with mana before breaking. With the 60 magic-breaking crossbows they had enough firepower to survive a large-scale battle involving tens of thousands of players. Although more than 100,000 enemies resided in the Ice Jade Forest, less than 30,000 were from Miracle. As long as they picked their fights carefully and only took on several thousand Miracle members at a time, they could end Miracle's tyranny in this map. Meanwhile, Fierce Snake and his companions chased down Miracle's fleeing members on the other side of the battlefield. Although Miracle's members desperately fled, Zero Wing's Tier 2 players held an absolute advantage in terms of speed. Miracle's members didn't get far before they died. Aside from a few players that had used instantaneous movement magic scrolls, none escaped death. How'd it go? Shi Feng asked Fierce Snake as he watched the rest of the team loot the battlefield. Unfortunately, a dozen or so got away, but we haven't had any casualties, Fierce Snake reported. Good. Publish the video of the battle with Eternal Undead and Miracle on the official forums. Let's show the other guilds that if they want to kick us while we're down, Miracle won't be able to protect them, Shi Feng said. Understood. Fierce Snake nodded. 1964 Black Dragon Empire. Shaken Chapter 1964. Black Dragon Empire shaken. The war between Miracle and Zero Wing was no longer a secret in the Black Dragon Empire. Almost every player in the Empire knew about it, and everyone had assumed that Zero Wing was doomed. Until now, no large guild in God's domain had survived a serious confrontation with a superpower. All of the lesser guilds had fallen in a short time, and Miracle had already placed a bounty on Zero Wing's experts and upper echelons. The offer was high enough to tempt many of the Empire's experts, and countless players had secretly taken action. Miracle had even recruited the Black Dragon Empire's various large guilds in its war with Zero Wing, and despite the public provocations on the forums each day, the guild hadn't responded, and Zero Wing's reputation in the Empire had plummeted. At this point, many of Zero Wing's members had considered withdrawing from the guild. After all, players joined guilds to ease the burden of leveling up and share in the guild's glory. Nobody would join a cowardly guild that the public ridiculed. Meanwhile, the Empire's various large guilds spent their time preparing. The moment Zero Wing withdrew from the Black Dragon Empire, they would swoop in to take over its abandoned territories. However, an uproar shook the forum shortly after Fierce Snake uploaded the battle videos he and his teammates had recorded. The forum post's title was particularly eye-catching. Death to those who support Miracle. He had published the post under Zero Wing's name, and the imposing response was hard to ignore. Less than a minute after the post went live, it had become the most popular of the day with over 1 million views. Amazing! Zero Wing is simply amazing. Eternal Undead's members died right in front of Miracle's members, yet Miracle couldn't do anything about it. I wonder how the various large guilds feel now. Zero Wing is obviously showing them that even if they have Miracle's support, the guild can't protect them. Zero Wing is so arrogant. It's just one guild. Does Zero Wing really think it can survive if so many guilds band together? This warning will only enrage its enemies and make Zero Wing's situation worse. That might not be the case. Did you see how Eternal Undead's members died? They were fish on the chopping board in front of Zero Wing's team. Although Eternal Undead is only an average second-rate guild, it is still a bona fide second-rate guild, yet Zero Wing slaughtered its members. the other guilds will only suffer the same fate. That's right, this 1,000-man team from Zero Wing is simply ferocious. It almost annihilated Miracle's 2,000-man army. If such a team targets other guilds' expert teams, the outcome will likely be the same. Zero Wing is really a guild of experts. I think I'll stick with joining Zero Wing. The Empire's players had a heated discussion over the battle videos Fierce Snake had published. They had never thought that the moment Zero Wing took action, the guild would make such a terrifying move. With a single battle, it had deterred other guilds from trying to take advantage of the war and humiliated Miracle. Zero Wing hadn't suffered a single casualty in this latest battle, while Eternal Undead and Miracle's teams had been almost extinguished. Despite the two guilds having 5 times as many players, their defeat had still been miserable. This proved to everyone in the Empire that Zero Wing's strength wasn't superficial. When Zero Wing's members saw the post, however, their passion and enthusiasm rekindled. They all wished they had taken part in the battle and given Miracle a good beating. At the same time, many Zero Wing members aspired to become expert members more than ever. They hoped that they could one day fight overwhelming odds, securing an absolute victory like Fierce Snake and the others. Just the idea was exhilarating. Ha ha ha, let's see if those guilds dare to act so arrogantly before us again. All hail Zero Wing, all hail the guild leader. When the various superpowers' upper echelons received news of the battle, an indescribable shock overwhelmed them. The battle's outcome had a greater impact on them than it had on the general public. Ordinary players might not be able to determine Fierce Snake and his team's exact strength, but they could. How has Zero Wing secured so many experts with the combat power to rival peak experts? Yuan Tiexin read the latest report with furrowed brows. Peak experts were a guild's core combatants. Not even the various superpowers had many peak experts, yet Zero Wing had just revealed a force of 200 seemingly out of nowhere. A team of 200 peak experts would be an absolute nightmare out in the fields. Destroying such a force would require an army of tens of thousands of elite and expert players as well, the use of magic arrays. Miracle likely has quite the headache over this situation right now. It had probably never considered that the little bug it was trying to crush would turn out to be a steel spike, Purple Jade said, giggling. Miracle had always been overbearing. Normally, even super guilds avoided clashing with the guild, whereas super first-rate guilds were often oppressed by it. However, she also had to admit that Miracle had the strength to do so. Seeing the guild suffer such devastating, repeated losses was extremely rare. Meanwhile, in Miracle's residence in Lakeheart City, the room's atmosphere was intensely chilly. Many of the Empire's large guilds had given up on provoking Zero Wing due to its recent demonstration. After all, the guild had proven that Miracle couldn't guarantee their safety in the fields. No matter how one looked at it, letting a large number of guild experts die just to grind in a better resource map wasn't worthwhile. Damn it, how did Zero Wing suddenly obtain so many experts? 1,000 Miles paled as he watched the battle video before him. I thought Zero Wing could only produce a small number of those basic combat devices. After Fierce Snake's team had displayed their strength at Blue Wave Rock, Miracle had sent spies to investigate the source of their power. With Zero Wing's current standards, gaining so many peak experts so quickly was impossible. The only explanation was that the guild had acquired a special tool. Based on those investigations, they had learned that Fierce Snake and his companions had become so powerful through a tool known as the Basic Combat Device. However, while this tool was very powerful, it had a limited duration and only a small number could be crafted each day. At most, Zero Wing could supply a 100-man team for a full day. Fortunately, once these players scattered across the Empire, they'd no longer pose much of a threat. But Zero Wing had revealed 200 of these experts in the latest confrontation. 1,000 Miles could not figure out how Zero Wing had managed to craft so many more basic combat devices. If Zero Wing could truly maintain a 200-man team of these experts at all times, it would impact the current war's status quo. Moreover, they had discovered that Zero Wing had a powerful collection of heavy crossbows during the battle. Not only did the crossbow's attacks contain immense strength, but they were also impressively fast. If 10 or so magic-breaking crossbows attacked together, even a Tier 2 Refinement Realm expert would fall without the use of an invulnerability skill. Vice Guild leader Shredded, should we dispatch our peak experts to reinforce the Ice Jade Forest? Miracle Dragon asked as he turned to Shredded Soul. Forget it, order a retreat, Shredded Soul said, shaking his head. Retreat? Confused, 1,000 Miles asked. Are we just letting Zero Wing off the hook? Do you plan to order our forces to continue the fight? Shredded Soul glared at 1,000 Miles. Coldly, he continued, Zero Wing has proven that it has the strength to fight us toe-to-toe in the Black Dragon Empire. We might win if we continue fighting, but we'll pay a heavy price and fulfill the other superpower's long-held wish. If we have to pay such a price for defeating Zero Wing in the Empire, what will we gain? How would we have lost so many elite and expert players if not for your stupidity? Had you investigated Zero Wing properly before taking action, I wouldn't have had to come here and clean up your mess. I'll deliver a report to the guild leader personally, so I suggest you cool down in the meantime. Shredded Soul's reprimand left 1,000 Miles speechless, but he still felt wronged. Who would have thought that an up-and-coming guild like Zero Wing, which wasn't backed by any corporation, was so powerful? I will return to the Western continent. I'll leave the cleanup to you, Shredded Soul added as he stared at Thousand Miles. He then used a guild transfer scroll and vanished from the meeting room. 1965 Quasi-Super First-Rate Guild. Chapter 1965, Quasi-Super First-Rate Guild, Black Dragon Empire, Ice Jade Forest. Despite Thousand Miles' reluctance, he had no choice but to follow Shredded Soul's command and recall the guild members from the Ice Jade Forest. Meanwhile, Miracle's retreat caused a sensation throughout the Black Dragon Empire. What's going on? Miracle's retreating? That's not possible, right? Miracle is a super first-rate guild, yet it's actually giving up on Zero Wing. The sudden turn of events stupefied the Empire's players. They simply could not figure out what had caused Miracle to turn away from Zero Wing so abruptly. The two guilds had only engaged in a single battle involving several thousand players. To both, such a small battle wasn't even a warm-up. Thus far, all of Miracle's actions had displayed its intention to annihilate Zero Wing's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire, yet they had fled from their prey. It was as if everything had just been an act. How disappointing. Miracle retreated after such a minor battle, and here I thought it was some amazing guild. In the end, it is no different than the Empire's other guilds. All hail Zero Wing. Even Miracle can't take down Zero Wing. Varied opinions of Miracle's withdrawal split the Empire's players. Some players felt that Miracle didn't deserve its title as a super first-rate guild since it couldn't even take out a non-superpower like Zero Wing, and others assumed Miracle had given up because Zero Wing truly was powerful. That cowardly Shredded Soul. He hasn't even started the war, yet he's already given up. I even ensured that he had all the information he needed. Nine Dragons Emperor slammed his fist into his desk when he read the report on Miracle's withdrawal from the Black Dragon Empire. He had hoped to use Miracle to wound Zero Wing. He had never expected the superpower to pack up and leave so soon. Meanwhile, in one of Lakeheart City's high-class restaurants, Uncle Yuan, look, Shredded Soul has returned to the Western continent to take charge of things there. By the looks of it, he's really given up on Zero Wing, Purple Jade exclaimed, surprised. She had investigated Shredded Soul personally and had concluded that the man was truly ruthless. Once he set out to do something, he never gave up, yet he had decisively pulled his forces away from the conflict with Zero Wing. This was unbelievable. It's not that unusual. After all, there is no benefit in continuing the war with Zero Wing. At most, Miracle will restore some of its damaged reputation. With 200 experts that possess the combat power to rival peak experts and those heavy crossbows, Zero Wing qualified to contend with a superpower. Unless Miracle decides to go all out, it'll be helpless against the smaller guild. Moreover, Miracle is fighting a remote war. It already has to expend a lot of resources to engage in this war. Miracle's position will only become more of a disadvantage as the war drags on, Yuan Tiexin said, chuckling. Taking a sip from the cup of icy blue wine in his hand, he continued. At the end of the day, Miracle is a massive organization set out to make money. There's no way it would abandon everything it has built for its reputation. Since Zero Wing has proven that it has the strength to protect itself for some time, and the other superpowers know Miracle's strength, Miracle has no reason to continue fighting. That makes sense. Purple Jade nodded. However, Zero Wing is pretty impressive. It always has a surprise up its sleeve. I had thought the guild was doomed this time. I hadn't expected it to reveal such a trump card. It's no wonder why Zero Wing dared to compete with the various superpowers over the Ore Empire's resources. In God's domain, might was right. Provoking Miracle wasn't a problem as long as Zero Wing could endure the larger guild's wrath. If Zero Wing couldn't do that, Miracle would destroy the guild. If it could, it would survive. It was just that simple. The various superpowers would not ridicule Miracle for being weak because it failed to destroy a guild that merely rivaled first-rate guilds. They would only take joy in the fact that Miracle had accidentally tugged on a tiger's tail. However, it's too early for Zero Wing to celebrate. The guild still has a bumpy road ahead. Furthermore, Miracle will definitely strike if given the chance in the future, Yuan Tiexin said. Miracle had only given up on dealing with Zero Wing this time because the losses outweighed the gains. Even if it defeated Zero Wing, all it would gain was reputation. While reputation was important for a guild's development, it was not particularly important to a veteran super first-rate guild like Miracle. However, it was a different story for the various superpowers operating in the Ore Empire. These superpowers were there to obtain resources for their development. It was entirely possible for these organizations to use everything they had to remove Zero Wing. They wouldn't give up as easily as Miracle. Now that Zero Wing had exposed 2 more trump cards, its development in the Ore Empire would be at risk. While Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade conversed, the various superpowers expressed their astonishment over Zero Wing's performance. They had never dreamed that a guild with no background was capable of forging such a sturdy foundation. They all ordered further investigations on Zero Wing, desperate to know more about the basic combat devices and magic-breaking crossbows. Due to this latest battle, the various superpowers realized that while guild experts were important, God's Domain's tools were just as crucial. Zero Wing's success in fending off Miracle was the best proof of this. The Black Dragon Empire's large guilds, in particular, feared for their survival after watching Zero Wing slaughter Eternal Undead's 3,000-man force. When they heard that Miracle had withdrawn its players from the war, they immediately recalled their forces from the Icejade Forest and reached out to butter up to Zero Wing. If even a super first-rate guild like Miracle was powerless against Zero Wing, what hope did their guilds have? Zero Wing had proven its strength to everyone in the Black Dragon Empire with the battle in the Icejade Forest. Although it was not a super first-rate guild, it had the power to stand against one. Zero Wing was now only second to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in the hearts of the Empire's players. To be precise, the Black Dragon Empire's general populace recognized Zero Wing as a qua-super first-rate guild, and that it was only a matter of time before it became a true super first-rate guild. Meanwhile, the various large guilds that had previously provoked Zero Wing or taken delight in the guild's misfortune were now quite nervous, especially the guilds that had openly antagonized Zero Wing. These guilds were terrified that Zero Wing would seek retribution. With Zero Wing's strength, it would have no trouble removing their guilds from the Black Dragon Empire. All it would need was time and resources. Guild leader, more than a dozen guilds are trying to cozy up to us. Each guild is offering magic crystals and rare materials as compensation. Should we meet with their representatives? Gentle Snow asked Shi Feng. Before she had time to recover from her shock over Miracle's abrupt retreat, a large number of guilds had contacted her, wanting to repair their relationship with Zero Wing. They were even willing to make reparations. She hadn't expected this development. 1966 Overnight Fortune, Chapter 1966, Overnight Fortune Compensation. Shi Feng chuckled at Gentle Snow's report. These guilds sure reacted quickly. Now that Zero Wing's strength had been recognized, it was the perfect time to develop its influence in the Black Dragon Empire. However, since Zero Wing's development was currently limited by its resources, it had to claim other guilds' resources. Fortunately, quite a few of the Empire's guilds had openly provoked Zero Wing, so it was well within its rights to eliminate these guilds and take over their resources. No one would reprimand Zero Wing for doing so. Naturally, these offending guilds had considered the possibility of such an outcome. Although Zero Wing could only take on a few guilds at a time, on the off chance that they were one of the unlucky few, they'd be doomed. Hence, the various guilds that had provoked Zero Wing tried desperately to repair their relationships with Zero Wing. Should I call in their representatives then? Gentle Snow understood the meaning behind Shi Feng's comment. While Zero Wing's reputation had improved, it would take some time to develop the guild's strength. Moreover, doing so would require a lot of funds. Rather than waste resources on annihilating one or two large guilds, they needed to use this opportunity to claim compensation from the dozen or so guilds, making a fortune. This way, Zero Wing would gain both the money and the resources it needed for its development without lifting a finger. There's no need. Just tell them this. Second-rate guilds will compensate Zero Wing with 30,000 magic crystals and 50,000 gold in rare materials or lands in major NPC cities. Zero Wing requires 15,000 magic crystals and 30,000 gold in rare materials or lands from third-rate guilds. Shi Feng said, if they don't pay up, they'll have to bear the consequences. While it seemed as though Zero Wing had easily defeated Miracle, Shi Feng knew how close his guild had been to defeat. In God's domain, a war between guilds was a competition of capital and expert players. When a guild went to war, it had to spend money like there was no tomorrow. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's victory had been achieved through spending a massive number of magic crystals and resources. The magic-breaking crossbows were worth the price since they could be reused. They would only disappear after their uses had been depleted. However, the basic combat devices were different. Once they had been activated, they'd vanish after 12 hours. They could not be deactivated to save their remaining duration. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had invested more than 80,000 magic crystals into crafting the two tools. The rest of the materials had also cost a ton of money. In addition, the guild had to compensate its members that had died in the fights. After fighting Miracle for just a few short days, Zero Wing's pockets were almost empty. Fortunately, Zero Wing had secured a manatite vein. Otherwise, the Black Dragon Empire's branch guild would have been finished. He was also fortunate that Miracle didn't know the tool's production costs. Had Miracle known about the expenditures, it would have continued this war. This, hearing Shi Feng's demands, Gentle Snow asked worriedly, aren't these prices a little too high? Currently, the average second-rate guild only occupied a few NPC cities, while the more powerful second-rate guilds occupied a dozen or so. These guilds' range of influence wasn't particularly vast. While 50,000 gold in resources or land was bearable for a second-rate guild, 30,000 magic crystals definitely weren't. At this stage of the game, 30,000 magic crystals were roughly half of a second-rate guild's stockpile. Although it had become much easier to acquire magic crystals, players also needed to consume more of them, especially after the return of the Survivors expansion pack had been implemented. It's fine, just inform them, Shi Feng said, chuckling. While losing half of the guild's magic crystal stockpile was a significant cost, it would not impede the guild's normal operations. It would simply force the guild into stagnation for a short time. Moreover, he urgently needed magic crystals right now. He couldn't afford to be courteous with these guilds, following which Gentle Snow conveyed Shi Feng's price to the various large guilds. When they received Zero Wing's demands, all of these guilds went into an uproar. The rare materials weren't an issue since every guild had an extraordinary stock of resources by now, but magic crystals were crucial to a guild's development. Damn Zero Wing. It might as well rob us at this point. Guild leader, what should we do? Pay the guild. We can't afford to stand out right now. Although Miracle failed to destroy Zero Wing, Blackwater and Beast Emperor have still been eyeing the guild in the Ore Empire. They won't let Zero Wing off the hook as easily as Miracle has. The various large guilds were enraged when they received Gentle Snow's message. They had barely claimed any resources in the high-resource maps Miracle had given them, yet they were now required to pay such expensive compensation. Their partnership with Miracle had been an utter mistake. However, due to the threat Zero Wing posed, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and swallow the loss. Within 3 hours after receiving Gentle Snow's message, the various large guilds sent their representatives to deliver the requested resources to Zero Wing's residence in Lakeheart City. When Gentle Snow and the guild's other upper echelons received the payments, they were ecstatic. "Snow, we're rich!" Zhao Yuru exclaimed as she gazed at the magic crystals and multiple resources in the guild warehouse. They had received compensation from more than a dozen guilds. Among the guilds that had paid their dues, 5 were second-rate guilds and 8 were third-rate guilds. In total, Zero Wing had received 270,000 magic crystals, a considerable amount even to the current superpowers. Furthermore, Zero Wing had gained 490,000 gold in rare materials and lands. Not only had Zero Wing earned back the resources it had spent in the war, but it had also made a huge profit. With this many resources, Zero Wing could afford to recruit tens of thousands of members in the Black Dragon Empire. It could also strengthen Hidden Fog Town's defenses and upgrade it to intermediate rank. I had expected it to take a few more days to collect 200,000 magic crystals, but I guess I don't have to worry about the deadline anymore. Shi Feng was just as excited to see the miniature mountain of magic crystals. He didn't dare to take risks with the inferior legendary quest from the Jealous Witch. The penalty for failing the quest was no laughing matter. Moreover, he absolutely needed to the field magic array, Void Field. Field magic arrays were extremely rare in God's domain, and the only one he knew how to obtain was the one in the Witch's Hill. He'd just have to get lucky to secure another one. Field magic arrays were so rare because of how powerful advanced field magic arrays were in wars and when plundering resources. Once players reached level 65 and beyond, resources would become significantly more difficult to acquire due to how dangerous the monsters were in the appropriately leveled maps. Although these monsters had higher basic attributes, they also have visibly stronger combat standards once they reached level 65 and beyond. Moreover, the more resource-rich a map was, the more visible this improvement would be. In comparison, monsters below level 60 had roughly the same combat standards regardless of what kind of map they occupied. At most, their basic attributes would differ slightly. The weakest monsters in level 65 plus maps had combat standards on par with the early stage of the Trial Tower's 3rd floor, while the stronger monsters could reach the 5th floor's early stage. Most importantly, they would travel in larger numbers. Against such an abrupt difference, one could imagine how the various large guilds would fare. Moreover, guild experts had obviously lower basic attributes than monsters. If these guild experts lost their combat standard advantage as well, they'd have a difficult time grinding. Because of this, few large guilds had taken advantage of level 65 plus maps in his previous life since they weren't strong enough to grind the map's monsters. Hence, field magic arrays had become extremely important. A field magic array would provide a significant advantage over other guilds when guild members left to level up or grind for resources, and Void Field was an advanced field magic array. Now that I've settled matters in the Black Dragon Empire, it's time to revisit the Witch's Hill. When Shi Feng saw that the branch guild's development was back on track, he took 200,000 magic crystals with him and teleported back to Zero Wing City. 1967 Candlelight Expands. Chapter 1967, Candlelight expands Star Moon Kingdom, Zero Wing City. In a 7-story, high-class restaurant a short distance away from Zero Wing's residence, 3 cloaked players observed the residence from a private room. Commander Cloud, the result of Miracle and Zero Wing's war is out. Here is all of the information we purchased from the secret pavilion regarding Zero Wing, a male half-elf said as he handed the male tigerkin before him a file. The war in the Black Dragon Empire ended when Miracle retreated from the Empire and announced its withdrawal from the war. What? Miracle was defeated? Chopped Axe, the female tigerkin, beside the male tigerkin, was slightly stunned. How is that possible? That's Miracle we're talking about. The guild is even stronger than it had been at its peak. How could it possibly lose? As a member of the famous Death God Workshop, she was quite familiar with the various superpowers, especially their territories and overall strength. Miracle, in particular, was one of the superpowers the Death God Workshop watched closely. Not only had Miracle recently expanded its influence in God's domain, but it had also recruited plenty of well-known experts in the virtual gaming world. The Witch of the West, Alice, was one of the best examples. Recruiting Alice had significantly boosted the guild's overall strength, and not long ago, Miracle had secured a key resource point on the Western continent. It only lacked a suitable opportunity to earn the public's recognition as a super guild. If Miracle were granted the title of super guild, it would rank in the top half in terms of power. Miracle had a boundless future ahead of itself. Hence, Chopped Axe couldn't believe that Zero Wing had actually defeated Miracle. Miracle has indeed lost. Everyone in the Black Dragon Empire is talking about it, the male half-elf, Frost Rain, confirmed. Miracle retreated because Zero Wing had dispatched 200 experts with combat power on par with peak experts, which caught Miracle completely off guard. Once Miracle realized that a protracted war would be a waste of time and resources, it decided to give up and return home. 200 experts with combat power that rivals peak experts. This can't be true, can it? Chopped Axe instinctively refused to believe Frost Rain's claim. Even an ordinary super first-rate guild only had that many experts, including domain realm experts and true peak experts. It's true, Lightcloud, the male tigerkin said suddenly. According to the Secret Pavilion's report, Zero Wing has only accomplished this feat because it has used a tool called the Basic Combat Device. However, the Basic Combat Device has a relatively short duration. In addition, Zero Wing has the frightening magic-breaking crossbow. When a dozen or so of these crossbows are fired together, they can even instant kill a Tier 2 Refinement Realm expert. If Zero Wing amasses a sufficient stock of these crossbows, its members will even be able to instant kill peak experts. So, that's the case. I knew a new guild like Zero Wing couldn't be that strong. Chopped Axe could not help but wipe the sweat from her forehead. If Zero Wing truly had so many powerful expert players, it could easily deal with the Death God Workshop. All it would need was some time and resources. The various superpowers were inclined to overlook the workshop's activities for this very reason. Even if these tools have a time limit, they still pose a great threat, Lightcloud said as he rolled his eyes at Chopped Axe. All right, we can return and report to the Chief Commander now. We'll let the Chief Commander decide how to deal with Zero Wing in the fairy country. After saying so, Lightcloud took a return scroll from his bag. He had no intention of wasting any more time in Zero Wing City. Frost Rain and Chopped Axe nodded in agreement. They had never expected Ninth Heaven to secure such a powerful backer. Meanwhile, the first thing Shi Feng did after returning to Zero Wing City was store the rare materials he had obtained in the Black Dragon Empire in Candlelight's warehouse. He then had Melancholic Smile ramp up Candlelight's recruitment for lifestyle players and expand the firm's operations. Although the Candlelight trading firm was developing nicely, it could only afford to nurture a limited number of lifestyle players due to the lack of materials. As a result, Candlelight was restricted when recruiting lifestyle players. Fortunately, Zero Wing had secured 490,000 gold in rare materials through the war in the Black Dragon Empire. With so many materials, Candlelight could easily afford to recruit several thousand more members. Moreover, if Candlelight wished to develop in the Black Dragon Empire and Fairy Country, it would need a lot of additional manpower. As long as Candlelight established a foothold in these two countries, the trading firm's income would double at the very minimum. After all, both the Black Dragon Empire and the Fairy Country had far higher player populations than Starmoon Kingdom. Naturally, the demand for items in these countries would also be higher. Even if Candlelight did not become the #1 trading firm in those countries, it would still earn a sizable income. As for Candlelight's competitive edge, Shi Feng wasn't worried about that. Due to the Philosopher's Hand, Candlelight had gained an additional 5 master lifestyle players despite the fact that Melancholic Smile had kept the item's usage to a minimum to keep it a secret. Among the 5 master lifestyle players nurtured, 2 were master alchemists, 2 were master forgers, and 1 was a master engineer. To Shi Feng's surprise, Silent Wonder had successfully created an advanced alchemy recipe as well, thanks to the assistance of Titan City and the Philosopher's Hand. Now, Silent Wonder only needed to create 1 more advanced alchemy recipe to become an intermediate master alchemist. An intermediate master alchemist was no less important than an intermediate master forger. In fact, an intermediate master alchemist played an even greater role in raiding team dungeons. Unlike basic master alchemists, intermediate master alchemists could craft master potions with a feasible success rate. If a team had a full stock of master-ranked defensive or resistance potions, the raid would become much easier. Guild Leader, the auction for the virtual stores has concluded. Not a single corporation is willing to rent our stores. In contrast, the virtual stores in the 2 guild towels are selling like hotcakes, Melancholic Smile said, visibly worried. Although we've earned some credits through selling the weapons and equipment you gave me earlier, it's only enough to maintain the training ground for a short time. Nobody is willing to rent? Shi Feng was slightly surprised as he examined the information on the nearby guild town's melancholic smile had given him. These towns have certainly developed quickly. They've already ensnared over 40 corporations. At this rate, won't they become intermediate towns in less than 10 days? The guild town's development had exceeded Shi Feng's expectations. Both had already invested in enough defensive structures to rival an intermediate town. Even more surprising was both towns' defensive magic arrays, protecting the towns from monster assaults. These defensive magic arrays were the reason that the various corporations were so confident in investing in the towns. Guild leader, you're still in the mood to joke around? Now that we've moved to the new training ground, our daily expenditure has gone through the roof. With the credits we currently have, we'll only last another 5 or 6 days, Melancholic Smile said, exasperated. She had already seen Liang Jing's financial report, and she had been horrified. The number of credits the guild spent each day was absurd. We're burning through that much money? Even Shi Feng was surprised when he saw the daily costs. He hadn't realized that Ouroboros had spent such a frightening amount of credits each day to maintain its training ground. The operational cost of Zero Wing's training ground could already rival that of Shadow in the past, and this was only the beginning. As Zero Wing recruited more internal members, the costs would increase. However, Shi Feng revealed a faint smile after a moment and said, "Let's see who can outlast who then." Shi Feng instructed Melancholic Smile to sell some of the crafted level 50 bronze and mysterious iron equipment for credits. The credits from these sales should help the guild survive for a while longer. Although primordial gas slowly spread throughout the Witch's Hill, increasing the local monsters' strength and weakening players' combat power, monsters still needed time to evolve. After Shi Feng settled his affairs with the Candlelight trading firm, he used the 7 Luminaries ring to teleport to the Million Forests teleportation array. He then spent 1 magic crystal to teleport to the Otherworld gate. The jealous witch appeared not long after Shi Feng had arrived. She quietly hovered in the air while looking down on Shi Feng. "Young adventurer, why have you returned so soon?" the jealous witch demanded. "Lady Witch, I have completed the task you gave me. Here are the 200,000 magic crystals you asked for," Shi Feng said as he removed 200,000 magic crystals from his bag, instantly forming a small mountain before him. Once all 200,000 magic crystals were accounted for, the jealous witch waved her hand lightly, and every crystal vanished into thin air. At the same time, the gigantic Otherworld gate released a dazzling glow. Primordial gas surged out. Then, a series of system notifications reached his ears. 1968 Divine Runic Armor. Chapter 1968. Divine Runic Armor System. You have triggered the new expansion pack, Primordial Heart. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Players have triggered the new expansion, Primordial Heart. The Primordial Heart will descend in the Witch's Hill in 3 hours. Please prepare. The system announcement echoed in every player's mind throughout Star Moon Kingdom. When it finally ended, players fell into heated discussions over the new expansion. What's this Primordial Heart thing? Has some major event occurred in the Witch's Hill? This new expansion pack will definitely be a huge opportunity. I wonder how Witch's Hill will change this time. I knew I should have gone to the Witch's Hill to develop. Star Moon Kingdom's players shifted their focus to the Witch's Hill the moment the system announced the new expansion pack. Previously, due to the map's strange phenomenon increasing monsters' strength and reducing players' combat power, only strong independent players had ventured to the Witch's Hill to level and grind. With the addition of the various large guilds' competition over the region's resources, it had become nearly impossible for ordinary players to get a share of the area's benefits. Hence, the Witch's Hills hadn't been very popular among independent players. Only the various large guilds and adventurer teams still vied for the land. Naturally, the kingdom's independent players weren't the only ones paying close attention to this new expansion. The various major powers in the Witch's Hill had launched fervent investigations to learn what changes this expansion pack would bring to the region. So, this is the Primordial Heart's activation condition? Surprise flashed in Shi Feng's eyes as he read the system notification. The Primordial Heart expansion pack had appeared during his previous life as well, but it hadn't activated until long after the Otherworld gate had been discovered. Now that he had triggered the expansion pack so early, Shi Feng did not know how to feel about it. In the past, the Witch's Hill's Otherworld gate had been discovered far too late. A large number of players had already reached Tier 3, and as a result, the Otherworld gate had only been considered a good area to grind for unique materials and for independent players to level up. It hadn't been a particularly valuable map. While it was true that the new expansion pack was an opportunity, the Primordial Heart expansion had hardly been any help to players in the past. When Shi Feng had sealed the Otherworld gate, it had caused the Primordial Heart's descent, increasing the primordial gas in the Witch's Hill. The gas, in turn, increased the strength of the region's monsters and decreased players' combat power. Even the monsters' levels had increased considerably, though the level cap was still level 70. As for the monsters that had come through the Otherworld gate, not only were they quite powerful, but their bodies also contained dense primordial gas. When these monsters were killed, they had a certain drop rate for primordial crystal fragments, crystallized primordial gas that contained intense, turbulent energy. One could synthesize these fragments into primordial crystals, which contained even denser energy. The primordial crystal was one of the best materials for nurturing living mounts, even more effective than energy essence that dropped from the Eclipse Gate's monsters. After all sorts of monsters had ruled over God's domain during the ancient era, and they had become so powerful due to primordial gas. However, the primordial crystals had a drawback. Although they were far more efficient than energy essence when nurturing mounts, they could only increase a mount's rank to bronze rank. Hence, players in Shi Feng's previous life had considered the primordial heart expansion pack useless. The majority of large guild members had already nurtured their guild mounts to bronze rank by the time the expansion had taken effect, and ordinary players hadn't usually had mounts that were capable of growth. Only guild players that intended to replace their guild mounts had any use for the primordial crystals. However, the primordial crystals were far more valuable to current large guilds. God's Domain's guilds had only started to acquire stables and grow their guild mounts. If they could upgrade their members' mounts to bronze rank with the primordial crystals, they could significantly help their guild's development. Mounts could provide some assistance in battle once they reached bronze rank, and they were considerably faster than common mounts. However, while the Primordial Heart expansion pack would benefit the various large guilds, it also came with plenty of trouble. Activating the Primordial Heart expansion pack would double the number of monsters in the Witch's Hill and increase the number of field bosses in the area by several fold. Moreover, the field boss's raid difficulty would increase, making survival far more difficult in the Witch's Hill for current players. In addition, the monster sieges would occur far more frequently. Originally, guild towns and cities' chances of being besieged by monsters had only been 10% to 20%. However, once the Primordial Heart expansion took effect, those chances would increase to 20% to 35%. As Shi Feng pondered about how to deal with the Primordial Heart's descent, the jealous witch, who still hovered in the air, began to reclaim her youth. In a matter of seconds, the old hunchbacked lady transformed into a charming middle-aged woman with fair, supple skin. Her black robe also transformed into a pitch-black, sleeveless dress. She now wore a black mage hat as well, and her wooden staff had become one made of black jade. As she hovered, she radiated an indescribable charm that drew others' gaze. Excellent. Young adventurer, you have helped me seal the Otherworld Gate in time and avoided catastrophe for Starmoon Kingdom. You have also helped lighten the curse I bear. Take this magic array design as a token of my gratitude. The jealous witch addressed Shi Feng. This should have been the end of your job here, but sealing the Otherworld Gate had made the Witch's Hill unstable. I now need your help to collect 100,000 primordial crystals. If you collect the necessary primordial crystals successfully, I will give you this forging design I acquired from an ancient ruin after much difficulty. Saying so, the jealous witch waved a hand, and a tome of dragonskin parchment appeared in her grip. The dragonmite the tome radiated was so powerful that Shi Feng even struggled to move. When he saw the large words on the cover, his eyes widened in shock. The Divine Runic Armor design. That was an epic forging design. However, unlike ordinary epic equipment, the Divine Runic Armor was standard equipment, created during ancient times. It was similar to the standardized equipment design he had acquired from Titan City. Although the Divine Runic Armor was standard equipment, it was still epic equipment, on a completely different level than Dark Gold equipment. 1969, Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 1769, Chamber of Commerce. As the jealous witch finished speaking, the sound of a system notification reached Shi Feng's ears. System, congratulations. You have accepted the inferior legendary quest Witch's Sin. Quest content, collect 100,000 primordial crystals in 30 days. Quest reward, Divine Runic Armor design. After the system notification repeated 3 times, the jealous witch vanished without a trace. Now, only Shi Feng remained before the Otherworld Gate. Collect 100,000 primordial crystals in 30 days? Shi Feng frowned as he fell deep into thought. This inferior legendary quest was simply ruthless. Only chieftain rank and above monsters dropped primordial crystal fragments, and the drop rate for chieftain monsters was only 3%. Furthermore, synthesizing a single primordial crystal required 10 fragments. He'd need 1,000,000 primordial crystal fragments to complete the jealous witch's latest quest. Completing the question wouldn't be that big of an issue if it didn't have a time limit, but there was a time limit. There weren't even 100,000 guild members operating in Zero Wing City right now. Trying to collect 100,000 primordial crystals in just 30 days would be a nightmare. It seems I have no choice but to increase the guild's strength and give it a try, Shi Feng thought to himself as he decided to recruit more players. Fortunately, there was no penalty indicated for failing the quest this time. Thus, the penalty wouldn't be too severe if he failed. Even so, giving up now would be a waste. Unlike standardized fine gold and dark gold equipment, standardized epic equipment was in no way inferior to ordinary epic equipment when it came to basic attributes. The only difference was the lack of additional skills and effects, as standardized equipment didn't have as many to offer players as ordinary epic equipment. Even so, the various major powers would consider the equipment precious since epic equipment was still so rare in God's domain. Had the divine runic armor been ordinary epic equipment though, he wouldn't be able to mass produce it due to the rarity of the required materials, and forging the equipment would have been far more difficult. Even an intermediate master forger like himself would only have a small chance of success, and no first-rate guild could afford the total production costs. Only a superpower would have any hope of mass-producing ordinary epic equipment at this stage of the game. However, crafting standardized epic equipment was a different story. Standardized epic equipment had been designed with mass production in mind, so it didn't have high material requirements. Most importantly, it wouldn't be as difficult to forge as ordinary epic equipment. Even an ordinary first-rate guild could afford the production costs if it gave the design to an intermediate master forger, not to mention Zero Wing. Following which, Shi Feng took out a guild transfer scroll and returned to Zero Wing City to prepare for his newest quest. At this point, players from all over Star Moon Kingdom had swarmed to Zero Wing City, skyrocketing the city's player population. As players wandered the city streets, an excited energy crackled between them as they waited for the primordial heart's descent. Many adventurer teams had even started to purchase useful magic scrolls and potions in bulk. As soon as the Witch's Hill began to change, they'd rush to take advantage of the opportunity the new expansion pack presented. For a time, Zero Wing City became extraordinarily lively. Guild leader, good news. Due to the new expansion pack, Zero Wing City's player population has finally exceeded 10 million. Aqua Rose exclaimed when she noticed her Shi Feng's return. Moreover, the 7th Street Chamber of Commerce has invited us to join their merchant alliance. Aside from combat guilds, God's Domain had lifestyle guilds, and unlike their combat-focused brethren, lifestyle guilds focused on developing lifestyle players and producing a wide variety of products. Some of the larger lifestyle guilds generally allied to form chambers of commerce. These chambers of commerce were not to be underestimated. They were only unknown to the general public due to their refusal to interfere with combat guilds when matters. However, they didn't lack influence in God's Domain. The commerce's influence reached across more than a dozen kingdoms and empires, and they had even more wealth than some superpowers. In fact, many up-and-coming superpowers received funds and resources from some of these top chambers of commerce. Meanwhile, the 7th Street Chamber of Commerce was one of the most powerful in God's Domain. Joining one of the top chambers of commerce was extremely difficult. Ordinary first-rate guilds didn't qualify in the least. Normally, these chambers only accepted superpowers or large guilds with bountiful resources. What are their conditions? Shi Feng asked. He was very familiar with God's Domain's chambers of commerce. To join one, a guild had to meet certain conditions and pay a certain price. The membership cost requires that we supply the alliance with shops and virtual stores in all of our guild towns and cities. We will have to supply at least 5 shops and 2 virtual stores in each, all of which have to be in different locations in the town or city. In addition, they require that our guild sell the alliance 30% of the unique resources we obtain from the Otherworld Gate at market price, Aqua Rose said. That price a little high, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Tell them that Zero Wing will only give them up to 3 shops and 1 virtual store in every town and city. As for the Otherworld Gate's unique resources, we'll sell them 20% at most. Moreover, I require that they buy the resources at 30% above market price. If one wished to acquire the resources a Chamber of Commerce offered, they had to contribute to the alliance. However, 7th Street's asking price was simply too high. The potential benefits Zero Wing would gain weren't worth the price. The Otherworld Gate's unique resources would become a massive source of income for Zero Wing in the future, and purchasing these resources on the market would become immensely difficult. Meanwhile, the fact that Zero Wing City was within the Witch's Hill meant that Zero Wing would have a greater competitive edge than other guilds when fighting for the Otherworld Gate's resources. Hence, 30% of Zero Wing's harvest was no trivial amount. Furthermore, 7th Street wanted to purchase these resources at market value. This, Shi Feng's counteroffer, clearly troubled Aqua Rose. Joining 7th Street wasn't easy. Its influence encompassed over a dozen kingdoms and 3 empires after all. If Zero Wing joined 7th Street, it would elevate the Candlelight trading firm's income to a whole new level. Yet Shi Feng demanded far more than the 7th Street's offer, however. Seeing Shi Feng's determination, Aqua Rose had no choice but to forward her guild leader's reply to the Chamber of Commerce's representative. After dealing with the 7th Street's offer, Shi Feng instructed Aqua Rose to recruit players in Zero Wing City before he returned to his special forging room in Candlelight, carefully retrieving the void field design from his bag. He then clicked on the design to learn it. 1970. 7th Street, Chapter 1970, 7th Street Sea of Death, Thunder Island, Big Sis Rain. We've secured the advanced speedboat design. Once we have the materials, we can begin production, Blue Phoenix excitedly reported as she entered the room. Although advanced speedboats were not particularly rare, they weren't available in large quantities. The majority of the various superpowers armadas was still made up of ordinary speedboats. Only the core fleets had a higher number of advanced speedboats. Meanwhile, as players reached higher levels, the competition for resources on land grew increasingly intense. As a result, more guilds shifted their focus to the sea every day. Since Thunder Island was the best locations to develop naval strength, new guilds constantly arrived to take advantage of its resources. This increased competition on the island. The Dragon Phoenix had worried about the increasing competition, but now that it had acquired an advanced speedboat design, it could further fortify its fleet strength by mass-producing the advanced speedboats, maintaining its lead on the island. It seems they completed the quest. Phoenix Rain breathed a sigh of relief and smiled when she heard Blue Phoenix's announcement. She then changed the topic and asked, "How are things with 7th Street? I've sent our nomination to the Chamber's representative, and 7th Street has accepted it. However, Zero Wing apparently thinks the Chamber's asking price was too high. Unfortunately, 7th Street has its own bottom line. Zero Wing doesn't have claim to a lot of resources, and its territory isn't that large. The only thing Zero Wing has going for it is its temporary victory over Miracle. Zero Wing still doesn't qualify to join the alliance, and 7th Street's representative has stated that the Chamber only agrees with our nomination since you were the one who made it. Now that Zero Wing has rejected the offer, his hands are tied," Blue Phoenix said. "Zero Wing rejected 7th Street?" Phoenix Rain blinked in surprise. 7th Street was one of the top chambers of commerce in God's domain with as many as 3 super first-rate guilds in its alliance. The alliance's other guilds also had the backing of powerful corporations. The chamber had access to bountiful resources as well. By joining the Chamber of Commerce, one would have access to a variety of conveniences, and as long as they had enough money, they could purchase rare materials in bulk. The alliance also sold valuable items that were almost never available to the public, but 7th Street's connections were far more important. By joining 7th Street, one could sell their products in the Chamber's territories, and the 7th Street only demanded a 15% service charge. If Zero Wing joined 7th Street, it wouldn't lack a market to sell its products. Joining 7th Street would be a golden opportunity for Zero Wing. Yet, Zero Wing had rejected the offer. Apparently, while he's still willing to return the favor he owes us by helping in another way, he can't do anything more about the situation. Blue Phoenix nodded. She was just as frustrated about Zero Wing's response. "Alright then, since Zero Wing has its own plans, we'll let the matter rest," Phoenix Rain said, smiling bitterly. "It seems we'll have to find some other way to pay Zero Wing back." She had nominating Zero Wing as a candidate for the 7th Street's alliance as a way of thanking the guild for its help on Savage God Island, but the Chamber of Commerce had its own rules. She couldn't possibly 7th Street to accept Zero Wing. Meanwhile, in Zero Wing City's candlelight trading firm, Shi Feng focused on learning the Void Field Magic Array's drawing process. Drawing field magic arrays was incredibly difficult as, unlike other magic arrays, field magic arrays consisted of multiple arrays. Even a basic field magic array involved 2 to 5 different magic arrays. The Void Field, a large-scale advanced field magic array, consisted of 12 advanced magic arrays, and all 12 had to be closely interlinked. The slightest mistake would render the link useless. The Void Field was several times more complex than ordinary advanced magic arrays as well, and even an advanced magician like Shi Feng was under immense pressure when attempting to draw the arrays. Just learning how to draw the 12 magic arrays individually had taken him nearly 2 hours. Sure enough, this thing is amazing. It's no wonder why it can rival master magic arrays. Shi Feng took a deep breath as he examined the design in his hands. In the past, the Void Field had even been effective against mythic monsters. Field magic arrays weren't like arrays that summoned magic barriers. Magic barriers were mainly used to suppress boss monsters, so they were even effective against high-ranked monsters. As long as one used an advanced barrier, a team could suppress a mythic monster. However, field magic arrays had to cover a larger area, thinning its energy distribution. Even suppressing Grand Lord-ranked archaic species would be difficult, not to mention mythic monsters. Fortunately, the Void Field could manage it. Although it wasn't as effective as an advanced magic array, it could suppress an ordinary mythic monster's attributes by 15% and Grand Lord-ranked archaic species by 25%. Lower-ranked monsters would be suppressed by at least 30% with a maximum of 40%, and the Void Field could cover a 3,000-yard radius. Moreover, the Void Field could be useful in large-scale combat. Although the Void Field would be half as effective against players, a 15% to 20% attribute reduction would be fatal, especially to expert players. Now that he had an inferior legendary quest and had to take down countless monsters that were strengthened by primordial gas, Void Field would be the best tool in his arsenal. If he activated Void Field, even Tier 1 players could easily defeat Witch's Hill's strengthened monsters. Naturally, Tier 2 players would enjoy at least double the grinding speed. Shi Feng then began to craft the Void Field magic arrays. Void Field required incredibly precious materials, and chief among them was Void Blood. Each set of scrolls required 12 drops to produce, and only powerful void creatures had a chance of dropping Void Blood. These 12 drops of Void Blood would serve as the core that controlled Void Field's 12 magic arrays. Fortunately, Shi Feng had acquired 2 bottles of Void Blood after killing the Void Serpent, with each bottle containing 100 drops. If he failed to produce the Void Field, all of the Void Blood he invested would be destroyed. The rest of the materials for the void field cost over 500 gold per set, making each attempt extremely expensive. However, money was not Shi Feng's main concern. The material's rarity was far more important, hence he needed to be extremely careful with each set of materials. During the production process, Shi Feng had activated Soulfire to clear his mind. Each of his strokes on the blank magic array scrolls was smooth, but just as he reached the final step and linked the 12 magic arrays together, something unexpected happened. Boom! After a bright flash from the magic arrays, the light faded to reveal an empty table. All of the materials Shi Feng had used had disappeared. Seeing this, Shi Feng sat back and fell deep in thought, following which Shi Feng attempted to produce the void field twice more but failed both times. He couldn't help the heartache he felt over losing 36 drops of void blood. Sure enough, trying to draw the void field as an advanced magician is pushing it. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng took a source of void from his bag. An advanced magician would only have a 50% success rate when drawing ordinary advanced magic arrays, and a much lower success rate when attempting to craft top-ranked advanced magic arrays like the void field. If he wanted to produce the void field successfully, he'd have to increase his success rate. Fortunately, an elemental source could do more than improve a magic array's effects. It could also increase production success rate. Everything happened as Shi Feng expected. His previous failures were due to his low success rate. His fourth attempt to draw the void field was far more smooth, and the flow of mana within the array had calmed. After Shi Feng finished the 12 magic arrays, he began the final linking process. A short moment later, the 12 magic arrays released a dazzling light, illuminating the entire forging room. Was it a success? 1971 Primordial Heart Descends. Chapter 1971 Primordial Heart Descends. As the light in Special Forging Room faded, a brilliant magic array appeared on the table. The 12 arrays had combined perfectly to form a gigantic silver magic array that caused the space inside the room to freeze. As the silver magic array flowed into the 12 magic array scrolls before Shi Feng, the room reverted to its original state. The 12 magic array scrolls across the table then began to glow with a silvery light. Wonderful, I finally succeeded. Shi Feng was a little excited as he gazed at the scrolls on the table. Although he had gone so far as to spend an elemental source, he had, at least, managed to produce one set of void field scrolls. With this, he could proceed with his plans, following which Shi Feng inspected the magic array scrolls. So strong! Shi Feng was ecstatic when he saw the attributes displayed. The original void field only encompassed a 3,000-yard radius, but after Shi Feng had used the source of void, the radius had increased to 5,000 yards. Moreover, the strengthened void field could suppress a monster's basic attributes up to a maximum of 50%. It would also suppress mythic monsters by up to 20% and Grand Lord-ranked archaic species by up to 30%. Most importantly, void field's duration had increased from 12 hours to 24 hours. Although a 24-hour duration seemed short, to Shi Feng, who was very familiar with the ins and outs of the Witch's Hill, it was plenty of time, especially now that the Primordial Heart had descended and Witch's Hill's monsters had grown stronger and more numerous. After the Primordial Heart had descended in the past, a forbidden land had appeared in the Witch's Hill. To be precise, a crack in space-time had manifested, serving as the entrance to the Forbidden Land. The place beyond the space-time crack was partly considered a forbidden land due to the space-time seal that had been placed on the map, preventing players from teleporting there. Moreover, all of the monsters beyond the crack originated from other worlds. Not only were they incomparably powerful, but their combat standards were also higher than monsters in the outside world. Including the randomly appearing boss monsters, players of the same level would struggle to survive in the Forbidden Land. Fortunately, since mainstream players had already reached level 100 by the time the Forbidden Land had manifested, its level 70 monsters had been no threat. On the contrary, the Forbidden Land had become an excellent location to grind for equipment and materials. As monsters originating from other worlds, they had a much higher drop rate for weapons and equipment compared to monsters that were born on the continent of God's domain. Many of the materials they dropped were also unique to other worlds, and they had a chance of dropping the resuscitation potion recipe, which even level 100 plus players coveted. The resuscitation potion only had one function, resurrecting players. However, unlike the healer class's resurrection spells, a player wouldn't lose any EXP when resurrected with the resuscitation potion, although they would have to endure a weakened state for 12 hours. During that time, the resurrected player wouldn't be able to fight. Furthermore, the resuscitation potion could only be used once every 24 hours, and it couldn't be used on Tier 4 or above players. In God's domain, even if a healer resurrected a player, they'd still lose a considerable amount of EXP. When players were resurrected through the system, they'd lose an entire level of EXP. Regardless of how they returned to life, players would have to grind for several days to recover their losses. Hence, the resuscitation potion had been extraordinarily popular among players in the past. Only, the resuscitation potion recipe was not easy to acquire. Normally, it only dropped in other worlds, and as a result, man players had fervently grinded in the Witch's Hill's Forbidden Land despite having already reached level 100. Due to the recipe's rarity, players had even been able to sell it for several thousand gold in a proper auction. Demand for the resuscitation potion had also been relentless on the market. Despite the 20 silver production cost, the potion had sold for 2 gold per bottle. The resuscitation potion had even sold for 3 gold per bottle at its peak. Many players had made a fortune through selling resuscitation potions. Unfortunately, the Witch's Hill's Forbidden Land was extremely dangerous to Tier 2 players, but now that Shi Feng had the Void Field, he could lead his guildmates to grind there. Not only would they level up quite fast, but they could also grind for the resuscitation potion recipe and primordial crystal fragments, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Now that Shi Feng had experienced successfully producing a Void Field, he continued to craft more. He knew that he had made a mistake when combining the 12 magic arrays during his first 3 attempts, but after his success, he had a more accurate grasp of the array's flow of mana. Following which, Shi Feng attempted to produce the Void Field magic array 4 more times, resulting in 2 success. The outcome was barely tolerable. Glancing at the bottle of void blood in his hand, Shi Feng noted that only 4 drops remained in the bottle. It wasn't enough for another attempt. He had previously spent 2 bottles of void blood to activate the teleportation array to the Otherworld Gate. Hence, if he wanted to craft more Void Field magic array scrolls, he'd have to collect more. These 3 sets should last me quite some time. Taking a look at the 3 sets of scrolls in his hands, Shi Feng decided to travel to the Forbidden Land to grind. Once his guildmates were settled in the area, he'd look for more ways to acquire void blood. Following which, Shi Feng left the Candlelight Trading Firm and made his way to Zero Wing's residence to prepare for his trip to the Witch's Hill's Forbidden Land. The primordial heart had descended in the Witch's Hill some time ago. As a result, the number of players roaming the city streets had visibly decreased. The various adventurer teams and guilds had long since left the city to explore this new expansion pack. The majority of the players still around were merchant players, including members from chambers of commerce. These players were currently purchasing monster loot or selling consumable items, purchasing magic grass in bulk, 3 silver per stalk, buying as many as you have. Offer is available long-term. 4 Seasons Chamber of Commerce purchasing primordial crystal fragments for 20 silver per fragment, 21 silver for those selling more than 10 fragments, 22 silver for those selling more than 100 fragments. Selling primordial crystal fragments for 25 silver each. Only 3 fragments remaining. First come, first served. The voice of hawking players filled the street. The shops on both sides of the street had also put out signs stating that they would purchase primordial crystal fragments long-term. Everyone was going crazy over primordial crystal fragments right now. However, the situation didn't surprise Shi Feng in the slightest. God's Domain had very few items that could be used to nurture guild mounts, and most of these items hadn't yet been discovered. Now that players had learned about the primordial crystals, it would cause a massive commotion. Just before Shi Feng reached the guild residence, Aqua Rose contacted him. Guild leader, the secret pavilion's Yuan Tianxin and his entourage have come to meet you. Apparently, he has something important he wishes to discuss with you. Would you like to meet with him now? Aqua Rose asked. The secret pavilion is looking for me? Shi Feng could not help but smile upon hearing this. All right. Have them wait for me in the 2nd floor's reception room. I'll head there immediately. Although he knew that the primordial heart's appearance would cause quite a commotion, he hadn't expected it to move the secret pavilion. Shi Feng disconnected the call and made his way to the residence's 2nd floor reception room. 1972. Joining the Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 1972. Joining the Chamber of Commerce. Zero Wing's residence, 2nd floor reception room. As Shi Feng entered the room, Yuan Tianxin and Purple Jade, who softly chatted on the sofa, stood to greet him. Both of them had already reached level 59, and although they had hidden their weapons and equipment's glow effects, Shi Feng could tell that they carried extraordinary items based on the faint pressure he felt from the 2 players. Purple Jade, in particular, felt like a sharp, unsheathed blade. She also felt quite dynamic. So, this is a true genius? Shi Feng was inwardly shocked when he saw Purple Jade. While he could not tell how much her basic attributes had improved, he could sense that Purple Jade had set foot in the realms of truth as someone who had done the same. The realms of truth were different from the realms of refinement. The realms of refinement only focused on improving one's physical control, whereas the realms of truth focused on the application of strength. While better control could reduce players' shortcomings and increase their latent potential, better application allowed players to utilize more of their potential. However, God's Domain's various large guilds didn't have a method of nurturing players in the realms of truth yet. Normally, players needed a wealth of combat experience and self-exploration to reach these realms. Even Shi Feng had only accomplished the feat after many fortuitous encounters. Yet, despite receiving no guidance and having far less combat experience, Purple Jade had entered the realms of truth. Even the word geniuses was not sufficient to describe the young woman. Shi Feng had spent plenty of time trying to guide Zero Wing's core upper echelons to these realms, but even now, not one of them had succeeded. Meanwhile, when Purple Jade saw Shi Feng entering the room, her eyes glowed with fighting spirit. A hint of reverence for the man before her also flashed in her eyes. Unbeknownst to Shi Feng, she had only reached the realms of truth because of him. She had reached these realms recently, and had only been able to do so after diligently studying Shi Feng's numerous battles in the Ur Empire. Once she had entered the realms of truth, she had challenged and defeated multiple peak experts from the various superpowers. Guild leader Black Flame, congratulations. Due to the battle in the Ice Jade Forest, Zero Wing's reputation nearly rivals the Dragon Phoenix pavilions now, Yuan Tiexin congratulated as he watched Shi Feng carefully. Thank you, Shi Feng said. Revealing a faint smile, he continued, however, Elder Yuan, I'm sure you're not just here to congratulate Zero Wing, correct? Indeed, Yuan Tiexin replied as he revealed an envelope. After handing the envelope to Shi Feng, he continued, this is a report regarding Blackwater and Beast Emperor's latest movements. I believe it will be of some help to Zero Wing. You're providing information for free? Shi Feng looked at the envelope in confusion. He had to admit that both Blackwater and Beast Emperor posed a significant threat to his guild. Examining their latest movements would indeed help Zero Wing quite a bit, but information like this was incredibly important. Normally, the secret pavilion might not even consider selling the information to Zero Wing. That's right, consider it a gift to celebrate the partnership between the secret pavilion and Zero Wing, Yuan Tiexin said. I believe you can guess the pavilion's goal in this. Naturally, we're interested in the primordial crystals. The primordial crystals are even more effective in nurturing guild mounts than the Eclipse Gate's energy essence. They're also much easier to procure. Meanwhile, Zero Wing owns the only guild city in Witch's Hill, so the secret pavilion wishes to cooperate with your guild. Yuan Tiexin's proclamation didn't surprise Shi Feng. The primordial crystals were indeed an excellent item for nurturing guild mounts. He then asked, cooperation? May I know how we are going to cooperate? The secret pavilion wishes to invite the Candlelight Trading Firm into the secret chamber of commerce. As for the entry conditions, Zero Wing will only have to sacrifice 5 shops in different locations and a single virtual store in Zero Wing City. In addition, the Secret Chamber of Commerce requires a permanent reservation of 300,000 entry slots into Zero Wing City, Yuan Tiexin said, chuckling. May I know if you are interested in this offer, Guild Leader Black Flame? Joining the Secret Chamber of Commerce? When Yuan Tiexin finished speaking, Aqua Rose, who had accompanied Shi Feng, was stunned, flashing the pavilion's representative an incredulous look. The Secret Pavilion was a transcendental power in the virtual gaming world. The strength it wielded was simply unfathomable. The secret chamber of commerce the pavilion had developed was similarly unfathomable, as very few chambers of commerce could rival Secret's range of influence. Needless to say, Secret was far more powerful than 7th Street. Without a doubt, Secret was one of the best chambers of commerce in God's domain right now. Many superpowers were desperate to join, but very few were actually invited into the alliance. Yet, the secret pavilion had visited Zero Wing City to invite the guild personally. Frankly, Aqua Rose didn't know what to say. If Zero Wing joined the secret chamber of commerce, the Candlelight Trading Firm's income could increase several-fold as long as the firm offered sufficiently attractive products. I'm curious. Why Zero Wing? Shi Feng asked the man before him. There are 2 other guild towns in the Witch's Hill, and both will soon be promoted to intermediate rank. If the secret pavilion gives the word, both ruling guilds will likely hand their towns over on a silver platter. Naturally, we have considered that option, but the Primordial Heart's descent has increased monster strength in the Witch's Hill. Monster raids also occur frequently at night. With the town's defenses, they'll have a hard time coping with the map's current monsters. Who knows how long they will last. However, Zero Wing City is different. Even if the Witch's Hill's monsters continue to grow stronger, Zero Wing City will likely remain unaffected. Moreover, Zero Wing City has an excellent environment which will be of great help to the guild members we send here, Yuan Tiexin said. He withheld no information regarding the secret pavilion's reasons for selecting Zero Wing for a partnership. Shi Feng could not help but admire the secret pavilion's information network and decisiveness. The primordial heart had only recently descended, so the monster's changes weren't yet obvious, yet the secret pavilion had already considered various possibilities. Shi Feng hadn't expected the pavilion to place so much importance in the primordial crystals that it would offer Zero Wing a seat in the secret chamber of commerce either. To protect both parties' interests, a guild would offer 1% of its shares when attempting to join a chamber of commerce. Hence, the various chambers of commerce took member recruitment very seriously. Guild leader Black Flame, if you are fine with these conditions, why don't we sign the contract now? Yuan Tiexin asked Shi Feng, who had maintained a calm composure throughout the conversation. Once we sign, Zero Wing's Candlelight Trading Firm will become a member of the Secret Chamber of Commerce and enjoy all of the connections the Alliance possesses. You will find it far easier to sell and buy items. Alright, I have no issues with the offer. Shi Feng had no problems with accepting the mentioned conditions, and joining the Secret Chamber of Commerce would provide Zero Wing quite a bit of help, especially now that the guild lacked materials. The magic-breaking crossbows, hell tanks, and basic combat devices all required a large number of rare materials to produce. If Zero Wing relied on its own strength, it would only be able to collect a limited supply of each material, but with the secret Chamber of Commerce's connections, it could easily build its stockpile in a short time. After Shi Feng signed a contract with Yuan Tiexin, he handed over 5 shops and 1 virtual store in Zero Wing City. In addition, he reserved 300,000 entry slots in Zero Wing City for the secret pavilion's use. After all, a flood of players visited the city each day, and there was a limit to how many the city could accommodate at one time. If the secret pavilion did not have any reserve slots, its members would be forced to stand in line to enter Zero Wing City. Once the transaction was complete, the Candlelight trading firm joined the secret Chamber of Commerce's member list, and the 2 organizations exchanged 1% of their shares. Shortly after Candlelight joined the Chamber of Commerce, news of it quickly spread to the various superpowers. 1973 Guild Potential. Chapter 1973 Guild Potential. As news about Zero Wing's Candlelight trading firm joining the secret Chamber of Commerce spread, a commotion erupted among the various superpowers in God's domain. What's going on? How did the secret Chamber of Commerce accept a guild like Zero Wing? Zero Wing really is impressive. It has already proven its strength to contend with a superpower, and now it has even joined the secret Chamber of Commerce. The guild's financial strength will grow considerably now. As long as Zero Wing solidifies its foundations, it definitely has the potential to become a super first-rate guild. It seems that God's domain will soon have a new superpower. Send someone to investigate Zero Wing immediately. From today on, I want a team stationed in Zero Wing City. I want to know the guild's every move. Many superpowers had no power to join the secret pavilion's Chamber of Commerce regardless of how much they wanted to. Yet a non-superpower like Zero Wing had done just that. This situation earned Zero Wing many superpowers' envy. In addition, this turn of events had forced the various superpowers to pay closer attention to Zero Wing. They no longer considered the smaller guild insignificant, but one with the potential to become a competitor. Sufficient financial strength was crucial to developing a guild in God's domain. Zero Wing might have repelled Miracle, but it had relied on various tools to do so. Meanwhile, as the various superpowers continued developing in God's domain, it was only a matter of time before they obtained such tools of their own. At that time, Zero Wing would lose its advantage. Hence, the various superpowers hadn't truly considered the guild a threat, but the situation had changed. The secret Chamber of Commerce was a goldmine. If a guild joined the trade alliance and utilized its connections appropriately, it would generate a massive income and secure a large number of resources. Even if the guild failed to take advantage of Secret's connections, it could still increase its trading firm's income by a large margin through service charges from helping the alliance's other members sell their products. This increased income would greatly help the guild's development, and these benefits would be available until the trade alliance crumbled. Meanwhile, on one of the islands in the Sea of Death, Big Sis Rain, big news, Zero Wing's Candlelight trading firm has joined the secret Chamber of Commerce. Blue Phoenix reported as she ran up to Phoenix Rain, who currently commanded a battle. Joined the secret Chamber of Commerce? Phoenix Rain blinked in surprise. How is that possible? So many superpowers have tried to join Secret only to be rejected. Even Starlink only managed to join after purchasing the magic crystal vein at the secret pavilion's internal auction. It's true, news of this has already spread to the various superpowers. Everyone's saying that the secret pavilion has lost its mind to invite Zero Wing, Blue Phoenix said, grinning. Big Sis Rain, now that Zero Wing has joined Secret, Nine Dragons Emperor won't be able to attack the guild's financials even if we don't help out. That's right, even if Nine Dragons Emperor uses everything he has to stop Zero Wing's sales, he can't cut off Secret's channels. Now, we can focus on that large-scale team quest, Phoenix Rain said, nodding. She had nominated Zero Wing to 7th Street because she had been worried that she couldn't stop Nine Dragons Emperor from moving against her ally once she left the continent of God's domain. Now that Zero Wing had joined the secret Chamber of Commerce, which was even more powerful than 7th Street, the situation couldn't be any more favorable. Similarly, news had reached the various top chambers of commerce. Zero Wing seems to be quite capable. 7th Street rejected Zero Wing's conditions, yet the guild has joined Secret? I wonder how 7th Street's members will feel after hearing about this. Zero Wing demanded less than half of what 7th Street required. There's nothing unusual about its refusal. As for Zero Wing's membership with Secret, based on the Chamber's focus on profits, I assume its entry conditions were quite strict. Most likely. The secret Chamber of Commerce's greed is insatiable. Zero Wing must have suffered quite a loss to join Secret. While the various top chambers of commerce were surprised to hear that Zero Wing had joined the secret pavilion's Chamber of Commerce, they did not consider the matter that important. After all, Zero Wing had no value in their opinions, nor did the guild have the support of any corporations. It was a miracle that the guild had risen to its current position without falling. Even if Zero Wing had a future in God's domain, it wouldn't be very bright. Since the secret pavilion had extended an invitation to Zero Wing, it must have demanded an absurd price. However, when the 7th Street Chamber of Commerce heard the news, its members simply smiled. They didn't share the other top chambers' opinions. Whether Zero Wing joined the secret chamber of commerce or not, it had nothing to do with them. They only knew that Zero Wing wouldn't have benefited their alliance even if it had joined. Zero Wing wouldn't benefit Secret either. This incident was nothing but a farce. While God's Domain's various powers discussed the matter, Shi Feng had designated Aqua Rose and Melancholic Smile to handle matters regarding the secret chamber of commerce. He then led a team of 10,000 elite and expert players out of Zero Wing City and to the Witch's Hill's Forbidden Land. Zero Wing's members bounced with excitement during their journey. They got to see a mythical player like Shi Feng up close, and he had even informed them that he would take them out to level up during their operation. This meant they would personally get to watch Shi Feng fight. Once they returned, they'd definitely boast about the trip to their friends. But despite their enthusiasm, following Shi Feng wasn't easy. The Primordial Heart's descent had drastically changed the Witch's Hill. Now, large groups of monsters were a common sight. Moreover, not only did these monsters possess powerful basic attributes, but they also used strangely impressive combat standards. They encountered a few powerful 100-man adventurer teams that these monsters had nearly wiped out along their journey. As for the 20-man teams they stumbled upon, they had tread very carefully through the area unless they had a Tier 2 MT with them. The Witch's Hill was far more dangerous than anyone had expected. Only the various large guilds' 1,000-man teams barely succeeded near the border of the Witch's Hill's inner region. These guild teams did not dare to venture any farther. As for the teams that operated in the Witch's Hill's inner area, they were either expert teams from the various large guilds or 1,000-man teams from well-known adventurer teams. Only the teams of Tier 2 experts had any hope of surviving with 100 members. The monsters in the inner area were simply too powerful. Even the weakest monster was a level 61 chieftain, and the chieftains employed combat power that was on par with the late stage of the Trial Tower's second floor. Even an ordinary Tier 1 expert would die against such a monster in a one-on-one, not to mention ordinary players. However, despite entering the Witch's Hill's inner region, Shi Feng showed no intention of letting his team fight here. Rather, he continued to lead his team deeper into the Witch's Hill. As Zero Wing's members followed their guild leader, they couldn't help their growing nerves. Although they had 10,000 elite and expert players, the majority of them had only reached Tier 1 and were level 55 or 56. The team's ordinary experts were only level 57, and the Tier 2 experts that accompanied them had only reached level 58. After following Shi Feng's lead for more than 2 hours, these players arrived before a gravel-filled gorge. Not only did this area drown in a deathly aura, but it was also within the Witch's Hill's core area. The weakest monster here was a level 65 chieftain, while most of these monsters were level 66 and 67 lords. There were also quite a few level 69 grand lords around the gorge. At first glance, the gorge contained tens of thousands of monsters, and all of them were far closer to each other than the inner region's monsters. Most importantly, a gigantic level 70 mythic monster lay in the center of the gorge. 1974 Sacred Leveling Ground. Chapter 1974 Sacred Leveling Ground. A mountainous, scaled lizard lay in the center of the gorge, and a layer of poisonous green fog covered a 50-yard radius around it. No life survived within this fog, and even the earth seemed dry beneath it as if the fog had devoured the ground's very life force. Despite gazing at this lizard from afar, Zero Wing's members couldn't help but shudder. A level 70 mythic monster. Aside from the fact that it was more than 10 levels higher than they were, the potent, poisonous fog around it made the monster impossible to approach. In addition, its gigantic body, over 100 meters in length, could easily change the terrain with a casual move. A single claw swipe could likely eliminate dozens of them. They hadn't even reached level 60, but even if they were the same level as this monster, they'd likely be able to do little more than watch the giant lizard from afar. After all, the mythic lizard wasn't alone. Tens of thousands of Lord and Great Lord monsters lingered around the boss. To make matters worse, primordial gas filled the gorge. It would likely take a Tier 2 party of the same level to defeat any of these lords, while defeating each Great Lord would require a full Tier 2 20-man team. Even the guild's Tier 2 MTs, Kola, Turtledove, and Yewumian, felt uneasy as they watched the Forbidden Lands monsters, much less the team's elite members. With their current attributes and combat standards, they shouldn't have any issue tanking 1 or 2 level 67 or 68 Great Lords by themselves without activating a Berserk skill. They could even tank 1 level 69 Grand Lord, although they'd have to push their limits to do so. But more than 20 Grand Lords wandered the Forbidden Land, as well as plenty of Great Lords. If all these monsters charged at them together, only death would await these players. Guild leader, even Tier 2 players like us will have trouble grinding here. With the Tier 1 player's strength, I'm afraid that, Shadow Sword said worriedly as he eyed the gorge below him. Ignoring the mythic monster in the center, he could feel the threat of death from several other areas. If he felt like this while subjected to such pressure, the Tier 1 team members would fare far worse. It was safe to say that their team didn't have the power to grind in this Forbidden Land right now. If we try to grind these monsters as they currently are, it is impossible. But if we have their basic attributes and remove the primordial gas's negative effects, Shi Feng asked, smiling. The Witch's Hill's new Forbidden Land wouldn't pose any threat to level 100 plus players, but it was an immensely hazardous area to players who hadn't yet reached level 70. Of course, it was also a sacred area for leveling and grinding equipment. Since no one had explored the Forbidden Land yet, it contained the maximum number of monsters it could hold. However, that also meant that the area's drop rate and monster respawn rate were much higher than normal. Even if 10,000 players grinded in this Forbidden Land, there would be plenty of resources to go around. Unfortunately, transforming this hazardous area into a treasured land required players to fulfill one condition: they had to be strong enough to grind these monsters. A bunch of Tier 1 players that hadn't even reached level 70 would be seeking their own death by coming here, but they could change that with the Void Field. If they could decrease the monster's basic attributes by nearly half and remove the primordial gas's negative effects on players, even level 60, Tier 1 players could slay these creatures. Only, their grinding efficiency would be quite poor. However, the bonus EXP from killing monsters of a higher level would even the playing field. Shi Feng had led so many Zero Wing members to such a dangerous area specifically to help them level up quickly, as well as collect primordial crystal fragments. He might be a particularly powerful player in God's domain and capable of nurturing a significant number of experts in a short time, but at the end of the day, there was a limit to what a small number of powerful players could achieve. If he wanted Zero Wing to become truly formidable, he had to improve the strength of Zero Wing's members as a whole. Naturally, one of the ways players could grow stronger in God's domain was by leveling up. Every 5 levels was a major turning point in the game since better weapons and equipment would become available at those intervals. Hence, Shi Feng had decided to raise his guild members' levels as quickly as possible. If he could help a large number of guild members reach level 60 within the next few days, it would elevate Zero Wing's overall strength. After all, even the various large guilds' peak experts had only recently reached level 59. They were still far from the level 60 threshold, and the various guilds' elite and expert members were even further. Have the monster's basic attributes and remove the primordial gas's suppression? After considering Shi Feng's comment, Shadow Sword deemed that grinding here would be possible if that were true. Even if their Tier 1 MTs couldn't tank these monsters, they could leave the task to the Tier 2 MTs, plenty of which had joined this expedition. But is that possible? Relax. I've prepared an item to do just that, Shi Feng said as he retrieved the strengthened set of Void Field Magic Array scrolls from his bag. A magic array? But with so many monsters, Shadow Sword roughly understood what Shi Feng intended to do when he saw the stack of magic array scrolls, but with so many monsters around them, they'd need dozens or hundreds of arrays to cover the gorge. Wait a moment, you'll understand what I mean, Shi Feng said. He then passed the Void Field scrolls to Alluring Summer and a few other magical class experts. Take these scrolls and activate them in these locations. Try to avoid any monsters while you activate the scrolls. Leave it to us. After examining the coordinates Shi Feng had indicated, Alluring Summer and her companions went into action. Shi Feng intended to activate the strengthened Void Field from halfway down the gorge. If they successfully activated the magic array there, it would cover nearly half of the area, giving Zero Wing's team enough room to fight. Once Alluring Summer and the other casters were in position, they unfurled the magic array scrolls and activated them. A gigantic, silver magic array then manifested over nearly half of the Forbidden Land, enveloping every monster within range. Void Field then purified the primordial gas in the affected area, dissipating it. In addition, every monster rapidly lost basic attributes. Zero Wing's members were stunned. The Lord and Great Lord ranked monsters. Attributes fell by 50%. Now, they couldn't even compare to level 60 monsters of the same rank. The only advantages they still had were their combat standards and high level. MTs, start pulling aggro, fight in 100-man units. Do not enter each other's combat areas. Cola, you and the other Tier 2 MTs will tank the Grand Lords. Tier 1 MTs, you only need to handle the Lords and Great Lords. Shi Feng commanded once the Void Field was complete, following which, the 10,000 Zero Wing members quickly split into 100 teams of 100 players. These teams then split up and hit different areas in the Forbidden Land. Each team dealt with 3 to 5 Great Lords, and those with Tier 2 MTs handled at least one level 69 Grand Lord. Due to Void Field's power, the Forbidden Land's danger had significantly decreased. However, Zero Wing's members weren't able to deal much damage due to the level suppression. Even Tier 2 damage dealers barely dealt more than 10,000 with each attack. Even so, the region's monsters gradually lost HP. Normally, Zero Wing's 100-man elite teams could eliminate a party of Lords and Grand Lords of the same level in 10 minutes or less. But now, it took each team half an hour to defeat a party of monsters. However, as the Lords and Great Lords died, everyone's experience bars increased by a sizable chunk. After gaining an abundance of EXP, the teams regained their enthusiasm. All of the team's level 55 elite members reached level 56 after around 6 hours of grinding, while the level 56 elite players only needed a little more time to level up. At most, they'd need another 4 or 5 hours to reach level 57. Their leveling speed was nearly 5 times as fast as experts in other areas. However, these players were far more surprised by how much loot they gained than the awarded EXP. 1975 Level Increases. Chapter 1975 Level Increases. Zero Wings members had fought in the Forbidden Land for 6 hours. The weakest foes they had slain had been chieftain rank, while most had been lords. Perhaps because they were the first to kill these monsters, the team had collected over 4,100 primordial crystals during their 6-hour grind. These fragments could fetch over 1,000 gold on the market, but only a fool would sell their primordial crystal fragments. With 10 fragments, one could synthesize a primordial crystal, which they could use to nurture their guild mounts. If one were lucky, they might even upgrade their guild mount to bronze rank after using 20 to 30 primordial crystals. The Forbidden Lands monsters had also dropped enough weapons and equipment to make these players' eyes glow. All of the dropped weapons and equipment were level 60 or above. The various large guilds had been expending a lot of effort to collect level 55 equipment lately. Raiding level 55 team dungeons wasn't as easy as level 50 dungeons, and unlike the latter, in which tier 1 players could still be effective, level 55 team dungeons had been tailored for tier 2 players. Tier 1 players would simply be a burden in level 55 team dungeons. They'd only be useful if they wore extremely high-quality equipment. Hence, the various large guilds struggled desperately for level 55 weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, most of the equipment the lords in the Witches' Hills Forbidden Land dropped was bronze rank, although they had a small chance of dropping mysterious iron equipment. Naturally, the great lords dropped mysterious iron and secret silver equipment, with the latter having a severely lower drop rate. While grand lords were guaranteed to drop secret silver equipment, they did have a higher drop rate than great lords. They also had a slight chance of dropping fine gold equipment. Since Zero Wings members were the first to pioneer the Forbidden Land, there was an extremely high number of monsters in the area. Even the rarely seen great lords and grand lords were available in abundance right now. After just 6 hours of hard work, Zero Wings' 10,000-man team had obtained over a dozen pieces of level 60 fine gold equipment, over 100 pieces of level 60 secret silver equipment, and more than 1,000 mysterious iron and bronze equipment pieces. Their operation had been quite lucrative. The team's latest harvest was already worth more than the strengthened Void Field magic array's production costs. Leveling up here is so fast. At this rate, I'll climb from 57 to 58 in less than a day. Grinding higher-leveled monsters is amazing. Our guild leader is still the best. He actually got his hands on such a powerful magic array. Once I reach level 60, I'll purchase some level 60 mysterious iron equipment and get rid of my outdated level 50 items. My friends will die from envy. ch1901. That's right. A friend of mine that joined a super first-rate guild was recently boasting about how he had obtained level 55 secret silver equipment. Once I reach level 60,001, can buy 2 or 3 pieces of level 60 secret silver equipment from the guild warehouse. The more Zero Wings members fought, the more enthusiastic they became. They showed no signs of fatigue. They all felt as if their struggle to level up had been a mere hallucination. At the same time, they were in awe of Shi Feng's abilities. After experiencing the wonder of this leveling speed, Zero Wings players grinded with even more effort. They even took out and used their stockpiled exotic stamina potions to stay in battle as long as possible. Shi Feng's team was far more energetic than he had expected. He had assumed that he'd need to use 2 more sets of normal Void Field magic array scrolls to get his team up to level 60. But watching these players' current leveling speed, he might only need 1 more set of Void Field scrolls. If that were the case, he could bring Zero Wing City's other elite and expert members here to level up as well. Time passed quickly. Whenever a player reached level 60, Shi Feng would tell them to leave. If they had proven their strength, he'd instruct them to challenge their Tier 2 promotion quest. If they weren't strong enough, they were told to improve their equipment and techniques. To keep the team full, Shi Feng had Aqua Rose send other guild members from Zero Wing City. After grinding for about 20 hours, several hundred of Zero Wing's Tier 1 experts had reached level 60. Once they traded Shi Feng for level 60 mysterious iron or secret silver equipment, they left to challenge their Tier 2 promotion quests. Now, even the lowest leveled elite member was level 56, while most of them were level 57. The majority of Zero Wing's Tier 1 experts were now level 59, with only a few stuck at level 58. The team's overall leveling speed was explosive. Grinding here proved far more effective than in 10 resource zones. Aqua Rose was immensely excited to see this. With the resources this Forbidden Land had to offer, Zero Wing could solidify its foundation and strength. In God's domain, every location had limited resources, and areas that could accommodate thousands of players, allowing them to level up rapidly, were incredibly rare. Generally, the various superpowers dominated these areas. After all, ordinary resource zones could only accommodate several hundred players at a time. If players flooded to a resource zone, leveling speed would decrease. It was easy to imagine how precious zones that could accommodate several thousand players were, yet this Forbidden Land easily served more than 10,000 players, and they all leveled at a phenomenal pace. If the various superpowers found out about this, their envy would know no bounds. Guild leader, we found 3 unknown alchemy recipes and an unknown stone tablet among the loot. Even an advanced appraisal can't identify them. Alluring Summer, who was busy collecting the various teams' loot, suddenly reported, "Unknown alchemy recipes and an unknown stone tablet?" Shi Feng's lips curled into a smile as he considered a possibility. He then said, "Bring them to me." "Understood. I'll be right there," Alluring Summer said as she gave Shi Feng's excited expression an odd look. She then ran toward his current location. Once Shi Feng received the unknown recipes and tablet, he eagerly activated omniscient eyes to appraise the items. I was right. Shi Feng was ecstatic as the items revealed their information. Of the 2 items Alluring Summer had collected, the alchemy recipes were none other than the resuscitation potion recipes. Only master alchemists and above could use these, and each recipe was worth thousands of gold. Countless players had ventured to the Witch's Hill's forbidden land to grind for these recipes, and even then, they were unlikely to drop after a full day of grinding, yet Shi Feng held 3 copies in his hands. He had to admit that the benefits of pioneering a forbidden land were truly wonderful. Not only were there plenty of monsters to kill, but items drop rates were much higher than usual. The unknown stone tablet, however, was even more valuable than the resuscitation potion recipes. If Alluring Summer hadn't mentioned the tablet, he would have forgotten that it had a chance of dropping here. The unknown tablet had been crafted from red luminary's stone. It was an ancient god's secret key, an item that had been immensely famous throughout God's domain in the past. Normally, this item only dropped in other worlds, but since the monsters in the Witch's Hill's forbidden land were from other worlds, it had a slight chance of dropping. Unfortunately, the secret key's drop rate was so minuscule that no one had ever thought of grinding for it here. But despite its abysmal drop rate, an ancient god's secret key had appeared. 1976, Ancient God's Secret Key, Chapter 1976. Ancient God's Secret Key. Shi Feng could not help but grow a little excited as he looked at the red luminaire stone tablet in his hand. The Ancient God's Secret Key was an extremely rare item in God's domain, even rivaling fragmented legendary items. However, the Ancient God's Secret Key was different from fragmented legendary items. Fragmented legendary items could only be obtained by killing powerful bosses, completing epic or above quests, or opening epic or above treasure chests. Fortunately, the Ancient God's Secret Key had a chance of dropping from monsters that resided in the various other worlds. Of course, the monsters had to be level 50 Great Lords or above. In the past, the various major powers had all sought an Ancient God's Secret Key, but the drop rate was painfully low. Moreover, players' luck attribute wouldn't affect the drop rate, and as a result, regardless of how hard the various major powers grinded for this item, very few had actually obtained one. Guild Leader, is it very valuable? Alluring Summer asked when she saw Shi Feng's excited expression. Of course, it is extremely valuable, Shi Feng nodded. You could say that it's just as valuable as an epic treasure chest. An epic treasure chest? When Alluring Summer heard Shi Feng's claim, her eyes glowed as she gazed at the Ancient God's Secret Key. An epic treasure chest had a very high chance of yielding epic items. Thus, they were undoubtedly precious to the various large guilds. Most guilds only had a small number of epic items at this stage of the game, and only the guild's upper echelons or peak experts qualified to use them. Even in Zero Wing, epic items were extremely rare. In total, Zero Wing had less than 100 epic items, and that was already enough to attract the various first-rate guilds' jealousy. However, we can't use this key yet. We need to be strong enough to obtain an epic item. Otherwise, we will simply waste the Ancient God's Secret Key, Shi Feng said as he stored the key away. He had no intention of using the key right now. Instead, he commanded Zero Wing's members to move deeper into the Forbidden Land and grind its numerous field bosses. The Ancient God's Secret Key was akin to an epic treasure chest, but unlike a treasure chest, players had to rely on their strength to obtain the key's harvest, not luck. Meanwhile, the greater one's survivability was, the more they gained from the Ancient God's Secret Key. There had even been rumors in the past about a superpower obtaining a fragmented legendary item from the secret key. With a single fragmented legendary item, a guild could easily nurture a peak expert. It would even greater help when players challenged their tier 4 and 5 promotion quests. That was why all of the various major powers had coveted the Ancient God's Secret Key. Fragmented legendary items were extraordinarily valuable, and even after a decade in God's domain, first-rate guilds had only collected a small number of them. Second-rate guilds had been lucky if they had 1 or 2 fragmented legendary items. Now that he had an Ancient God's Secret Key, he had to be careful with how he used it. Of course, Shi Feng had no intention of letting it sit around and collect dust. Each secret key had a 1-week expiration. Whether players used it or not, it would disappear after 7 days, so it wasn't possible to save the key until it was most valuable. Shi Feng then handed the 3 resuscitation potion recipes to Aqua Rose, instructing her to bring them to Melancholic Smile and start the potion's production as soon as possible. The potion's necessary materials weren't particularly valuable. There had only been such a small supply of these potions in the past, despite the high demand, due to the recipe's rarity. God's domain superpowers had yet to obtain a resuscitation potion recipe, making this the perfect opportunity for Zero Wing to make a fortune. Once the various superpowers secured the recipes, though, Zero Wing's profits through the potion would plummet. It was the same case with the strengthening devices. Initially, Zero Wing had earned quite a bit from selling the devices, but as more superpowers and first-rate guilds had obtained the strengthening device design, the competition had increased. As a result, Zero Wing's profits from the device had steadily decreased. Since the resuscitation potion didn't exist on the market yet, Zero Wing could monopolize the potion sales. Zero Wing wasn't like the various superpowers. Not only did the various superpowers have a lot of territory in the game, but they also had support from major corporations. Superpowers didn't have to worry about resources or funds since the corporations backing them provided a constant supply. However, Zero Wing didn't have that kind of support, relying on its own power to acquire funds and resources. Unfortunately, developing a guild's territory and increasing member count required a lot of both. This was especially true for the situation in the Ore Empire. While Zero Wing had been preoccupied with Miracle, according to the Secret Pavilion's report, Blackwater had made significant progress in raiding the Ore capital city's armory, obtaining quite a few war weapons. In addition, the guild had recently occupied another fortress in the Ore Empire. Due to this success, Blackwater had transferred even more members from its main headquarters to the Ore Empire. Moreover, Beast Emperor Blackwater and Dark Soul had secretly formed an alliance and intended to take over the Ore Empire. Annihilating Zero Wing was the first step in their plan. The alliance between these three powers wasn't good news for Zero Wing. Most importantly, unlike Blackwater and Dark Soul, Beast Emperor and Zero Wing were irreconcilable enemies. Shi Feng had severed Beast Emperor's path to promotion, and an active evil god's temple still existed within Star Moon Kingdom. So long as these two factors continued, only one could survive the war between Zero Wing and Beast Emperor. Hence, Shi Feng needed to prepare for this eventuality. Silver Wing couldn't withstand a joint assault from these three powers with its current defenses. After organizing the rest of the loot, Shi Feng continued to lead Zero Wing's members as they gradually cleared out the monsters in the Forbidden Lands outer region, venturing farther towards its core. Although the Forbidden Lands outer region was home to a lot of monsters, the strongest in the area were Grand Lords. With Void Field suppression, Zero Wing easily took care of these monsters, and although they would respawn after some time, there weren't as many as there had been initially. Once they had limited the population, level 60 Tier 2 experts would have no problems grinding these monsters efficiently, even without the Void Field. Zero Wing's players would be fine as long as they didn't provoke the Grand Lords. As the team reached the Forbidden Lands inner region, their gazes settled on a gigantic, scaled lizard. Void Lizard, Void Creature, Mythic Rank, Level 70, HP 600,600,600, Shi Feng had formed a 1,000-man team to raid the Void Lizard, over 600 of which were Tier 2 players, and the lowest, Level 60. Once everyone was in position, Shi Feng had Cola, now Level 61, begin the raid. If they had to face the Void Lizard under normal conditions, Shi Feng would have kept his players as far from the Mythic boss as possible. Level 60 players had no hope of taking down a Level 70 Mythic monster, and even a Tier 2 MT like Cola would only be able to tank the boss if he activated his Berserk skill. However, they didn't have to fight under normal circumstances. The strengthened Void Field was still in effect, and the Void Lizard's basic attributes had decreased by 20%. In addition, Shi Feng had 9 members of the team utilize the 9 stars Polar Domain Magic Array to suppress the Void Lizard further, ensuring that the boss only retained 70% of its basic attributes. With it this week, even Cola could tank the Void Lizard without a Berserk skill, albeit barely. Unfortunately, the team wasn't able to deal much damage to the boss due to the level suppression. Even among the Tier 2 damage dealers, very few dealt more than 10,000 damage. However, with players like Shi Feng and Zero Wing's core upper echelons, all of whom had monstrous attributes, the team's total DPS exceeded the Void Lizard's battle recovery, steadily whittling away the Mythic monster's HP. 90%, 60%, 30%. When the Void Lizard had 30% of its HP remaining, the boss went berserk. In response, Shi Feng ordered his team to activate their berserk skills to endure the Void Lizard's berserk period. After more than an hour, the team eventually defeated the Mythic boss. As the Void Lizard died, everyone on the 1,000-man team received an abundance of EXP. Cola and a few other level 61 players instantly rose to level 62, and the other Tier 2 players watched their experience bars increase by a sizable chunk. As for Shi Feng, a golden glow enveloped his body as he climbed from 69 to 70. 1977, Tier 2 Training, Chapter 1977, Tier 2 Training. Seeing the collapsed Void Lizard, Zero Wing's 1,000-man raid team breathed a sigh of relief, joy surfacing on their expressions. The bountiful EXP the Mythic monster had granted wasn't the only reason for their joy. They also celebrated the loot the boss had dropped. The dazzling mountain that had appeared beside the monster's colossal body made every member of the raid team drool. At first glance, there were easily more than 50 items in the pile. Over a dozen among them were weapons and equipment that had the glow of fine gold and dark gold items. However, the only item in the small mountain of loot that caught Shi Feng's eye was the bottle of void blood. With this, he could craft a few more sets of void field scrolls. As for the remaining items, the most valuable was the resuscitation potion recipe. In Shi Feng's opinion, the level 60 fine gold and dark gold weapons and equipment were average at best. The best piece of equipment that had dropped was the void shoes, a set of epic ranked cloth armor boots. Shi Feng instantly handed the void shoes to Violet Cloud, increasing her epic item count to 5. With Death's Sigh, Violet Cloud could now easily contend with peak experts. "I'm beat," Kola complained as he let his body fall to the ground. "I never thought that fighting a higher-leveled mythic monster would cost so much stamina. Had the boss lasted any longer, I would have died from exhaustion." Compared to fighting the Void Lizard, the Grand Lords he had faced earlier were child's play. The Void Lizard had lasted more than an hour, and he had stayed on high alert throughout the fight due to the boss's high combat standard. If he had made the slightest mistake, he would have taken a direct hit, and he had no doubt that one hit would have been enough to end his life instantly. Fighting the Void Lizard was more mentally exhausting than grinding monsters for 10 hours without a break. Kola had lost stamina at a severe rate, and although the system didn't provide an indicator for stamina, Kola guessed that he had less than 20% remaining based on how tired he felt. Had the raid continued for any longer and his stamina fallen below 10%, he would receive a penalty to his combat power. He wouldn't have been able to keep up with the Void Lizard's attacks, and it definitely would have instant-killed him. Turtledove and Yewumian, who also rested on the ground, nodded in agreement. Fighting a mythic monster that was 10 levels higher than they were was truly exhausting. In fact, this raid had been even more intense than raiding the Void Serpent. Kola and the other Tier 2 MTs weren't the only ones exhausted. Everyone that participated in the raid practically had less than 30% stamina remaining. Only Shi Feng didn't seem tired as he moved towards the pile of loot that had manifested beside the boss's feet. Every Zero Wing member was shocked. Shi Feng had fought on the front line during the entire raid. His total damage output had also topped the raid chart, exceeding second place by more than double. Occasionally, he had even helped the MT's tank. Shi Feng should have used more stamina than anyone in the raid, yet he looked as if he had done nothing but watch. Fire Dance, who had come in second for damage dealt, was drenched in sweat, clearly just as exhausted as the MTs. Is the guild leader a monster? He's not even tired after such a long, arduous battle? Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts were confused as they watched Shi Feng collect the loot. They were all Tier 2. Logically, there should not be much of a difference between their total stamina, and Shi Feng had fought far harder than they had, yet they were nearly out of stamina. That's normal. You guys made too many excess movements during the fight. Most importantly, you guys haven't adapted to the flow of battle, allowing you to fight at peak condition constantly. It is only natural that you run out of gas more quickly. Shi Feng could not help but laugh when he overheard his teammates' conversation. In truth, he was just as surprised by how much stamina he still had. He had never expected the added benefit after reaching the realms of truth. Guild leader, do you have any training methods? Kola asked, desire flashing in his eyes. Although Kola had reached the refinement realm and could reduce his stamina consumption during fights a little, he was still leaps and bounds behind Shi Feng. He even wondered if Shi Feng had twice the stamina he had. Stamina was extremely important to expert players. If he could learn a technique that allowed him to reduce stamina consumption, he could rely on his stamina to whittle down an expert of equal standards in a fight. After all, fighting an expert player consumes stamina much faster than fighting a boss monster. Such a technique would be of great help whether he fought boss monsters or expert players in the future. Training, is it? Upon hearing Kola's question, Shi Feng realized how important it was to train his team in stamina control. Although controlling one's stamina wouldn't improve their combat power, it would have a massive impact on the player's performance. When grinding in the fields, players' grinding efficiency was largely dependent on their stamina. If players had various tools to aid in their stamina recovery, they could increase their grinding efficiency. However, such tools were very rare and valuable. Players simply couldn't afford to use them constantly. However, if players entered the realms of truth, not only could they increase their combat power, but they could also increase their leveling speed. After all, the lower one's stamina consumption was, the longer they could fight. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng decided that it was time to train Fire Dance and the others in the Lost Town. Since the guild had lacked powerful combatants previously, Tier 2 players like Fire Dance didn't have the leeway to leave the front line, but now that Zero Wing had more than 1,000 Tier 2 players, Fire Dance and her companions could afford a break. Furthermore, the difference in the equipment standard of the various superpowers peak experts and Zero Wing's core upper echelons shrunk as time passed. The various superpowers continued to collect more epic items, and most of their peak experts had obtained peak legacies. If Zero Wing wanted to maintain its lead on the various superpowers in terms of peak combatants, it was imperative that Fire Dance and the others grow stronger. The only reliable method Shi Feng could think of to increase Fire Dance and her companions' combat power was to train at the Lost Town's Extraordinary Tower. If Fire Dance and the others could reach the realms of truth, they could help the guild even more than they already did. In a situation where two players had equal basic attributes, a refinement realm expert that had entered the realms of truth as well could rival a flowing water realm expert in terms of combat power, and the former would have even better control of their abilities. Aqua, notify our main force members and have them gather in White River City's residence in 2 hours. We're going to participate in special stamina training. Shi Feng addressed Aqua Rose. Stamina training? I'll notify them right away. Aqua Rose was ecstatic to hear Shi Feng's latest order. However, after giving the matter some more thought, she could not help but ask, Guild Leader, since we're participating in special training, why don't we include the Guild's other experts as well? I don't want too many people to know about this training method yet. Moreover, the Guild has many affairs that require Tier 2 experts to manage. Taking too many people at once isn't ideal, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. The Lost Town was a specialized training ground for the realms of truth. Its value was immeasurable. If the various superpowers found out about it, they would do everything in their power to take it from him. Hence, he had used the excuse of stamina training. If too many people found out about his lost town, it would increase the chances of the secret getting out, and he couldn't afford for that to happen. Zero Wing didn't have the ability to defend the town properly yet. Shi Feng didn't have to say more for Aqua Rose to understand what he was trying to say. She stopped asking questions and contacted the guild's main force members, following which Shi Feng held an internal auction for the weapons and equipment the Void Lizard had dropped. He then left the 2 remaining sets of Void Field Scrolls with Yu Ziping and had him and the other Tier 2 internal members take charge of the grinding operation in the Forbidden Land. As long as they didn't provoke any mythic bosses, they wouldn't have any issues in the Forbidden Land with the Void Field's assistance. Once Shi Feng had finished designating tasks, he left the Forbidden Land, pulling out a return scroll to teleport to White River City once teleportation was available again. 1978, Reputation Soars. Chapter 1978, Reputation Soars Star, Moon Kingdom, White River City, how lively. When Shi Feng exited the teleportation hall, he was greeted by the sight of a crowded street. Merchant players were busy conducting business along the street, and impromptu teams recruited members for their dungeon raids. These impromptu teams were all quite strong, with at least level 56 members. Some teams even had the leadership of Tier 2 players. At this stage of the game, such impromptu teams were considered incredibly powerful. These teams in other cities were usually led by Tier 1 experts. Very few had Tier 2 experts. Shi Feng also spotted quite a few adventurer teams recruiting members, all of which were extremely powerful with more than 10 Tier 2 experts on average. Even a few well-known adventurer teams had come to White River City from other kingdoms. Most of the players on the street were high-leveled and well-equipped, in fact. Level 57 expert players were a common sight, and there were many independent players wearing multiple pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment. At this point, White River City's prosperity actually surpassed Star Moon City. It looked nothing like an ordinary major NPC city, having developed far more than Shi Feng had expected. Zero Wing is amazing. Not only did it repel Miracle in the Black Dragon Empire, but I've also heard that it has recently joined the Secret Chamber of Commerce some. I'm definitely going to sign up for Zero Wing's mass recruitment. I've heard the same. And so many well-known adventurer teams have come to White River City to join the guild. Even if Zero Wing rejects their application, they're willing to work as subordinate adventurer teams for the guild. Because of this, White River City has seen a drastic increase in player traffic. I know, right? Although the resources around White River City aren't anything special, the city has a direct route to the Eclipse Gate, and that area has fairly abundant resources. Even if we don't make it into Zero Wing this time, it's not a bad idea to develop here. Furthermore, White River City is Zero Wing's main headquarters. When the guild recruits members in the future, we'll have a far better chance of joining the guild if we stay here. As Shi Feng walked through the streets, he heard many excited conversations regarding his guild. Although Zero Wing had displayed immense strength, it still lacked a powerful background in funding. It was a guild that relied on its own power to survive. Because of that, not many players and adventurer teams had optimistic views of Zero Wing's prospects, but now, the guild had also joined the Secret Chamber of Commerce. Even without the support of a major corporation, Zero Wing wouldn't have to worry about funding in the future with Secret's connections. It even had a high chance of becoming a super first-rate guild in the future. This presented a golden opportunity for adventurer teams and expert players. Existing super first-rate guilds and super guilds already had well-developed structures. They had also filled most of their available management positions. Climbing the corporate ladder would be extremely difficult for newcomers. Even geniuses would need a long time to reach a significant position. However, Zero Wing was different. The guild wasn't yet stable, and its foundations had various holes and lacked talented players. However, now that Zero Wing had a hope of becoming a superpower, a player had a chance of becoming an upper echelon as long as they joined the guild and performed well. Becoming the upper echelon in a super first-rate guild was much faster than trying to climb the corporate ladder in an already established super first-rate guild. With such an opportunity before them, how could players and adventurer teams ignore this chance? This was the reason that White River City had become the focal point of Star Moon Kingdom. Large numbers of independent players and well-known adventurer teams swarmed the city, instantly pushing White River City's player population past 10 million. Moreover, these players' quality surpassed that of other kingdoms' capital cities. When Shi Feng reached the city's candlelight trading firm, he discovered that the guild residence wasn't the only busy area. Candlelight bustled with activity, and Liang Jing was busy reviewing the long line of lifestyle players standing near the shop's entrance. The line outside of the shop extended from one end of the street to the other. Moreover, the standards of these applying lifestyle players were considerably high. The weakest applicant was a basic lifestyle player. Not a single apprentice stood in line. There were also plenty of advanced lifestyle players waiting for their review. The scene stupefied the independent players that had just arrived in the city, and when other guilds members saw this, their eyes nearly fell from their sockets. All of the various large guilds offered incentives to recruit advanced lifestyle players, but very few usually took the bait. Yet more than 100 of these players had eagerly applied to the candlelight trading firm, obediently waiting in line. The news certainly spread quickly. Shi Feng was a little surprised by the thousands of lifestyle players applying to join Zero Wing. He had to admit that joining a top chamber of commerce had its benefits. He hadn't expected Secret's reputation to be so useful. Candlelight hadn't officially started working with Secret, yet so many lifestyle players had rushed to join Zero Wing. By the time Candlelight collaborated with Secret and started to sell products through the chamber's channels, he'd likely see several times more players trying to join his trading firm. Shi Feng could relate to a certain degree. Although the former Candlelight trading firm had solid foundations and superb talent, nurturing capabilities, it hadn't had enough channels to sell its products. Now that Candlelight had both, lifestyle players considered it the best place to develop. Following which, Shi Feng headed to one of Candlelight's special workshops and handed a resuscitation potion recipe to Silent Wonder, leaving it to the chief alchemist to decide who should learn the recipe. He then visited his own special forging room and started to craft more void field magic arrays. After a little over an hour, Shi Feng had completed 5 sets of void field scrolls out of 8 attempts. These 5 sets would enable many of Zero Wing's elite and expert players to grind in the Witch's Hill's Forbidden Land. Then, even without the void field, they could simply return to grinding in the Forbidden Land's outer region. Now that the area's monsters had died more than a few times, the respawn rate had decreased. Even the ordinary Tier 2 experts should have no problem helping the Tier 1 players grind there. Once Shi Feng had settled his affairs in Candlelight, he made his way to Zero Wing's residence. Currently, Blackie and the other main force members sat in the residence's second-floor hall. They had been waiting for quite some time, and they all looked forward to the special stamina training. One's combat standard was the basis for their combat power, and the more they fought expert players, the more this idea proved to be true. They used to overwhelm their opponents with their basic attributes, but as players progressed in the game, their advantage continued to lessen. Commander, we really lucked out this time. We just joined the guild's main force, yet we get to partake in special internal training. I wonder what the guild leader has to teach us. Seven Light, a young Tier 2 swordsman, spoke excitedly to the middle-aged man beside him. I've already told you that I'm no longer Unbounded's commander. In the future, refer to me as Brother Bone, Stubborn Bone told the youth beside him, exasperated. But you're right, we've really gotten lucky this time. We actually get to train under Black Flame personally. I assume he'll teach us some kind of footwork or body technique. Every large guild had its own internal training programs. Some programs taught combat techniques that were exclusive to the guild, and others provided lectures. Stubborn Bone, though, was confident that this training session would involve learning a combat technique through practice. After all, Zero Wing was famous for its many techniques. Quite a few other players in the group were former adventurer team members as well. For example, Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon, the prior commander and vice commander of the Firecloud Fox adventurer team, were also present. These former adventurers were all curious about what Shi Feng had in store for them. Everyone has gathered, guild leader, Aqua Rose reported when she noticed Shi Feng enter the hall. Good, let's set off then. Shi Feng nodded. He then led the team to the residence's first underground floor, 1979, visiting the Extraordinary Tower. Again, Chapter 1979, visiting the Extraordinary Tower. Again, first underground floor in Zero Wing's residence. Under Shi Feng's lead, the group arrived before a strictly guarded room. 10 personal guards stood at the entrance. Zero Wing's main force members were shocked to see the personal guards. These NPCs were all level 75 or above, and the team was familiar with 2 of them, both secret silver personal guards. Even superpowers coveted such top-tier guards. Of the 2 secret silver personal guards, the level 76 Tier 2 summoner was Aqua Rose's personal guard, while the level 76 Tier 2 magic knight belonged to Fire Dance. It had caused quite a commotion when the 2 women had obtained them. Although secret silver personal guards weren't strong enough to fight opponents of a higher tier like Shi Feng's Anna and Kite, they could still rival Tier 3 NPCs of the same level. Not even a level 75 Tier 2 peak expert would be a match for these guards. As for current level 60 peak experts, they'd only have a hope of defeating the personal guards if they fought in a large team. Yet 2 of these personal guards had been tasked with guarding this room. Based on the other guards' auras and levels, it was safe to assume that they were at least mysterious iron rank. At this stage of the game, even a first-rate guild's upper echelons only employed mysterious iron personal guards. Secret silver personal guards were simply too rare, even rarer than epic items. Meanwhile, the various large guilds and superpowers typically used secret silver personal guards to protect their guild warehouses, yet 2 of these NPCs defended a mere room. Why wouldn't this surprise the team members? However, these players' shock reached new heights as they entered the room. The room was incredibly small, and one would be hard-pressed to fit 100 people within. Only a magic array occupied the room, carved into the floor in the center. It didn't seem like a place that warranted secret silver personal guards protection. Shi Feng could not help but smile when he saw his team's confusion, but he didn't bother to explain the situation. Under Shi Feng's commands, the team then split into groups of 10. Everyone, step in the magic array, Shi Feng said as he did just that. Once everyone was in place, Shi Feng inserted a magic crystal before a white flash enveloped him and the 9 members of his group. They vanished. The rest of Zero Wing's main force members finally understood what the magic array was for. They then entered the magic array and mimicked Shi Feng's actions, one party after another. When they reopened their eyes, they found themselves in a foreign town. It was one other than the Lost Town, located in the Boneless Land. The Lost Town was no longer the desolate, abandoned place it had been. Dilapidated buildings had once dotted the area, and not a single NPC could have been found in the town. But while the town wasn't teeming with NPCs, dozens wandered along the main street now. Similarly, renovated shops, restaurants, and hotels now filled the town. The Lost Town now looked like any typical NPC border town. However, unlike NPC towns, several ancient imposing buildings remained. Ancient divine runes and images had been carved into these buildings' walls, and among them, the most eye-catching was the square white tower in the town's center. A pitch-black orb hovered at the tower's peak, radiating a frightening aura that deterred anyone from casually approaching. Yet, the most important thing Zero Wing's members noticed was the town's mana density. The mana here was no less dense than in Stone Forest Town, and it felt even denser as one approached the White Tower. The mana around this strange tower could even rival that of Silverwing Town. Amazing. Where are we? Guild leader, are we training here? Everyone turned to Shi Feng after observing the town for a moment. Even Aqua Rose and the other upper echelons were stunned. They all wondered when Shi Feng had gotten his hands on such a wondrous place. Setting aside the town's leveling environment, its high mana density made the town incredibly valuable. This is the Lost Town. It also belongs to Zero Wing. Unfortunately, the town still lacks facilities, so I haven't opened it to the public, Shi Feng said, chuckling. He gestured to the White Tower and said, "That tower will be your training venue." Although the guild members he had led here were all Zero Wing's main force members, none of them had known about the Lost Town before today. After all, Shi Feng hadn't told anyone about it. Even the internal members he had power-leveled in the Boneless Land hadn't known that Zero Wing had secured the Lost Town. They had only known that a dangerous town existed in the Boneless Land. He hadn't kept this secret because he was overly cautious, but because the Lost Town's value warranted such caution. Even after 10 years in God's domain, he had never heard of a town or place that could train players to reach and progress in the realms of truth, and this training system had been designed by the main God system. It was far more accurate and refined than the training systems the various superpowers had designed. Hence, he couldn't afford to reveal this secret to the world. If news about the Lost Town's ability leaked, Zero Wing would instantly become public enemy number 1. The various superpowers definitely wouldn't let Zero Wing off the hook. However, to increase the strength of Zero Wing's experts as quickly as possible and nurture more experts that could contend with peak experts, he had no choice but to take this risk. As players progressed in the game and reached higher levels, Zero Wing would continue to lose its advantages. The moment that Zero Wing fell behind, its enemies would strike. Shi Feng had another reason for leading his main force to the Lost Town as well. Now that Zero Wing had solved the issue of its magic crystal shortage, he could afford to operate the extraordinary tower every day. We're training in there? Zero Wing's players looked at the tower, a little disappointed. Does it have advanced combat rooms? None of them showed any interest in training in a venue the main God system had created. They had already experienced such training systems before. One such example was the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. The Trial Tower held absolute authority over God's domain's players. Not only could they test their strength in the Trial Tower, but they could also use it to discover their flaws and improve themselves. They assumed the tower before them was similar to the Trial Tower. Unfortunately, the Trial Tower only offered minor assistance at this point. It was unlikely that this White Tower, which looked far less impressive than the Trial Tower, would provide better training. Not interested? Shi Feng could not help the smile pulling at his lips when he noticed the team's lack of enthusiasm. How about this? If any of you manage to get past the first floor within 1 week, I'll reward you with a bloodline that will improve your life rating. A bloodline? Guild leader, are you for real? Shadow Sword and the others' excitement returned. They had all heard of bloodlines, and many of them had taken part in the Demonkin King raid on Kama Island. They had seen the space-time bloodline that the Demonkin King had dropped. There was no doubt that the bloodline was a super powerful item, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a free pass to Tier 3. It could even help players when they challenged their Tier 4 promotion quests. Of course. Shi Feng nodded. However, you have to clear the first floor within a week. The tower's first floor? Shouldn't that be a piece of cake? Zero Wing's players then dashed towards the extraordinary tower, more than eager to get to work. Shi Feng, however, casually entered the tower and headed for the top floor. He then called up the extraordinary tower's system interface and released the second floor's seal. This was the reason he had come to the Lost Town today. 1980 Second Floor Unsealed, Chapter 1980, Second Floor Unsealed. The moment Shi Feng chose to remove the seal on the extraordinary tower's second floor, he instantly lost 100,000 of the 100,000 magic crystals he had recently collected. The divine runes on the extraordinary tower's exterior then lit up with a steady, colorful brilliance. Mana flooded toward the tower from far beyond the Lost Town's boundaries, rapidly increasing the town's mana density. After several seconds of this, the Lost Town's mana density was even higher than in Silverwing Town, and after a few more seconds, it could rival the density in Zero Wing Giddy. Everyone within the extraordinary tower felt the change. Due to the increased mana density, the players within the tower received a well-rested buff, indicating that they could accumulate 15% of the double EXP buff after resting in the Lost Town for 48 hours. Sure enough, this extraordinary tower is really amazing. Shi Feng was slightly surprised at how dense the mana had become. The mana density within the tower was at least 20% higher than in Zero Wing City. This meant that players would recover their stamina and concentration 20% faster inside the extraordinary tower than they would in the city. Even if players practiced advanced combat techniques, they could train continuously at an adequate pace in such a mana-rich environment. To God's Domain's expert players, training here was the ultimate dream. If Zero Wing offered such a precious training ground for lease, the various superpowers would likely form a long line for a chance to rent it, since mastery of an advanced combat technique would provide their players with a huge boost in combat power. Refinement Realm experts would be able to challenge Flowing Water Realm experts, and Flowing Water Realm experts would be able to challenge Void Realm experts. However, advanced combat techniques were not easy to master. Executing such techniques consumed a lot of stamina and concentration. Meanwhile, players' regeneration of stamina and concentration was normally extremely slow. Hence, players could practice their advanced combat techniques for only a very limited number of times each day, yet mastery of advanced combat techniques required a lot of practice. Thus, the higher mana density inside the tower was a great boon. Shortly after Shi Feng released the seal on the extraordinary tower's second floor, the divine runes and magic arrays carved on the inner walls lit up as well. Unfortunately, if he wanted to use the second floor's training system, he'd have to pay 5,000 magic crystals per day. Even a first-rate guild could afford such an expense for only a few days. The manatite vein Zero Wing had recently acquired was the only reason Shi Feng dared to activate the second floor now. Despite the guild's recent expansions, Zero Wing would still have nearly 20,000 extra magic crystals after daily expenses. Hence, the guild could afford to maintain the second floor's operation. Shi Feng then left the top floor and prepared to face the second floor challenge. Although he had comprehended the Realms of Truth's principles and had mastered the Truth Realm to reach the Ascension Realm, he had relied on his personal understanding to accomplish these feats. He hadn't received any official training or guidance, but now that the system's specialized training for the Realms of Truth was before him, he had to put it to good use. Furthermore, he had to prepare for using the Ancient God's secret key he had obtained. Obtaining an Ancient God's secret key was incredibly difficult. Who knew when he would find another one? If he wished to maximize the secret key's value, he'd have to grow as strong as possible. He'd be able to secure better items from the secret key only with better survivability. As Shi Feng descended the staircase to the extraordinary tower's first-floor training ground, he noticed that it had implemented a similar system to that which had stopped players from entering the tower before he had taken ownership of the town. Players on the first floor were required to approach a magic array in the center. On their way there, the tower bombarded the players with various attacks, although the attacks didn't cause any damage. They only repelled the players. The only difference between the first floor training ground and the initial defense mechanism was the attack pattern they used. When Shi Feng had found the extraordinary tower and tried to enter, he had faced only head-on attacks. However, in this training ground, players were attacked from every direction. Of course, players couldn't use any skills or spells. They had to rely on their own abilities to reach the center of the room. Fire Dance and her companions were moving towards the central magic array, but no matter how they tried to contend with the incoming attacks, the result was the same. None of them could get within 100 yards of the array. The training ground's radius was only 200 yards, yet no one could cross half this distance. Even Violet Cloud and Fire Dance, who were both close to reaching the Flowing Water Realm, barely crossed the 60-yard mark. The best among the other Refinement Realm experts could reach only the 50-yard mark. As for non-Refinement Realm experts like Remnant Cloud and Stubborn Bone, they couldn't even make it to 30 yards. The first floor training ground was far more difficult than the extraordinary tower's defense mechanism. Guild leader, this place is amazing. We already have to face more than a dozen head-on attacks before we reach the 10-yard mark. The attacks are so fast, too. Unlike players and monsters' attacks, these attacks seem to appear and disappear abruptly. It's impossible to predict the attack trajectories and dodge, and that's not even the best part. Once we cross the 10-yard mark, we're attacked from all directions. No human can stop these attacks. That's right. Not only do the attacks come from every direction, but you have to deal with more attacks as you move forward. When you reach the 50-yard mark, the attacks even change their trajectories without warning, and the further you progress, the more the attacks change. These transformations are so frustrating. Even Big Sis Fire got defeated shortly after crossing the 60-yard mark. When Zero Wings players noticed Shi Feng's approach, they burst into a round of enthusiastic comments. Despite their slow progress, they were all immensely excited, feeling as if the doors to a whole new world had just opened up before them. They were all experts that had joined Zero Wings' main force. Even the weakest among them was close to the half-step refinement realm standard, and many of them had mastered multiple combat techniques. Even so, they felt like infants learning to walk when they faced the training grounds trial, able to apply only a tiny fraction of their knowledge and combat experience. This was especially true for people like Remnant Cloud and Stubbornbone, who had just joined Zero Wing's main force. They had never imagined that Zero Wing had found such an awe-inspiring training ground. They all felt as if they were learning something even more amazing than combat techniques. As they continued to challenge the trial, their reactions and ability to make instant judgments improved. However, they knew that they couldn't rely on these improvements to pass this trial. They needed to ingrain the appropriate reactions and the attack's transformations in their minds until they could react instinctively. It felt as if this trial were trying to engrave a complete set of basic combat techniques into their bones, enabling them to execute a technique with every movement. It seems you all have gained a significant harvest. I hope some of you break through the first floor's training ground in 1 week. I'll be waiting on the second floor, Shi Feng said, chuckling. He then headed for the magic array at the center of the training ground. 1981. Trial Difficulty. Chapter 1981. Trial Difficulty. What? Even the guild leader is going to train? I wonder how far the guild leader can reach. Didn't the guild leader say that he would wait for us on the second floor's training ground? That means he has to pass through the first floor. This trial is so difficult, I wonder how the guild leader will clear it. As Shi Feng approached the first floor training ground, Zero Wings members stopped their respective training and turned to look at Shi Feng, curious to see his performance. By this time, they had all attempted the training grounds trial already, so they knew that its difficulty was frustratingly high. Hence, they couldn't believe that Shi Feng would succeed. As Shi Feng got increasingly closer to the boundary of the training ground, he did not make any preparations at all, unlike everyone else. Instead, he stepped straight into the training ground, his gait not faltering even in the slightest. The moment Shi Feng entered the training ground, 4 beam attacks suddenly appeared and flew straight at him. The beam attacks of the training ground appeared with no warning at all, making it impossible for players to take preemptive action to evade them. Players had to rely on their sight and quick judgment to dodge the attacks. Of course, dodging 4 of such sudden attacks would not be a problem at all for the expert players present, so long as they gave it their all. However, despite seeing the beam attacks, Shi Feng gave no indication of wanting to dodge them. Instead, he maintained his pace, continuing to walk forward, straight into the attacks. Shoo, 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 shoo. In the next moment, Zero Wings members saw the beam attacks pierce right through their guild leader. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, even after the 4 beam attacks faded out of existence, Shi Feng still did not get sent flying backward. His pace hadn't even faltered. The beams had apparently passed through Shi Feng to no effect. What's going on? I didn't see the guild leader making any evasive maneuvers. How did the guild leader do it? The spectating crowd was stunned as Shi Feng kept moving forward. The beam attacks that had repeatedly given Zero Wings members a terrible beating actually had zero effect against their guild leader. Shi Feng did not even sidestep the attacks. Right now, it looked as if Shi Feng was merely taking a leisurely stroll through his backyard as he walked toward the central magic array. The beam attacks would always miss their mark by just 1 or 2 centimeters, as if they were actively avoiding Shi Feng and bypass him ineffectually. When Shi Feng crossed the 50-yard mark and faced 20-plus beam attacks simultaneously, one of the beams suddenly altered its trajectory just as it was about to reach Shi Feng. However, despite this abrupt change, Shi Feng reacted to it calmly and simply slashed it with one of his swords. In the end, the beam attack got sliced through cleanly. It did not even manage to slow Shi Feng's advance for even a heartbeat, following which, as Shi Feng continued advancing, the number of beam attacks that abruptly altered their trajectories increased as well. By the time he neared the 100-yard mark, the number of transforming attacks had already reached 8. However, this increase was trivial to him. It just meant that he needed to swing his swords a few more times, at most. From a spectator's perspective, it would look as if the beam attacks were attracted to his swords, as if they all automatically headed toward the weapons. Are you kidding me? Did the difficulty of this training ground change? Zero Wing's members were at a loss for words as they watched Shi Feng's leisurely progress through the training ground. The players who were formerly members of adventurer teams, in particular, found themselves doubting their own eyes right now. Before today, they had rarely ever seen Shi Feng fighting in person. Most of their knowledge regarding Shi Feng came from battle videos. Now that they were seeing Shi Feng in action with their own eyes, however, they doubted their senses. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng crossed the 100-yard mark, the attacks he faced were no longer limited to straight beams and beams that abruptly altered their trajectories. Slashing beams joined the onslaught. The addition of the slashing beams instantly increased the surface area under threat by a significant margin. Moreover, the slashing attacks contained great power. When Shi Feng tried blocking one with his swords, he found himself stumbling back several steps. So, this is the first floor training? Shi Feng deflected a slashing attack with Killing Ray, surprised by the change in attack patterns. The first floor training was much more difficult than the Extraordinary Tower's initial entry test. If the trial before the 100-yard mark trained players' dodging capabilities, then the trial past the 100-yard mark focused on players' offensive and defensive capabilities. While Shi Feng was entertaining such thoughts in his mind, the number of slashing attacks had very quickly increased from 1 to 4. The difficulty of the trial now already rivaled that of Reinbeck's trial, which Shi Feng had undergone to obtain the Sea God's legacy. However, despite the high difficulty, Shi Feng, who had already reached the Ascension realm, had no problem controlling his body's instinct to dodge and block the incoming attacks. This was also the most rudimentary usage of the realms of truth, the skillful utilization of one's own body. Instead of moving just his arms and legs, he had to employ his entire body. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to dodge and block all these beam attacks. Following which, under everyone's gaze, Shi Feng started advancing toward the central magic array at flying speeds. The numerous beam attacks couldn't hinder his progress at all. After a short moment, Shi Feng finally set foot on the central magic array. Shock filled the eyes of Aqua Rose and the others who were spectating outside the training ground at this sight. Although they had long since expected that the first floor training ground wouldn't pose a problem for Shi Feng, they still had not imagined that he would clear it so effortlessly. That's it for the demonstration. You'll have to rely on yourselves to get through, Shi Feng said as he glanced at the flabbergasted crowd behind him. He then teleported to the second floor training ground. The first floor training ground provided very thorough training for players to master the Truth Realm. If not for him having already reached the Ascension Realm, he would have most likely had a difficult time reaching the central magic array, as even the slashing attacks had started altering their trajectory suddenly toward the end of the trial. Trying to defend against such attacks was extremely challenging. Merely moving one's arms and legs wouldn't be enough to cope with these attacks. One needed to coordinate their entire body with their weapons in order to effectively block and deflect these attacks. The difficulty was doing so was extremely high. At the very least, if Shi Feng were still in the Truth Realm right now, he would have an even chance of receiving a direct hit from the changing slashing attacks. In other words, if one had just entered the realms of truth and barely had any attainments, clearing the first floor trial would be impossible. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's demonstration allowed everyone to understand that reaching the central magic array wasn't exactly impossible. After all, Shi Feng had done so, and in a very leisurely manner at that. From start to end, he had not made any large movements at all. Is the guild leader really human? He actually got through such a challenge. After snapping out of his daze, Seven Light was bursting with excitement and motivation. So, this is the Sword King's strength? Watching Shi Feng's leisurely display had likewise ignited Stubborn Bone's fighting spirit. In the past, although he knew that there was a massive gap in strength between himself and the peak experts of the various superpowers, he had attributed this disparity to the difference in basic attributes. He had believed that there wasn't much difference between them when it came to combat standards. In hindsight, he found his thoughts laughable. The difference was not limited to just basic attributes. Even his combat standard was inferior by leaps and bounds. Moreover, aside from Shi Feng, he was also inferior to the guild's vice-guild leader Aqua Rose, the main forces commander Fire Dance, and the healer Violet Cloud. Only, the gaps between him and the three women were not as gigantic as the one between him and Shi Feng. However, it was precisely because of this discovery that he became keen on the training ground before him. In the past, he did not know how far behind he actually was, but now he knew. 1982 Breakthrough. Chapter 1982, Breakthrough. After Shi Feng disappeared from the first floor, Zero Wing's members quickly snapped out of their daze and resumed challenging the first floor trial. Extraordinary Tower's second floor training ground. So, this is the second floor's training? The scene before Shi Feng took him by surprise. At this moment, the space he stood in was no longer inside the Extraordinary Tower. Instead, he had arrived in an alternate realm. Unlike the first floor training ground, the second floor training ground consisted of a mist-covered staircase, which had 100 steps and a pair of stone doors at the top of the staircase. It was obvious the second floor trial required players to ascend this staircase and reach the stone doors. However, what caught Shi Feng's attention the most was the mana density here, which was at least 50% higher than what he felt in the Extraordinary Tower. Surrounded by such concentrated mana, Shi Feng felt his mind becoming extraordinarily clear. For a moment, he felt as if he could accomplish anything so long as he put his mind to it. In such a mana-rich environment, he would not have to worry about running out of stamina and concentration, even if he were to use advanced combat techniques non-stop. He could exert his full strength as much as he wanted. Shi Feng finally understood why activating the second-floor training ground had cost 100,000 magic crystals, why the second-floor training ground required 5,000 magic crystals to operate every day, and why only 50 people could undergo the training at the same time. With such an excellent environment, as well as the fact that the training ground here provided in-depth training for the realms of truth, the second-floor training ground was indeed worth every magic crystal he had paid. Given the opportunity, the various superpowers would be willing to pay 5 times that price to obtain such a training ground. After Shi Feng familiarized himself with the environment here, he promptly stepped onto the snow-white staircase. Each step of the staircase was half a meter tall, requiring players to make quite a large movement just to climb one. A distance of roughly 13 yards separated each step. Even a Tier 2 expert would need some time to climb each step. They wouldn't be able to climb the next step in a single breath at the very least. The moment Shi Feng climbed onto the first step, he felt his entire body weakening. His basic attributes and the improved life rating he gained from his Dark Iron bloodline became useless as soon as he set foot on the staircase. After 3 seconds, his basic attributes had fallen to the standard of a level 50, Tier 1 swordsman fully geared in bronze equipment. Even his physique had regressed to the Tier 1 standard. He was as ordinary as an ordinary player could get now. Meanwhile, before Shi Feng could adapt to this sudden drop in strength, 2 Tier 1 swordsmen, who looked exactly like him and were geared in silver armor, appeared on the step he stood on. As soon as they had fully materialized, these swordsmen unsheathed their twin swords and charged at him. Within a breath of time, both level 50 Tier 1 swordsmen crossed the 10-yard distance and arrived before Shi Feng. Tier 1 skill, Gale Sword. Tier 1 skill, Triple Moon Intercept. Both swordsmen used an extremely rare Tier 1 skill. Moreover, their actions were free of any unnecessary movements as they struck directly at Shi Feng's vitals. Upon seeing this, Shi Feng hurriedly countered by executing Sword's Orbit. Boom, 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 boom. After the swords of the two sides clashed about 5 or 6 times, Shi Feng got sent flying off the staircase's first step. Meanwhile, once Shi Feng fell off the step, the 2 silver swordsmen did not pursue him. Instead, they returned to their original positions and stood there quietly. So strong. Shi Feng was astounded as he looked at his 2 opponents. Even after falling to the foot of the staircase, he had to take 5 steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. Although the clash with the silver swordsman was brief, Shi Feng understood that their combat standard was already close to reaching the refinement realm standard. Moreover, their mastery over their skills was practically perfect, with both skills executed at a 100% completion rate. Their true combat power was definitely no weaker than a true refinement realm expert's. Aside from having very high technical standards, the Silver Swordsman's basic attributes were also far superior to his own. If he tried to face their attacks head-on, he would definitely get sent flying. The difficulty ramped up this much just by going up a floor? Glancing at the motionless Silver Swordsman, Shi Feng roughly understood the difficulty rating of the second-floor trial. If a Flowing Water Realm expert were to go up against these 2 Silver Swordsmen, the said expert would have no chance of getting past even the first step. The Flowing Water Realm allowed one to perceive the actions of one's opponents and make simple, preemptive, offensive, or defensive maneuvers. However, both Silver Swordsmen were invulnerable to damage. Attacking them would be meaningless. Moreover, doing so would only expose holes in one's defenses to the Silver Swordsman. Executing simple defensive maneuvers such as blocking or deflecting would result in the Flowing Water Realm expert getting gradually pushed off the staircase step after step. As for evasive maneuvers, those were simply impossible. With the disparity in basic attributes, movement speed, and reaction speed, a Flowing Water Realm expert would find it next to impossible to dodge the attack of just 1 Silver Swordsman, let alone 2. In other words, a Flowing Water Realm expert would not be able to achieve anything on this floor. Only if said Flowing Water Realm expert had reached the Truth Realm might they barely defend against the 2 Silver Swordsmen. As for Refinement Realm experts that had entered the Truth Realm, they would very likely get sent flying off the staircase on the first exchange. Following which, Shi Feng stepped onto the staircase once more. This time, however, he did not choose to receive the attacks of the 2 Silver Swordsmen directly. Instead, he skillfully brandished his 2 swords and redirected the attack of one of the Silver Swordsmen toward the other Silver Swordsman's attack, the 2 attacks canceling out each other. This then created an opportunity for Shi Feng to move past the 2 Silver Swordsmen and climb to the next step. Only, climbing each step was a challenge, as he had to make huge movements to climb up the tall steps while deflecting the attacks of the 2 Silver Swordsmen. However, with each step he climbed, Shi Feng could feel his understanding of the realms of truth deepening. When he ascended to the 10th step, 1 more Silver Swordsman suddenly joined the 2 Silver Swordsmen chasing after him, instantly increasing the trial's difficulty by a large margin. Things are finally getting a little interesting. Shi Feng felt the pressure on him strengthening as he dealt with the relentless assault of the 3 silver swordsmen. Fortunately, it had already been quite some time since he had reached the Ascension realm. The combined assault of the 3 silver swordsmen was still within his tolerance range. Nevertheless, each time he wanted to climb a step, he had to prepare himself both physically and mentally for quite a while. By the time Shi Feng reached the 29th step, he was facing 4 silver swordsmen and already close to reaching his limit. When he eventually climbed to the 30th step, one of the silver swordsmen suddenly turned into a golden swordsman. Before Shi Feng could adjust to the change, the golden swordsman's improved strength and speed sent him flying back down to the 29th step. Due to the presence of the golden swordsman, Shi Feng was stuck moving back and forth between the 29th and 30th steps. As the number of times Shi Feng got sent flying increased, he began to grasp his shortcomings. His skill at utilizing external forces was still inadequate. Although he had redirected one of the silver swordsman's attacks toward the golden swordsman's strength was simply overwhelming. Before the golden swordsman's attack could be nullified, the silver swordsman's attack was crushed, and the golden swordsman's attack would continue toward him. 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours. After many hours had passed, when Shi Feng was faced with the golden swordsman's oncoming longsword once again, he executed Sword's Orbit and filled his surroundings with a galaxy of stars. In the next moment, however, the 3 silver swordsmen's attacks involuntarily moved to greet the golden swordsman's attack. Boom. After a loud explosion echoed throughout the entire training ground, the golden swordsman went flying up a step while the 3 silver swordsmen fell down the step. At this moment, only Shi Feng remained standing quietly on the 31st step. Wonderful, I succeeded. Shi Feng had an ecstatic expression on his face as he gazed at the collapsed golden swordsman. I finally have my own combat technique. 1983 Swords Transmigration. Chapter 1983 Swords Transmigration. While Shi Feng rejoiced over the new combat technique he had successfully created and prepared to test it on the golden swordsman and 3 silver swordsmen on the 30th step, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, congratulations. You have created a bronze combat technique. Please name your combat technique. Shi Feng was stunned to hear the notification. Taking advantage of the distraction, the golden and silver swordsmen stood and charged toward Shi Feng in a coordinated assault. By the time Shi Feng snapped out of his daze, it was too late to defend himself. All 4 attacks struck vital points, and Shi Feng's body vanished from the 30th step, reappearing at the very bottom of the staircase. Although Shi Feng had to restart his climb from the bottom, he wasn't disappointed in the slightest. Rather, he stared at his notification window in astonishment. What? A bronze combat technique? Dubious, Shi Feng examined the system's congratulatory message. Although he knew that he hadn't created a low-standard combat technique, he didn't think that it was so amazing to be categorized as a bronze-rank combat technique. Mastering a single advanced combat technique would enable players to challenge opponents of a higher combat standard. Of course, there was a limit to how effective these combat techniques could be. For example, the advanced combat technique, Void Steps, was most effective against Flowing Water Realm experts, but the footwork technique had little to no effect against Void Realm experts or above. After all, Void Steps relied on fooling an opponent's sight. Void Realm experts used more than one sense to locate their opponents. However, bronze combat techniques were a different story. Bronze combat techniques would even be effective against Domain Realm experts. If a Domain Realm expert failed to cope with a bronze combat technique properly, it could even cost them their life. Until now, Zero Wing had only possessed a single bronze combat technique, Lightning Flash, which he had only obtained through luck from the primordial Divine Ruin. The only other way Zero Wing's players could obtain more bronze combat techniques was by entering bronze legacy tablets, but they were extremely rare and highly coveted by the various superpowers. Unfortunately, despite many Zero Wing members attempting to learn Lightning Flash, not one of them had mastered the secret attack technique, and Shi Feng was no exception. Yet, he had just succeeded in creating his own bronze combat technique. Why wouldn't he be surprised? Of course, the technique's creation had been a coincidence. He had only created it, though, the inspiration he had gained as he tried to deal with the golden and silver swordsman's relentless assault. If he tried to create another bronze combat technique, he'd simply waste his time and energy. Just creating a basic combat technique required a solid foundation, and those that were capable of doing so were, without a doubt, geniuses. As for advanced combat techniques, only the various superpowers' old monsters had any hope of successfully creating one. Shi Feng's success in creating a bronze combat technique was nothing short of a miracle. As Shi Feng reveled in the joy of his new bronze combat technique, the system reminded him to name the technique. A name? The combat technique he had created was a variant of Sword's Orbit that he had combined with the Realms of Truth's principles. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng decided, let's call it Swords Transmigration. Once Shi Feng had entered the technique's name, the system rang with another notification. System, congratulations. You are the first player to create a bronze combat technique, rewarding 1 bronze legacy orb and the title Bronze Legatee. As the system notification ended, a green orb appeared before Shi Feng. Creating a bronze combat technique offers such a benefit as well? Shi Feng could not help his surprise to see the green orb. Bronze Legacy Orb Epic Rank Item can record up to 3 created bronze combat techniques. Players may learn the combat techniques in immersive environments. Each attempt will cost 100 magic crystals. Cooldown, 1 hour after each use. Shi Feng had heard of many experts creating their own combat techniques in the past, although those techniques had only been basic or advanced rank. However, he hadn't heard of those players receiving a recording device as he had. If other players wished to learn the combat techniques, they had to either rely on videos or receive the technique creators' personally tutelage. Unfortunately, learning a combat technique was easier said than done. Experts struggled desperately to learn basic combat techniques, even if they had the assistance of a book. It was easy to imagine how much more difficult learning a basic combat technique would be without proper guidelines, not to mention learning advanced rank or higher combat techniques. Thus far, the various superpowers had obtained quite a few bronze legacy tablets, yet despite possessing complete legacies that provided detailed instruction, Shi Feng hadn't heard of a single player mastering a bronze combat technique. Meanwhile, the bronze legacy orb allowed him to record 3 bronze combat techniques permanently. This would be a great help. Moreover, the bronze legacy orb had a very short cooldown. He could allow one player to learn the technique he had created each hour. While the bronze legacy orb wasn't as effective as an actual combat technique book, which didn't have a cost or cooldown, it was better than a bronze legacy tablet. Following which, Shi Feng examined his new title, Bronze Legatee Advanced Title. When using combat techniques, expenditure is reduced by 20%. Enjoy the status of Baron in any city, kingdom, or empire. Amazing! It actually grants a global Baron status. Developing in the various major cities will be much easier now. The Bronze Legatee title's benefits surprised Shi Feng. Although the Demon Hunter title was a basic title, it was extremely rare and valuable. After all, it gave him the status of a world noble, and he had greatly benefited from the title thus far. Meanwhile, the Bronze Legatee title offered him a higher status than the Demon Hunter title. Unlike an ordinary noble, a baron would have access to greater benefits when purchasing items and lands in NPC cities. As he considered the situation, the names of a few super large-scale neutral cities came to Shi Feng's mind. These super large-scale neutral cities were similar to the Sea of Trees. All of the various superpowers wanted access to these cities to conduct business. Only, unlike the Sea of Trees, these neutral were not located within secret lands. Gaining entry to these cities was much easier. Every one of these neutral cities had a player population of over 20,000 in the past, even more than ordinary empires' imperial capitals. Hence, the various superpowers had frequently fought over dominance in these cities, while first-rate guilds and below had only been able to watch from the sidelines. I think the minimum level requirement to activate a super large-scale neutral NPC city was level 70. Now that I have the Bronze Legatee title, I can go and take a look. Shi Feng immediately decided to set aside his Realms of Truth training. He knew that he had already exhausted his current potential at this point, and he wouldn't gain anything from continuing his training right now. If he wished to progress in the second floor trial, he needed inspiration. Following which, Shi Feng took out a return scroll and left the extraordinary tower. 1984 White River City promoted Chapter 1984, White River City promoted Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. When Shi Feng returned to White River City's teleportation hall once again, he discovered that the hall was quite busy. The teleportation hall had recently transformed, becoming even more magnificent than before. What? The city has been promoted? Shi Feng was slightly surprised as he gazed around the building's interior. Originally, only the first floor hall had teleportation arrays, but now the second and third floors of the open-air hall had their own arrays as well. The higher a teleportation array was located, the farther it could transfer players. Moreover, multiple platforms now floated around the main hall. These floating platforms could transport players to the second and third floors, and if players wished to, they could pay a small fee to teleport to White River City's airport, Central Plaza, or business district. The floating platforms moved even faster than dark gold mounts, becoming the fastest mode of transportation in White River City. By using these platforms, players could save plenty of time while moving around the city. While this new function might not seem like much, NPC cities would grow larger as they were promoted, accommodating more players. After a certain rank, running from one end of the city to the other would require a considerable amount of time. Although floating platforms had fixed destinations, they could save players half the travel time. Normally, NPC cities only activated the floating platform function once they had become a main city with a certain level of prosperity. However, this prosperity wasn't the equivalent to the city's player population. Rather, it referred to economic interactions between players and NPCs, as well as the shop's quantity and quality within the city walls. Thus far, only the various empires' imperial capitals had unlocked the floating platform function, and they had only done so recently. Kingdom's capital cities were still some time away from the upgrade, yet White River City had achieved the feat. As Shi Feng walked through the city streets, he discovered that White River City was far livelier than it had been before the latest promotion. The number of merchant players in the city, in particular, had increased drastically. Moreover, more shops lined the streets now that the city streets had been broadened. Selling level 50 secret silver leather armor, prices open for negotiation. Selling various types of level 50 equipment with magic resistance. Welcoming long-term partnerships with adventurer teams. Purchasing energy essence and primordial crystals in bulk. Offer available long-term. Idle and merchant players fervently hawked their wares, all selling much higher quality products than during Shi Feng's last visit to White River City. During his last visit, only the guild-operated shops had sold level 50 secret silver equipment, but now even idle and merchant players announced that such items were for sale. The city's various shops had even put up level 50 dark gold equipment on display, although their prices were ridiculously high. Not even guild experts could afford these equipment pieces. Once Shi Feng had seen enough, he rented a floating platform and made his way to White River City's business district. Due to the recent promotion, the main street had changed significantly. Rather than a street, it looked like a commercial plaza. Not only had it tripled in size, but it was now home to a building that was over 70 stories tall. This building was none other than White River City's auction house. When the auction house had been upgraded, it had gained new functions. Players weren't the only ones who could consign items for auction anymore. Even NPCs held basic and intermediate auctions a few times a week. In addition, players could browse and purchase items that players sold from 1/4 of Star Moon Kingdom's towns and cities. Previously, players had only been able to view and buy items from White River City and its neighboring NPC cities. If players wished to find and purchase specific items, doing so at White River City's auction house was now the best option. Meanwhile, the most valuable of the auction house's new functions was the auction arena. Might was right in God's domain, and the game's auction houses were no exception to this rule. Once the auction arena activated, the auction house would hold a competition each day. The auction house would offer various rare items as prizes during these competitions, and players only needed to pay the entry fee to take part. The competition had 2 phases. The first phase was a test the system decided, and the second involved a battle between players. However, equipment wouldn't help players in this battle. The competition focused on testing players' financial strength and resources. While combat standards were also tested, they were insignificant in comparison. When the auction arena had been introduced in the past, it had caused quite the stir in God's domain. Merchant players that hadn't been suited for combat had gone mad over the arena, and while many of them had taken part in the competition themselves, some had also hired experts to fight in their place. Countless merchant players had made their fortunes through the auction arena, and some experts had obtained top-tier weapons, equipment, and tools with their success in the arena. Of course, due to the auction arena, God's domain's influence in the real world had expanded. However, the auction arena's appearance had also been responsible for the various superpowers' violent frenzy that had followed. It's finally time to wrestle over the city's management rights. Shi Feng took a deep breath as he gazed up at the towering White River City auction house. NPC cities were different from guild cities. During the game's early stages, the various powers had to rely on player count and shop economy to spread their influence in an NPC city. These powers also used physical and economic oppression on those who moved against them. Even so, they couldn't gain any substantial authority in an NPC city. But once the auction arena activated, players could secure the auction house's management rights. While this change might not seem like much, a city's auction house was extremely important to players' daily lives. Taking control of an auction house was akin to controlling the NPC city's lifeblood, indirectly controlling the player economy. If someone obtained an auction house's management rights, they could bar certain players from the auction house, for example. This would be a fatal blow to the city's independent players and various major powers. Both relied on the auction house as their main source of income, and without it, independent players couldn't sell their items and guilds couldn't purchase materials. One could easily imagine the consequences of losing access to an auction house. The competition for an auction house's management rights would be held once a month on a fixed date. All NPC cities with auction arenas would hold the competition at the same time, preventing the various superpowers who had an absolute advantage in terms of resources and experts from monopolizing every NPC city in the game. Unfortunately, this arrangement also restricted the various large guilds' development. Guilds only had a limited number of resources and expert players, and the more NPC cities they controlled, the fewer resources and experts they could allocate to each location. Occupying a large number of NPC cities would be impossible for guilds that lacked sturdy foundations. Of course, only Shi Feng knew about this right now. The auction arena function wouldn't activate the moment the auction house had been promoted. It would only activate once a certain number of auction houses in God's domain had risen to the appropriate rank. Although the auction arena hadn't activated yet, this did remind Shi Feng that he had to prepare funds and resources for the inevitability. Currently, Zero Wing's foundations were slightly stronger than an ordinary first-rate guild, and it would be some time before the manatite vein affected the guild's development in a significant way. Following which, Shi Feng entered the candlelight trading firm and notified Melancholic Smile, instructing her to bring him the Tier 1 mysterious flames the guild had collected so far. He then took his fire spirit to the warehouse that housed the Holy Grail. He intended to increase his strength before he left to activate a super large-scale neutral city. The quest to do so was even more difficult than an ordinary epic quest after all, and he'd only get himself killed if he didn't prepare. 1985, Strengthening Fire Spirit. Chapter 1985, Strengthening Fire Spirit. Candlelight Trading Firm's private warehouse. Due to the Holy Grail, divine might filled the entire room. The divine might's powerful pressure would even suppress Tier 1 expert players until they moved as slow as turtles. Despite having the strength to rival great lords of the same level, even Shi Feng felt uncomfortable as he entered the warehouse, his movements becoming somewhat sluggish. Shi Feng hadn't originally planned to use the Holy Grail since the power of evolution was so costly, and he wouldn't get a refund if the evolution attempt failed. However, if he wished to complete a super large-scale neutral city's activation quest, he needed to grow stronger. He had to rely on the fire spirit. To increase his chances for success, he had no choice but to gamble on the Holy Grail. As Shi Feng arrived before the stone platform housing the Holy Grail, he retrieved a crimson crystal ball from his bag. The crystal ball was none other than the fire spirit. Despite being an epic item, he could only use it to summon one Tier 2 fire spirit of the same level in exchange for 5 magic crystals. It was a toy compared to the Bible of Darkness. Even a Tier 2 summoning scroll could call forth a stronger creature than the Tier 2 fire spirit. The item simply didn't deserve its epic rank. This was also why Shi Feng had decided to upgrade the fire spirit. The stronger an item was, the lower its chances would be for success, and before devouring any mysterious flames, the fire spirit could only be considered an epic item at best. Its quality would only increase after absorbing powerful mysterious flames. If nurtured properly, this crystal ball could even become stronger than fragmented legendary items. Shi Feng then had the Holy Grail scan the orb in his hand. Dark purple mist emerged from the Grail, enveloping the crimson orb in Shi Feng's hand. After 5 seconds, Shi Feng received a system notification. System, designated item cannot be evolved to fragmented legendary rank. Cannot be evolved? Shi Feng was stunned. He had never imagined that the fire spirit was so special. Despite being an epic item, the Holy Grail couldn't force an upgrade to fragmented legendary rank. However, as Shi Feng began to feel disappointed, the sound of a second notification reached his ears. System, do you wish to sacrifice 5,000 HP to enhance Fire Spirit's effects? Enhance its effects? Shi Feng was surprised again to read the words in his notification window. However, he was stupefied to see the cost of this enhancement. How fraudulent. Evolving the Black Steel insignia had only cost 1,000 HP, yet enhancing the Fire Spirit's effects cost 5,000. 5,000 HP was significant even to a Tier 2 MT. Very powerful level 70, Tier 2 MTs would only have 100,000 HP at most, and the cost was taken from the player's base HP. Taking into account the percentage HP modifiers on weapons and equipment, players would lose far more than just 5,000 HP. But even after considering his options, Shi Feng gritted his teeth and agreed to the cost. While 5,000 HP was a painful amount to lose, even for him, the Fire Spirit was extraordinarily valuable. Most importantly, he wasn't attempting to evolve the item to fragmented legendary rank. He could only enhance its effects. Logically, the risk of failure shouldn't be as high. Moreover, HP wasn't particularly important for a swordsman player like himself, and he could also rely on his bloodline to compensate for the loss. With the bloodline, he gained a lot more HP than ordinary players with each level up. He wouldn't suffer as much of an impact by losing 5,000 HP as other players. After Shi Feng agreed to enhance the Fire Spirit, more purple mist spilled out of the Holy Grail, far denser than it had been a moment ago. So much mist spilled out that it filled the private warehouse. As the purple mist continued to seep into the Fire Spirit, the miniature flame dragon woke and roared again and again. The sound pierced through its crystalline cage and echoed throughout the warehouse. Due to the purple mist's invasion, the baby dragon began to grow. In less than 10 seconds, the baby dragon had transformed into a mature flame dragon and was nearly twice as large. Intelligence flashed in its eyes, no longer lacking emotion as it had earlier. Was it a success? Shi Feng could not help his growing excitement as he gazed at the adult flame dragon. God's Domain's players might not know about fire spirits, but Shi Feng was very familiar with the items. He also recognized how valuable an intelligent fire spirit was. To put it simply, the difference between a fire spirit with higher intelligence and an ordinary fire spirit was like the difference between an expert and an ordinary player. Even if both fire spirits possessed the same basic attributes, the combat power they could exert would be worlds apart. Many powers had gotten their hands on fire spirits in the past, but trying to increase a fire spirit's intelligence wasn't easy. One would only have a chance of triggering an intelligence growth by sacrificing Tier 2 and above mysterious flames. Unfortunately, despite many owners feeding their fire spirits the appropriate mysterious flames, very few had succeeded in increasing their fire spirit's intelligence. A fire spirit was a very special, epic item with endless potential. Countless experts had even guessed that by feeding the item enough mysterious flames, a fire spirit could grow to become a Tier 6 god. Even Tier 6 god-ranked players would flee from a Tier 6 god with higher intelligence. Once the purple mist had dissipated, Shi Feng carefully picked up the fire spirit and inspected its attribute panel, as expected of the Holy Grail. Despite the fact that I haven't fed it any mysterious flames, the fire spirit has already grown so much. Shi Feng was ecstatic when he saw the fire spirit's updated attributes. The new fire spirit didn't summon an ordinary Tier 2 fire spirit, but a bona fide Tier 2 advanced fire spirit with higher intelligence. Moreover, the advanced fire spirit would be 10 levels higher than the player that summoned it. An advanced fire spirit's life rating was only slightly inferior to an archaic species, and since it had higher intelligence, its combat power could rival ordinary great lords of the same level. An advanced fire spirit would provide far more assistance than ordinary Tier 3 monsters as well, possessing even more spells than a Tier 2 elementalist. A Tier 2 advanced fire spirit would likely beat a challenging Tier 2 peak expert Black and Blue. Advanced fire spirits could cast their spells with a 100% completion rate, and their basic attributes were far higher than Tier 2 players of the same level. While Shi Feng marveled at the new and improved fire spirit, Melancholic Smile contacted him and reported, "Guild leader, I've gathered the Tier 1 mysterious flames you asked for. Good, I'll head there right away." Shi Feng nodded. He then disconnected the call and visited his special forging room on the top floor. 1986 Consecutive Growth. Chapter 1986 Consecutive Growth. In one of the Candlelight Trading Firm's top-floor special forging rooms, as Shi Feng entered the room, the sight of Melancholic Smile organizing various crystal balls on a stone table greeted him. Each crystal ball contained a Tier 1 mysterious flame, and there were easily over 20 of them on the table. If other guilds saw this collection of Tier 1 mysterious flames, they'd be astonished. Everyone in God's domain was privy to the existence of mysterious flames by this stage of the game. They knew that these unique flames were a great help to forgers and alchemists. Hence, the various major powers fought over any mysterious flame they came across. They wouldn't even pass over a Tier 1 mysterious flame. After all, mysterious flames were extremely rare and even coveted by superpowers master-level crafters. Guild leader, here are all the Tier 1 mysterious flames we have collected so far. There are a total of 23.1 did find another flame in the Blackwing auction house, but the bidding was intense. In the end, the price rose past our 5,000 gold budget, and another guild purchased it for 8,003 gold, Melancholic Smile said. She hadn't fully understood how valuable Tier 1 mysterious flames were since collecting the first few had been relatively easy with the clues Shi Feng had provided. Furthermore, the guild shared the flame Shi Feng used, and his mysterious flame was much stronger than Tier 1. She certainly hadn't expected a Tier 1 mysterious flame to sell for more than an ordinary epic item. Shi Feng nodded in response. He then asked, "How is our business with Secret coming along? The basic arrangements have been completed. We have even started to sell many of our products through Secret's channels. But as we are only a basic member, we can only sell our products in up to 80 of the Chamber's NPC cities. Among them, only 25 can be within empires, and only 5 of those can be major cities. Of the 55 kingdom cities, we can only select 10 major cities," Melancholic Smile said, a little excited. Currently, the Candlelight Trading Firm's influence only reached across a little over 50 NPC cities, nearly half of which were located in Star Moon Kingdom. Now that Candlelight had joined the Secret Chamber of Commerce, it had access to an additional 80 cities. This more than doubled Candlelight's sales channels. Secret is quite impressive to think it can even give its basic members 80 city slots. Shi Feng was slightly astonished by Melancholic Smile's report. Joining a Chamber of Commerce in God's domain didn't mean that one would gain immediate and full access to its sales channels. That depended on one's rank within the alliance. Normally, newcomers were given positions as basic members. Only powerful superpowers could be promoted to an advanced member upon joining. Based on Shi Feng's knowledge, most chambers only granted 60 city slots to basic members, yet Secret had given them 80. It was clear how powerful Secret's foundations were. Guild leader, here is the list of cities we've selected. Once we begin our collaboration, Candlelight's income will double at the very least. We won't have to worry about lacking development funds, Melancholic Smile said, smiling as she took out a list and handed it to Shi Feng. She had worked with Aqua Rose to choose the cities on the list. They had decided to do business in a total of 3 empires and 6 kingdoms, and although they couldn't sell all of their products in the selected kingdoms and empires, as doing so would be unprofitable, they wouldn't have to worry about a lack of customers. They would have chosen many more kingdoms and empires had they not been limited by a specific number of cities. After all, they couldn't afford to waste the referral fee they had paid to the Secret Chamber of Commerce. "I see no issues with the chosen cities," Shi Feng said. Changing topics, Shi Feng asked, "How is the resuscitation potion's production coming along?" Silent Wonder and the others are doing their best to brew the potion now. Moreover, Candlelight has recently gained another master alchemist. Now, we have a total of 4 master alchemists working on the potion, and they have made over 3,003 pia bottles thus far, Melancholic Smile replied. She had very high hopes for the resuscitation potion. It was, after all, a potion that allowed players to resurrect themselves without losing any EXP. Moreover, the production cost for each bottle was only a little over 20 silver. Although the potion required a lot of rare materials, it had become very easy for Zero Wing to acquire what it needed with the Secret Chamber of Commerce's connections. Good. Continue production. Later, try to nurture as many master alchemists as possible. We need to ensure that we have enough people to learn the recipes Yu Ziping's group obtains, Shi Feng said, chuckling. The resuscitation potion had been extremely popular during his previous life. At one point, it had even sold for 3 gold per bottle. 3 gold was incredibly expensive even for ordinary expert players, not to mention ordinary players. Only the various adventurer teams and guilds could possibly afford such a price. Normally, he wouldn't have bothered to push for so many resuscitation potions, since there was a limit to the number of adventurer teams and guilds in Zero Wing's territories. But now that Candlelight had joined the Secret Chamber of Commerce, they didn't have to worry about a lack of customers. Hence, they needed to craft as many resuscitation potions as possible. After Shi Feng finished giving Melancholic Smile her latest instructions, he shifted his focus to the mysterious flames on the table. While one Tier 1 mysterious flame might be of little help to the fire spirit, he had a total of 23 on hand. Furthermore, he had upgraded his fire spirit to advanced rank. An advanced fire spirit would gain more from absorbing mysterious flames than a normal fire spirit. As Shi Feng pulled the fire spirit from his bag, the flame dragon within quickly noticed the Tier 1 mysterious flames on the table and grew restless. Start absorbing. Show me how much you can grow. Shi Feng immediately picked up a Tier 1 mysterious flames and placed it before the fire spirit. Like a hungry wolf, the flame dragon burst forth from the crystal ball and pounced on the mysterious flame. As the flame dragon devoured the mysterious flame, the flame grew weaker until it eventually vanished. Although the fire spirit's attributes hadn't transformed, the little dragon began to emit more heat. Its previously blurry form also began to sharpen. Shi Feng immediately chose to feed the fire spirit another Tier 1 mysterious flame. With each mysterious flame the fire spirit devoured, the flame dragon's figure became clearer. By the time it had absorbed its 7th mysterious flame, Shi Feng could see the scales across the flame dragon's body. After devouring the 8th mysterious flame, the flame dragon began to expand, releasing a low growl. The fire spirit's attributes finally changed. Tier 3? Shi Feng's excitement grew when he saw the new attributes. Tier 3 meant that the fire spirit had now reached the Great Lord standard. With its higher intelligence, it was even more powerful than a Tier 3 peak expert of the same level, following which, Shi Feng continued to feed the fire spirit Tier 1 mysterious flames. 12th, 15th, 20th. Finally, after the fire spirit absorbed the 21st mysterious flame, it underwent a transformation. Not only did the flame dragon grow larger, but Shi Feng could also sense that its life rating had improved. Wonderful, I finally succeeded. Shi Feng's eyes glowed as he gazed at his fire spirit. 1987 Giant Race, Chapter 1987, Giant Race. The flames that surrounded the fire spirit's body expanded drastically, transforming from their original crimson color to a scorching white. Even the space around the flame dragon began to show signs of crumbling under the power of its flames. Tier 3 archaic species? Shi Feng's heart skipped a beat when he examined the attribute panel. He hadn't thought that a measly 24 or so Tier 1 mysterious flames would be enough to upgrade the fire spirit to a Tier 3 archaic species. So many powers in his past had fed their fire spirits a large number of Tier 1 mysterious flames, yet the results of their efforts had been disappointing. Most powers had only nurtured their fire spirits into Tier 3 archaic species after feeding them a significant number of Tier 2 flames. Shi Feng had assumed that his fire spirit would grow to the Tier 3 standard at most, and he'd have to feed it Tier 2 mysterious flames if he wanted it to become an archaic species. He hadn't expected the advanced fire spirit's absorption rate to be so effective. Now that his advanced fire spirit was a Tier 3 archaic species with higher intelligence, its combat power should be even greater than an ordinary Grand Lord of the same level. Though, if it really came down to a one-on-one fight, the advanced fire spirit would still have a high chance of losing since actual Grand Lords had far more HP. However, Shi Feng was satisfied with these results. Although he could summon Kite and Anna to help him with his quest, he did not want to risk them. Resurrecting personal guards was very troublesome, and even if he resurrected them, they'd need quite some time to recover their losses. Fortunately, the fire spirit was a different story. Even if it died, he could simply spend magic crystals to resummon it. Furthermore, each time he summoned the fire spirit, now that it was a Tier 3 archaic species, he only had to spend 300 magic crystals. Moreover, its cooldown was even shorter than the Bible of Darkness's demon summoning. He only had to wait 30 minutes to resummon the fire spirit. However, unlike the Bible of Darkness, he could only summon a single fire spirit to fight for him at a time. Once Shi Feng had finished upgrading the fire spirit, he collected a small stock of magic crystals and left the Candlelight trading firm. He then made his way towards the Adventurers Association in Star Moon City. Although God's domain didn't have many super large-scale neutral cities, there was one near every few empires and dozen or so kingdoms. Like the fairy country's Forest City, these super large-scale neutral cities served as trade hubs between the game's neutral races and the nearby empires and kingdoms. To enter super large-scale neutral cities like the Sea of Trees, players had to complete specific quests. The neutral city Shi Feng aimed to activate was called Thunderaxe City, home to the giant race. Appearance-wise, giants looked no different than humans, only larger. Generally, giants stood at least 4 meters tall, and their physiques were even more powerful than auras. Giants were born for combat. Aside from the Titan race, giants' defense was the highest among the numerous neutral races. In the past, giant shield warrior and guardian knight players had been incredibly popular among the various major powers. Some of the various superpowers had even pressured some of their members to convert to the giant race since there was nothing that prohibited neutral race players from joining human guilds. However, they would be restricted within human cities. But how could such a small issue compare to the benefits of having a powerful MT? Of course, while the giants' advantages were obvious, their flaws were just as glaring. Giants weren't very skilled with magic, and their mobility was atrocious compared to humans. Defeating players or monsters that were particularly fast and agile would give giant players a massive headache. These obvious weaknesses were the reason many players refused to become giants. There had been far fewer giant players than half-elf and beastkin players in the past. Meanwhile, as a super large-scale neutral city, Thunderaxe City had a wide variety of unique aspects. Chief among them was the city's location within the Icefire mountain range, a neutral map that was rich in ores. Due to their environment, giants were experts in the art of forging. Their forging techniques had been passed down from the Titan race, making their standards even superior to the dwarves. This was also one of the reasons that Shi Feng had chosen Thunderaxe City. Although Zero Wing Current had many advantages, its position in the Ore Empire was still precarious, and it would only get worse as time passed. The guild's foundation was too weak, and it had too few experts. While Zero Wing had enough manpower and resources to defend its current position in the Empire, it didn't have enough to launch an assault against its enemies. Zero Wing might possess more resources and experts than ordinary first-rate guilds, but it was an infant compared to the various superpowers. Zero Wing didn't have nearly as much territory as the various superpowers after all. Starmoon Kingdom, Starmoon City. Once Shi Feng had arrived in Starmoon City, he immediately headed for the kingdom's Adventurers Association. Starmoon City hadn't developed nearly as much as White River City, and most of the players that visited the Adventurers Association were level 55 or 66 elite players. Level 58 or higher expert players were still far and few between. Without hesitation, Shi Feng headed to the second floor and approached one of its counters. Lord Spirit Slayer, how may I be of service today? The NPC beauty manning the counter asked with a smile. I wish to pick up an exploration quest, Shi Feng said. Very well. The NPC clerk revealed a list containing a large number of exploration quests and handed it to Shi Feng. Lord Spirit Slayer, these are all of the exploration quests you can accept right now. With a nod, Shi Feng carefully examined the list. The Adventurers Association had many quests to offer, and among them the most difficult were Crusade and Exploration quests. Meanwhile, only players who had reached level 70 and 3-star status in the association could accept Thunderaxe City's Exploration quest. Although 3-star adventurers could accept the Exploration quest, it was even more challenging than ordinary epic quests. Players had only entered Thunderaxe City in Shi Feng's previous life after he had reached level 75. At the time, peak experts had already reached level 77 and beyond and were geared in level 75 top-tier weapons and equipment. I'll take this quest, Shi Feng said as he pointed to a quest named Giant's Hideout. Very well. I will mark you down as this quest's challenger. Please pay a 1,000 gold deposit. Should you abandon this quest, your deposit will not be returned, the NPC clerk informed him. The other Tier 2 experts picking up quests on the second floor were astonished to hear the NPC clerk's comment. Crap, what kind of quest is that? A 1,000 gold deposit? That can't be real, right? Even my 2-star quest only required a 3 gold deposit. Many of the Tier 2 experts stared at Shi Feng's cloaked figure in shock. Normally, the Adventurers Association only charged 3% to 5% of a quest's reward as a deposit fee, preventing players from picking up quests they had no hope of completing. The fact that Shi Feng's quest cost 1,000 gold meant that its reward was worth at least 20,000 gold. After Shi Feng accepted the quest, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. 1988 3-star reward. Chapter 1988 3-star reward system, congratulations. You are the first player to accept a 3-star unique exploration quest. You have the right to choose between 2 options. System, the first option will reduce the quest difficulty by 15%, but the reward will remain the same. System, the second option will maintain the quest difficulty but increase the reward by 1 rank. System, you have 10 minutes to consider. If you do not make a decision within 10 minutes, the difficulty will remain the same by default. I have such an option? Shi Feng read his notification window in surprise. He had picked up 3-star exploration quests in the past, but this was the first time the system had presented such an option. While the Thunder Axe City's exploration quest was more difficult than ordinary epic quests, it awarded far more. It would also grant him the opportunity to occupy Thunder Axe City before other players. That benefit alone was worth the effort of completing the Giant's Hideout exploration quest. If he could lower the quest's difficulty by 15%, it would become easier than completing an ordinary epic quest, giving him a much higher chance of completing it. However, he could increase his reward by 1 rank if he maintained the quest's difficulty. In other words, he would receive the reward of an inferior legendary quest that was just as tempting, and Shi Feng had accepted the Giant's Hideout exploration quest with the understanding of the quest's difficulty. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng decided on the second option, maintaining the quest difficulty and upgrading his reward. The exploration quest's reward was a large part of the reason he had chosen it, aside from access to Thunder Axe City's resources. Although the Adventurers Association did not mention the quest reward, he knew what to expect. Conversion slots for players. It wasn't easy to convert to a neutral race in God's domain, especially for the races with powerful racial traits. The stronger a race was, the more difficult the conversion quest would be. However, the Giant's Hideout quest awarded conversion slots for players upon completion. With these slots, he could convert the players into a giant without having to complete the conversion quests. As far as he could remember, the Giant's Hideout quest awarded 1,000 conversion slots upon completion. While the players he converted would not be able to enter most NPC cities in God's domain, they could enter towns and cities, guilds, and neutral races operated. With a bunch of powerful MTs, Zero Wing would have a much easier time raiding team dungeons and field bosses. The Giant's racial traits were too perfect for MTs to pass up, and unlike half-elves and beastkin, becoming a giant didn't improve a player's 5 senses or magical abilities. Instead, it granted a massive boost to players' basic attributes. If a Tier 1 MT converted to the giant race, they would gain the strength and defense to rival Tier 2 MTs. Their HPs would increase drastically, as well. In return, though, their movement speed, attack speed, and reaction speed would decrease, making it more difficult to complete future promotion quests. If a Tier 2 MT converted to a giant, they'd become more powerful than human, top-ranked Tier 2 MTs, although they wouldn't reach the Tier 3 standard. The superpower that had completed the Giant's Hideout quest in the past had increased its strength by a large margin very quickly due to the 1,000 conversion slots. Its development speed had easily surpassed the other superpowers, and although the other superpowers had sent their own experts to attempt the conversion quest, they hadn't been able to catch up due to the amount of time needed to complete the quest. After Shi Feng made his selection, the NPC clerk took out an ancient yellowish-brown magic scroll and handed it to Shi Feng. Lord Spirit Slayer, this magic scroll will help you temporarily remove the magic seal on the path. However, you can only use it once, so please choose your timing carefully. If you expended the magic scroll without completing your quest, a replacement will cost 1,000 magic crystals, the NPC clerk respectfully explained. I understand, Shi Feng nodded as he accepted the magic scroll. Quests from the Adventurers Association were different from exploration quests found elsewhere. If players failed the quests they had accepted from the association, they'd at most lose some coins or magic crystals. They wouldn't suffer penalties that affected their performance in battle, such as basic attribute reductions. This was why most players preferred to accept quests from the Adventurers Association. Once he left the association, Shi Feng made his way to the teleportation hall and traveled to a border town in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. This was also the closest town to the Icefire mountain range. Unbeknownst to Shi Feng, his actions in the Adventurers Association had aroused quite the commotion. No quest requiring a 1,000 gold deposit was ordinary, and many players within the association had begun to search for the Giant's Hideout quest. Although multiple players couldn't accept some of the Adventurers Association's quests, they would show up on the list of available quests until they were completed. What's going on? Why isn't there such a quest on my list of exploration quests? Maybe we aren't a high enough rank. That can't be possible. I'm a 2-star adventurer. Was that guy a 3-star adventurer? That's even less possible. Not even the first-rate Guild's Peak experts who have focused on the Adventurers Association's quests have reached the 3-star standard yet. A 3-star quest? Who was that guy? After Shi Feng left, the players within the Adventurers Association fell into a heated discussion. They all wanted to know the identity of the player who had accepted this mysterious exploration quest. News of the event quickly reached the Star Alliance's residence in Star Moon City. I've never considered that the Adventurers Association had hidden such a major quest. Have someone notify Crimson Feather and the others. Tell them to become 3-star adventurers as quickly as possible. Galaxy Past, who sat in the guild leader's office, commanded after reading the report he had received from a subordinate. The various large guilds often had numerous teams focus on different aspects of development. Some teams specialized in completing the Adventurers Association's quests and raising their rank within the association, while other teams focused on quests that were only available out in the fields, and other teams focused on increasing their reputation in particular NPC cities. By doing so, guilds could secure greater advantages in the game. Notify Crimson and the others immediately. Purple Eye, who currently wore a set of luxurious dark blue robes, replied, Guild leader, what should we do about the Witch's Hill situation? The guilds that own the 2 guild towns in the area have invited us to join their alliance, and I've heard that multiple corporations are now supporting the towns. Even Sin Realm, a first-rate guild from the Purple Thorns Kingdom, has joined the alliance. Why don't we join as well? The Witch's Hill had already become the center of attention in Starmoon Kingdom. The map was the sole producer of primordial crystal fragments, and as long as players reached Tier 2, they could enter the Otherworld Gate, which offered bountiful resources. If the Star Alliance could secure a foothold in the Witch's Hill, it could help the guild's development considerably. Sin Realm, is it? After giving the matter some thought, Galaxy Past shook his head and said, let's wait and see for now. Tell them that our guild has some matters to settle first, so we can't join them at the moment. Are we really going to give up on such a good development opportunity? Purple Eye asked, confused. According to the Secret Pavilion's information network, the Evil God's Temple hides in the Sin Realm shadows. I doubt that Zero Wing will tolerate the guild towns parading much longer, Galaxy Pass said, chuckling. If those 2 towns can truly defend themselves, we can join them then. I understand. Purple Eye nodded. She then sent the guild towns' representatives a reply. The upper echelons controlling the guild towns in the Witch's Hill received Galaxy Pass's reply at the same time. He has rejected the offer? How cowardly? He is actually willing to ignore such a golden opportunity. It seems Zero Wing has beaten the Star Alliance into submission already. I agree. How can the Star Alliance even be considered a first-rate guild with such a cowardly attitude? The Star Alliance's cooperation doesn't matter. Once we've completed our preparations, not only will we destroy Zero Wing City, but we'll also keep more of the profits for ourselves. We'll make Galaxy Past regret his decision. Multiple major powers' upper echelons revealed delighted grins as they gazed at the map of the Witch's Hill on the table before them from within a secret meeting room. 1989 Basic Level Strengthening Potion. Chapter 1989. Basic Level Strengthening Potion. Purple Thorns Kingdom, Glorytown. Glorytown was built atop a mountain and surrounded by tall walls. Although it was only a border town, its defenses nearly rivaled a fortress. Huh? There are already so many players here? Shi Feng was a little surprised to see the thousands of players outside of the teleportation hall. The monsters near Glorytown were level 70 and above, and a neutral map not far away was a level 80+ map. Just surviving in Glorytown's map would be challenging for current players, not to mention setting foot in the neutral map. Most of the thousands of players Shi Feng could see were level 56 or above, with the highest at level 59, and more than 100 Tier 2 players wandered the street outside of the teleportation hall. Moreover, most of the players in the town didn't wear a guild emblem, proving that they were independent players. Independent players were typically weaker than guild players in terms of levels and equipment, yet so many independent players were visiting an area that the various large guilds had yet to touch. Why wouldn't Shi Feng be surprised? The independent players around him didn't think anything of Shi Feng's arrival. They simply went about their business. Wind Basilisk Grinding Party is recruiting a healer. Must be level 57 or higher. Recruiting 2 level 57 or above DPS for the Black Cave Bat quest. Tier 2 players get priority. Players shouted as they recruited teammates from the street outside of the teleportation hall. Whether they planned to quest or grind monsters, they all acted as if this were normal. However, if Starmoon Kingdom's experts saw this, they'd be astonished. Wind Basilisks and Black Cave Bats were level 70+ monsters, at least 10 levels higher than current players. The level suppression would be substantial with such a massive difference. Even level 60 Tier 2 players would struggle against these monsters, much less Tier 1 players, yet these independent players intended to grind these monsters as if it were natural. After a short moment, Shi Feng noticed that these parties and teams had recruited quite a few members before they headed past Glorytown's main entrance to grind or quest. Is this really the Purple Thorns Kingdom? Shi Feng was momentarily stunned as he watched these teams leave. He was quite familiar with Glorytown, a place the Purple Thorns Kingdom's army constantly had to protect from monster assaults from the nearby neutral maps. This wasn't a safe place. In the past, players had only dared to visit this town after they had reached level 65. Wind Basilisks were level 72 chieftains, and although the Black Cave Bats were only special elites, they usually moved in large groups. The Great Black Cave Bats that led these groups were also chieftain-ranked monsters. The 6-man parties and 20-man teams Shi Feng had seen might be able to take down one Wind Basilisk or a single group of Cave Bats, but only barely. If they accidentally aggroed additional monsters, they could even team wipe. These players might have a chance if they all wore top-tier equipment, but that wasn't the case for these independent players. From what Shi Feng could see, they all wore average equipment. With such equipment, killing the area's high-level monsters would take a long time. In Shi Feng's opinion, these independent players would be much better off grinding level 60 or so monsters. Shi Feng also soon discovered that these players weren't limited to those outside of the teleportation hall. Plenty of players occupied the rest of the town's streets as well. Similarly, these players were all level 56 or above. Shi Feng guessed that there should be more than 30,000 players in Glory Town at the moment, and they were all elites or stronger. Normally, one would be hard-pressed to find such a gathering of elite and expert players in an NPC town, even in the various empires. Yet this phenomenon was occurring in the Purple Thorns Kingdom's Glory Town. As Shi Feng reached the town's main street to investigate further, he noticed that an extraordinarily large number of players were setting up stalls alongside the street. Player stalls took up every available space on both sides of the street, and every one of them sold considerably valuable items. They either sold rare herbs or high-ranking items that were normally hard to find on the market. Among the items sold, one item in particular caught Shi Feng's attention, the basic level strengthening potion. This was a super rare potion that, when consumed, granted players an ignore levels plus 7 buff for 6 hours. While ignoring a difference of 7 levels might not seem like much, fighting monsters that were 10 levels higher was still incredibly difficult for Tier 1 players, despite the recent reduction on the system's level suppression during the previous updates. Only Tier 2 players had the power to do so without too much of a problem. However, as long as Tier 1 players had sufficient attributes and combat standards, they could fight higher-leveled monsters efficiently, increasing their leveling speed after consuming the level-strengthening potion. In the past, the level-strengthening potion had been immensely popular among elite and expert players. No wonder why so many players are grinding here. Realization dawned on Shi Feng. Although the basic level-strengthening potion wasn't as effective as Zero Wing's Void Field Magic Array, it was the best option for independent elite and expert players when grinding higher-leveled monsters. After this discovery, Shi Feng approached one of the stalls selling the basic level strengthening potions. More than 10 players had lined up at the stall, every one a level 57 or higher expert. The strongest among them was even a level 59, Tier 2 expert. Producing the basic level strengthening potion was laughably cheap compared to the Void Field, with each bottle only costing 8 silver to brew. In the past, basic level strengthening potions had sold for roughly 50 silver per bottle. Unfortunately, the potion's recipe was painfully rare and could only be acquired by opening treasure chests found in level 50+ maps. Moreover, the luck attribute wouldn't affect its drop rate, so players had to rely on their personal luck to obtain it. Each recipe had easily sold for around 800 gold in the past due to its rarity. Meanwhile, only 2 players manned the stall that sold the basic level strengthening potions, a man and a woman. Both appeared quite young. The handsome young man was a level 58 Tier 2 assassin named Smiling Breeze. Most of his equipment consisted of level 50 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment, with a few pieces of level 55 mysterious iron equipment. Even independent experts would have a hard time getting their hands on such items at this stage of the game. As for the beautiful young woman, she was a level 57 Tier 1 summoner named Cool Summer, and her equipment was in no way inferior to her companions. However, unlike Smiling Breeze, she did not possess a Tier 2 class insignia. Instead, she wore an advanced alchemist's insignia. Why are these 2 people? Shi Feng was astonished to see these 2 players. He was actually familiar with both of them. After all, the brother and sister duo had been very famous in the Black Dragon Empire in the past. Smiling Breeze had ranked as one of the Black Dragon Empire's top 10 assassins, while Cool Summer had been a master alchemist. Moreover, Cool Summer hadn't just been a basic master alchemist, but an advanced master alchemist. Even the various superpowers had been wary of her. Although the siblings were independent players, ordinary large guilds had avoided provoking them due to their superb combat power. Although the younger sister, Cool Summer, hadn't been as strong as her brother, she had still been a refinement realm experts, and the various large guilds' ordinary experts had been no match for her in battle. As Shi Feng wondered why these 2 were in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, a group of players approached the stall surrounding it. Sin Realm is conducting business here. Anyone who isn't a member needs to scram. 1990 Heavy Sword, Chapter 1990 Heavy Sword. The town's main street fell silent as the shouted announcement echoed. Very quickly, the players waiting in line distanced themselves from Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer's stall. Even the expert players that had waited to purchase basic level strengthening potions had retreated. Why are Sin Realm's people here? Does Sin Realm plan to expand its control to Glory Town? Damn it, Sin Realm's members again? They've already prevented us from grinding in the normal resource maps, and now they want to claim this town too? I don't think that's it. Glory Town isn't a resource-rich map. By the looks of it, it seems they're interested in the basic level strengthening potion. Those 2 players are certainly unlucky. They've actually attracted Sin Realm's attention just for selling some products. As the crowd watched Sin Realm's 100-man team, which had already surrounded Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer's stall, they flashed the guild players indignant looks. They also pitied the sibling pair. But despite their true feelings, the surrounding players only dared to discuss the situation in whispers. Even though only 100 of Sin Realm's members were here, which the crowd outnumbered by several-fold, No one dared to voice their opinions loudly enough for the guild players to overhear. Even the level 59 Tier 2 experts gritted their teeth and reluctantly left the scene. They all knew that they wouldn't have a future in the Purple Thorns Kingdom if they provoked Sin Realm. They'd be lucky if they only died a few times. In the past, players' accounts had been crippled, forcing them to start over due to Sin Realm. In the Purple Thorns Kingdom, Sin Realm was king. Other kingdoms generally had 2 or 3 first-rate guilds and over a dozen second-rate guilds. The Purple Thorns, however, only had 1 first-rate guild, Sin Realm. The kingdom's second-rate guilds could also be counted on one hand. Sin Realm had absolute control over the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Otherwise, independent players wouldn't have bothered to come to a place like Glorytown to grind. Under the crowd's hateful gazes, the fierce young man leading Sin Realm's team stepped forward. He wore dark gray armor and carried a greatsword with a deathly aura. As he emerged from the Sin Realm group, the crowd gasped. What? Crocodile Breaker? Why is the heavy sword here? This young man's appearance gave the watching players goosebumps. Sin Realm had 7 great experts, and every one of them was one of the guild's core upper echelons. Crocodile Breaker was one of these great experts. His role in the guild was to deal with players that opposed Sin Realm, and he had easily over 3,000 expert player deaths under his name. He had even set the record for defeating 100 players single-handedly, and those 100 hadn't been random nobodies. They had all been guild experts, and one had even ranked on the God's Domain expert list. The reason behind Crocodile Breaker's astonishing success was his unbeatable strength. He had even whittled the expert that ranked on the God's Domain expert list down until the player had died. Due to Crocodile Breaker's immense strength, he had gained the nickname Heavy Sword. While the watching players were surprised by Crocodile Breaker's appearance, the young man arrived before Smiling Breeze's stall. Pack up. Today, you two have the honor of joining Sin Realm, Crocodile Breaker proclaimed, flashing Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer an arrogant grin. The guild leader has decided that you two will be instantly promoted to core members when you join, and you won't have to grind for GCPs like everyone else. If you perform well, you might even become guild elders in the future. If you don't have any questions, come with me. Although Crocodile Breaker's words seemed like an invitation, his imposing aura hinted that he'd slay the sibling pair if they rejected his invitation. When his aura and pressure washed over the spectators, they shuddered. However, many of the watching experts envied Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer for receiving this forceful invitation. Although Sin Realm behaved like a tyrant in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, it had the strength to stand behind its actions. Becoming one of the guild's core members was a golden opportunity. At the very least, one could freely roam the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Even the upper echelons from the kingdom's second-rate guilds had to tread lightly around Sin Realm's core experts. As for Sin Realm's guild elders, even the kingdom's guild leaders treated them with respect. As everyone expected the siblings to leave with Crocodile Breaker, Smiling Breeze shook his head and stated, "Thank you for your invitation, but my sister and I are used to living on our own, and we prefer to keep it that way." Cool Summer nodded in agreement with her elder brother. As soon as Smiling Breeze finished speaking, however, the crowd felt the surrounding temperature fall by several degrees. An intense killing intent filled the street, so powerful that even the various Tier 2 experts felt a chill crawl down their spines. "You're rejecting Sin Realm's invitation?" A cold glint flashed in Crocodile Breaker's eyes as he stared at Smiling Breeze. "Do you know the consequences for those who reject Sin Realm's goodwill?" As Crocodile Breaker finished his question, the Sin Realm members around him stepped forward, clearly ready to act at a moment's notice based on their postures. Is Smiling Breeze stupid? He actually rejected Sin Realm? Sin Realm has even sent Heavy Sword for this. Does that guy think he can escape with his life? The crowd watched Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer in shock. They had never expected to find players who would dare to reject Sin Realm within the Purple Thorns Kingdom. The overbearing guild had even annihilated peak adventurer teams, and those teams' upper echelons had been so crippled that they had to delete their accounts and start over. Getting rid of 2 independent players would be child's play for Sin Realm. Even Smiling Breeze felt a little nervous in this situation. He had no doubt that if he continued to reject the invitation, Crocodile Breaker and his minions would take action. Although NPC soldiers patrolled the town, he wasn't confident of escaping if Crocodile and the other Sin Realm members attacked. It would take the NPC soldiers too long to react and arrive to stop Sin Realm's members. As Smiling Breeze tried to find a way out of this predicament, a low voice rang out of the crowd. "Excuse me, but are you still selling basic level strengthening potions?" As this voice broke the silence, the tension on the street loosened considerably. Almost as one, the crowd turned toward the voice's origin. They were all curious to know what fool dared to interfere with Sin Realm's affairs. As they turned, the spectating players found themselves looking at a cloaked player. At a glance, everyone assumed that this player was a young swordsman. As the swordsman approached Smiling Breeze's stall, his leisurely gait made it seem as if Sin Realm's players were nothing in his eyes. 1991 Power of a Bronze Combat Technique. Chapter 1991 Power of a Bronze Combat Technique. Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer were dazed as the swordsman youth arrived before them. They had never expected that someone would dare stand out during such a critical moment. The swordsman youth was none other than Shi Feng, who currently used his original appearance as Ye Feng. Both siblings would be a benefit to Zero Wing. Since he had found them here, he might as well use this situation to make them owe him a favor. We still have plenty. Cool Summer instinctively responded to Shi Feng's question. However, she spun towards Sin Realm's members after snapping out of her daze and hesitantly said, but Crocodile Breaker frowned at Shi Feng. Although he said nothing, the relaxed atmosphere regained its prior tension. Everyone could see that Crocodile Breaker was truly furious now. Sensing Crocodile Breaker's rage, the surrounding players could not help but take a few steps back. This guy must be nuts. Is he really trying to challenge Sin Realm's prestige? The crowd stared at Shi Feng as if he were a dead man walking. Brat. You sure have guts, don't you? You dare to interfere with Sin Realm's affairs? Crocodile Breaker hissed as he glared at Shi Feng. Are you trying to die so soon? It had been quite some time since he had encountered anyone who openly dared to provoke Sin Realm. Naturally, he didn't mind teaching everyone the price for such an insult. While Crocodile Breaker had addressed this stranger, the several Tier 2 experts around him surrounded Shi Feng, sealing off any path of escape. Seeing this, Cool Summer began to worry. She felt that Shi Feng was simply too foolish. Although the town had NPC soldiers to protect its citizens, players weren't absolutely safe from harm. If Sin Realm's members wanted to act, not even her brother could stop them. As she considered the situation, Smiling Breeze called out to her through their party chat saying, once the battle starts, I'll hold them back as long as I can. Use the chance to flee with this swordsman. As long as you two find the town's NPC soldiers, Sin Realm's members should give up the chase. Brother, you need to be careful. Crocodile Breaker won't be an easy opponent. Cool Summer said as she nodded. She agreed that the plan was their only way out of this predicament. Although everyone expected Shi Feng to make a move, he didn't seem on high alert in the least. Instead, he looked at Cool Summer and calmly asked, wonderful. I'd like to buy every basic level strengthening potion you have. How much will it be? Hearing Shi Feng's offer, Cool Summer was speechless. Despite the situation's painful tension, Shi Feng was in the mood to discuss the potion. If they didn't make a move now and allowed Sin Realm's members to surround them, they'd be doomed. She even began to suspect that Shi Feng truly wanted to purchase the potions and that he didn't actually have any intentions of helping them. Brat, you must really be tired of life. One of the Tier 2 assassins around Shi Feng bellowed. He hadn't thought that Shi Feng would dare to belittle them to this extent. The Tier 2 assassin dashed toward Shi Feng to scare the swordsman, although he didn't plan to attack the man. Crocodile Breaker hadn't given the command to attack, and if he struck this swordsman, the town's NPC soldiers would attack him and the rest of his team. However, after the Tier 2 assassin used shadow steps to appear behind Shi Feng, and before he could place a tracking mark on the swordsman, a blue light flashed before him. The level 58 Tier 2 assassin's vision faded to black, and his body collapsed to the ground, a piece of equipment appearing next to his corpse. As if space had frozen, the main street fell deathly silent. Everyone only recovered from their daze after a few seconds. What's going on? What just happened? How did that Tier 2 assassin die? Although the spectators saw that the Tier 2 assassin was dead, they didn't understand what had just occurred. The Tier 2 assassin had been charging at Shi Feng a moment ago, yet his body had fallen to the ground a second later. Brother, do you know what just happened? Cool Summer whispered to Smiling Breeze as she stared at the slain assassin. I didn't get a clear look, but I think that swordsman is responsible, Smiling Breeze said as he stared at Shi Feng, an indescribable shock filling his heart. Despite having reached the trial tower's 7th floor, he had failed to witness Shi Feng take action. All he has seen was a blue flash envelop the Tier 2 assassin. To make matters worse, he hadn't been able to react to the situation. He had only realized that Shi Feng had acted after the assassin had died. It was unbelievable. Sin Realm's members were just as stunned, unable to believe that their companion had fallen. What did he do? This question consumed their minds. It wouldn't have been as unusual if anyone else had died, but the Tier 2 assassin was one of Sin Realm's top-ranked experts. Why wouldn't they be afraid after watching such an expert die in an instant? What are you afraid of? Crocodile Breaker roared. We're in an NPC town. He attacked us first. The NPC soldiers won't let him off the hook. Crocodile Breaker's reminder snapped his companions out of their daze, and they began to close the distance between them and Shi Feng. They planned to distract this swordsman until the NPC soldiers arrived. Fellow friend, you need to run. You'll be in trouble if you stay until the NPC soldiers arrive. Smiling Breeze hurriedly warned Shi Feng. Despite Shi Feng's frightening strength, attacking another player in a town was unwise. If the NPC guards captured him, he'd suffer a tragic end. Run? You think we'll let you get away so easily? Sin Realm's members sneered at Shi Feng as they began to attack. They had been rather apprehensive of making a move, but now that Shi Feng had attacked them, the system would determine that this swordsman was the guilty party. If they attacked now, they'd simply be defending themselves. Spells and arrows bombarded Shi Feng as Sin Realm's Tier 2 MTs formed a tight circle around Shi Feng, leaving no gaps for escape. However, when the spells and arrows struck, they only hit Shi Feng's afterimage. Before anyone had time to realize what had happened, Shi Feng had appeared beside the approaching Tier 2 MTs, his blades slicing the MT's vital points. Purgatory. Pentaslash. Despite targeting Tier 2 MTs, Shi Feng ended them in no more than 2 slashes. In the end, 2 Tier 2 MTs died without the chance to activate their life-saving skills. When Crocodile Breaker saw his companions dying, his expression darkened. He immediately activated his Berserk skill and launched a vicious slash at Shi Feng with his greatsword. Sin Realm's other Tier 2 experts activated their Berserk skills as well, assisting Crocodile Breaker from the side and aiming to pin Shi Feng down. Despite seeing the greatsword, with its deathly aura, and the multiple Tier 2 spells flying toward him, Shi Feng didn't move to dodge. Instead, he dashed forward and brandished his 2 swords against Crocodile Breaker. Swords Transmigration. Suddenly, a beautiful galaxy of stars appeared around Shi Feng before exploding. Boom! The impact threw Crocodile Breaker back by over 10 yards. Even after he landed, he had to stumble several steps back before he could stabilize his position. Both of his arms had gone numb, and he couldn't lift his weapon. He had also lost 20% of his HP. In contrast, Shi Feng remained unharmed. How is this possible? Crocodile Breaker stared at Shi Feng dumbfounded. When he activated his Berserk skill, his strength was even higher than a Great Lord's of the same level. He nearly had enough strength to rival a Grand Lord, and he had the support fire from the Tier 2 Elementalists and Cursemancers around him. Still, Shi Feng had sent him flying, not the other way around. To make matters worse, he could tell that this swordsman hadn't used a skill or spell, both of which would change the user's ambient mana when activated. Crocodile Breaker's companions were just as stupefied. The Berserker, known as Heavy Sword, had been thrown from a head-on clash. Moreover, Crocodile Breaker had already activated his Berserk skill, while his opponent hadn't. So, this is the power of a bronze combat technique? Shi Feng was similarly surprised to see the results of his attack. He had never thought that a bronze combat technique would be so powerful. Boss Croc, the NPC soldiers are here. This swordsman is dead for sure. Sin Realm's players sent Shi Feng gleeful sneers when they noticed the approaching NPC soldiers. Although Shi Feng's combat power had exceeded their expectations, his demise was assured now that the NPC soldiers had arrived, regardless of how powerful he was. It's over. Why didn't he run away? Cool Summer anxiously muttered as she watched the town's guards surround Shi Feng. Just as Sin Realm's members assumed that they'd get to watch Shi Feng struggle against the NPC soldiers, the Tier 3 NPC leading the patrol squad approached the swordsman and respectfully asked, "Lord Bronze Legatee, how may we be of service?" 1992. Taking Action in Purple Thorns. Kingdom Chapter 1992. Taking Action in Purple Thorns. Kingdom rows of level 150 NPC stood at attention before Shi Feng between him and the street crowded with players. When they heard the level 150 Tier 3 patrol captain's question, the watching players were stunned. How is this possible? Why aren't the soldiers arresting him? Who is that? Is the system bugged? Questions plagued the players' minds, and Sin Realm's members were particularly stupefied. The scene they had just witnessed had thoroughly altered their worldview. It was common knowledge in God's domain that any player that attacked another within an NPC town or city would be killed, captured, or both. It was an ironclad rule. Yet this player had just broken that ironclad rule. In fact, the NPC soldiers who were supposed to administer justice to Shi Feng treated the swordsman with respect. "Brother, am I dreaming?" Cool Summer asked as she tugged on Smiling Breeze's sleeve, blinking in confusion as she watched Shi Feng. Glorytown was one of the most heavily fortified towns in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, and its laws were just as strict as in NPC cities. The NPCs that ensured order within the city wouldn't ever pardon a player that had intentionally committed murder. Not only would the guards kill the offender on the spot, but they'd also lock the player in jail for another 2 or 3 days. Unless one could escape the NPC soldiers' pursuit, avoiding punishment was impossible. Despite hearing his sister's question, Smiling Breeze didn't reply. He was preoccupied with his frustration over this situation. Naturally, Shi Feng wasn't particularly surprised by the NPC soldiers' reactions. He was, after all, a bronze legatee, enjoying the status of a baron in any NPC city he visited. Although the baron rank was the lowest among nobles, one was treated differently in NPC cities based on their title. Although Sin Realm's Tier 2 assassin hadn't attacked Shi Feng, the assassin had planned to use a tracking skill on him. Using a tracking skill on a normal player in an NPC city might not be a crime, but using it on a titled noble was. The system would consider the act as a premeditated attack. The NPC soldiers wouldn't question him for killing the Tier 2 assassin. Needless to say, although the other Sin Realm members hadn't landed an attack, they had attacked him. He could kill these players without consequences from the system as well. This was the true benefit of being a titled noble. Of course, if 2 titled noble players fought, the system would deem the first to cause damage as the offender. However, an advanced town like Glorytown might not have a single ordinary noble, much less a titled noble. Hence, Shi Feng didn't have a reason to hold back and could slay all who had attacked him. These people attacked me. What is the most severe punishment they can receive according to the laws? Shi Feng asked the patrol captain, smiling as he gestured to Crocodile Breaker and his minions. Lord Bronze Legatee, since they have attacked a titled noble within the town, they can be imprisoned for a maximum of 3 days, the patrol captain replied, flashing Crocodile Breaker's group a frosty glare. Good. Lock them up for 3 days then. Shi Feng nodded. Understood. Upon hearing Shi Feng's instructions, the patrol captain waved a hand and signaled his soldiers to arrest Crocodile Breaker and the rest of Sin Realm's members. The crowd gaped in shock as they watched the NPC soldiers arrest Crocodile Breaker's group. Shi Feng had clearly attacked and killed a player first, yet Sin Realm's members were going to jail. This would be a huge loss for the guild. Damn it. How does he have a titled noble position in Glory Town? Crocodile Breaker's expression darkened after hearing the patrol captain's command. He knew a little about the privileges a titled noble enjoyed, but he hadn't dreamed that Shi Feng would be a titled noble here. Spending 3 days in jail was far less acceptable to expert players like himself than losing a single level. In God's domain, time was money. He would fall far behind the frontline players if he lost 3 days. Not only would he fall behind in terms of levels, but his weapons, equipment, and skills would as well. Boss, what should we do? Sin Realm's members grew anxious as the NPC soldiers approached. Spending 3 days in jail was akin to being locked out of God's domain for 3 days. To players like them, who had already gotten used to living in God's domain, this outcome was worse than death. Retreat! Everyone retreat! Crocodile Breaker shouted. The only way to escape imprisonment was to flee Glory Town. They'd be ruined if the NPC soldiers captured them. As soon as Crocodile Breaker gave the command, the Sin Realm members held nothing back as they used their life-saving tools to flee. Trying to fight the NPC soldiers would be suicidal. The level 150, tier 2 NPCs could kill them with a single hit. They'd be pulverized. If they fought, not only would they die and lose a level, but they'd still be stuck in prison for 3 days. When Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer saw Sin Realm's members turn and run, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Now that these guild players were gone, they could escape danger. At worst, they would have to leave the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Although doing so would waste the investments they had poured into the kingdom, it was a better option than being hounded and killed by Sin Realm's members. However, as Crocodile Breaker fled, he retrieved a magic scroll from his bag and activated it. Suddenly, a pitch-black magic array formed above the main street, radiating a dense, lethal aura. The aura extended toward Shi Feng and the two siblings so quickly that it was almost impossible to evade. However, the aura didn't inflict any damage, but left Shi Feng and the sibling pair a debuff. The Death Mark. No matter where the marked players ran, the Death Mark would reveal their location to Crocodile Breaker during the next 12 hours. The Death Mark would even be effective while the players were offline, and its duration would only decrease while they were logged into the game. Although I don't know who you are, I promise that only death awaits you since you have made an enemy of Sin Realm and the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Crocodile Breaker bellowed as he glared at Shi Feng with bloodshot eyes. Many of the expert players in the crowd felt a chill crawl down their spines as they sensed the killing intent within his voice. He had wanted to kill Shi Feng to prove Sin Realm's might to the watching players, but he hadn't expected the swordsman to use him as a nameless pawn and damage Sin Realm's reputation instead. He swore to himself that he wouldn't rest until he killed Shi Feng personally. Naturally, he couldn't let Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer off the hook either. It's over. Those three are doomed. I knew something like this would happen. Provoking Sin Realm in the Purple Thorns Kingdom is simply suicide. No one can save those three now. The various expert players and adventurer team members present could not help but sigh at this turn of events. They knew Crocodile Breaker wouldn't easily let this matter rest. He would kill the trio back to level 0 at the very least. Realizing the same, Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer revealed grim expressions. Now that they bore the death mark, Sin Realm would track them down and kill them even if they left the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Is that so? Let's see you try it. Glancing at Crocodile Breaker, who was about to activate an instantaneous movement magic scroll, Shi Feng used Instant Strike to appear before the Berserker. He then brandished Killing Ray. Sword's Orbit. With the attack speed boost from Instant Strike, the Sacred Sword moved so quickly that not even Crocodile Breaker, who still had an active Berserk skill, could defend himself before multiple sword lights devoured him. In the blink of an eye, his HP plummeted and his body collapsed to the ground. 1993. Kingdom Uproar. Chapter 1993. Kingdom Uproar. Crocodile Breaker's death shocked the spectating crowd and Sin Realm's retreating members. None of them could believe what they had just seen. He's dead? This is a trick, right? The heavy sword actually died in a single move? Players new to the Purple Thorns Kingdom might not be familiar with Crocodile Breaker, but those who resided in the kingdom knew his name and nickname quite well. He had become many players' nightmare. Many of the kingdom's expert players that had resisted Sin Realm had died by Crocodile Breaker's hand, yet such a powerful expert had died instantly. No one would believe them if they retold this tale. That player is amazing, brother, Cool Summer exclaimed as she watched Shi Feng loot the battlefield. He might even be stronger than you. His swordsmanship is so fast. Smiling Breeze nodded in agreement. Shi Feng's performance had shocked him, as well. I've seen almost every top-ranked swordsman in a kingdom in Arshan, but none of them are close to his level. Who is he? Not only was he a tier 2 player, but he was also an assassin, the class famed for its speed, but he hadn't been able to keep up with Shi Feng's attack. He hadn't even caught the moment this swordsman had executed the skill. By the time he had realized what was happening, Shi Feng's attack was over, and Crocodile Breaker was dead. When he tried to put himself in Crocodile Breaker's shoes, he doubted that he'd be able to activate Vanish, an almost instantaneous life-saving skill in time. When he recalled his decision to send Shi Feng and his sister away while he protected them from behind, he found the idea laughable. Crocodile Breaker's death had undoubtedly dealt Sin Realm's members quite the mental blow. As a result of their momentary pause, only a small number of the guild players had actually escaped Glorytown. The NPC soldiers captured the rest of them. The players that had died lost a level and a piece of equipment as a result, in addition to resurrecting in the town's prison to spend 3 days behind bars. Friends, Sin Realm's people have left. If you intend to flee, you should do so now. I doubt it will be long before the guild sends reinforcements. It will become far harder to leave Glorytown once they arrive, Shi Feng addressed Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer once he finished collecting the items Sin Realm's members had dropped. Shi Feng's warning snapped Smiling Breeze out of his daze, and he gratefully replied, "Thank you. I'm Smiling Breeze, and this is my little sister, Cool Summer. May I have your name, End?" Ye Feng, Shi Feng answered truthfully. Although he had considered using Black Flame, it would cause a commotion if the public learned that Zero Wing's guild leader had appeared in the Purple Thorn's kingdom. The kingdom's various major powers would certainly pay more attention to him, and if that happened, it could affect his quest. Ye Feng? Could you be Zero Wing's honorary elder? Smiling Breeze stared at Shi Feng in surprise. Zero Wing had become considerably famous in God's domain. Its success in repelling a veteran super first-rate guild's offensive and joining the secret chamber of commerce had earned the guild some notoriety, increasing Zero Wing's chances of becoming a super first-rate guild itself in the future. With so much attention on Zero Wing, it was only natural for the public to grow familiar with the guild's peak experts, including Ye Feng. Thus far, Ye Feng had displayed great strength in multiple battles in Star Moon Kingdom. Not only had he become well known in his own kingdom, but he had become extremely famous among the Purple Thorn's kingdom's expert players. During their free time, expert players enjoyed discussing nearby kingdoms' experts and comparing themselves to figure out who was stronger. Cool Summer stared at Shi Feng in shock as well. She felt as if she were dreaming. "Brother, is this really happening? We actually got to meet Zero Wing's honorary elder, Ye Feng," Cool Summer whispered to Smiling Breeze, her eyes glowing with excitement. Even existences like Crocodile Breaker were out of reach for independent players like them, not to mention an honorary elder from a guild with the potential to become a super first-rate guild. A single sentence from Ye Feng was enough to cause most second-rate guilds to shudder with fear. When nearby players overheard Shi Feng's introduction, they couldn't help but gape at the swordsman. They finally understood why Shi Feng had been so relaxed during the earlier exchange with Sin Realm's members and shrugged off Crocodile Breaker's mighty aura. "That's right," Shi Feng replied, at a loss for words after seeing the two siblings' surprise. Both Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer had been beyond his reach in the past. Smiling Breeze had been one of the top 10 assassin experts in the Black Dragon Empire during his peak, and if not for his status as an independent player, he would have likely reached Tier 5. As for Cool Summer, she had only been a step away from becoming a Grandmaster Alchemist. Second-rate guilds hadn't had a prayer of encountering her, and even first-rate guilds had treated her like a VIP, doing almost anything to recruit her. "May I know what plans you two have after this?" Shi Feng asked. "Remaining in the Purple Thorn's kingdom is no longer possible now that we have a tracking mark on us." "We'll probably head over to the Black Dragon Empire and check out the situation there," Smiling Breeze replied, sighing. "The Black Dragon Empire? That is certainly a good place to develop," Shi Feng said after giving the matter some thought. He then sent the two players friend requests and said Zero Wing has a branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire as well. "If you encounter any trouble or run into Sin Realm's people, you can contact me. If you need to buy or sell anything, you can also do so at the Candlelight Trading Firm. I'll make sure you both enjoy the membership benefits." Although Shi Feng had considered inviting Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer to join Zero Wing, he knew that they'd never accept. Many superpowers had tried to recruit them in his previous life, as well, even offering incredibly lax conditions that barely restricted their freedom. In the end, however, the siblings had rejected every offer. This proved to him that these two weren't interested in joining any guild. So, he shouldn't try to force the situation. Befriending them would be a wiser choice. If these two ever changed their minds, they'd at least consider joining Zero Wing. "Thank you." Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer expressed their gratitude. Continuing, Smiling Breeze said, "We really don't know what to say. If you need our help with anything in the future, please feel free to ask. We'll help you to the best of our abilities." Ordinary players might not understand the benefits of Zero Wing's protection and the Candlelight Trading Firm's membership, but they did. Countless independent players dreamed of such an advantage. After conversing with Shi Feng for a little while longer, Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer departed from Glorytown. Meanwhile, the players on the main street were in an uproar over Shi Feng's battle with Sin Realm's members. Some players had even uploaded the battle videos they had recorded to the Purple Thorn's Kingdom's official forums. The instant the battle videos were available, they became the most popular topic of conversation throughout the kingdom. Many of the kingdom's players had negative opinions of Sin Realm due to its tyrannical behavior, But since the guild was so powerful, they were forced to endure its control. Now that Sin Realm had suffered a massive defeat in Glory Town, with one of its 7 great experts falling in battle, it was only natural that the populace's general mood was quite jubilant. For a time, the kingdom's population grew curious about Shi Feng's identity, and many players found themselves admiring the swordsman. As news of the battle spread, everyone soon discovered that Shi Feng was actually Zero Wing's Yi Feng. Due to this revelation, the entire kingdom was in an uproar, with many players expressing their desire to join Zero Wing, hoping that the guild would establish a branch guild in the Purple Thorn's kingdom. The overwhelming reaction even surprised Shi Feng. At this point, over 200,000 players, a truly frightening number, had voiced their desire to take down Sin Realm. Just how much of a tyrant is Sin Realm in the Purple Thorn's kingdom? Shi Feng was astonished as he read the forum post containing a petition to deal with the offending guild. The average large guild didn't even have 100,000 members, only second-rate and above guilds could amass such a collection. It didn't take long for news of the matter to reach the Purple Thorn's kingdom's various major powers, especially the kingdom's tyrant, Sin Realm. 1994, Unexpected Joy, Chapter 1994, Unexpected Joy, Purplethorn City, Sin Realm's residence. The glorious, magnificent guild hall was hectic due to the incident in Glory Town. The guild members in the building struggled to control their bloodlust after learning about the defeat, and some players had even tried to form an expedition to flatten Glory Town. Meanwhile, Sin Realm's upper echelons had gathered in the guild leader's office. Guild leader, we've looked into the situation. The player that killed Crocodile Breaker is Ye Feng, Zero Wing's honorary elder. An indifferent man in purple gold robes and carrying a silver staff addressed the emaciated man in the guild leader's seat. Although the emaciated man looked like a shriveled tree, he felt like a towering mountain. Some of the guild's upper echelons didn't even dare to look him in the eye due to the powerful pressure he gave off. Sin Realm's members only felt awe and reverence towards this emaciated man. He was the strongest guild leader in Sin Realm's history. Lone Beacon. Sin Realm had still been considered a lowly second-rate guild a few years ago, but after Lone Beacon had become the guild leader, Sin Realm had rapidly developed. Now, it was a publicly acknowledged first-rate guild. Under Lone Beacon's leadership, Sin Realm had increased its development speed after joining God's domain. The guild was now even stronger than some veteran first-rate guilds, and had taken full control of the Purple Thorn's kingdom. Many first-rate and super first-rate guilds had even failed to accomplish such a feat. Zero Wing's Yi Feng? Lone Beacon's lips curled into a smile. That is interesting. As soon as we lay our hands on the Witch's Hill, someone from Zero Wing appears in the Purple Thorn's kingdom? Guild leader, this Ye Feng is too arrogant. He actually dared to kill Crocodile Breaker in our own territory. It's a slap to the face. A robust, tanned berserker growled angrily. Please, let me lead a team to teach this guy a lesson. We'll show Zero Wing that just because it barely resisted an offensive from Miracle, that doesn't mean that it can strut around before Sin Realm. Irontooth is right, guild leader. Ye Feng has come to our territory alone and killed Crocodile Breaker. If we don't take care of him, we'll become a laughingstock in the kingdom. Everyone will assume that we fear Zero Wing. The other guild upper echelons promptly voiced their agreement. It might have been acceptable if Zero Wing had sent an army into Purple Thorn's kingdom, and the two guilds had clashed, but Shi Feng had come here on his own. He had even publicly announced his identity before the kingdom's populace. If they didn't deal with this player and prove to Zero Wing that they weren't to be trifled with, then Sin Realm's reputation would be in tatters. All right. Irontooth, take a team to Glory Town, Lone Beacon said, nodding. He too felt that it was necessary to teach Zero Wing a lesson. He then continued, however, Ye Feng is extraordinarily strong. Take the steel puppet with you as a precaution. The guild's upper echelons were surprised by Lone Beacon's decision. Sin Realm had only obtained the treasured steel puppet after many difficulties. The guild had lost more than 10,000 lives and numerous Tier 3 magic scrolls. Although the steel puppet couldn't fight on its own like a summoned creature, needing a player's control, it could kill players as easily as killing ants. The steel puppet wouldn't have any issues dealing with Tier 3 experts, much less Tier 2 players. Yet, Lone Beacon wanted to use the steel puppet against a single expert player from Zero Wing. He was simply making a mountain out of a molehill. Now that Shi Feng bore the death mark, the guild could easily track his movements. Sending Irontooth and his team, along with some magic scrolls and magic array scrolls, would be more than enough. There was no need to mobilize the steel puppet. The steel puppet? Irontooth rejoiced when he heard his guild leader's command. Hurriedly, he replied, leave it to me. I'll make sure Ye Feng regrets ever setting foot in the Purple Thorn's kingdom. Following which, Irontooth, one of Sin Realm's 7 great experts, walked out of the guild leader's office to organize a team for his trip to Glory Town. In the meantime, Shi Feng had arrived at Glory Town's town hall. Although Glory Town was not located in a high-resource map based on the situation, Shi Feng felt that this was an excellent place to make money and recruit expert players for Zero Wing. Although the monsters around Glory Town were average in all aspects, a specific rare herb was available in the area, the Phantom Flower, the main material for producing the basic level strengthening potion. Even in a herb-rich country like the Purple Thorn's kingdom, The phantom flower was far from common, and it didn't even grow in Starmoon Kingdom. Other kingdoms and empires that contained the phantom flowers didn't produce the flowers in large quantities either. This was why Cool Summer had come to Glory Town. Due to the basic level strengthening potion's popularity in the past, the phantom flower had become incredibly valuable. Each flower had initially sold for 3 silver, but the price had eventually skyrocketed to 15 silver. Currently, one could count the number of basic level strengthening potion recipes that existed in God's domain on one hand. Since so few players grinded in high-level maps right now, the demand for this potion wasn't particularly high yet either. However, as players progressed in the game, they would need more EXP per level, making it far more difficult to level up. Fighting higher-leveled monsters would soon become a necessity if players wanted to increase their level quickly. At that time, the basic level strengthening potion would become intensely popular, which, in turn, would increase the scarcity of the phantom flowers. Although Shi Feng didn't yet have the recipe, he could take advantage of the situation to stockpile phantom flowers. Producing basic level strengthening potions would become impossible without them after all. Naturally, more of the potion's recipes would surface as time passed. Lord Bronze Legatee, how may I be of service today? The town hall's senior administrator took the initiative to approach Shi Feng as he entered the building. I wish to buy 2 plots of land, Shi Feng replied. Very well. These are all the lands available for sale in the town, the senior administrator said as he revealed a map of Glory Town. Despite being an advanced town, Glory Town's size was only the size of an intermediate town. As a result, it didn't have many lands for sale. As Shi Feng inspected the lands in the town's central district, he noticed a dark blue marker. It was particularly eye-catching since the rest of the markers on the map were light blue. How is this possible? There's actually a plot of advanced land for sale? Shi Feng was stunned as he stared at the dark blue marker. 1995 Advanced Land, Chapter 1995 Advanced Land, how much for this plot of land? Shi Feng asked, suppressing the excitement in his heart as he pointed at the dark blue marker on the map. In the past, the various superpowers had considered advanced lands extremely valuable. Unlike ordinary lands, players had absolute control of the advanced lands they purchased. In other words, like guild towns and cities, players wouldn't be limited to the type of construction they could build on the land. Instead of building shops, guild residences, or private houses, players could construct auction houses or battle arenas. Though only a fool would build a battle arena in an NPC town, as doing so would not yield any profits. NPC towns didn't have much mana, and a battle arena wouldn't provide enough benefits to the players training within without a high mana density. The wisest way to use a plot of advanced land was to build an auction house. Auction houses couldn't be constructed on ordinary lands, and NPC towns didn't usually possess auction houses. Of course, player-constructed auction houses didn't hold much attraction for players. They were already available in NPC cities, and every NPC town and city had a teleportation hall, allowing players to travel from one location to another easily. Moreover, NPC auction houses were usually connected with multiple other NPC auction houses, which allowed players to sell and purchase items from multiple NPC cities. In contrast, player-constructed auction houses were only connected with other auction houses the player owned. However, player-constructed auction houses had an advantage that NPC auction houses lacked, the freedom to choose the form of currency required. Instead of coins, players could use credits or magic crystals. Many of God's Domain's players dreamed of earning reworld money through the game, but transactions involving credits and in-game items were troublesome. Normally, players were only willing to go through the trouble for bulk or high-value transactions. However, player-constructed auction houses removed the hassle of credit trades. The services player-constructed auction houses offered were convenient for small transactions, and the guilds operating the auction houses could collect processing fees, earning a large sum of credits. If the auction house's trade volume was sufficiently high, the ruling guild could even earn enough credits per day to make the various superpowers jealous. Of course, obtaining such an income was impossible if one relied on a single NPC town's auction house, but there was a saying, many a little makes a mickle. If Shi Feng could construct an auction house while God's Domain was still in its early phases, he could earn a fortune. Moreover, an auction house in an NPC town would be far more popular than one in a guild town. This was due to the more convenient transportation methods. Every NPC town and city in the Purple Thorns Kingdom allowed direct teleportation to Glory Town. Lord Bronze Legatee, this plot of land's price is somewhat special. In addition to 14,000 gold, you'll also have to pay 300 mana stones and 300 pure magic cores if you wish to purchase it, the senior administrator said. Mana stones and pure magic cores? Shi Feng released a sigh of relief when he heard the senior administrator's price. Normally, advanced lands cost both coins and resources. Fortunately, the resources required this time were not particularly valuable. Shi Feng could easily synthesize mana stones from magic crystals, and he could collect pure magic cores from killing level 50+ Great Lord ranked demonic beasts. Neither of these items would be difficult to acquire for Zero Wing. As for the 14,000 gold, the cost was practically negligible. Zero Wing had earned quite a bit of profit recently, and he had the compensation the Black Dragon Empire's various large guilds had paid for their transgressions. Even though most of the compensation had been paid in materials and lands, quite a few guilds had paid with coins. Overall, Shi Feng currently had over 170,000 gold in his pockets. This was also why he had decided to activate a super large-scale neutral city. After speaking with the senior administrator, Shi Feng contacted Melancholic Smile and had her send some manpower to Glory Town. He also instructed her to send monastones and pure magic cores. In less than an hour, Shi Feng had received the required 300 monastones and 300 pure magic cores. He then purchased the advanced land, in addition to 2 plots of ordinary lands, spending a total of 18,000 gold. After purchasing the lands, Shi Feng used the auction house design, which the guild had recently acquired, and instructed his guild's architects to construct the auction house on the advanced land. He then spent another 5,000 gold to construct a guild residence and a shop on the 2 plots of ordinary land. Suddenly, 3 extremely eye-catching buildings rose within Glory Town. The Candlelight Trading Firm was especially impressive, and although it wasn't as majestic as the advanced auction house, it was a 3-story building. Moreover, it occupied just as much area as Zero Wing's new residence. Glory Town's players immediately noticed the appearance of Zero Wing's residence and the Candlelight Trading Firm. The town wasn't particularly large after all, and none of the town's lands had been purchased by any major powers. Glory Town was merely a border town, a temporary leveling area for a small number of independent players. There was no real value to purchasing the lands here. Why is there a player-constructed auction house? Didn't they say that it wasn't possible to construct auction houses in NPC towns? Zero Wing is so awesome. It has even pulled off something like this. But what's the point in constructing an auction house here? Player-constructed auction houses don't usually have a lot of items for sale. The customer base is so much smaller than NPC auction houses, so there isn't much point in using a player-constructed one. True, but isn't Zero Wing Star Moon Kingdom's overlord? It also has a big city like Zero Wing City. This auction house here should be connected to the one there. If that's the case, it should have a lot of items for sale. Glory Town's players were all curious about the Candlelight auction house that now graced their town. They immediately entered to inspect the building and its services. However, once players examined the items for auction, they were stupefied. The Candlelight auction house had just as many items as the auction houses in NPC cities. Most importantly, many items could also be purchased with either coins or credits. Players could even spend credits to buy a single piece of bronze ore. This discovery excited the players that didn't have many coins but had spare credits lying around. Moreover, the weapons and equipment the Candlelight auction house offered were much cheaper. Amazing. The Candlelight auction house is simply amazing. Crap. There are so many pieces of level 55 mysterious iron equipment for sale. You won't even find this many in NPC cities' auction houses. Everyone's eyes turned bloodshot as they read through the item lists in the Candlelight auction house. Meanwhile, news of Glory Town's new auction house soon reached the Purple Thorns Kingdom's official forums with a particularly eye-catching title. Candlelight Auction House appears in Glory Town. 1996. Popular Auction House. Chapter 1996. Popular Auction House. Due to the appearance of the Candlelight Auction House, the players viewing the Purple Thorn Kingdom's official forums were in an uproar, especially the ordinary independent players. Once they read the forum thread, they headed to Glory Town. Normally, these independent players struggled to earn money, yet God's Domain had many aspects that required coins. Exchanging credits for coins wasn't easy either, since most workshops and money farming teams sold coins at a minimum of 5 gold. Sellers very rarely sold small amounts, such as 50 silver or 1 gold. Players from ordinary households couldn't afford to spend the credits on 5 gold, and although they were willing to purchase individual pieces of bronze or mysterious iron equipment with credits, such opportunities were incredibly rare. Most players only sold bronze and mysterious iron equipment for credits when they were selling in bulk. Although it was possible to purchase individual bronze and mysterious iron equipment with coins in Guild Town's auction houses, there was generally a limited supply. Furthermore, traveling to Guild Towns wasn't very convenient. Now that the Candlelight auction house had appeared in an NPC town and had a large stock of items, Purple Thorns Kingdom's general populace couldn't sit still and do nothing. In less than half an hour, Glory Town's sparsely populated streets had become crowded with players. Everyone visiting the town swarmed toward the Candlelight auction house to purchase and sell items. The town had become even more lively than Zero Wing City. Shi Feng was overwhelmed as he watched from within the auction house. According to the auction house's statistics, over 30,000 items had been put up for auction, and over 50,000 items had sold. Meanwhile, the auction house had collected over 200,000 credits from processing fees and over 100 gold in consignment fees. Glory Town's Candlelight auction house made even more money than Zero Wing City's. Suddenly, Melancholic Smile contacted Shi Feng and demanded, "Guild leader, what did you do in the Purple Thorns Kingdom? The Candlelight auction house has gained several thousand members in the last few moments. We've earned over 40,000 magic crystals via membership fees alone." In addition, The total trade volume for the auction houses in Zero Wing City, Silverwing Town, and Stone Forest Town has increased drastically. It's 30% higher than usual. The auction houses in Zero Wing City, Silverwing Town, and Stone Forest Town were some of Zero Wing's main income sources. However, the trade volume for these auction houses had increased by 30% and continued to rise. At this rate, the 3 auction houses would soon generate half of Zero Wing's credit income. At that time, Zero Wing would no longer have to sell secret silver and fine gold weapons and equipment to maintain the training ground. The guild might even be able to afford to recruit more internal members. A 30% increase in trade volume? Shi Feng chuckled. That's only the beginning. If everything goes smoothly, we should see an increase of 70% at the very least. Oh, right. Send someone out to collect phantom flowers. As long as they don't cost more than 5 silver per stalk, buy as many as possible. An ordinary guild city couldn't compare to the convenience of owning an advanced land in an NPC town or city. This was even true for Zero Wing City, which had a player population of over 10 million. No other guild had built a guild auction house in an NPC town in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, and Shi Feng's success would attract a large number of players to Glory Town. Soon, the NPC town would see more player traffic than Zero Wing City, and almost every player that visited had done so specifically to use the Candlelight Auction House. Melancholic Smile was dazed when she heard that the trade volume would increase by at least 70%. If it really were possible to secure so much income, they wouldn't have to worry about the new training ground's operation costs. Phantom flowers? I'll have my people purchase them via secrets channels, Melancholic Smile said after recovering from her shock. No, we cannot purchase the flower through secret. I don't want to attract any unnecessary attention. Have people purchase the flowers from the various kingdoms and empires in secret, but try not to affect the market price, Shi Feng said. Although the phantom flower wasn't particularly special, if Zero Wing purchased the flower in bulk through the secret chamber of commerce, the chamber's other members would notice. That could affect his plans to stockpile the phantom flowers. He was not willing to take such a risk. I'll have people collect phantom flowers in secret, Melancholic Smile said, understanding Shi Feng's intentions. She then disconnected the call and began to arrange the necessary manpower. Meanwhile, a group of cloaked players had reserved a bar not far from the Candlelight Auction House and had settled in to observe the situation. Commander Irontooth, I've sent some players to investigate, but we haven't discovered how Zero Wing got permission to construct the auction house. We only know that Zero Wing had dispatched a group of architects to construct it on that plot of land, a masked, level 58 Tier 2 assassin reported. Zero Wing has also constructed a residence in the town. By the looks of it, the guild plans to recruit members from Glory Town and begin its development in the kingdom from here. What an arrogant guild. First, Zero Wing kills our guild members, and now it intends to start a branch guild in our kingdom? This is an insult to Sin Realm. Rage flared within Irontooth as he listened to his subordinate's report. Commander, why don't we go and kill Yi Feng now? A level 58 Tier 2 ranger suggested. No, we'll wait until he leaves Glory Town, Irontooth growled, shaking his head. Although Glory Town is only a town, it is a heavily fortified border town. Moreover, he must be aware that he has a tracking mark on him. He will expect an ambush and remain around a high number of NPCs. He might even have a bunch of companions with him. If we strike abruptly, we'll just end up like Crocodile Breaker. Right now, we need to wait. Once the tracking mark disappears, Yi Feng will sense it. He'll think that he is free and will act more boldly. That will be the perfect time to take his life. Notify Featherhunter and tell him to keep a close eye on Yi Feng. Understood. The Tier 3 tracking scroll Crocodile Breaker had used was incredibly rare and effective, but it had an obvious flaw. The targeted player could perceive the mark. However, Sin Realm used such a tracking scroll for that reason, letting their prey know that they were being tracked and hunted. The tracking scroll was merely a distraction, a setup for the true attack that would occur after the death mark disappeared. Their killing move was a special legacy Sin Realm had obtained, Covert Killer. Not only did the Covert Killer hidden class allow a player to track others without being detected, but it also allowed the player to land a fatal blow from an extremely long distance. The class was almost tailor-made for rangers. Sin Realm had nurtured a group of true tracking experts with this special legacy. Featherhunter was the best among the players that had obtained the Covert Killer hidden class. While Sin Realm's Featherhunter watched his target, Shi Feng boldly left the Candlelight Auction House and headed for the trading firm a short distance away. The Candlelight trading firm's interior was finally complete. The first floor would be reserved for selling daily necessities. The second would sell valuable items Candlelight produced, and the third would contain workspaces and a warehouse. The shop was also fully staffed by NPCs and Candlelight members from White River City. Now all that was left was the shop's grand openings. Once Shi Feng entered the Candlelight trading firm, he instructed an NPC to purchase materials and focus on buying phantom flowers. The guild members would be responsible for managing sales and producing items. With everything set up, Shi Feng's true purpose of setting up the trading firm in Glory Town should remain hidden. I should head to the Icefire Mountain Range now. Shi Feng glanced at the time once he had settled his affairs in Glory Town. Since the tracking mark on him had disappeared some time ago, he decided that it was finally time to leave. He immediately donned his black cloak and snuck out of the town. He only called out his mount and made his way towards the neutral map after he had put some distance between himself and Glorytown. The moment Shi Feng left the town, Featherhunter notified Irontooth of the development. Commander Irontooth, Yi Feng has snuck out of Glorytown, Featherhunter reported as he watched the moving red dot on his system map. Good, he's finally getting impatient. Follow him closely. We'll head to your location immediately, Irontooth said, laughing as he finished the beer in his hand. 1997. Ancient Stone Box. Chapter 1997, Ancient Stone Box. Shi Feng headed south after leaving Glorytown. Is this guy insane? He's running out in the fields without a care. What's going on? Why haven't the monsters noticed him? The players grinding in the fields were astonished as they watched Shi Feng brazenly charge through the wilderness. They were stunned further when they realized that the high-level monsters nearby completely ignored the swordsman, while some actively avoided him. After a short moment, Shi Feng vanished. The players here have already gotten used to killing higher-leveled monsters. As Shi Feng rode through the wilderness on his mount, he noticed many parties fighting in the wild. Seeing these elite players' performance, he realized that they were slightly stronger than Star Moon Kingdom's elites. The monsters these elite players faced were clearly level 70 or higher. Not only did the monsters have an advantage in levels, but their basic attributes were also much higher. However, these elite players handled the monsters adeptly. They never tried to take the monsters head-on, sending the party's MT to distract the target while evading the monsters' attacks instead. Meanwhile, the party's ranged players bombarded the monsters, slowly but surely whittling down the higher-leveled opponents. While this combat method might seem simple, it was not easy to implement since the monsters in the area had considerably high combat standards. Including the attribute differences, distracting these monsters without taking a hit would be very difficult for current MTs, much less doing so for a long period. Players' combat standards would be tested here. However, despite their excellent performances, the best these players could manage was grinding in Glorytown's nearby maps. The farther they were from Glorytown, the stronger the monsters would be. Players would encounter more than just special elites and chieftains, they'd also run into lords and high lords. Even level 60, tier 2 experts would have to flee from level 70 plus lords and high lords, not to mention tier 1 players. Not only were these monsters' combat standards superior to special elites and chieftains, but they also had an arsenal of skills. If tier 2 experts were not careful, they could die in the blink of an eye. Of course, these monsters were no trouble for Shi Feng. He had already reached level 70 and could easily move through these level 70 plus lords and high lords. After over 2 hours of travel, Shi Feng finally arrived in an open gravel plain. An ancient altar, surrounded by stone pillars that formed a maze, stood in the center of the plain. Meanwhile, level 75 and higher elemental creatures roamed the maze, the majority of which were lord-ranked monsters. This was the elemental altar, the most famous location in Glorytown's map during Shi Feng's previous life. Sure enough, no one has come this far yet. As Shi Feng arrived before the elemental altar and gazed upon the ancient stone box upon it, he couldn't help but smile. Any player that had wanted to travel to Thunderax City had almost always done so through Glorytown in the past, but by the time he had made it to the town, players had long since explored the area. Meanwhile, among the various locations found, players had talked about the elemental altar more than any other. The altar had become such a hot topic due to the stone box enshrined on it. While the stone box might look ordinary, it contained an amazing treasure. The Sealing Stone. Although the Sealing Stone was a one-time use tool, it had astounding power. When used, it could seal the strength of one monster, reducing its rank by 1 for 3 hours. While this effect might not seem impressive, the Sealing Stone was even effective against mythic monsters. The tool would reduce ordinary mythic monsters to Grand Lord rank, and mythic-ranked archaic species would become as weak as ordinary mythic monsters. The player that had opened Thunderax City's entrance in the past had only succeeded due to this Sealing Stone. The guardian boss that protected the entrance would have been unbeatable for individual players at that time otherwise. As proof, many Superpowers Apex experts had failed to unlock the neutral city. Now that Shi Feng wanted to open Thunderax City, he had to get a Sealing Stone of his own. However, opening the stone box was easier than said due to the Thunder Beast that guarded it. Thunder Beast, elemental creature, Grand Lord, level 77, HP 85,000, Villian 85,000. This Thunder Beast would be a challenge, and as more players gathered, it would become stronger. Unlike other field bosses, it would grow stronger once more than one hostile life form was within range. If more than 6 life forms were nearby, the Thunder Beast would grow into a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species, and it would become as strong as Mythic Monster if more than 20 life forms were within range. Although it wouldn't grow past Mythic rank, its combat standards would skyrocket. The Thunder Beast would become impossible to defeat if more than 100 life forms were nearby. Meanwhile, the life forms in question included summoned creatures and players' personal guards. To make matters worse, the Thunder Beast would obtain more and higher quality skills as more life forms entered its range of influence. Because of this, the Thunder Beast had remained undefeated even after many guild experts had reached level 70 in the past. The sealing stone had only been discovered after a level 75 peak expert had visited the elemental altar and defeated the boss with special tools in hand. Although Shi Feng had yet to reach level 75, he had incredibly powerful outside help. Following which, Shi Feng took out the Bible of Darkness and summoned a level 85, tier 3 lava demon. When the lava demon emerged, the surrounding temperature rose sharply due to the molten lava that covered its body, creating a natural domain. The lava demon was fond of melee combat, and while it might not be able to contend with a Grand Lord of the same level, it shouldn't have any issues against a Grand Lord 8 levels lower with the Bible of Darkness's strengthening effects. Go, Shi Feng commanded, gesturing at the thunder beast that slumbered beside the elemental altar. The lava demon released a war cry before charging at the thunder beast, appearing before the Grand Lord in an instant and activating the tier 3 taboo skill, Lava Claw. By the time the thunder beast woke from its slumber, the lava demon's claw had struck the monster's lightning-formed body. Roar! The thunder beast cried out in agony, instantly losing more than 2,000 HP. Due to Lava Claw's weakening effect, the thunder beast's basic attributes dropped by 10% as well. However, not one to be outdone, the thunder beast responded with a swipe of its tail, sending a whip of lightning at the lava demon. Tier 3 skill, Lightning Annihilation. With just one swing of its tail, the thunder beast launched a lightning attack in a 100-yard cone. Even a tier 2 MT of the same level with an active life-saving skill would barely survive the attack if they were on the receiving end. Any other class would die. Fortunately, the skill was nothing to the lava demon. The summoned demon only lost a little over Elifivenya of its 24 million HP. Shi Feng finally made his move after the lava demon and thunder beast struggled against each other for some time. Activating Instant Strike, he appeared beside the thunder beast and bombarded the Grand Lord with his attacks. Shadow Blade, Purgatory, Pentaslash, Flame Burst, Phantom Kill. Shi Feng used one skill after another, each hit dealing tens of thousands of damage, with some even dealing over 100,000. The thunder beast's HP began to plummet. 90%, 70%, 50%. Since the Thunder Beast only had two opponents, Shi Feng and his Lava Demon, it could only use two of its skills, the AoE Tier 3 skill, Lighting Annihilation, and the single-target Tier 3 skill, Lightning Claw. Against Shi Feng, a player with the strength to rival a Great Lord of the same level, the Thunder Beast could only watch, helpless, as it continued to lose HP. In the end, Shi Feng activated Divine Providence and landed the killing blow when the Thunder Beast's HP fell below 1%. The Grand Lord's body then dispersed as countless arcs of lightning, vanishing from the Elemental Altar, 1998, Sin Realm, Chapter 1998, Sin Realm, so much EXP, Shi Feng stared at his experience bar in astonishment. After the Thunder Beast had died, his experience bar had increased by 11%. If he were grinding normally, he'd need at least half a day to earn that much EXP, but he had gained so much after less than 20 minutes. When he remembered that the Thunder Beast as a special boss, so much EXP made sense. If a 20-man team killed an ordinary Grand Lord of the same level, every member of the team would receive a significant amount of EXP. Not only was the Thunder Beast 7 levels higher than Shi Feng, but he had also killed the Grand Lord without help, monopolizing the awarded EXP. It was only natural that he received so much. Any other level 70 player would have likely gained enough EXP to fill 20% of their experience bar. When the Thunder Beast had fallen, it had also dropped over 30 items, filling Shi Feng with delight. Past level 50, even ordinary mythic field bosses only dropped around 30 to 40 items. Although he was responsible for the Thunder Beast's first kill, 30 items were still impressive. Meanwhile, over half of the items were materials, and all of them were unique materials from the Thunder Beast's body. Thunder Skin, Epic Rank Material. When producing leather armor, the Thunder Skin can be used to enhance the armor's basic attributes and grant lightning resistance. Thunder Claw, Inferior, Legendary Rank Material. When added to a weapon's production process, the Thunderclaw increases the weapon's attack power and adds additional lightning-type damage. All of the materials were unique items for tailoring, leatherworking, forging, alchemy, enchanting, and engineering. Every one of these items was incredibly valuable. The Thunderclaw was just as valuable as an ordinary epic weapon, since materials that altered a weapon's damage to lightning type were particularly rare. Any weapon that could use lightning would ignore a significant amount of defense unless the target had very high lightning resistance, but equipment that provided that resistance was just as rare. Melee players in the past had dreamed of enlisting a master forger to create a custom weapon with lightning-type damage for them. With such a weapon, players would have a massive advantage when fighting monsters or players, as expected of a unique boss. Its loot is amazing. Shi Feng's eyes glowed as he gazed at the weapons and equipment the Thunder Beast had dropped. The Thunder Beast had dropped a total of 7 weapons and equipment. 6 pieces were level 70 equipment, of which 3 were fine gold rank and 3 were secret silver rank. Of the 3 fine gold equipment pieces, 1 was a cloth chest piece, 1 was a pair of leather pants, and 1 was a pair of plate armor boots. The lightning combat boots pleased Shi Feng the most. Although the cloth armor and leather pants were good, they weren't quite as powerful as the boots. Not only did the lightning combat boots add 10 points of lightning resistance, but they also possessed a powerful additional active skill called Lightning Shadow. When activated, the skill transformed the wearer into a streak of lightning for 10 seconds. Players wouldn't be able to attack during this time, but they would move as fast as lightning. If the player attacked during the transformation, they'd revert to their original state. The skill also had a 10-minute cooldown. This skill would undoubtedly make up for a plate armor class's lack of mobility. Whether the player used the skill to chase an opponent or flee, it would be exceptionally effective. Moreover, the lightning combat boots' basic attributes were even higher than those on the level 60 fine gold boots Shi Feng currently wore. Without hesitation, Shi Feng switched his current boots for the lightning combat boots, gaining more than 20 points to his basic attributes overall. Although the increase was minor, the additional skill, which would drastically increase his survivability, was far more important. Level 70 experts would covet the 3 pieces of level 70 secret silver equipment since each item offered lightning resistance. Not only would the resistance protect the wearer from lightning-type damage, but they'd also have more defense against skills and spells that inflicted numbing effects. The 3 pieces were even more valuable than ordinary level 70 fine gold equipment. However, the weapon the Thunder Beast had dropped, an extremely rare epic growth-type weapon, was even more impressive than the 6 pieces of equipment. Howling Thunder, Throwing Weapon, Bronze Rank Equipment Requirement, Strength 1000, Agility 900, and Tier 2. Attack power value is set at player's Strength 1.7, Strength plus 36, Agility plus 27, Endurance plus 5, Attack speed plus 4, Maximum throwing distance, 42 yards. When attacking, ignore 20% of target's defense. Attack speed increases by 12%, 20% chance to land a critical hit, 10% chance to trigger a knockback effect, 10% chance to trigger the Thundering Wind effect, increasing attack speed by 50% and ignoring defense completely. Additional Skill 1. Lightning Guidance deals 120% lightning damage every second for 5 seconds in a 10-yard radius around the targeted area. Can store to a maximum of 3 Lightning Guidance charges. Each charge has a 2-minute cooldown. Additional Skill 2, Sundering Thunder, causes a lightning impact that carries 100% of user's strength in a 30-yard cone. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Upgrading this weapon requires a large amount of mana. Can be upgraded to epic rank at maximum, currently bronze rank. Requires 1000 magic crystals to reach the mysterious iron rank. Throwing weapons were extremely rare in God's domain, even more so than ornaments. They were also the only ranged attacks available to melee players. Moreover, throwing weapons were categorized by ranks, not levels. They were the only type of weapon that players could use throughout the entire game without becoming obsolete. Hence, every throwing weapon was worth a fortune. In the past, most melee experts had still used mysterious iron throwing weapons after reaching level 100. Very few had acquired secret silver or fine gold throwing weapons, and only the most fortunate players had obtained dark gold ranked throwing weapons. Shi Feng hadn't switched to another throwing weapon since he had obtained the Blazing Meteor from Celiora. The Blazing Meteor would even be incredibly rare after players reached level 200 after all. Of course, he hadn't expected to get his hands on an epic growth type throwing weapon after killing the Thunder Beast. The Howling Thunder was even more valuable than ordinary epic weapons. Shi Feng immediately began to upgrade the Howling Thunder since he had so many magic crystals on him at the moment. After a short moment, Shi Feng had upgraded Howling Thunder to Dark Gold rank. He would need 40,000 magic crystals to upgrade it to epic rank, however, which was 10 times more than upgrading it from Fine Gold to Dark Gold rank. Since he didn't have enough magic crystals for this final upgrade, he had no choice but to set the matter aside for now. Even so, the Dark Gold-ranked Howling Thunder had already surpassed Blazing Meteor's power, satisfying Shi Feng. Shi Feng left the elemental altar after he replaced Blazing Meteor with Howling Thunder and retrieved the Sealing Stone from the ancient stone box. However, as he was about to use the 7 Luminaries ring to teleport to the Icefire mountain range, a gigantic magic array appeared above him, forming a magic barrier that enveloped the area around Shi Feng. Once the barrier was complete, a group of players wearing Sin Realm's guild emblem emerged from the ground. A playful light flashed in their eyes as they turned to Shi Feng. Just as the guild leader guessed, you came to Glorytown for a quest. It's a pity your efforts will go to waste, the tall, robust Irontooth said as he stepped out of the crowd. Smiling, he continued, Now, are you going to hand over the item or will we need to retrieve it from your corpse? Decide. 1999. Instant Kill. Chapter 1999. Instant Kill. As Irontooth finished his question, the players around him burst into action. Wasting no time, these players formed a tight circle around Shi Feng. The Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights stood at the forefront with their shields raised, followed by the Berserkers and Swordsmen who offered their MT companions support. The ranged DPS players and healers stood farther behind. Sin Realm's members left Shi Feng no room to flee. Even if Shi Feng could tear through the encirclement and escape, the area had been sealed off with a magic barrier. He was trapped unless he could destroy it. Based on this pressure, you must have used an intermediate magic array, Shi Feng thought aloud as he glanced at the players channeling the array. This magic array had also reduced his basic attributes by 25%. In God's domain, magic array's suppression was far less effective against players than monsters, and the higher tiered a player was, the weaker the suppression would be. To rob a Tier 2 player of 25% of their basic attributes, one would need to use an intermediate magic array at the very least. You've guessed correctly. This Earth's Wind is an intermediate magic array, and even a mythic monster would need some time to destroy it. While within the array, you won't be able to use teleportation spells or tools, Irontooth informed his prey, sneering. We prepared this magic array for you specifically. Is it to your satisfaction? Earth's Wind was one of the few sets of intermediate magic array scrolls Sin Realm possessed. They had originally saved it to use against particularly powerful field bosses. However, to ensure Shi Feng's death and teach Zero Wing a lesson, Lone Beacon had decided to send the scrolls with Irontooth's party. You don't really think one intermediate magic array is enough to take me down, do you? Shi Feng calmly asked as he eyed the several hundred Sin Realm players before him. Around 50 of these players were Tier 2 experts. The rest of them were only Tier 1 players. The strongest player among them was Irontooth, a mere level 59, Tier 2 shield warrior, and Shi Feng could tell that his combat standards were not quite as powerful as Crocodile Breaker's. This man was only an ordinary refinement realm expert. This team wasn't enough to deal with a peak expert head-on. Peak experts had exceedingly powerful basic attributes, and even if those attributes had been reduced by 25%, they were still higher than ordinary Tier 2 experts. Naturally, killing ordinary Tier 2 experts would be child's play. They'd only need a little more time to complete the task. Of course, a single intermediate magic array and these ordinary experts won't be enough to deal with you, Irontooth said, smiling at Shi Feng. But what if these experts have violent blood potions? Earth's Wind would suppress Tier 2 experts' basic attributes by 25%, but a peak expert could still easily annihilate ordinary experts of the same level and tier while subjected to the array's effects. A 100-man team of ordinary Tier 2 experts still wouldn't be enough to take Shi Feng down. This team would need over a dozen Refinement Realm experts working together to have any chance of victory. Although Sin Realm did not have that many Refinement Realm experts, it did have the extremely valuable Violent Blood Potions. Sin Realm had gone to great lengths to obtain the recipe for this potion, and after consuming it, players would gain an additional 1,200 points to every basic attribute. Moreover, these attribute points would add to players' base attributes. With their weapons and equipment's percentage modifiers, the potion's effects would be even greater. Meanwhile, the Violent Blood Potion had a 20-second duration and 5-minute cooldown. An ordinary Tier 2 expert would instantly gain the combat power of peak experts after drinking the potion. Unfortunately, the materials to produce the Violent Blood Potion were incredibly rare and valuable, and not even an advanced alchemist would have a high success rate when brewing it. To ensure Shi Feng's defeat, Irontooth had specifically received 4 Violent Blood Potions from the guild. With 4 peak experts and an intermediate magic array suppression, they could even kill a superpower's apex expert, much less Shi Feng. When Irontooth had finished speaking, 3 Tier 2 experts near him took out their Violent Blood Potions and drank them. The intensity of the trio's auras instantly skyrocketed. The 3 Tier 2 players in question were a berserker, a swordsman, and an assassin. In this lineup, the berserker would act as the MT, the swordsman would offer support, and the assassin would find the opportunity to land the final blow. Ye Feng, today, we will prove to you and Zero Wing that resisting an attack from Miracle doesn't mean that you can stand up to Sin Realm. Irontooth bellowed as he pointed at Shi Feng. Go, kill this arrogant fool. The trio then advanced on Shi Feng. The berserker used charge, the swordsman used windblade, and the assassin entered stealth. Watching the approaching berserker and swordsman, Shi Feng retrieved Howling Thunder and flicked it. Sundering Thunder. Countless arcs of lightning then surged forth. Once Shi Feng had upgraded the throwing weapon to dark gold rank, Howling Thunder's skills had considerably improved. Now, Sundering Thunder could exert 180% of its user's strength and covered a 45-yard cone. The attack speed was also extraordinary. The attack caught the charging trio off guard. The impact sent all 3 flying while their HPs rapidly decreased. The Sin Realm members that had stood behind the trio had suffered an even more tragic fate. The Tier 1 players within Sundering Thunder's range died instantly. Only Tier 2 players had survived the attack, although their HPs had fallen to a critical level. While Sin Realm's players were stunned, Shi Feng took the opportunity to throw Howling Thunder a second time. Lightning Guidance. Suddenly, 3 arcs of lightning charred the ground beneath the 3 Tier 2 experts that had consumed the Violent Blood Potions. Numerous arcs of lightning then descended from the sky and bombarded the area around the trio. Boom, 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 boom. Since Lightning Guidance was an AoE attack, players could only evade it by escaping its range. Meanwhile, numbed by Sundering Thunder's effects, the 3 Tier 2 experts had no hope of dodging out of Lightning Guidance's range before the skill struck. The expert trio lost their remaining HP to the skill after 3 seconds. Not even the healers had time to save them as they lost tens of thousands of HP each second. How is this possible? Irontooth paled when he saw the 3 Tier 2 experts' corpses. Shi Feng had killed 3 players with the combat power to rival peak experts without much effort. Moreover, he had accomplished this feat while suppressed by an intermediate magic array. For a moment, Irontooth couldn't believe his eyes. Shi Feng, however, wasn't particularly surprised by the outcome. Peak experts were considered such due to their ability to react to danger. Some peak experts could even predict an enemy's attack before the player launched it. While Sin Realm's expert trio had greater combat power than peak experts, their ability to react was no more impressive than an ordinary expert's. Furthermore, even with the additional 1,200 points to their basic attributes, they were still no match for Shi Feng's. "Commander, what should we do?" Assassin asked. As expected of Zero Wing's honorary elder. "I had considered giving you an easy death, but since you don't appreciate my kindness, I'll make you suffer," Irontooth snarled. Gritting his teeth, he pulled the steel puppet from his bag. 2000. Combating the Steel Puppet. Chapter 2000. Combating the Steel Puppet. The steel puppet stood 8 meters tall and was comprised entirely of fine iron. It also wore thick, heavy, pitch-black armor. The steel puppet had 2 heads and 4 mechanical arms, each wielding a gigantic saber. Despite the steel puppet's inactive state, it radiated a dreadful aura. The boss is finally getting serious. Amazing. So, this is the guild's steel puppet? When they saw the colossal steel puppet, Sin Realm's members recovered their senses. They no longer feared Shi Feng, but cheered with excitement. A steel puppet? Shi Feng was quite surprised to see the massive construct. Like the Guardian puppet, the steel puppet was a bronze puppet with the strength of an Apex Tier 2 being. Its defense was even greater than the Hell Tank's. Like the Hell Tank and other war weapons, bronze puppets didn't have HP, but durability. The steel puppet was capable of several times the Hell Tank's combat power, the perfect weapon to deal with players and take down buildings. "Yi Feng, you should be pleased. You'll be this steel puppet's first victim," Irontooth said, sneering as he sat in the steel puppet's control module. This was the first time Sin Realm would use the steel puppet since obtaining it. The guild simply hadn't needed to use it yet. Operating the steel puppet also cost a large number of magic crystals. Just to activate it, one needed to store 1,000 magic crystals within the puppet. For every minute the steel puppet was operated, it would consume 50 crystals. In other words, the steel puppet could only operate for 20 minutes at full capacity. To make matters worse, using the steel puppet's skills would cost additional magic crystals. Sin Realm hadn't bothered to use the puppet for these reasons, even when dealing with other guilds. Irontooth was only allowed to use the steel puppet now because Lone Beacon wanted to teach Zero Wing a lesson. As Irontooth fell silent, he used the steel puppet to advance on Shi Feng. The steel puppet's movement speed was extremely high, crossing 50 yards in less than 2 seconds. Upon arriving before Shi Feng, the steel puppet swung one of its sabers at the swordsman. Despite the attack's casual nature, its power was at the peak of Tier 3. The wind even howled as the saber soared toward Shi Feng. So fast, Shi Feng immediately responded by swinging Killing Ray. Boom. With the sound of an explosion, the saber's trajectory altered, and it crashed into the ground beside the swordsman, the impact tearing a 20-meter-long gash in the ground. Shi Feng instantly lost over 20,000 HP. You really are something to survive an attack like that. But how will you fare against 4 sabers? Irontooth brandished his 3 remaining weapons after seeing his target only lose a small fraction of his HP. Since a player controlled the steel puppet, all 3 sabers accurately flew toward Shi Feng's defensive blind spots. Boom, 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 boom. As one slash after another descended, the blades devastated the ground around Shi Feng. The earth trembled violently under the resulting impacts, and some of Sin Realm's nearby players lost their footing. The steel puppet's devastatingly destructive power stupefied Sin Realm's members. Setting aside the steel puppet's strength, its attack speed alone shocked many of the watching players. The sabers were far too quick, and even the Tier 2 players realized that they'd be hard-pressed to block a single strike. If they had to combat all 3 sabers simultaneously, they'd die on the spot. Once the dust settled, however, they were even more shocked. Shi Feng still stood beside the steel puppet's swords. He hadn't died in the flurry of attacks, and this time, his HP was fully intact, as expected of a bronze combat puppet. Its combat power is amazing. The Hell Tank is nothing in comparison, Shi Feng thought as he looked at the deformed terrain around him. If he hadn't activated Power of Darkness in time, he would have likely lost more than half of his total HP. Controlling a combat puppet was very similar to controlling a divine beast. Players essentially merged with the combat puppet, and although they couldn't control the puppet as easily as they did their own bodies, executing simple attacks at maximum efficiency wouldn't be difficult. Moreover, a bronze combat puppet's every attack contained the strength and speed of Tier 2 at its peak. It was the equivalent of a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species. In addition, every attack a combat puppet executed would contain its full power, like a player at their peak. Even a Tier 3 expert would be at a disadvantage against a bronze combat puppet with the same combat standard. A berserk skill? Do you think that can save you? Irontooth sneered when he saw the black aura around Shi Feng. He then raised his 4 sabers and attacked again. Although he couldn't control the steel puppet as nimbly as his own body, he was confident of defeating a real Tier 3 expert with the puppet's strength, speed, and 4 arms. We'll see about that. Shi Feng brandished his 2 swords to meet the 4 sabers, swords orbit. A galaxy of stars formed around Shi Feng, and he either blocked or deflected every attack Iron Tooth launched with the steel puppet. How is this possible? How is he keeping up with the steel puppet? Sin Realm's members watched the battle with dropped jaws as the steel puppet was rendered ineffective against Shi Feng. However, none of them knew that Shi Feng's attributes could normally rival a great lord's of the same level. After using Power of Darkness, his strength was as high as an ordinary Grand Lord's under the intermediate magic array's suppression. He was also as fast as a Tier 3 player of the same level. Hence, the steel puppet's basic attributes were only slightly higher than his, and Shi Feng could easily make up for the gap with his techniques. He's actually so strong? Iron Tooth's expression darkened when he realized that he couldn't gain any ground against Shi Feng. He had never thought that this swordman's attributes were so high that they could rival the steel puppet's. After trading blows for a short moment, Shi Feng lost interest in passively defending himself. He started to find opportunities to attack the steel puppet. Dang, dang, dang! Dazzling sparks filled the air as Shi Feng's sword stabbed and slashed at the puppet. But despite taking multiple attacks, there wasn't a single mark on the puppet's armor. It's useless. Even if you have heaven-defying basic attributes, they are nothing before the steel puppet's defense. I want to see just how long your berserk skill will keep you alive, Iron Tooth growled, sneering. He was fully confident in the steel puppet's defense, which had Tier 3 defensive capabilities. Only a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species attacks could reduce its durability. Ordinary Grand Lords would only accomplish the feat if they used particularly powerful skills. Is that so? Shi Feng chuckled. He then activated Blade Liberation and slashed at the puppet again. Hua! Suddenly, a visible tear appeared on the steel puppet's armor.